Possession Forward Chapter 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67. Possession, a novel by Louis Bromfield, author of The Green Bay Tree, New York. Frederick A. Stokes Company, McKinsey. Copyright 1925 by Frederick A. Stokes Company, all rights reserved. Published September 30, 1925. Second printing, before publication, September 26, 1925. Third printing, October 20, 1925. Fourth printing, November 14, 1925. Fifth printing, November 25, 1925. Sixth printing, December 9, 1925. Seventh printing, January 25, 1926. Eighth printing, February 15, 1926. Ninth printing, May 1, 1926. Printed in the United States of America. To marry, life is hard for our children. It isn't as simple as it was for us. Their grandfathers were pioneers and the same blood runs in their veins, only they haven't a frontier any longer. They stand, these children of ours, with their backs toward this rough-hewn Middle West and their faces set toward Europe and the East, and they belong to neither. They are lost somewhere between. Wherever she goes, trouble will follow. She's born, like most people, with a touch of genius, under a curse. She is certain to affect the lives of everyone about her, because, well, because the threads of our lives are hopelessly tangled. Marry her if you will, but don't expect happiness to come of it. She would doubtless bear you a son, a fine strong son, because she's a fine cold animal. But don't expect satisfaction from her. She knows too well exactly where she is bound. Forward. Possession is in no sense a sequel to The Green Bay Tree. The second novel does not carry the fortunes of the characters which appeared in the first. It reveals, speaking chronologically, little beyond the final page of the earlier book. On the contrary, both novels cover virtually the same period of time, from the waning years of the 19th century up to the present time. The two are what might be called panel novels in a screen which, when complete, will consist of at least a half-dozen panels, all interrelated and each giving a certain phase of the ungainly, swarming, glittering spectacle of American life. Those who read The Green Bay Tree must have felt that one character, that of Ellen Tolliver, was thrust aside in order to make way for the progress of Lily Shane. With the publication of the present novel, it is possible to say that the energetic Miss Tolliver was neglected for two reasons. First, because she was a character of such violence that, once given her way, she would soon have dominated all the others. Second, because the author kept her purposely in restraint, as he desired to tell her story in proportions worthy of her. In Ellen's story, the author, knowing that much which pertains to the life of a musician is boring and of little interest to anyone outside the realm of music, has endeavored to eliminate all the technical side of her education. He does this not because he lacks knowledge of the facts, but because they are in themselves uninteresting. Ellen Tolliver might have been a sculptor, a painter, an actress, a writer, the interest in her lies not in the calling she chose but in the character of the woman herself. She would, doubtless, have been successful in any direction she saw fit to direct her boundless energy. Possession is the second of several novels in which familiar characters will reappear and new ones will make their entrance. L.B. Cold Spring Harbor, May 1, 1925, Long Island. Possession 1. In the fading October twilight, Grandpa Tolliver sat eating an apple and reading The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. The ponderous book, Volume 3, lay spread open upon his bony knees, for it was too heavy to be supported in any other way, and he read by leaning far over and peering at the pages through steel-rimmed spectacles which were not quite clear, as they never were. The dimness of lens, however, did not appear to annoy him. Undisturbed he read on as if the spectacles sharpened his vision instead of dimming it. Things were, after all, what you believed them to be, therefore the spectacles served their purpose. He was not one to be bothered by such small things. The room in which he sat was square and not too large. On two sides there were windows, and in one corner an enormous and funereal bed of black walnut, the nuptial bed of 3 generations in the Tolliver family, which bore at the moment the imprint of the perverse and angular old body. He had lain there to think. Sometimes he lay thus for hours at a time in a sort of coma, ruminating the extraordinary and imbecile diversity of life. But it was the number of books which contributed the dominating characteristic of the room. There was row upon row of them rising from floor to ceiling, rows added year by year out of Grandpa's infinitesimal income until at last they had walled him in. There were books bound in fine leather and books in cheap leather, worn and frayed at the corners, books in cheap boards and an immense number of books bound in yellow paper. Pressed close against the books on the north wall of the room there stood an enormous desk of the same funereal black walnut, a desk filled with innumerable pigeonholes into which had been stuffed without order or sequence bits of paper scribbled over with a handwriting that was fine and erratic like the tracks of a tiny bird strayed into an inkpot. The papers ranged through every variety of shade from the yellowish bisque of ancient documents to the grey-white of comparatively new ones. Of all the room it was the desk alone that had an appearance of untidiness. It lay under a pall of dust save for 2 small spots rubbed clean by the sharp elbows of Grandpa Tolliver. What did he write? What was contained in this immense collection of documents? No one knew that, not even the curiosity of his daughter-in-law Hattie, who entered the room each morning to throw open the windows, an action he detested, and force the old man out into the chill air of the streets, had been able to penetrate the mysteries of the extraordinary bird tracks. A word with luck, here or there. Nothing more. And she had examined them often enough in a fierce effort to penetrate the secret of his strength. From years of breathless, headlong writing the words had lost all resemblance to combinations of letters. The letters themselves were obscured. They flowed into one another until each one, in the fashion of the Chinese, had become a symbol, a mystery to which the old man alone held the key. It was the writing of a man whose pen had never been able to keep pace with the lightning speed of his thoughts. It may have been that the old man himself could not have deciphered the writing on those sheets which long since had turned to a yellow bisque. So far as any one could discover, he never took them from the pigeonholes and read them a second time. They were simply thrust away to turn yellow and gather dust, for Grandpa Tolliver had suffered for years from a sense of the immense futility of everything. As he sat in the fading light in his decrepit rocking chair, the appearance of the old man struck faintly a note of the sinister. Something in the shape of his great, bony head, in the appearance of his unkempt grey beard, in the remarkable angularity of his lean body gave him the appearance of one in alliance with the powers of darkness. The peculiar grey-green of his glittering eyes had a way of piercing through pretense, through barriers of reserve and secrecy. They were the eyes of one who knew far too much. They were the eyes that got somehow at the core of things, so that a person, even his bitterest enemy, the vigorous and unsubtle Hattie winced before the shattering light that gathered in their depths. They looked out from under shaggy brows with a knowledge bred of solitude that was something more than human. And he had a terrible way of using them, of watching people, of silently and powerfully prying open their shells. For Grandpa Tolliver there were no longer any illusions, he was therefore a horrid and intolerable old man. At length, when the light grew too dim even for the unearthly eyes of the old man, he closed the Decline and Fall and devoted himself to finishing his apple, absorbed for the time being in reflecting triumphantly upon passages in the ponderous work which proved without any doubt that the human race lay beyond the possibility of improvement. When his strong pointed teeth had finished with the apple, he cast it aside for Hattie to sweep out in the morning and, lifting the Decline and Fall as high as possible, he dropped it to the floor with a resounding crash. As the echo died there rose from below stairs the sound of clattering pans shaken by the crash from the startled hands of Hattie, and then an inarticulate rumble of exasperation at this latest bit of minute deviltry. The old man leaned back in his chair and chuckled, wickedly. It was one more skirmish in the state of war which had existed between him and his daughter-in-law over a period of years. Through the closed window the homely sounds of a dozen backyards filtered into the room, the sharp slam of a refrigerator door, the sudden mad barking of a dog playing with a child, the faint whicker of a horse in one of the stables, and then the sound of Hattie's vigorous voice, still carrying a persistent, unmistakable note of irritation, summoning her small sons from the far reaches of the neighborhood. The sound of the voice rose and hung in the autumn night, rich, full-blooded, vigorous, redolent of energy, beautiful in its primitive strength. At the faint note of irritation Grandpa Tolliver, rubbing his teeth with a skinny finger, chuckled again. The voice wavered, penetrating the remote distances of the backyards, and presently there came an answering cry in the shrill, high treble of a boy of 12 arrested suddenly in the midst of his play. "Yea us! Yea us! We're coming!" Primitive it was, like a ewe calling to her lambs, or more perhaps, thought the old man, like a lioness summoning her cubs. It was Robert who answered, the younger of the two. It was difficult for Fergus to yell in the same lusty fashion, his voice had reached the stage where it trembled perilously between a treble and a bass. The sounds he made shamed him. Fergus, like his father, disliked making a spectacle of himself. Too sensitive, thought Grandpa Tolliver. Like his father he would be a failure in life, because he had no indifference. The room grew darker and after a time the sweet, acrid odor of smoldering leaves, stirred into flame by the children who played beneath the window, drifted through the cracks in the glass. As if the scent, the soft twilight, the sound of Hattie's voice, had set fire to a train of memories, Grandpa Tolliver began to rock gently. The chair made a faint squeaking sound which filled the room as if it had been invaded by a flock of bats which, circling wildly above the old man's head, uttered a chorus of faint shrill cries. The old man chuckled again. It was a bitter, unearthly sound. The room in which Grandpa Tolliver sat had been added to the Tolliver house during one of those rare intervals, years ago, when his son had prospered for a time. The house itself stood back from the street in the older part of a town which within a generation had changed from a frontier settlement into a bustling city whose prosperity centered about the black mills and the flaming furnaces of a marshy district known as the Flats, a district black and unsightly and inhabited by hordes of Italians, Poles, Slovaks, and Russians who never emerged from its sooty environs into the clear air of the hill where the old citizens had their homes. Among these houses the Tollivers was marked by the need of paint, though this shameful fault was concealed somewhat by masses of vines, roses, honeysuckle, ivy which overran all the dwelling and in summer threw a cloud of beauty over the horrid, imaginative trimmings conceived by some side-whiskered small-town architect of the 80s. There was in the appearance of the house nothing of opulence. It was grey, commonplace and ornamented with extravagant jigsaw decorations. Also it suffered from a slate roof of a depressing shade of blue-gray. But it was roomy and comfortable. Houses occupied for a long period by the same family have a way of taking on imperceptibly but surely the characteristics of their owners. The Tollivers, Hattie and Charles, had come into the house as bride and bridegroom, in the days when Charles Tolliver had before him a bright future, years before he gave up, at the urging of his powerful wife, a commonplace adequate salary for a more reckless and extravagant career in the politics of the growing county. By now, 20 years after, the house, the lawn and the garden expressed the essence of the Tolliver family. The grass sometimes went in grave need of cutting. The paint had peeled here and there where it lay exposed to the middle western winter. At the eaves there were streaks of black made by soot which drifted from the roaring mills in the distant flats. The shrubs were unpruned and the climbing roses would have been improved by a little cutting, yet these things, taken all in all, produced an effect of charm far greater than any to be found in the other neat, painted, monotonous houses that stood in unspectacular rows on either side of Sycamore Street. In the careless growth of the shrubs and vines there was a certain wildness and inspiring vigor, something full-blooded and lush which elsewhere in the block was absent. There was nothing ordered, pruned, or clipped into a state of patterned mediocrity. Here, within the hedge that enclosed the Tolliver property there reigned a marked abandon, a sense of life lived recklessly with a shameless disregard for smug security. The Tollivers clearly had no time for those things which lay outside the main current. Yet there was no rubbish in evidence. The whole was spotlessly clean from the linden trees which stood by the curb to the magenta-colored stable at the end of the garden. You might have walked the length of the block without consciousness of the other houses, but in front of the Tollivers you would have halted, thinking, here is a difference indeed. Some careless householder without proper pride in his grounds. Yet you would have stopped to notice it. At least it would have interested you by the wild, vigorous, disheveled character of its difference. In the beginning the room which Gramp occupied had been built for a servant and through its doors, in the spasmodic periods of Tolliver prosperity, had passed a procession of weird and striking hired girls, country maidens come to town in search of excitement, Bohemian and Russian girls, the offspring of the flat dwellers, one or two who had been, to Hattie's shocked amazement, simply daughters of joy. With the passing of Myrtle, the last of these, who was retired in order to bear a child of uncertain paternity, the Tollivers' ship of fortune had slipped into one of the periodical doldrums and the stormy, unsatisfactory era of the hired girl came to an end forever. Almost as if he had divined the event, Grandpa Tolliver appeared on the same day seated beside the driver on a wagon laden with books, to announce that he had come to take up his abode with the family of his son. There was nothing to be done. The books were moved into the room above the kitchen and there the old man settled himself. He had been there now for 10 years, a gadfly to torment the virtuous, bustling existence of his daughter-in-law. He seldom stirred from his room. He had, indeed, done nothing in all his life which might be scored under the name of accomplishment. As a young man he had been trained for the church, but when his education had been completed, he discovered that he had learned too much and so believed nothing. He bothered no one. His crime was inertia. He possessed an indifference of colossal proportions. As the room fell into a thick blackness, the rocking chair, under the urge of flooding memories, acquired a greater animation. It may have been that there was something in the homely sounds of the backyard vista and the pleasant smell of burning leaves that pierced by way of his senses the wall of the old man's impregnable solitude. Presently he chuckled again in a triumphant fashion, as if the memory of Hattie Tolliver's irritation still rang in his ears. Ah, how she hated him! How they all scorned him! Even on his rare and solitary ramblings along the sidewalks of the town, prosperous citizens regarded him with hostile looks. Old Man Tolliver. The failure. They pointed him out to their children as the awful example of a man without ambition, a man who drifted into a lonely and desolate old age, abhorred and unwanted, a burden to his own children and grandchildren. That's what came of not having energy and push. Old Man Tolliver. The failure. At the thought, the wicked old man chortled more loudly than ever. Failure. Failure. What did they know of whether he was a failure or not? Failure. That was where he had the joke on the lot of them. He alone had fixed his ambition, captured his ideal, he had done always exactly what he wanted to do. In sudden satisfaction over his secret triumph, the old man was very nearly overcome by his own chuckling. Old. Yes, he felt very old tonight. Perhaps he hadn't many years before him. Maybe it was only a matter of months. Then he would die. What was it like to die? Just a passing out probably, into something vast and dark. Oblivion. That was it. Why wasn't that the ideal end? Oblivion, where you were nothing and had no mind and no memory and no books, where you simply did not exist. Just nothingness and eternal peace. Aratu, that kingdom where reigned mere oblivion. He wasn't looking forward to heaven and harps. Imagine Hattie strumming a harp. He was filled with a sense of great completeness, of having done everything there was to do, of having known all of life that it was possible for one man to know. Sin. What was sin? He didn't regret anything he had done. He had no remorse, no regrets. On the contrary, he was glad of all the things he had done which people called sin. It gave him a satisfactory feeling of completeness. Now when he was so old, he needn't wish he had done this or done that. He had. To be sure, he hadn't murdered anyone. He hadn't been guilty of theft. It was very satisfactory, that feeling of completeness. Nothing remained. Death. Deadness. Why, he was dead already. Death must be like this room, blank, dark, negative, neither one thing nor the other. He had been dead for weeks, for months, for years, and here he was walled up in a tomb of books. La Pucelle, a rare edition. What would become of it? Like as not Hattie would burn it, never knowing its value. Think how she would suffer if ever she discovered she had burned up a great pile of banknotes. Candide, the Critique of Pure Reason, Spinoza, Montaigne, Darwin, Huxley. What a row they'd caused. How well he remembered the chatter. Plato. And there was Verlaine and George Sand and all of Thackeray. Colonel Newcome and Rebecca Sharp with her pointed nose and green eyes. What an amusing creature she was. Amelia Sedley, that tiresome, uninteresting, virtuous bore. And Charles Hahnemann. Ah! He knew things they didn't dream of in this town. And there in the corner by the old desk, Emma Bovary tearing voluptuously at her bodice. But they were not all ghosts of books. There were ghosts too of reality, ghosts born of memories, which came dimly out of the past, out of a youth that, dried now at its source, had been hot-blooded and romantic and restless, such ghosts as one called Celeste, in a poke bonnet with a camellia pinned just above the brim, who seemed forever peeping round the corner of a staircase as she had once peeped, in a glowing reality round the corner of a staircase in the Rue de Clichy. Nina, who was more alive now than she had ever been. And they thought him a failure. Yes, they were amusing ghosts. He had lived with them so many years. Lonely. How was it possible to be lonely among such fascinating companions? He had lived with them too long. He knew them too well, inside and out. They kept him company in this tomb of books. He seldom left it. Once a week, perhaps, to walk around the block, and then the children ran from him as if they saw the devil himself. Grandpa Tolliver began to rock more gently now. Yes, he'd been wicked enough. He'd known everything there was to know and didn't regret it. They shut him up in this room and didn't address him for days at a time, but he had Emma Bovary and Becky Sharp to amuse him, and Celeste who belonged to him alone. Grandpa Barr didn't even have them. His children had left him all but his daughter Hattie to go to Iowa, to Oregon, to Wyoming, always toward the open country. Your friends might die and your children might go away, but your memories couldn't desert you, nor such friends as Emma and Becky. Outside it began presently to rain, at first slowly with isolate, hesitating drops, and then more and more steadily until at last the whole parched earth drank up the autumn downpour. Too, in the sound of rain falling through soft darkness there is a healing quality of peace. Its persistence, the very effortless unswerving rhythm of the downpour have the power of engulfing the spirit in a kind of sensuous oblivion. Even upon one of so violent and unreflective a nature as Ellen Tolliver, one so young, so impatient, and so moody, the sound of the autumn rain falling on the roof and in the parched garden had its effect. It created a music of its own, delicate yet primitive, abundant of the richness of earth and air, so that presently in a room a dozen feet from her grandfather, Ellen stopped sobbing and buried her face in the pillow of her great oak bed, soothed, peaceful, and presently in the darkness of her room she lay at last silent and still, her dark hair tossed and disheveled against the white of the pillowcase. She lay thus in a solitude of her own, separated only by the thinness of a single wall from the solitude in which her grandfather sat enveloped. If the sound of her sobbing had been audible, there was another wall that would have stopped it, the wall of warm autumn rain that beat upon the earth and shut her away from all the world. She knew no reason for this outburst of weeping. If there had been a reason she would not have locked herself in her room to weep until she had no more tears. She could not say, "I weep because someone has been unkind to me," or "I weep because I have suffered a sudden disappointment." She wept because she could not help herself, because she had been overcome by a mood that was at once melancholy and heroic, sad yet luxuriously sensuous. After a fashion, her weeping gave her pleasure. Now that the sound of the rain had quieted her, she lay bathing her soul in the darkness. Somehow it protected her. Here in a locked room where no splinter of light penetrated, she was for a little time completely herself. That was the great thing. She was herself. There was no one about her. Sometimes this same triumphant aloofness came to her from music. It too was able to set her apart where she was forced to share nothing of herself with anyone. In the darkness people couldn't pry their way into your soul. All this she understood but vaguely, with the understanding of a sensitive girl who has not learned to search her own soul. And this understanding she kept to herself. None knew of it. The face she showed to the world betrayed nothing of loneliness, of wild and turbulent moods, of fierce exasperation. To the world she was a girl very like other girls, rather more hasty and bad-tempered perhaps, but not vastly different, a girl driven alone by a wild vague impulse hidden far back in the harassed regions of her impatient soul. It is one of the tragedies of youth that it feels and suffers without understanding. For an hour she lay quite still listening to the rain, and at the end of that time, hearing sounds from below stairs which forecast the arrival of supper, she rose and lighted the gas bracket above her dressing table. At the first pinpoint of flame, the world of darkness and rain vanished, and in its place, as if by some abracadabra, there sprang into existence the hard, definite walls of a room, square and commonplace, touched with quaint efforts to create an illusion of beauty. The walls were covered with wallpaper bearing a florid design of lattices heavily laden with red roses on anemic stalks. Two Gibson pictures, faithfully copied by an admirer, hung on either side of the oak dresser. They were The Eternal Question and The Queen of Hearts. The bed, vast and ugly, and still bearing in the white counterpane the imprint of Ellen's slim young body, fitted the room as neatly as a canal barge fits a lock. The chairs varied in type from an old armchair of curly maple, brought across the mountains into the Middle West by Ellen's great-grandfather and now relegated to the bedroom, to a damaged patent rocker upholstered in red plush with yellow tassels. On the top of the dressing table lay a cover made elaborately of imitation Valenciennes and fine cambric, profusely ornamented by bowknots of pink baby ribbon. By the flickering light, the girl arranged her hair before the mirror. It was dark, heavy, lustrous hair with deep blue lights. Hastily tossing it into a pompadour over a wire rat, she washed her eyes with cold water to destroy the redness. She was preparing the face she showed the world. It was not a beautiful face, though it had its points. It was too long perhaps, and the nose was a trifle prominent, otherwise it was a pleasant face, with large dark eyes, fine straight lips and a really beautiful chin. It held the beginnings of a beauty that was fine and proud. The way the chin and throat leapt from her shoulders was a thing at which to marvel. The line was clear, triumphant, determined. Even Ellen was forced to admire it. What she lacked in beauty was amply compensated by the interest which her face inspired. The pompadour, to be sure, was ridiculous. It was but a week or two old, the sign of her emancipation from the estate of a little girl. For a long time she studied the reflection in the mirror. This way and that she turned her proud head, admiring all the while the line of the throat and tilted chin. It delighted her as music sometimes delighted her, with a strange leaping sensation of triumph over people about her. She thought, am I to be great one day? Am I to be famous? Is it written in my face? I will be or die. I must be. Early in the afternoon, before the long rain settled in for the night, she had walked out of Miss Ogilvy's little house down the brick path under the elms with a heart singing in triumph. Before she arrived home, the sense of triumph had faded a little, and by the time she reached her room it was gone altogether, submerged by a wave of despair. It seemed that her triumph only made life more difficult, instead of being an end it was only a beginning. It created the most insuperable difficulties, the most perilous and agitating problems. Miss Ogilvy lived in a weathered old house that withdrew from the street behind a verdant bulwark of lilacs, syringas, and old apple trees abounding in birds, wrens, blackbirds, finches and robins. In the warm season, as if the wild birds were not enough, a canary or two and a pair of lovebirds hung suspended from the roof of the narrow piazza high above the scrollwork of the jigsaw rail. There were those who believed that Miss Ogilvy, in some earlier incarnation, was herself a bird, a wren perhaps, or a song sparrow flitting in and out of hedges and tufts of grass, shaking its immaculate tail briskly in defiance of a changing world. When she sat in her big rocker listening to the horrible exercises of her pupils, she resembled a linnet on a swaying bough. She rocked gently as if she found the motion soothing to some wildness inside her correct and spinsterish little body. Always she rocked, perhaps because it helped her to endure the horrible renderings of Schumann and Mendelssohn by the simpering daughters and the sullen sons of the baker, the butcher, the candlestick maker. For Miss Ogilvy understood music and she was sensitive enough. In her youth, before her father failed in the deluge that followed the Civil War, she had been abroad. She had heard music, real music, in her day. In all the town she and Grandpa Tolliver alone knew what real music could be. She had even studied for a time in Munich, where she lived in her bird-like way in a well-chaperoned pension. The other girls fluttered too, for in her day women were all a little bird-like, it was a part of their training. In the early afternoon when Ellen Tolliver came for her weekly lesson, Miss Ogilvy, dressed in a tight-fitting basque of purple poplin ornamented with pins of coral and cameo, received her formally into the little drawing room where she lived in a nest of pampas grass, conch shells, raffia baskets, and spotless bits of bric-a-brac. There was in the reception nothing unusual. Miss Ogilvy permitted herself no relaxation, even in the privacy of her own bedchamber. She remained a lady, elegantly so, who supported herself in a genteel fashion by giving music lessons. But with Ellen a certain warmth and kindliness, seldom to be found in her contact with other pupils, occasionally tempered the formality. Today her manner carried even a hint of respect. Ellen sat at the upright piano and played. She played with a wild emotionalism unhampered by problems of technique. She poured her young, rebellious soul into the music until the ebony piano rocked and the ball fringe of the brocade piano cover swayed. Miss Ogilvy sat in her big rocking chair in a spot of sunlight and listened. It was significant that she did not rock. She sat quite still, her tiny feet barely touching the floor, her thin blue-veined hands lying quietly like little birds at rest in her purple poplin lap. The canaries too became still and listened. A hush fell upon the garden. "And now," said Miss Ogilvy, when Ellen paused for a moment, "some Bach," and the girl set off into the tortuous, architectural beauties of a fugue. She played without notes, her eyes closed a little, her body swaying with a passionate rhythm which arose from something far more profound than the genteel precepts of Miss Ogilvy. It was savage. It must have terrified the gentle little old woman, for she knew that to play Bach savagely was sacrilege. And yet, somehow it didn't matter, when Ellen did it. There was in the music a smoldering, disturbing magnificence. Then she played some Chopin, delicately, poetically, and at last she finished and turned about on the piano stool to await the criticism of her teacher. Miss Ogilvy said nothing. Her blue eyes winked a bit in embarrassment and down one withered cheek ran a tear which had escaped her dignity and self-possession. The sunlight flickered across her thin hands, and presently she stirred. "My child," she said, "there is nothing for me to say." And Ellen's heart leapt so suddenly that she grew faint with joy. "I no longer count for anything," said Miss Ogilvy gently. "You are beyond me." She smiled suddenly and dabbed her eyes politely. "Who am I to instruct you? My child, you are an artist. You frighten me." She leaned forward a little, confidingly, and whispered. "It happens like that, in the most unexpected places, in villages, in ugly towns, why, even in a dirty mill town like this." Between the two there was a bond, a thing which neither ever mentioned but which, in the silence that followed Miss Ogilvy's undignified outburst, took possession of both and drew them together. Both scorned the town, a treason which none had discovered, and now when Miss Ogilvy spoke again she dragged the secret bond into the glaring light of day. "Artists occur," she said, "without respect for places." And then after a little pause, "But you must never let anyone here suspect you're an artist. It would make you unhappy." Recovering herself a little she began again to rock gently. "For a long time I've known you were escaping me. It was no use hiding it from myself. I know it now." She smiled triumphantly, a withered, rosy smile, a bit like the smile one might see on the bright face of a lady apple, and began pulling at the lace on her handkerchief. "It's wonderful," she said, "to think I have discovered it. Poor me. But you must work, Ellen, there are hard days ahead, harder than you guess. Do you know," she continued, in her excitement leaning forward once more, "when I was a girl, I played well. I was like you, not so independent, not so strong, because I was always a little woman, even then, she added as if she were conscious that age had shriveled her. Sometimes I thought I would like to be a great pianist, a great artist. But women didn't do such things in my day. My father would never have listened to it for a moment. It wasn't a ladylike thing to do. It was like being a circus rider. He let me take lessons so that I could play in the drawing room and accompany my young men when they sang. My father even let me study in Munich, but when he found out I was more interested in music than in young men, he brought me home. I never got very interested in young men. I always liked music better. Ellen listened respectfully, moved as much by her feeling for Miss Ogilvy in the role of a friend as by her respect for older people in general. She was carefully brought up and had good manners. But, secretly, the tale bored her a little. There was nothing interesting in it, nothing to seize one's imagination, nothing to soothe her impatience, nothing which fed that wild ambition. All that Miss Ogilvy told her had happened so long ago. "I suppose I ought to have got married," continued Miss Ogilvy. "But I waited too long. I had chances," she added proudly, "good ones. Maybe I would have been happier today. I don't know, though," she added doubtfully, puckering her withered lips as if she could come to no decision in the matter. "There's so much to be said on both sides. But what I mean to say is, that you must go ahead. You mustn't let anything stop you. It's easier now than it was in my day. At least there's no one to oppose you. It's a gift that doesn't come to everyone. You see, I didn't marry and I didn't become an artist." And a note of wistfulness entered her voice. "So now I'm just an old spinster who gives music lessons. Maybe," she said, "you can manage both. I don't know, and you don't. But don't let anything stop you. Don't die without having done what you wanted to do. There's no more for me to tell you. I can teach you nothing, but I hope you'll come sometimes and play for me. I'd like it." By the time she finished, Miss Ogilvy's eyes were again bright with tears, as much from pity of herself as in a benevolent envy of the impetuous Ellen's youth and independence. "It won't be easy," the girl said presently. "There's my mother. She thinks I ought to get married. She had me take music lessons because she thought it would make me more marriageable if I could play the piano. Of course she's proud that I play so well. She's proud of anything I can do." "Perhaps she'll come round," suggested Miss Ogilvy. "But it'll be a struggle. I know your mother, Ellen. She's made you ambitious. That's where she made a mistake." She coughed suddenly with embarrassment. "But I don't want to interfere. She's your own mother. It's for her to decide." And Miss Ogilvy abased herself and her high hopes for Ellen before the altar of her generation's respect for the position of a mother. "And there's no money," said Ellen sullenly. "There never is. Perhaps we could work that out. I could let you take some of the pupils. I have too many now. I'd be willing to help, to sacrifice if necessary." It was clear that Miss Ogilvy meant to say nothing directly. She had no desire to be responsible for the actions of the impetuous girl. Yet she continued to hint, to imply that she would do her part if a crisis arose. "I want to," said Ellen, "I want to more than anything in the world. I want to be great and famous. I've got to be." She became so savage, so intense that in her great rocking chair Miss Ogilvy trembled. At last Ellen put on her hat, which perched well up on the absurd pompadour, bade Miss Ogilvy goodbye, and went out to the piazza, where her bicycle rested against the fancy railing under the cages of the canaries and lovebirds. As she turned down the brick path, the voice of Miss Ogilvy followed her. "If the chance comes," she said, "look to me. I'll do what I can to help you." The words came out in little gasps as if she were unable to keep them bold though they were imprisoned any longer. Ellen smiled back at her over her shoulder and the old lady retired into the weathered house. As Ellen pedaled over the brick streets between rows of maple trees, her delight faded slowly before the assaults of her common sense. In these skirmishes, wild hope and inspiration went down in defeat. There were too many obstacles: poverty, prejudice, even her own sense of provinciality. Yet underneath a little voice kept saying, "You'll do it, you'll do it. Nothing can stop you. You'll be able to get what you want if you want it hard enough." And by the time she turned into the block where the Tolliver family lived, clinging like grim death to a respectability which demanded a brave face turned toward the world, her mind began once more to work in its secret way, planning how it would be possible. Miss Ogilvy's timid, frightened offer of help she had quite forgotten. Miss Ogilvy was so old, so gentle, so ineffectual, like her own caged canaries. Ellen's mind had begun already to turn toward her cousin Lily. The glamorous Lily must know some way out. It was Lily who still dominated her thoughts when she descended at last to find her mother setting the table for the family supper. This was an operation into which Mrs. Tolliver threw all the great energy and force of her character. It was impossible for her to do things easily. The placing of each fork involved as much precision, as much thoroughness and intensity as the building of a bridge or a skyscraper. It was the gesture of an ardent housekeeper burning incense before the gods of domesticity, the abandoned devotion of an artist striving for perfection. For an instant Ellen stood in the doorway watching her mother as if somewhere in the recesses of her clever brain she considered this parent as she might consider a stranger, marking the woman's strong face, her vigorous black hair, the rossiness of her healthy cheeks. Ellen, her mother said, had a disconcerting way of studying people, of prying into their lives, even of imagining things about them that could not possibly have been true. This was exactly what Ellen did as she waited in the doorway. She regarded silently the figure that stood before her, swathed in durable serge and ornamented with a gold chain and a tiny Swiss watch out of all proportion with the size and vigor of her body. Then suddenly Mrs. Tolliver became aware of her daughter's presence. She straightened her back and stood with the knives and forks poised in her hand beneath the glare of the ornate chandelier. "Well," she said. "You might speak when you come into a room. Then after a slight pause, you can finish the table. I've got to watch the pies." Listlessly the daughter took the silverware and absently she began laying it at the places to be occupied by her father, by Fergus, by Robert. There was no place for Gramp Tolliver. He ate in the solitude of his own room meals which were placed on the bottom step of the back way to be carried up by him in response to a loud knock on the door of his hermitage. For 8 years he had eaten thus in exile. "Ma," began Ellen, "when does Lily arrive?" The mother continued to pour water into the shining glasses. "In a week or 2. "I don't know exactly," she said, and then raised her blue eyes to regard her daughter with a long and penetrating look. Between the two there was a sort of constant and secret warfare which went on perpetually as if, failing to understand each other, there could be no grounds between them for trust. Now Mrs. Tolliver saw nothing but the top of Ellen's dark head, secretive, silent, as she bent over the table. "Why do you want to know?" she asked with an air of suspicion. "You've been talking a great deal about Lily lately." "I don't know," came the evasive answer. "I like her. I'd like to be like Lily someday." Mrs. Tolliver resumed her task in silence but with an air of thoughtfulness. Again it was Ellen who broke the silence. "I suppose there's no money, now that everything is settled." She put this forward tentatively, as if the matter was of no great interest to her. "There's nothing over," replied her mother. "You knew there wouldn't be. If Papa is elected, things will be all right again, for a time at least. This last she added with a profound sigh, a signal that at any moment consideration of the trials brought upon her by an easy-going husband might loose all the torrent of an emotional, primitive nature. "Why do you ask?" "I just wondered," said Ellen. "I'd hoped things might be a little better." "They won't be, for a time." The significance of this conversation lay not so much in what was said as in what was not said. Neither the mother nor the daughter approached the real subject of the conversation openly. They hovered about it, descending for a time on the edge of it, flitting away again coyly, with backward glances. The fault may have been Ellen's. Certainly the ways of the honest, emotional Mrs. Tolliver were neither dark nor devious. Presently the mother made an effort to strike at the heart of the situation. "I wish," she said, "that you would settle down and be content, Ellen. I thought you were better for a time. What is it you want? Is it to go away just when you're old enough to be a comfort to me? Is that the reward a mother has for her care and sacrifices? That she loses her only daughter as soon as she is old enough to think she is grown up?" She was slipping into one of the most unbearable of her emotional moods, a mood of self-pity, when she threw herself as the Pope before the Visigoths upon the mercy of her husband and children. All the signs of its approach were at hand: the pathos, the slightly theatrical tone. The mood was aggravating because fundamentally it was reasonable. You could not argue the rightness of her position. She had sacrificed everything for her husband and her children. Day by day she continued to sacrifice everything. She would go on sacrificing herself until she died. She would have given her life for them without a regret. To wait upon her amiable unsuccessful husband and her 3 superlatively wonderful children was her idea of love, of perfect service. They were her world, her life, the beginning, the very core, the end of her passionate existence. The only reward she asked was possession; they must belong to her always. And then it struck Ellen suddenly that the position of the mother was pitiable. It was pitiable because she knew so little of what was in her daughter's heart, so precious little of all the things stirring there so wildly, so savagely. She could never know, at least until after it was done whatever it was that was to be done. Even then she could not understand that there were stronger things than love, things which were more profound and more important. "And why are you so interested in Lily?" began her mother. "Why do you say you want to be like her?" "I don't know," replied Ellen in a low voice. "I don't know except that I don't want to be like the others." Her mother considered her for a moment and then shook her head, as if silently she had reached a decision. "I can't understand your restlessness," she said. "I don't know where you get it." Ellen stood now leaning against the mantelpiece above the gas log. Outside the rain still fell heavily. "Well," she said, "it's not my fault that one grandfather ran away from home as a boy and went to California to dig gold. And it's not my fault that the other left his wife and ran away to live in Europe for 13 years. Mrs. Tolliver turned sharply. "Who told you that?" "I mean about your grandfather Tolliver," Ellen smiled in her silent, proud way. "I'm not deaf, Mama, nor blind. I been about the house now for nearly 19 years. I know about Gramp Tolliver." Again Ellen was smitten by amazement at her mother's ignorance of how much she knew, at how little the older woman understood of the shrewd knowledge she had hoarded away. "I'm sorry you know it," said Mrs. Tolliver. "It would have been just as well if you hadn't known." Again she nodded her head with that same air of reaching a secret decision. "But now that you know it, you might as well know some other things. You're old enough now, I guess." She sat down on one of the stiff-backed chairs and beckoned to her daughter. "Come here," she said, "and sit on my lap. I'll tell you other things." Ellen came to her and sat upon her lap, rather awkwardly, for to her it seemed a silly thing. She had not the faintest understanding of all that this small gesture meant to her mother. And secretly she hardened herself against a treacherous attack upon her affections. It was the habit of her mother to attack her through love. Always it had been a sure method of reducing Ellen's fortress of secrecy and hardness. "It's about Lily," began Mrs. Tolliver. "I know Lily is beautiful. She's very kind and pleasant, but there are things about her that aren't nice. In some ways Lily is a loose woman. She's laid herself open to talk. People smirch her good name. Perhaps she isn't really bad. Nobody really knows anything against her, but she is free with men. There's been talk, Ellen, and when there's smoke, there's fire." Here Ellen interrupted her. "I don't believe it. I don't believe any of it," she exclaimed stubbornly. "It's the way people talk. I know how they do. I've heard. It's one reason why I hate the town." And then Ellen saw her mother assume a great calmness, deliberately and with a certain ostentation, in order to impress Ellen with her sense of justice. It was like taking a cloak from a closet and putting it gravely about her. "I've never mentioned it to anyone," she said, never once guessing the thoughts in her daughter's mind, "not to a soul. Nothing could induce me to. After all, Lily is my first cousin, the daughter of Aunt Julia, my own mother's sister. I wouldn't permit anyone to befoul her name in my presence. But here we are alone, together, you and I. It's in the family. That makes a difference. Sometimes, in the family, one has to face the facts. And the facts are that Lily hasn't behaved well. She's lived in Paris for years, alone in the wickedest city in the world. There's even talk about her having had a baby, and she's never been married. Nobody knows, and Aunt Julia wouldn't tell me. You can't get a word out of her. You wouldn't want to be like that, now would you?" Ellen fell to pleating the folds of her cheap dress. Her dark brows drew closer together. She was sullen, awkward. "I don't see that it makes any difference, not to Lily. She's free. She's happy. But she's rich," said her mother. "That's why she's free, and only God knows whether she's happy. A woman like that can't be happy. I don't want my daughter, my pure, lovely little daughter, to be contaminated." The tide of Mrs. Tolliver's emotions displayed all the signs of bursting the dam of her restraint. Ellen knew these signs. Her mother was beginning to drag in God. She was beginning to use words like pure, and lovely. And for the first time in her life, Ellen found herself, instead of softening, growing harder and harder. Strangely enough, it was the words of the gentle, bird-like Miss Ogilvy which gave her a new power. This time, she was not to be defeated. "Well, it doesn't make any difference," she said, rising from her mother's lap. "I like Lily better than anyone in this town. I always will, and nothing can change me." The fine line of her young chin grew stubborn, and there rose between mother and daughter the old impregnable wall. It is impossible to imagine what ruse Mrs. Tolliver would have used next, impossible to calculate the depths of emotion into which she might have plunged, had she not been halted by so small a thing as the ringing of a doorbell. The sound jangled noisily through the house, and Ellen, finding in it the opportunity for escape, sped away to open the door. Outside on the doorstep, drenched, tow-headed and grinning, stood Jimmy Seaton, the little brother of May Seaton. In one grubby hand he held a note. "It's from May," he grinned. "I guess it's an invitation to a party." And without another word, he vanished like an imp into the dark wall of pouring rain. For the father of May Seaton was rich according to standards. He was not so wealthy as the Harrison family which owned the mills, or as Julia Shane, Mrs. Tolliver's Aunt Julia, a great and proud lady who lived in Shane's Castle, a gloomy house, relic of a past day, which stood isolated now upon a low hill in the midst of the clamorous and ascendant mills. There were some who said that Harvey Seton was richer than Julia Shane, but it was impossible to know. The Seton wealth was public property. The wealth of Julia Shane, except for the land which she owned, lay concealed in the vaults of banks in Paris, in New York, in Pittsburgh, in Chicago. No one could gauge it, and from the old woman's mode of living, it was impossible to make any estimate. There had been a day when Shane's Castle was the great house of the town, even of the state. Great people stopped there, politicians, artists, musicians, even a president or two. But for years now, ever since Lily went to live in Paris, the famous drawing room, glittering with crystal and silver and glowing with tapestries and paintings, had been closed and muffled in cheesecloth. In the big house, beneath the unceasing fall of soot from the furnaces, Julia Shane with her spinster daughter, Irene, lived in 3 rooms. It was this state of affairs which led people in the town to believe that her fortune had decreased in some mysterious way. The old woman alone knew that she could have bought up Harvey Seton, tossed his corset factory into the midst of the Atlantic Ocean and never missed the money. She lived upon the income of her income. The town, so far as she was concerned, no longer existed. These things played an important part in the life of the town. No one ever tired of discussing them. It was by these standards that citizens were judged, and there were no better standards in a town which had emerged less than a century before from a complete wilderness. There was nothing unusual in them, for it is the man of property after all whom most people, in their heart of hearts, honor most profoundly. The success of Harvey Seton was, in itself, not especially interesting. It paralleled very closely the tale of any successful Middle Western manufacturer. The interest lay in what he manufactured and in his character. He was born and brought up in what people call straitened circumstances. At 21 he entered a pharmaceutical school and upon being graduated, started life as a clerk in a pharmacy of the town. For 8 years he lived rigorously and saved his money. He was a Methodist and attended church regularly, despising card-playing and the theater as implements of the devil. In this there is nothing unusual. It is here that the bizarre makes its appearance. There came a day when he learned that Samuel Barr, a brother of Julia Shane and of Mrs. Tolliver's father, had invented a combination of gutta percha and steel which served as an admirable substitute for whalebone. Now Samuel Barr was always inventing something. He invented a cash carrier, a patent rocker, and had even meddled with the idea of perpetual motion. He had invented a machine which he set up in a field on the farm of his brother-in-law, because he said the contrivance, once it was started, would not stop until it flew into pieces of its own velocity, therefore one must have an open space about it so that no one might be injured by the flying fragments. With his brother-in-law, Colonel John Shane, he waited behind a tree for the machine to fly to bits. It revolved a few times and presently came to an abrupt halt. No fragments flew through space. The machine was a failure. It is standing there today, in the midst of a field now cultivated by Bohemian immigrants. It is too bulky to be moved. It remains, like a gigantic rock, in the midst of waving corn, the single monument to Samuel Barr's inventive genius. The other things, the cash carrier, the patent rocker, the synthetic whalebone, have survived. With a few variations they whiz coins through gigantic department stores in 100 cities, they support the tired backs of 1,000,000 exhausted housewives, and they enclose the swelling forms of even more millions of too plump women. But Samuel Barr made no money out of these things. Others made the money and stole the credit. It was the perpetual motion machine which was the apple of his eye, the great creative effort of his soul. No one wanted that, so no one stole it from him. It remained, the single possession of his trusting soul. The weather is eating it slowly away. Sometimes people stop along the road and walk into the field to regard the strange gargantuan engine. Sam Barr's perpetual motion machine exists, the only monument to his name. Samuel Barr is important to this tale because it was he who founded Harvey Seaton's fortune, and because it was his machine which stands as a superb symbol for the taint which ran through all his family. It was the taint of a family of great energy which had fantastic visions, which gambled high, staking everything to win or lose. It was a curious taint, rare and unhappy, but out of it there sometimes rose a sudden genius, an artist, an adventurer, a philosopher, an inventor. The taint was in all of them. His sister Julia risked her fortune a dozen times and, winning, increased it a dozen times. His niece Hattie Tolliver never ceased to plan great undertakings which would make her husband rich. She risked her fortune a dozen times and, losing, saw it vanish into a mass of debts. His great-niece Ellen Tolliver had it strongly, though few would have suspected it. She was subtle like old Julia Shane. She told her affairs to no one. When Harvey Seaton, 29, rather pallid and ambitious in a cold-blooded fashion, heard of Samuel Barr's invention, he set about to gain possession of it. This he accomplished in time, by methods not entirely honest, at the cost of $150. Then he secured a partner and the Eureka reinforced corset factory came to raise its walls in the factory district under the windows of Shane's castle. In justice to Harvey Seaton, it must be said that he struggled for a time with his conscience. He was not a bad man. His fault lay in a too great desire for wealth, that is to say, wealth in the abstract, for its own sake alone, and not for what it could bring to him of this world's pleasures. He had some pangs over his treatment of Samuel Barr, but they were as nothing to the pangs he endured from the nature of his enterprise. A Methodist corset manufacturer might seem a contradiction in terms, a combination of two elements which are in no way soluble, the one in the other, but somehow, Harvey Seaton, perhaps because he was really shrewd, managed to unite them. He continued to sing in the church choir, and, on the left hand, he manufactured corsets. He knew, no doubt, that some of the most devout of his Methodist sisters wore stays beneath their clothes. Perhaps if they had been forced to wear them on the outside, the corset business would have suffered. The world being what it is, Harvey Seaton prospered. His corsets became known in remote lands for their durability and their restrictive values. Eureka reinforced corsets came to be worn by the great ladies of New York and London, by the housewives of the Middle West, by the demi-mondaines of Paris and Brussels, by professors' fat wives in Germany. They were introduced at length even among the bisque ladies of Polynesia and the black ladies of brothels in Mozambique. In 1897 Harvey Seaton opened a branch factory at Saint Denis on the outskirts of Paris. It brought him nearer to his continental markets. Meanwhile Harvey Seaton's life followed a narrow path to and from the corset factory, and presently he married one of the plumpest of Methodist sisters who presented him after a hesitation of 3 years with a daughter, May. Then followed an hiatus of 10 years and there appeared a thin anemic little boy. These are the facts of Harvey Seaton's life. There was nothing more and nothing less. It was the thin sickly little boy, now grown precocious and somewhat spiteful, who brought the note through the pouring autumn rain to Ellen's doorstep and thus played his tiny, anemic part in the drama of her life. But May and Ellen were friends, or as near friends as it was possible for anyone to be with such a girl as Ellen. May frankly adored her. She admired her straight, slim figure, so different from her own vague softness, and her handsome dark hair. She envied her ability to play the piano. What Ellen said or believed, to May was gospel. And in this there was nothing extraordinary. It was the worship of a weak, good-natured soul for a strong, self-willed one. May was pretty in a plump, blonde, pale fashion. She giggled a great deal and liked the companionship of the town boys. Ellen did neither of these things. In fact, she hated the boys with a kind of savage resentment, as if it were presumptuous of them even to fancy they might interest her. She permitted May to worship her, since there seemed nothing to be done about it, yet the adoration annoyed her at times so profoundly that she wanted to strike the blonde, silly girl, to really hurt her, to destroy her as she might destroy some pale, stupid worm. She hated her because May had those things which would have made her own way easy. But her pride kept her silent. She smiled at May in her cold, aloof fashion and permitted her to continue worship. 5. When Ellen arrived at the Seatons on the night following the visit of Jimmy, she found that the family had not yet finished supper. They sat about the table, Seaton père at the head, thin, bloodless, bearded, looking like one of the more austere of the saints, rather than a corset manufacturer. Seaton mere, fat, fleshy, good-natured, occupied a seat at the far end. Between them sat disposed little Jimmy, anemic and insignificant, May plump and pale, and last of all, a stranger. "This," said May Seaton, giggling and indicating the young man at her left, "is Mr. Clarence Murdoch. I been wanting you to meet him, Ellen. I'm sure you'll like each other. He's from New York, here to see Papa on business." The young man rose and bowed a little stiffly but with a flattering deference. "May has told me so much about you. I'm delighted to know you." "Sit down until we finish," said May. "We're just eating the last of our dessert." Now May's introduction of Mr. Clarence Murdoch was not altogether straightforward. From the phrases she chose, it could be gathered that it was the first time she had ever seen Mr. Murdoch and that Ellen had never heard of him before. In this there was no truth, for he had seen May many times. They even called each other by their Christian names. And May had given Ellen elaborately detailed descriptions of the young man, having gone even so far as to hint that there was more between them than mere friendship. But May could not resist doing things of the sort where a man was concerned. It was impossible for her to be honest. The mere shadow of a man upon the horizon goaded her into a display of dimples and coquetry. She bridled, grew arch and mysterious. She was taught by an aspiring mother that these things were a part of a game. Ellen might have replied, "Yes. I've heard a great deal concerning you, Mr. Murdoch," but she did not. She said, "I'm so glad to know you," gave him a faint smile and a look which seemed not so much concerned with Mr. Murdoch as with the dead fish and boiled lobsters in the ornamental print on the wall behind him. All the same she began quietly examining the points of the stranger. He was not bad looking and he had nice manners. To be sure he might have been taller. He was not quite so tall as Ellen. He had nice brown hair sleekly brushed back from a high forehead, and he wore a starched collar of the high, ungainly sort which was the fashion in those days. His eyes were brown and gentle and near-sighted, his face well-shaped and his nose straight, though a trifle thin so that it gave his countenance a look of insignificance which one might expect in a perpetual clerk. He was not, Ellen decided, the sort of romantic figure which could sweep her off her feet. Still, he came from New York. That was something. He had lived in the world. "My, what a rain we been having," observed Mrs. Seaton. "I suppose it's what you'd call the equinoctial storms." "Yes," her spouse replied, "it was just that." And he launched into a dissertation upon equinoctial storms, their origin, their effect, their endurance, their manifestations in various quarters of the globe, in short all about them. 15 precious minutes passed beyond recall into eternity while Harvey Seton discussed equinoctial storms. No one else spoke, for it was the edict of this father that no one should interrupt him until he had exhausted his subject. He was indeed a king among boors. And when he had finished, his wife, instead of going further with this topic or one of similar profundity, struck out in the exasperating fashion of women upon some new and trivial tangent. "Herman Biggs is coming in, Ellen," she observed brightly. "Right after supper." And she beamed on Ellen with the air of a great benefactress. Her thoughts were not uttered, yet to one of Ellen's shrewdness they were clear. The smile said, "Of course a poor girl like you could not aspire to a New Yorker like Mr. Murdoch, but I am doing my best to see that you get a good husband. Herman Biggs is respectable and honest. He'll make a good husband. We must look higher for May. She must have something like Mr. Murdoch." And even as she spoke the doorbell rang and the anemic Jimmy sped away to open it, as if on the doorstep outside stood not the freckled Herman Biggs but some wild adventure in the form of a romantic stranger. It was Herman Biggs. He came in as he had come in 1,000 times before, and stood with his dripping hat in his hand, awkwardly, while he was introduced to Mr. Clarence Murdoch. But he did not sit down. The lecture upon equinoctial storms had claimed the remainder of the time allotted to dessert. The little group rose and distributed itself through the house. Mr. Seton went into a room known as his den. Mrs. Seton went into the kitchen and the young people disappeared into the cavernous parlor, followed by Jimmy, still filled with the same expectancy of stupendous adventure, intent upon harassing the little party for the rest of the evening by the sort of guerrilla warfare in which he excelled. It was a gaunt house constructed in a bad period when houses broke out into cupolas, unusual bay windows and variations of the mansard roof. Outside it was painted a liverish brown, inside the effect was the same. In the parlor there was an enormous bronze chandelier with burners constructed in imitation of the lamps found during the excavation of Pompeii, an event which considerably agitated the world of the 80s. The walls were covered with deep red paper of a very complicated design of arabesques, upon which was superimposed a second design in very elegant gold, even more complicated. Against this hung engravings of dignity and impudence, the monarch of the forest, and the trial of Effie Deans. Pampas grass in vases ornamented with realistic pink porcelain roses, waved its dusty plumes above a bronze clock surmounted by a bronze chariot driver and horses which rushed headlong toward a collision with a porcelain rosebud. By the side of the clock stood a large conch shell bearing in gilt lettering the legend, "Souvenir of Los Angeles, Cal." "Shall we play hearts?" asked May, with appropriate glances, "or shall we just talk? There's no moon and the piazza is all wet." Ellen said nothing. She continued to regard Mr. Murdoch with a curious, speculative air. "Let's play hearts," said the anemic Jimmy, fidgeting and climbing over the sofa. "I can play, Mr. Murdoch," he added proudly. Upon the pride of the Seton family, Ellen turned a withering glance, charged with homicidal meaning. It said, "What are you doing here? If you were my brother you'd be in bed where you belong." "Ellen wants to play hearts. Ellen wants to play hearts," sang out Jimmy, pulling awry the shade of the imitation bronze lamp. Herman Biggs blushed and stammered that it made no difference to him. Mr. Murdoch was gentle and polite. "Let's talk," he suggested mildly, "we might as well get acquainted." As the oldest by nearly 10 years and the most sophisticated by virtue of his residence in New York, he took the lead. "I think so too," replied Ellen, and a curious flash of understanding passed between them, a glance which implied a mutual superiority founded upon something deep in Ellen's nature and upon Mr. Murdoch's superior age and metropolitan bearing. So they talked, rather stupid talk, punctuated by May's giggles, the guffaws of Herman Biggs, and the pinches of the anemic Jimmy, who was never still. Now this pale pest swung himself from the curtains, now he climbed the back of a chair, now he sought the top of the oak piano, menacing lamps and vases and pictures. And after a while Ellen was induced to sit at the piano and play for the party. It was ragtime they wanted, so she played I'm Afraid to Go Home in the Dark and Bone Bone Buddy and other favorites which Mr. Murdoch sang in a pleasant baritone voice. After that he gave imitations of various vaudeville artists singing these same ballads. At length May and Herman Biggs retired, accompanied by Jimmy, to bring in the refreshments, and Ellen was left alone with the stranger. I suppose, she began, you find it dull here after New York. Mr. Murdoch coughed. No, it's pleasant enough. Mr. Seaton has been very kind to me. I'll be here another week or two installing the electrical equipment. Ellen raised her head proudly. I'm going to New York myself soon, probably this winter. I'm going to study music. Mr. Murdoch was very ready. Well, we must meet again there. It's a lonely place for a girl without family or friends. But I don't get homesick, said Ellen, with the sophisticated air of an experienced traveler. I certainly wouldn't be homesick in New York. From that moment Mr. Murdoch began to regard her with a deeper interest. Perhaps he saw that by her side May had no points to be compared with Ellen's air of quiet assurance, her youthful dignity, her curiously apparent respect for herself as an individual. She sat in the plush rocker within the glow from the bronze lamp. At the moment she was not awkward at all, she was tall, graceful, dark, even a little imposing. The essence of her individuality rose triumphant above the plush rocker, the engravings that hung against the elaborate wallpaper, above even the cheap dress which concealed her young slenderness. She stirred the imagination. Certainly her face was interesting. I didn't know, began Mr. Murdoch, that you were a professional musician. I don't suppose you like playing ragtime. Maybe you'd play me something good, something classical, really good, I mean like Nevin or MacDowell. And Mr. Murdoch, growing communicative, went on to say that his sister played too. She lived in Ogdensburg, New York. He had come from Ogdensburg to make his fortune in the city. That was the reason, he said, that he understood how lonely a person could be. Of course, it's different now, he continued, I have lots of friends. Homer Bunce and Herbert Wick. But you'll meet them when you come to New York. He was very pleasant, Mr. Murdoch. And he was nice looking in a rather spiritless way. His eyes were kind and his hands nice. To Ellen hands were important features. Shrewd beyond her years, she saw people by their hands and their mouths. Mr. Murdoch's mouth was a trifle small and compressed, but otherwise all right. He might be a prig, but underneath the priggishness there lay a character nice enough. And now won't you play for me, he persisted, something of Nevin or MacDowell. Ellen went to the piano and played a Venetian sketch and to a water lily. She and Miss Ogilvy considered such music pap. From choice she would not have played it, but she understood at once that Mr. Murdoch would like this music. Indeed he had asked for it. She knew he would like what the people in the town liked. Mr. Murdoch listened with his eyes closed, and when she had finished he said, "My, that's fine. I like soft, sweet music." She was still playing when May and Herman returned bearing the hot chocolate and plates of cakes, followed closely by the simian Jimmy, his mouth stuffed to overflowing. Mr. Murdoch still listened, lying back in his chair with closed eyes. It was Mr. Murdoch who outmaneuvered the gauche Herman Biggs and escorted her home. They talked stiffly, walking very close to each other through the pouring rain beneath the Tolliver family umbrella. On the steps of the porch, Ellen bade him good night. "We must meet again before I go away." "Certainly," said Ellen, but in her heart she had resolved against it, for she considered Mr. Murdoch slightly boring. It was possible, she could see now, for people to live in a city and still never leave their hometowns. It was like Mr. Seton, thought Ellen. Every 2 years he went to Europe to visit the Juno-form reinforced corset branch factory at Saint Denis near Paris, but he really never left the town at all. He carried it with him. If only she could go to Paris. 6Mr. Murdoch stayed a week longer than he had planned, and before he left he managed to see Ellen not once, but many times. Always May was present, giggling and admiring, though toward the end, under the prodding of a shrewd mother who saw a concealed menace in the situation, she betrayed a slight and refreshing coldness toward her friend. Before he left, Ellen called him Mr. Murdoch no longer, but Clarence. In the weeks that followed she received from him 2 postcards, one a colored picture of Lower New York photographed from Brooklyn Bridge against the sunset and the other a view of the reservoir at 42nd Street which, he wrote, had been demolished a little while before. On them he recalled her promise to let him know when she came to New York. May, however, received a dozen postcards and a half-dozen letters, so his correspondence with Ellen must have signified nothing at all. Certainly it did not excite her deeply. "Clarence writes me," said May one day, "that you are going to New York. Why didn't you tell me? I should think you'd tell your best friend a thing like that." And Ellen slipped into a cloud of evasions. "I may have told him that," she replied airily. "I don't know how he could have found out. It was a secret, I haven't mentioned it to anyone." And she made a number of vague excuses, which seemed neither logical nor founded upon fact. It was as if she considered May too stupid to understand such things or thought her too unimportant to consider at all. "It's funny," said May, "that you'd tell such a thing to a stranger like Clarence." For a moment the suspicions planted in her complacent mind by an aspiring mother stirred with life and raised their heads. But she succumbed again quickly to the domination of her companion and thrust an arm about Ellen's waist. "It's only because I'm interested," she said. "I know that you're going to be great and famous someday. We're all going to be proud of you." At which Ellen sniffed, not without an air of scorn, as if she cared not a fig whether the town was proud of her or not. At home, however, May received another warning from her mother. "Mr. Murdoch," said the plump Mrs. Seton, "is not a young man to be passed up lightly. There aren't many like him. He suits your father to a T, and he would fit in fine at the factory. Your father needs someone like that to help him out, until Jimmy is big enough to take hold. Don't trust Ellen too far. She's too quiet to be trusted." At which May only laughed. "Why, Ellen wouldn't think of marrying him," she said. "She won't marry anybody in this town. It isn't likely she'll ever marry, at least for a long time. Besides, she doesn't think he's good enough." Mrs. Seton snorted angrily and put down the Ladies' Home Journal. "Good enough for her? Who is she to be so choosy? Why, the Tollivers can't pay their bills. They're just out of bankruptcy. Good enough for her? If she ever gets as fine and upstanding a young man as Mr. Murdoch, a man so industrious and hard-working and well-behaved, she can thank her stars." For a moment Mrs. Seton paused to recover her breath, greatly dissipated by this indignant outburst. That Ellen should scorn Mr. Clarence Murdoch was not a thing to be borne lightly. Then she continued, "And this talk about going to New York. How's she going to get to New York? Who's to put up the money, I'd like to know? Old Julia Shane, I suppose. It's not likely the old woman would part with a cent even if she could. It was, in the Seton family, a cherished fiction that Julia Shane was stricken by an overwhelming poverty. It was a fiction that increased the confidence of a fortune founded upon reinforced corsets. Julia Shane, continued the ambitious mother, Julia Shane. What's she got to be proud about? With a daughter as fast and loose as Lily. I suppose she's proud of living in that filthy old house in the midst of the flats. And so the ashes of the feud between the Setons and the Barshane-Tolliver clan, lighted accidentally by the chance appearance of the guiltless and model Mr. Murdoch, showed signs of flaming up again after a peace of 20 years. 7. The Christmas holidays arrived, the Tollivers sold the last of their horses, and went on showing brave and indifferent faces to the world. Ellen, going her secret way, awaited the arrival of her cousin Lily, still certain that Lily would have a solution. She no longer argued with her mother. Instead she took refuge in silence, and if she spoke at all it was in a docile and pleasant fashion. She permitted herself to be petted and admired, so that Mrs. Tolliver, in the eternal optimism of her nature, believed that Ellen had forgotten or outgrown her restlessness, and was content. But the girl spent hours at her piano, playing wildly, as if the sound of her music in some way eased the fierce restlessness of her spirit. At times she attacked a polonaise with such violence and fire that the spangled notes soared through the air and penetrated even the stillness of Gramp Tolliver's solitary chamber. At such moments the old man paused in his reading, permitted his book to slip to the floor, and sat in his rocking chair motionless, listening with his lean old head cocked a little on one side, a wild and dancing light in his eye. For hours at a time he listened thus, muttering occasionally to himself. That granddaughter of his had something which none of them suspected, something that was rare and precious in this world. When the music at last died away, losing itself in the maze of walls which shut him into exile, it was his habit to sink back with a clucking sound and begin to rock, gently at first and then more and more savagely, until at last he became submerged by the stream of shrewd, malicious thoughts which swept through his old brain. She's got something none of them understand. And I'm the only one who knows it. But they'll kill it in her. They'll pull her down until she's on the level with the rest of them. I know. I know. Haven't I heard Liszt himself, in Paris in the heyday of his fame? And Rubinstein? They'll destroy her if they can, with all their little tricks and deceits. Mean they are, meaner than dirt, trying to drag her down to the rest of them. The girl doesn't know it herself. How good she is no one has ever told her. She doesn't know the power that's in her. They'll never let her free. They'll clip her wings. They've clipped the wings of greater ones, and then with a cascade of wicked chuckles the old man settled back to his reading. They've never clipped my wings. They can't, because I don't live in their world. They can't come close enough to catch me. They can't fly high enough, and slowly the rocking decreased in violence until at last the chair became quite still and the skinny arm reached down to recover the heavy book. Below stairs the last echoes of the turbulent music died away until the silence was broken only by the distant cries of children playing in the streets and the faint muttering of the old man. It's best that she doesn't know. It wouldn't help her, only make her miserable, only give them a chance to tear her to pieces, nerve by nerve. Again the persistent rocking until at last the room grew dark, and the old man rose in response to a loud knock on the door of the stairs, stirred himself and lighted an oil lamp so that he might find his way to the tray of food that Mrs. Tolliver thrust in at the door of his cell. There was no gas in this room beneath the roof. Gramp Tolliver had been an expense for too many years. It would have cost $20 to fit his room with gas lights. And in 10 years he had produced nothing save the scraps of paper covered with bird track handwriting that were stowed away in the pigeonholes of the desk. In those days there came to Grandpa Tolliver, more by some obscure instinct than by any communication with those outside his cell, the certainty that his granddaughter's behavior was a source of irritation to the people of the town. True, he occasionally overheard from the kitchen below snatches of reproachful conversation which drifted upward by way of the ventilator, strange remarks which appeared to come out of the blue, yet when pieced together they provided a coherent story. Reproaches of sulkiness, of silence, of secrecy, cast by a mother, who desired nothing so much as confidences, against a daughter who was incapable of anything but secrecy. They were an ill-matched pair. This the old man understood, with a sort of wicked satisfaction, because the things which in Ellen were incomprehensible to her mother were the things which had come down to the girl from himself. It was another mark in the long score between Grandpa Tolliver and his daughter-in-law, another, in which nature herself took a hand, in the long battle between two fiercely antagonistic temperaments. He could not have known that the people in the town likewise had reproaches for Ellen. He could not have known that they said it was her duty to begin giving music lessons in order to prop up the fortunes of a proud and bankrupt family. Yet in his unearthly way, he did know, and in some vague way he was pleased. Even in his isolation so impregnable, so defiant, his heart was warmed by the thought of an ally. The enemy was driving Ellen, a neutral, into his camp, and into his icy heart there came drop by drop a warm trickle of unaccustomed sympathy. Not that Gramp Tolliver planned active aid, that would have been too much to expect, for Gramp Tolliver had discovered half a century earlier the idiocy of mixing in the affairs of other people. Instead he chuckled and read in triumph and vindication the decline and fall. 8 on the morning of the third day before Christmas, Clarence Murdoch, bearing a neat handbag packed with those things which he would need during a journey of 3 weeks through the Middle Western country, turned his back on the Babylon Arms and made his way toward the railway station and the Transcontinental Express behind him. He left the two young men whom, in the fashion of bachelors who have migrated without route or connection from the provinces into a great city, he had picked up as companions somewhere amid the flotsam and jetsam of Manhattan life. They had come to him separately, each drawn perhaps in his own way by the smug neatness which marked the life and character of Clarence. Yet the two men were in no way alike. Their difference was manifested in the very reasons for their attachment to Clarence. The one, an adventurous boisterous soul, had fastened upon Clarence because Clarence had a talent for keeping things in order, a perfect genius indeed for pigeonholing the very emotions of his own life. Out of the mighty chaos which was the essence of the whole-hearted Homer Bunce, there emerged a pathetic need for order and comfort, and this Clarence supplied to superb satisfaction. Even the books and pillows of their tiny apartment were kept in scrupulous order. Disorder made Clarence nervous. Mr. Wick, on the other hand, had found strength in Clarence, a thing which Bunce himself never even thought of finding in the orderly depths of Clarence's soul. For Mr. Wick's family was old and Mr. Wick himself lacked vitality. There was in the lower Manhattan in those days a street named for the Wicks, a street renamed long since, in the hasty fashion of a great city, for a Tammany politician. His family was so old, as age went in New York, that there remained only himself and two spinster aunts who lived at Yonkers. It was this antiquity of blood which the pale Mr. Wick counted upon as the very rod and staff of his existence. At his first meeting with Clarence, at an annual outing on Staten Island of the employees of the Superba Electrical Company Incorporated, Mr. Wick had sensed in Clarence a certain un-American and shameful respect for an old family name, the strange yearning in a man with no tradition for a name which carried with it memories, even though they were very distant and virtually obsolete, of coaches and country estates. They were distant, for 70 years had gone the way of eternity since there had been money in the Wick family, and the descendant of the patroons, the last of the Wicks, Now followed his fortune as a clerk in the accounting department of the Superba Electrical Company Incorporated. On the rock of this respect for tradition, Wick had fastened his hope. At length, he discovered in Clarence a man who was impressed, and the self-respect of Mr. Wick, for all the insignificance of his world, increased in direct proportion with the awe produced in Clarence Murdoch by the awful sound of the name Wick. Thus the three had come together, living in a fashion contented enough, in a tiny apartment filled with beaded portieres bought at a 7th Avenue emporium and leather cushions decorated with pyrographic Indian heads by loving sisters and aunts. Yet a spirit of unrest hovered over the place, an uneasiness which none save Mr. Wick discerned with any degree of clarity. He alone knew that the day would come when, one after the other with fatal precision, his two companions would find their present mode of life unendurable. In turn each was certain to choose, from among the hordes of girls that swarmed the streets of New York, a mate. Only the gods knew who these two women might be or where they were at that moment. There was only one certainty, and that Mr. Wick, with the sensitiveness of an effeminate man of low vitality, admitted to himself. Clarence and Bunce would marry, Bunce no doubt for love because his animal spirits were high, Clarence perhaps because he would be trapped by the glamour of a tradition. Oh, Mr. Wick understood this. It troubled him in the moments when he was left in solitude. It disturbed his digestion of the greasy meals which he ate alone each day in some hole-in-the-wall restaurant far downtown near the offices of the Superba Electrical Company Incorporated. It was impossible that he should ever marry. Women had never interested him, the very idea filled him with a faint disgust. He would not only be left alone in the world, he would no longer possess even Clarence who respected his name. He knew that any woman was stronger than himself. The Babylon Arms raised its 12 stories in one of the 80s just east of Riverside Drive. Among the brownstone fronts of the early part of the century, its gaunt sides gave it an overpowering appearance of height, loneliness, even grandeur. In those days great apartments were rare in that part of New York, and the Babylon Arms stood as a solitary outpost of the army of apartment houses which since have ranged their extravagant bulks in a solid face along the North River and eastward to the park. The Babylon Arms is still there, rather shabby and demode, a belle of the early 1900s, out of fashion, overpainted, with electric bulbs fitted into gas brackets and the once somber red walls of its hallways painted over in grotesque imitation of the more ostentatious marble of its newer sisters. But its pride is gone. It stands jostled now and a little battered, like the Beatties End women who came in from the streets to flit through its gloomy corridors. It is shabby genteel, like the two old ladies who live in the parlor bedroom of the first floor. It is jolly and good-natured, like the clerk and his family who climb the 2 flights of worn stairs above the point where the antiquated elevator rocks uncertainly to its final stop. It is comic, respectable, quaint, vulgar, tragic, common, and happy, all these things, and so after a fashion, in the way of old houses, it is like life itself. But it was new and elegant in the early 1900s. The Babylon Arms. It was a name known throughout the growing Upper West Side. It was the first of the skyscraping apartment houses. And among the pioneer cliff dwellers were Clarence Murdoch and 2 companions who shared among them the expenses of the apartment 2 floors above where the elevator jolted uncertainly to a final stop. It was not so expensive living 2 floors above the elevator, and the name Babylon Arms looked impressive, even a little flamboyant, on one's card. To Bunce the name signified opulence, a certain grandiose triumph of success. To Clarence it meant that people would say, "Ah, the Babylon Arms. He must have a good background to live there." To Mr. Wick, it meant simply that he was keeping up one of the traditions of his name, yet there were times too when he was a little ashamed of the Babylon Arms as an institution touched by vulgarity. As Clarence on the third day before Christmas closed the door behind him on the bead portieres and burnt leather cushions, he left Bunce singing lustily as he rubbed his great healthy body in the chilly air of the bathroom, and Mr. Wick, still lying in bed, his thin, slightly yellow nose peeping above the blankets against the hour when it would be painfully necessary for him to rise. As the door closed, Bunce's rendition of "I'm afraid to go home in the dark" was interrupted for an instant while he shouted after Clarence, "Look out now and don't come home married to that fat, pretty Seaton girl." At the shout Clarence hastened away, shocked a little by the vulgarity of Bunce. As for Mr. Wick, the words struck terror into his heart. He saw the breaking up of his home. He saw himself, a timid, frightened little man, lost once more among the obscenities of a cheap boarding house. A number of things made necessary this trip of Clarence. There were the usual customers to be visited, the new equipment of the Juno Form corset factory was in need of inspection, and finally there was an engagement to spend Christmas and several days of the holiday season as the guest of the Seaton family, and this he looked upon with relief because life in hotels had come to weary him inexpressibly. He longed for a home, with a wife who would put by his slippers for him and sit by his fireside. The prospect of one dreary hotel after another burdened his soul, so the acceptance of Mr. Seaton's invitation had been even colored by a subdued enthusiasm. It was, after all, ambition which had betrayed him into city life and the wretched, fly-by-night existence of a drummer. He was ambitious to be wealthy, to be admired, to be honored in a community. There were times, but these were rare and isolated moments, when his ambitions rose for an instant beyond even these things, times when, in an ecstasy of intoxication, they soared dizzily among the pinnacles of hope far beyond the reach of one whose place in the structure of life was clearly somewhere in the foundations. It was then that he caught for an instant glimpses of a life in which he saw himself not only wealthy and respectable but distinguished and glamorous, one whose character captured the imagination, who gave himself and his life to the great world. All this was perhaps not clearly thought out in his mind, yet he sensed its presence a little way beyond his reach as a small boy searches in the darkness of a jam closet for something which he knows is there but cannot see. In these lurid, almost ecstatic moments, he saw his future wife not so much in the role of a domestic paragon, as a brilliant and beautiful creature, fit to walk through the avenues of the great world by the side of a clever and worldly man. To be sure, such things were never mentioned to fellow drummers, yet they were there, shut up in his heart, quiet save for rare moments. His companions in the smoking car may have had their secrets too. It is impossible to say. If such secrets existed, they were too well hidden beneath their suspicions of each other. It was in one of his placid, normal moods that he boarded the train for the West. He took off his brown overcoat with the half belt at the back, his brown fedora hat, adjusted his eyeglasses, and settled himself in his chair. At the moment he permitted his thoughts to hover about the picture of May Seaton, pale, blonde, good-natured and pretty in her plump way. There was nothing in the least carnal in these thoughts, for he was a young man who might have served as a model for those institutions which concern themselves with the morals of young men and preach the doctrine that complete purity of mind is possible by sheer perseverance alone. He was innocent of women. He had worked hard and had no time for them. Indeed, the very thought of them in that way gave him a faintly squeamish feeling. He was one of those in whom desire follows in the wake of timid experience, who cannot in the beginning conceive passion otherwise than abstractly. So now he conceived May Seaton more as an idea, a sort of stepping stone to comfort and warmth, than as a woman to be desired. That he might be a sensual man had never occurred to him. As the train moved across the Jersey flats he fell to considering his prospects as a son-in-law of Harvey Seaton and the certainty of an interest in the Juno Form Reinforced Corset Company, a thing already hinted at by his suppositions mother-in-law. He thought of the town. He pictured, quite clearly and placidly, a small and pleasant house surrounded by shrubs and trees, a comfortable front porch. He even pictured Mrs. May Seton Murdoch in a rocking chair, far more attractive than she was in the flesh, darning his socks. In fact, he saw his future bounded on four sides by Juno-form reinforced corsets, by May Seton, by the town and by hard work. It was this placid and uneventful path that his feet were to follow. The car in which Clarence sat, like all cars bound from the east across the mountains into the fertile and prosperous Midlands, was crowded. He was not a man gifted with great curiosity and rarely indulged himself in speculation concerning his fellow travelers. Indeed, from his manner one soon understood that he observed very little about him. And now as the wheels clicked along the smooth track he settled himself to reading. He had brought with him against the monotonous agony of the trip a book by Richard Harding Davis and a copy of the Saturday Evening Post, and these absorbed his attention until the train had passed Philadelphia and turned northward a bit in the direction of Altoona. Presently his interest flagged and he fell to watching the scenery, but before long this too wearied him and he fell asleep. Slumber was a state which he welcomed, for there were long periods when his mind grew exhausted with turning over the same frayed thoughts. There were times when it might have been said that he existed in a state of suspended animation. So between slumber and a bored wakefulness, the hours passed in a succession of dreary towns and monotonous winter-dead farms, punctuated by signs advertising patent medicines and cheap hotels. As the train swept through Johnstown, he was for a moment diverted by the sight of so much smoke and desolation, by the gigantic slag heaps and the flaming furnaces. The spectacle was not a new one. He must have seen it 20 times, by day when it was sordid, and by night when it became wild and fantastically magnificent. Yet it interested him as it always interested him, tugging at some part of his soul which failed to fit the neat pattern of his universal conformity. What a great country, he reflected. By George! It's a privilege to be a citizen of a country so energetic and prosperous. A curious light came suddenly into his nice brown eyes, and for a time the corset factory and May Seton were forgotten in the face of a new emotion, so much more profound and stirring. Even the rawness, the barren crudity of the picture exalted him. For a moment his ambitions threatened to gain the upper hand, those wild unruly ambitions which sometimes bore him beyond the round of thoughts which wearied him. To own mills like these, he thought. To be a power in industry. To go to Europe every year. To have a great house and one of these new automobiles. And Johnstown disappeared behind the train, lost in a gigantic and all-enveloping cloud of smoke and soot through which the flames of the furnaces flashed dimly. The monotonous mountains, seamed with black rivers flowing between crags of blue ice, succeeded the smutty town, and Clarence settled back in his chair. But he did not read. He sat staring out of the window, thinking. Perhaps he tried to nurse his sense of importance, to persuade himself that he possessed the stuff which went into the accomplishments of great ambitions. The roaring train sped on, and presently he went into the smoking compartment where he fell into conversation with other traveling salesmen. They exchanged stories of a broad nature, until Clarence, by nature a nice young man, found the flavor growing too strong and returned to his seat. Then it was for the first time that he noticed his fellow passengers. He did not notice all of them, or even 2 or 3. He noticed only one, a woman who sat in the chair beside him reading a novel with a yellow paper back called Cherie by a person with the queer name of Colette. He sat down and tried to read, but, for some obscure reason, the figure of the woman kept getting between him and the story of the great open spaces. He found himself reading paragraphs which meant nothing to him. He read an entire page without knowing what had happened in the tale. Such a thing had never happened to him before. The woman who kept thrusting herself between him and the story was dressed all in black, though she did not appear to be in mourning. Rather it seemed that she wore black because it became her. Across one shoulder was thrown a stole of black fox, and from the brim of her small hat hung a froth of black lace which obscured her dark eyes and permitted her to regard her companions without receiving in return the force of their stares. From beneath the hat there escaped a bit of tawny hair, so dark that in some lights it appeared almost red. She appeared to take full advantage of the shield made by the lace, for from time to time she put down her yellow-backed novel and fell to observing the people about her, a middle-aged woman with a little boy in a sailor suit, a fat man who lay back in his seat and snored quietly, a pair of college girls, one reading ponderously the essays of Emerson and the other absorbed, self-consciously, in the pages of Boccaccio, another traveling salesman, and a pair of old women returning from a funeral, who vied with each other in a talking race. And then I said to her. She said, "Mabel, he'll never be well again, even if he didn't die, he'll never be well again, and what do you think of such behavior?" Unpardonable, I thought. I quite agree with you, unpardonable. Well, that's what I told Mabel. Snatches of the old women's talk, projected in voices pitched high enough to override the clamor of the train, were tossed about them like jagged fragments of glass. The woman with the veil put down her book and, smiling quietly, listened to them. She turned away from Clarence a little so that he was able to shift his position and thus obtain a clearer view of her. She was beautiful, and even to Clarence, unskilled in such fine distinctions, it was clear that she was a lady. This fact was conveyed beyond all doubt by the way she sat, poised with a neat and easy grace, in the way her slender hands clasping her book lay against the black of her dress, the way she carried her head and wore her fine clothes, even by the veil which somehow stood as a symbol of all that was gently bred in her character. There seemed between her and the others in the car an invisible veil which shielded her while she looked out upon them from a different world. At her feet stood a smart black handbag, covered with bright labels. Clarence read them one after another in a kind of intoxication: Sorrento, Cannes, Dieppe, Hotel Roule, Hotel Royal Splendide, Hotel Ritz-Carlton. And, surely yet imperceptibly, just as an hour or two earlier the sight of the Johnstown furnaces had captivated his moderate imagination, the woman began to take possession of him. Somehow these two impressions became blended, and out of them there came to Clarence glimpses of a brilliant world which he never before penetrated, even in the wildest flights of ambition. Presently the stranger, wearied of listening to her companions, resumed her reading, and Clarence, still fascinated, continued to watch her until, becoming conscious of his gaze, she turned suddenly and dismissed him by the faintest movement of her shoulder. At the gesture, which from her seemed a command, he turned quickly away and blushed as if she had spoken to him in rebuke. Yet it seemed to him that as she glanced in his direction, her lovely mouth was arched for an instant by the faintest of smiles, a smile which said, "Staring does not disturb me. It is nothing new to me." It may even have been that she mocked him. It was impossible to say. Only one thing remained certain: Clarence had been disturbed by something entirely new in his experience. In his own way he tried to discover what it was that suddenly shattered all his peace. The woman was beautiful, yet he in no sense desired her. Indeed, in the dull purity of his mind, it is probable that no such unclean thought even occurred to him. Beyond all doubt she fascinated him, yet it was not this which destroyed his ease. Rather it was something in her manner, something in her very bearing and personality which overwhelmed him, that sudden glimpse of another world, in which people lived lives as different from his as day is different from night, a sudden terror at her self-possession, at the unseen, impregnable barrier by which she protected herself from those others in the car. There was in her manner too a certain veiled but terrifying recklessness. With an air of infinite absorption, she continued to read the yellow-backed novel, as if she had forgotten that the man in the seat beside her existed. Beyond her, the two old women continued, and I said to her when she rang me up the next morning, "It's shameful what some women will do. Since that day he's been an invalid, unable to stir." And they clucked and wagged their crape-clad heads like a pair of crows on a fence. The train roared on through the blue-white mountains, into the west toward Pittsburgh. Upon the hills the early winter darkness had already begun to descend. Still Clarence did not read. The novel and the Saturday Evening Post slipped to the floor and lay there unnoticed. The characters in his book failed to hold their own against the woman in the adjoining seat. He even had a faint sense of being on the edge of the romantic and exciting. And at the same moment, the thoughts of May Seton and a comfortable house in the town were swept away like so much rubbish into oblivion, carrying with them the sense of peace and certainty which a little time before made the future so pleasant and comfortable. Presently he rose and went into the smoking compartment where he remained for a time. When he emerged, it was quite dark, and high up on the barren mountains an occasional warm yellow light indicated the existence of a lonely house. Returning to his chair he found the mysterious woman had vanished. Only the somber handbag covered with bright labels remained. The names glittered: Sorrento, Kahn, Forenza, Beau Rivage, Royal Splendide, Claridge's, Berkeley. He glanced at his gold watch, the gift of Uncle Henry, and decided to dine. Making his way toward the dining car, he found the passageway blocked by other passengers, college girls and boys, drummers like himself, old women, children, all swaying with the motion of the speeding train. It was a bad time to travel, on the eve of a holiday, yet the crowd was pleasant enough, good-natured, laughing, on the whole gay with the holiday spirit. Slowly the door of the dining car devoured the thin line, casting out others who fought their way back in an opposing column, until at last Clarence stood at the entrance of the bright car, surveying the groups of heads bent over swaying soup and underdone chops. Still harassed and unaccountably miserable, he stood first on one foot and then the other, surveying the crowd until at length he discovered far down the aisle his friend of the paper-backed novel. She sat at a table for two opposite an elderly man in a black frock coat who, quite properly, did not address her although he seemed not unconscious of her presence, for he stole from time to time glances at her tawny hair and fine throat until she dismissed him suddenly with a frank stare in which there was a great deal more than a hint of amusement. After that a wall, invisible as it was impenetrable, separated them, as was proper between two victims of a system which threw harassed travelers arbitrarily into each other's company. As she ate the woman continued to look about her as if she were profoundly amused by the friendly spectacle of the rocking car. Still she appeared to use the film of lace as a perpetual shield. He had been watching her thus for a long time when, to his sudden horror, he saw the elderly man wipe his thin mouth with his napkin, pay his check and, followed by the steward, move fatally toward the end of the car. At the sight Clarence was tempted suddenly to run. Yet it was impossible to run. The best one could do was to turn back and squeeze slowly and painfully past the fat encumbrances of the corridor. Besides, how could one make a spectacle of oneself? What would people think? He stood frozen with horror, filled with the sensations of one about to be dragged forward to torture. As in a nightmare he felt himself borne forward by a steward who grinned maliciously and said, "Place for one?" "Certainly. Right this way." Without effort he floated through space until suddenly, with a tormented and unuttered groan, he sank into the seat opposite the woman with the delicate black veil. He felt the pulses beating in his throat. He bent over the menu card, but even this did not protect him. Again the unreality of a nightmare smote him. This time he was naked and horribly embarrassed at his improper predicament. He sensed the woman examining him as she examined the others, with a detached and curious smile of appraisal. These were his sensations, various, confused, terrifying. As though there were eyes in the top of his neatly brushed head, he saw all this happening. What he did not see, what he could not have known were the thoughts of the woman that she watched him, that she saw the throbbing vein in his throat stand out suddenly and knew well enough its meaning. By the aid of that agitated vein she saw, with a sophistication beyond his wildest imaginings, in this mild little drummer a man of a sensual, passionate nature. The thing which amused her was a speculation, absurd to be sure, but none the less clear. She wondered whether this little man knew himself, whether he had ever been aroused. Chops, Clarence found himself writing on the check. Chops. Mashed potatoes. Lima beans. Coffee. Then the sound of a voice reached him, warm, low, insinuating. I advise you against the chops. They are atrocious. I was forced to send them back and order something else. The woman had spoken to him of her own accord and his suspicions arose in sudden array, bristling and fully armed. Yet he knew that he must answer. Heroically he looked up and asked, What do you advise? The roast beef is very good. Though he detested it, he wrote down roast beef and then straightened in his chair, pulling at his collar and cravat. For the life of him, he could find nothing to say. It was impossible to overcome that fragile, invisible barrier. Don't think me impertinent, she said, for speaking, but I'm almost bored to death. I hate traveling. I'd like always to stay in one spot. For an instant he suspected the faintest trace of a foreign accent in her voice, though he could not be certain. I know, he said politely, I hate it too. She laughed softly. It's the first time I've traveled any distance in years. I couldn't talk to the old crow who sat there before you. It would have frightened him to death. It was impossible for Clarence to say that it also frightened him to death, so he coughed and buttered a bit of roll. You don't mind my speaking, do you? She pursued. For a moment Clarence fancied he had lost his mind. It was queer enough that a strange woman should speak to him, but even queerer that she should sweep past all the procedure of good manners and ask him directly whether he minded it. And she was neither brazen nor embarrassed. No, of course not, he managed to say, I mean I'm awfully glad. I hate traveling alone. Then it occurred to him that he had made an indelicate, perhaps a suggestive remark, and the blushes once more swept his face. After hours the waiter arrived with the roast beef and lima beans. I haven't much farther to go, continued the woman. Thank God, I'm not bound for Chicago. Clarence found it impossible to eat beneath her gaze. I get off at 11 something, he said, I've forgotten exactly. The woman laughed. Why, so do I. We must be bound for the same place. For an instant he succumbed to a terrifying suspicion that, in truth, she had marked him for her own. But this idea he dismissed quickly, as utterly improbable. The woman was clearly a lady. She was terribly sure of herself, of keeping things just where she wanted them. She might be a spy, an adventuress. Ghosts of 1,000 cheap magazine stories danced through his brain. Yet a woman like that, if she were bad, wouldn't be bothering herself with insignificant game like himself. He began to believe that she had been speaking the truth, that she had been driven to address him only out of a vast boredom. Perhaps we are, he said, and told her that he was bound for the town. So am I, she replied. It's the first time I've been back there in years. Maybe you come from the town, she continued. The discovery of this bond helped matters a little. It furnished at least some ground for the stumbling feet of Clarence. No, I'm going on business. I've been there before. It's a nice progressive town, full of booming factories, a place to be proud of. But he found abruptly that he had taken the wrong turning. The stranger was not proud of the town. I suppose you might be proud of it, if you like that sort of thing. I find it abominable. For a moment, the bantering, charming, humorous look went out of the eyes behind the veil, supplanted by a sudden sadness. No, she continued, I don't like it, though I've no doubt it's very prosperous. For a moment Clarence was baffled. He understood suddenly that this new strange world was more remote, more unfamiliar than he had imagined. It was not perhaps made out of factories and roaring furnaces. The discovery increased his awkwardness and in some strange way distended the glamour with which he surrounded her. He struggled for words. I'm going to spend Christmas with the Seatons, he said. Probably you know them. They've always lived in the town. The woman frowned slightly. Seaton, she repeated, Seaton. Then it appeared that the light dawned upon her. To be sure. I know. They own a corset factory. But they're new people. Yes, I know who they are although I don't know them. She made the statement simply and without a trace of condescension. She made it as a simple observation. If she had said, I know who the King of England is, but I don't know him, the intonation, the inflection would have been identical. She had answered his question, but she had answered it more profoundly than she knew, more profoundly, more tragically than even Clarence knew until years afterward. I know who they are although I don't know them. Before the eyes of Clarence there rose suddenly the image of May Seaton, good-natured, trivial, blonde, commonplace. It was almost as if she had entered the train by some obscure miracle and stood there beside the mysterious stranger, awkward, silly, ungainly. The woman was rising now. I must go back to my seat, she said. It isn't fair to keep the others waiting. She pulled the stole of black fox about her handsome shoulders and lowered the veil. Thank you, she said, for saving a poor helpless traveler from boredom. And with that she closed the adventure. When he returned to his seat, he found her sitting absorbed in her yellow-backed novel. Greeting him with a faint smile, she returned to her reading. After an hour she rested her head against the back of the chair and appeared to fall asleep. It was not until the train roared into the town that she again addressed him. Snow filled the air as they got down from the train at midnight. The big flakes, tormented by a rising wind, fell heavily, obscuring the yellow lights of the dirty brick station. They were the only passengers to descend and Clarence offered to take charge of her luggage. There were 2 large trunks and another handbag. The trunks she left at the station. She would send for them. The 2 handbags she would take with her. The great train, spouting steam, got underway with a vast uproar. The brightly lighted cars moved away into the snowstorm and the pair of them were left alone beneath the yellow glare of the station lamps. A little way off 2 horse-drawn cabs stood by the curb, the heads of the beasts hanging, their backs bent against the storm. From the warm station emerged a pair of drivers, muffled to the ears. To one of them, the lady called out. "Oh, Jerry," she said, "I'm glad you're here. There's no one to meet me. I didn't send word ahead." The plumper of the 2 old men took off his hat and peered at her for a moment while the snow fell on his bald head. Slowly recognition came to him. "Sure, Miss Lily. It's a pleasure. Back again, after so many years, and not a day older, if you'll let me say so." At this the stranger laughed softly. The cabby took the bags from Clarence, who had bestirred himself briskly to do the proper thing. "It's late," he said. "Perhaps I'd better go with you to see that nothing happens." "Thank you," replied his companion, "but I'll be safe. I haven't far to go, and I've known Jerry all my life. He has driven me ever since I was a little girl. You see, I only live a little way off." She laughed again, right in the midst of the mills. She made a little gesture with her big muff to indicate the direction of the mills. There, above the encircling flames of the furnaces, rose dimly the silhouette of a great house crowning the top of a low hill. But for the flames of the furnaces it would have remained invisible. Now it stood out against the red, snow-dimmed glare, black, mysterious. The woman stepped into the swaying, moth-eaten cab and the driver climbed to the seat. Suddenly she leaned out of the window and addressed Clarence. "Before we part," she said, "I suppose we ought to know each other's names, pour sauver les convenances. I'm Miss Shane," she added, "Miss Lily Shane." Clarence took off his hat and bowed. "I'm Mr. Murdoch. Mr. Clarence Murdoch. And you won't think me wicked, I know," she added, "for speaking to a strange man. I'm careful who I speak to. I knew I would be safe with you." And the cab drove off through the snowstorm in the direction of Shane's castle, leaving Clarence on the platform mumbling a polite answer, his face scarlet, his pulses beating faster than they had ever beaten before. After a moment he climbed into the other cab and bade the driver take him to the residence of Mr. Harvey Seton. The contentment, the holiday spirit had oozed out of him. He was no longer glad to be spending Christmas with the Setons. Reflecting upon his recent encounter, it occurred to him suddenly what it was that was familiar about the woman. Lily Shane. To be sure, she was the cousin of Ellen Tolliver. The rich cousin. There was something about her that reminded him of Ellen as she sat talking to him in the Setons' parlor, something withdrawn and contained, rather distinguished and proud. In one of those moments of insight, so rare to him, he saw all at once that there was in the girl and her cousin something which set them aside from the others. This thought he turned over and over in his mind as the musty cab, smelling faintly of ammonia, bore him through the blowing storm further and further into the smug future that lay spread out before him in a suburban panorama of little white houses with artistic piazzas and shutters ornamented by cut-out hearts and diamonds, and after a time he became once more almost content. The wild disturbance caused by the sudden encounter with the stranger appeared to have quieted, when another thought, entering suddenly his tired brain, made him miserable once more. He fell to considering the final speech of Miss Lily Shane. "I'm careful who I speak to. I knew I should be safe with you." He could not make out whether or not the speech was meant as a tribute to him. Something in the memory of the stranger's manner implied that he was a poor thing. And then it occurred to him that at this very moment he must be passing the Tollivers' house, and poking his head out of the cab window, he saw that there was still a light in the windows. For an instant he fancied that the wind bore toward him the strains of wild music, surging and passionate, but of this he could not be certain, for the wind howled wildly and snow fell in a thick blanket. It may have been, after all, only his imagination. It had been playing him queer tricks since the very moment he raised his eyes and saw Miss Lily Shane sitting there beside him. The same evening was for Mrs. Tolliver one of rare peace and happiness, an evening when, warmed by the glow from the open fire, she sat surrounded by her family while the blizzard howled and tore at the eaves, setting the limbs of the gnarled old apple tree to scratch against the frozen panes. At such times there was in her appearance something grand and majestic. She sat in her ample chair like a triumphant Niobe, a sort of enthroned maternity, the borders of whose narrow kingdom ended with the walls of the Tolliver living room. It was a large square room, infinitely clean, although shabby and worn, for the dominant rules of the Tolliver household were cleanliness and comfort. It was this room which was the core of the Tolliver existence, the shrine of the sacred Laurys and Penates, such a room as has existed rarely in each generation of the world since the beginning of time. With her family assembled about her, the cares and worries of the day slipped from her shoulders softly, beautifully into oblivion. She rested herself by darning the family stockings. Near her Ellen sat at the piano playing endlessly, in the wild and passionate fashion which sometimes overwhelmed them all, causing the mother to cease her darning for an instant, young Fergus to look up from his book, and even Charles Tolliver to stir himself sleepily and forget in the surge of her music the cares which he sought to drown each evening in sleep. The great shabby sofa was his. There it was that he lay for hours every night, until at length and after much effort, he was shepherded off to bed by his energetic wife. Perhaps he slept because in sleep he found a solace for the complacent failure of his life. Robert, the younger brother, lay on his stomach beside the fire, his short nose wrinkled in an effort to decipher the mysteries of a picture puzzle. He had a passion for problems, and a persistence which had come to him from his mother. Ah! They were a family in which to take pride. What was money compared to such a good husband and such fine children? So ran the thoughts of Mrs. Tolliver, and presently her face became wreathed in smiles, but she did not know she was smiling. If she had looked at that moment into a mirror, she would have been astounded. Her happiness at such moments ceased to be a conscious emotion. Outside the windows the wind howled and the snow, falling in the first real blizzard of the winter, wished against the rattling panes. The fire crackled and presently beneath the great blanket her husband stirred slowly and murmured, "Ellen, play the one I like so much. I don't know the name but you know what I mean." And slowly Ellen turned into the melodies of one of Lee Bestrom, the one which is written about the lovers lost on a lake during a black storm. In her strange way the girl loved her father best, perhaps because in his gentle impersonal way he made upon her none of those savage demands which her mother, in all the ferocity of her affection, constantly exacted. With Mrs. Tolliver love implied endearments, constant manifestations of affection. To her love between people separated by hundreds of miles was inconceivable. It was a thing to be touched, to be fondled and treasured. Those whom she loved must always be at hand, under her eye, full of protesting affection. Perhaps in this she was right. She was, after all, a primitive woman who trusted her instincts. There was no reason in her. Perhaps love is only fanned into life by close and breathless contacts. Mr. Tolliver was so different. There was in him something of his father, a touch of the terrible philosophic aloofness of the gaunt old man who lived above the kitchen in another part of the house. But he lacked Gramp Tolliver's strength, as well as that implacable resistance of the old man to all the assaults of emotion. Where the old man was aloof, powerful and independent through the very quality of his indifference, the son had failed by some weakness of character. There was in him too much of humanity. People liked him. Farmers in their fields stopped their horses and abandoned their plows to talk with Charlie Tolliver. At the elections they had supported him to a man, but there were not enough of them. The town was too powerful. In the world Charles Tolliver failed because of his very gentleness. He had a way of regarding life with a fine sense of proportion, of seeing things in their proper relation. It was as if he stood already at the end of his own existence and looked back through it as through a long tunnel, seeing that those things which others labeled as mountains were after all but molehills, and those things which others would have called trivial possessed the most uncanny importance. And this was a weakness, for it led one into the paths of philosophic acceptance, and it was a weakness which none recognized more shrewdly than his own direct and vigorous wife. Ah, she thought, If only he would see things in the proper light. If only I could make him fight as I would fight in his place. He's innocent, like a little child, but it's not his fault. That old man above stairs is to blame, that old devil who never cared for his own children. And, goaded by these thoughts, a kind of baffled rage at Gramp Tolliver swept the honest woman. She had no subtle way of combating his deviltries, because to a woman of so violent a nature, indifference was an unconquerable barrier. Gramp Tolliver lived, in his sinister fashion, in a world which she not only failed to understand but even to imagine. Suddenly Ellen ceased her music, it died away in a faint, diminishing breath, disappearing slowly into silence beneath the strong beautiful fingers. The girl leaned forward on the piano and buried her face silently in her hands. She did not sob, and yet one could be sure that she was miserable. In her silence there was something far more terrible than weeping. It rose up and filled all the room, so that Mrs. Tolliver, lost in her angry thoughts of the old man in the lonely room overhead, sensed it suddenly and ceased her darning. This thing had come so often of late to break in upon the happiness of their lives. It was a monster, savage, insatiable. Something more powerful than all of them. For a time she watched her daughter and slowly there spread over her face a look of trouble and bewilderment. It was an expression which of late had come to Mrs. Tolliver so often that it had begun already to leave its mark in the fine lines about her eyes and at the corners of her mouth. It was at times like this that her heart ceased all at once to beat and a coldness swept through her body, for love with her was really an intense and physical thing. On the sofa her husband slept peacefully, quieted at last by the Liebestraum, and again she resented his indifference, all his willingness to accept life, his refusal to struggle against fate. Things come out right in the end, he always said when she assailed him. There is no use in struggling. Ah, she thought bitterly, but there is use in struggling. There is a satisfaction to the spirit. But this, of course, her husband could never have known. "Ellen," she murmured, "Ellen." And the girl raised her head with a look in her eyes so terrible that it appalled her mother. "Are you tired?" "No." Again a little pause. "Why are you unhappy?" For an instant the face of the girl softened. There were signs of a sudden collapse, of sobbing, of yielding utterly. Perhaps if it had come in that moment a sudden abrupt bursting of all restraint, the lives of all the people in that warm and comfortable room would have been changed. But it did not come, for one so young does not yield so easily. The girl sighed, stiffened her body and sat upright. "I don't know," she answered dully. And yet she lied, because she did know, perfectly. In that moment life for her was an awful thing, baffling, suffocating, overwhelming. It was impossible to say so, because her mother would not have understood. It would have been the same as when Mrs. Tolliver said, "It is beautiful, your music, lovely," when she did not understand it at all, when she said such things simply because she loved her daughter and was proud of her cleverness. Outside the storm persisted, increasing steadily in fury. And presently, Ellen said, "Tonight Cousin Lily arrives, doesn't she?" At which her mother regarded her sharply and paused in her darning to say, "Yes." "But why do you ask? You talk of nothing but Lily." And again Ellen answered, "I don't know. I simply want to see her." Into the proud reflections of Mrs. Tolliver there entered from time to time thoughts of the most profound satisfaction over the part she had played in the existence of her children. In the beginning, even before they were born, she had determined for them careers which were to follow clearly demarcated lines. As a bride, after she had brought up her 8 brothers and sisters and married at last the patient Charles Tolliver, she went, driven by eager duty, to a lecture given by a bearded man upon the things every mother should know. This doctor had told her that it was possible to begin even before birth to influence the characters of one's children, and so she had begun on that very night to plan their lives. The first, she had decided, was to be a musician. It was a story which went back a long way into the days of Hattie Tolliver's own youth, when she had longed in her passionate way to be a musician. But always there had been something to intervene: an invalid mother, and after her death the cares of a family of brothers and sisters and the management of her father's household, no easy task in those early days of great farms and broad lands. Yet in spite of these things she had managed to learn by sheer persistence something of the mysteries of the keyboard, and out of these she had woven on the melodeon of the old farmhouse the tunes of a few hymns, the 90 and 9, and snatches of the Blue Danube. So before Ellen was born, these fragments were revived and brought into service once more, to be played over and over again on the upright piano purchased in the early years of her husband's prosperity. Thus, with the support of a vast energy and an overwhelming optimism, she had begun to plan the future of Ellen long before the girl was born. Long before midnight the two boys, under the gentle urgence of their mother, had drifted sleepily to bed. Ellen remained, still playing, almost mournfully now, with a kind of moving and tragic despair. Beyond the frozen windows the wind howled wildly and the snow piled against the wall of the house. Mrs. Tolliver darned savagely, with short, passionate stitches, because the thing of which she lived in constant terror had returned to come between her soul and that of Ellen. On the great sofa, her husband snored gently. At midnight she rose and, poking the ashes of the fire, she said to Ellen, "It's time we were all asleep. Lock up and I'll get Papa to bed." The transference of Mr. Tolliver from the sofa to his bed was nightly an operation lasting many minutes. When Ellen returned, her mother still stood by the sofa urging her husband gently to stir himself. "Please, Papa," she said, "come along to bed. It's after midnight." There was a series of final plaints and slowly the gentle Mr. Tolliver sat up, placed his feet on the floor, yawned and made his way sleepily to the stairway. The mother turned off the gas and the room suddenly was bathed in the warm, mellow glow of the dying fire. Ellen, breathing against the frozen window pane, cleared a tiny space to look out upon the world. It stretched before her, white and mysterious, beckoning and inscrutable. And suddenly she saw far down the street the figure of a cab drawn by a skinny horse which leaned black against the slanting snow within the halo of a distant street lamp. The mother joined her, watching the cab for an instant and murmuring at length, "I wonder who it could be at this time of night." "I know," said Ellen softly. "It's Mr. Murdoch. He was coming tonight on the express to stay with the Seatons. He must have come on the same train with Lily." At the mention of Lily, her mother turned away. Ellen followed her and in the doorway Mrs. Tolliver halted abruptly and embraced her child, fiercely as if she would hold her thus forever. For an instant they clung together in the warm darkness and presently Mrs. Tolliver murmured, "Tell me, darling. If you have any secrets, tell them to me. I'm your mother. Whatever happens to you happens to me." Ellen did not reply at once. For an instant she was silent, thoughtful. When at last she spoke, it was to say dully, "I haven't any." But the tears came suddenly into her blue eyes. She was lying, for she had her secrets. They were the secrets which youth finds it impossible to reveal because they are too precious. All the evening she had not been in the comfortable, fire-lit room. She had been far away in some vague and gigantic concert hall where people listened breathlessly while she made music that was moving and exquisite. The faces stretched out before her dimly in a half-light until in the farthest rows they were blurred and no longer distinguishable. And when she finished they cheered her and she had gone proudly off to return again and again as they crowded nearer to the great stage. After the mother and daughter had climbed the creaking stairs, both lay awake for a long time, the one entangled in her wild and glowing dreams, the other terrified by the unseen thing which in her primitive way she divined with such certainty. It was not to be seen, she could not understand it, yet it was there menacing, impregnable. And in a distant part of the house, a light was put out suddenly and Gramp Tolliver thrust his skinny legs between the blankets. All this time he had remained awake listening to the beauty of the music which came to him distantly above the wild howling of the storm. He was sure now of his secret. He could have told Hattie Tolliver what it was that shut her out from the soul of her precious daughter. It was something that would keep the girl lonely so long as she lived. Gramp Tolliver knew about such things. So at last all the house fell into sleep. Outside there lay a vast desert of white which, it seemed, began at the very walls of the warm shabby house and extended thence to the very ends of the world. Even the tracks, left a little while before by the passing of the cab which brought Clarence Murdoch through the blizzard, were obliterated now. One might have said that he had not passed that way at all. 11 When the cab bearing Clarence drew up at length before the heavy portals of the Seaton house, there was a light still burning in the room with the filigreed wallpaper. Leaving the bony horse and the smelly vehicle behind him, Clarence stumbled through the storm and pulled the bell. Far away, deep inside the house, it tinkled dismally in response, and presently there arose from within the sound of bodies sleepily setting themselves in motion to prepare a welcome. Mr. Seaton himself opened the door, tall, bony, forbidding behind his thin whiskers, cold as the storm yet not so fresh or so dry. There was always a distinct dampness hanging about him, even in the touch of his hand. "Well, well," he said in his hollow voice, "you're almost a stranger." Behind him in a row stood Mrs. Seaton, fat and obviously sleepy, and May, who interspersed her giggles with yawns which she attempted to conceal with a refined hand. And last of all there was the anemic Jimmy, not at all sleepy, and fidgeting as usual, this time with the cord of the red plush portieres which he kept pulling to and fro until halted in this pastime by his mother, who said, "Come, dear, you mustn't do that just when Mr. Murdoch is arriving. Step forward and shake Mr. Murdoch's hand like a little gentleman." So Jimmy shook hands in a fashion which he had been taught was the very peak of gentility. As for Clarence, the whole scene proved much less warm, much less vivid than he had pictured it. Somehow those dreams with which his day had begun were now dissipated, indeed almost lost in all that had happened since then. In the greeting there was a certain barrenness, intangible yet apparent. It may have been the dimness of the hall that depressed him, for Mr. Seaton never permitted more than a faint flicker of gas in the red glass chalice which hung suspended by Moorish chains from the ceiling. "Yes," said Mrs. Seaton, "you're almost one of the family with us. May has talked of nothing else but your coming." May wriggled a little and added, "Yes, we're glad you've come." And Clarence, dropping his bag, shook the snow from his coat. He could find no answer that seemed appropriate. How could one answer such greetings? Somehow he had expected, after his journey through the wild storm, something of warmth, and there was only this strange, damp confusion, strained and inexplicable. In the room with the filigreed wallpaper there burned the remnants of a fire. It was clear that Mr. Seaton had permitted it to die down for the night. They asked him about his trip, whether the train had been delayed by the blizzard, which of the cab drivers he had engaged. He did not know the name of his driver, yet he was able to identify him because he had heard the name of the other one. "I've known Jerry all my life. He has driven me ever since I was a little girl." "Jerry?" Jerry was the name of the other driver, Clarence announced suddenly, as if, not having heard their talk, he had brought his mind by some heroic effort back from a great distance. Mrs. Seaton said, I can see Mr. Murdoch is very tired. We mustn't keep him up. Mr. Seaton will show you your room." So Clarence bade them good night and, led by his soft-footed host, made his way through the dark halls until the corset manufacturer opened a door and admitted him to a room that was damp with the chill of a tomb. The sudden flicker of the gas revealed an enormous bed with the cotton sheets turned back. "Here," said Mr. Seaton, with a contracted gesture of the hand intended clearly to be hospitable. "You will find it a little chilly in the spare room, but it is a cold night. Once you're in bed it'll be warm enough." Clarence murmured polite protests and Mr. Seaton withdrew, closing the door behind him. The sound of its closing had a curious effect upon Clarence. For a moment he was tempted to turn suddenly, fling it open and run for his life. Why he should have experienced this impulse he did not know. The whole sensation was confused, disturbing, a part of the wretchedness which had overcome him as he saw the stranger enter her cab and drive off in the direction of the great black house among the flaming mills. He had visited this house before, many times. He knew the habits of its owners. They had not changed. It was clear that the trouble lay hidden in himself. Something had happened to him, something quite outside his neat and pigeon-holed calculations. He had come prepared to win success and a comfortable wife, and now, instead of that there was fear of something vague and indefinable, a curious instinct to escape from some dreadful trap. For a time he sat quietly on a stiff chair, his overcoat thrown across his knees, trying to discover the cause of his uneasiness. It was entangled in some strange way with the woman of the veil. The Seatons. I know who they are although I don't know them. And then, I'm careful who I speak to. I knew I should be safe with you. Certainly he was not in love with her. Such a thing had never occurred to him. She was too remote, too far beyond even the wildest flights of his rarely erratic imagination. And presently, shivering, he began to undress. With the routine of this daily act, he began at once to grow more calm and more assured. One by one, as he took each article from his pocket, a pen, a pencil, a pocket knife, the watch Uncle Henry had given him on his 21st birthday for never having touched tobacco, a few coins, the disturbing sensation seemed to lose their subtle hold. As he laid these things in turn on the mantelpiece beneath the chromo of What's Hope, it seemed that he deposited with each of them a fear, an uneasiness, a premonition, the breathtaking sense of grand adventure oozed out of his fingertips. At length he hung his coat and waistcoat over the back of the chair, placed his shoes beneath the bed and his trousers, carefully folded, to preserve the neat creases that meant so much in the world of himself and Mr. Bruce, beneath the mattress. In the flickering gaslight his body looked pinched and cold, as if he suffered from a lack of warm blood. He was a muscular little man, but his muscles were hard and tight and knotty, the muscles of a man whose only exercise was taken each morning beside the bathtub. At last, after turning out the flickering gas flame, he slipped, shivering and gasping, into his nightshirt and sprang courageously into the monumental bed. Seldom used, it was like the room, dampish and chilly, but before long the warmth of his body permeated the cotton sheets and, coupled with the sound of the wild storm outside, it filled him with a certain comfort which lulled him presently to sleep. In the airtight room he slept with his mouth opened a little, his teeth exposed, so that in breathing he made a faint wheezing noise. 12. The snow lingered for days, blackening slowly under a downpour of soot from the mills that penetrated even the distant reaches of the old town where the Tollivers and the Seatons had their houses. Throughout the flats where the aliens lived and in the park of Shane's castle it lay soft and thick as if a great and infernal blizzard had passed that way in a thick downfall of sable flakes. With the return of Lily, the old house set in the midst of the furnaces took on a new aspect. Lights glowed once more behind the diamond-shaped panes, and the sound of music sometimes penetrated the tottering walls of the filthy houses where the steel workers dwelt. It was gay, triumphant music, for Lily was one whom the town had never conquered. Any passerby could have told that she had returned. The days passed slowly, and meanwhile Ellen made no effort to see her cousin. This Mrs. Tolliver observed with astonishment, setting it down in her hopeful way as proof that the restlessness was passing out of her stormy Ellen, but she did not remark upon it because she feared the mere sound of Lily's name. There was something about Lily which made even Mrs. Tolliver uneasy. It was impossible to understand this woman who denied the existence of the town, who could return to it when she chose out of a life which it was whispered was none too respectable, to dominate the townspeople again and again in her own disarming, pleasant fashion. In a vague way Lily stood for that vast land beyond the mills which held such terror for the soul of the simple woman. It was as if Lily were a menace, as if there could be no peace, no contentment until she had gone back again into that vague and distant world from which she came. And here once more Mrs. Tolliver failed to understand. She did not see that Ellen, for all her stiff-necked pride, was shy and held by the same uncertain fear. It was a fear that Clarence Murdoch knew. Somehow it had touched him and changed alike himself and the world about him. It was the fear of naive souls for one that was perhaps not good but one that was experienced, that moved through life with a sure step, without fear for those things which would have terrified the less courageous. The soul of Mrs. Tolliver was simple. The soul of Clarence was small, and that of Ellen had not begun to grow, until now, save as a bundle of wild desires and feverish unrest, it had not been born. At length came Christmas Day, when it was no longer possible for Ellen to avoid her cousin. For 70 years this day had been set aside in the clan composed of the Barrs, the Tollivers, and the Shanes as a day given over to feasting, an occasion which brought the most remote members of the great family from every part of the county to the Black House among the mills. But the 70 years had wrought changes. The great house that once raised its bulk, proud and aloof on its hill amid the marshland, now stood surrounded and blackened by the great mills and factories. Of the family only 9 gathered about a table which once had seated 40. The old ones were dying off, slowly. The younger ones had gone away, all save Hattie Tolliver and her children, Irene Shane, and a spinster cousin, the daughter of the Samuel Barr who died after inventing the celebrated and useless perpetual motion machine. Of the older generation only 2 remained, the proud old Julia Shane and her brother-in-law Jacob Barr, the father of Mrs. Tolliver. This old man was an extraordinary character who at 80 still had a powerful stalwart figure and a great rosy face framed in white hair and a white beard which once had been red. In his youth the people of the county had called him the Red Scot and marveled at the superb strength of his great body. There were tales of his having moved his log barn alone and unaided when the men who were to have helped him failed to arrive at the appointed time. When at last they came, so the story ran, they found Jacob Barr mopping his great, handsome face by the side of the windlass, and the barn moved a full 100 yards from the spot it once occupied. At 80 he still managed his farm and scorned his daughter's offer of care. He was the last of the pioneers. There were times when this grandfather seemed even more remote to Ellen than old Gramp Tolliver in his cell lined with musty books, for the remoteness of Grandpa Barr was the remoteness of one who dwelt in a tower of unbending virtue. In the county he had been the first abolitionist, the first prohibitionist, the first advocate of woman suffrage. He had organized the Underground Railroad which aided slaves to escape to Canada. He was a Presbyterian without sympathy for those who were weak. His wife had died in bearing him child after child. For Gramp Tolliver his scorn was so profound that it was beyond all expression in words. He never spoke of Gramp Tolliver at all. Jacob Barr was a citizen. He had what people called backbone, and Ellen was not his granddaughter for nothing. There was in this annual dinner a pomp, a circumstance that approached the medieval. It was a rite which symbolized the pride, the greatness of a family which admitted no weakness, no failure, no poverty, the persistence of a family which, because it lived sometimes in dreams when the reality became insupportable, knew no such thing as failure. What one does not admit, does not exist. This one sentence might indeed have stood above the crest of the clan. If Hattie Tolliver knew in her heart that Lily was a feeble reed, she ignored it. In her presence none would have dared to hint at such frailty, for Lily existed within the sacred barrier of the family. On Christmas Day, the guests arrived in a procession. First Grandpa Barr, rugged, handsome, defiant of his years, yet yielding through bitter necessity to the stout stick of cherry wood which he carried. Mrs. Tolliver, large, powerful, vigorous in a shabby astrakhan jacket, a beaver tippet and a small hat covered with ostrich plumes slightly frayed by age. Charles Tolliver, gentle, handsome, pleasant in his neat and faintly threadbare clothes. Ellen, stiff-necked, awkward, yet somehow handsome and overpowering, and, last of all, the two brothers, Fergus, gentle, charming like his father, and Robert, stocky and for all the world like the fierce, blue-eyed old Scot with his cherry stick. A vigorous family. And in the midst marched Mrs. Tolliver, erect and with a strange dignity, her plumes nodding a little as if she were a field marshal surrounded by a glorious army. But Gramp Tolliver was nowhere to be seen. He had been left behind to have his Christmas meal alone in the room walled in by books. Gramp Tolliver, who never worked, who had wrought nothing in this world, was a disgrace which one did not air in public. He took his place among the things which one did not admit. Before the wrought iron portico of Shane's castle, the little family defiled across the blackened snow to the heavy door. Mrs. Tolliver pulled the bell as Henry, the black servant, drove off the sleigh drawn by horses which the Tollivers had for their keep since the latest debacle in family fortunes. Ellen, trembling a little, perhaps at the thought of the cousin who awaited her inside the long, beautiful drawing room, perhaps at the fear of the thing she had to ask of Lily, stood leaning against the iron railing, gazing out across the furnaces that flamed even on Christmas Day below the eminence of the dying park. Inside the house there was a distant tinkle and the door swung open presently to reveal Sarah, the mulatto housekeeper, and behind her a long hallway, hung with silver-mounted mirrors and a chandelier of crystal that reflected its dull light against the long, polished stairway. For in the flats, where the mills reigned, the darkness was so great that lights burned even at midday in Shane's castle. Once inside, there was the rustle of descending coats. Before the mirror Mrs. Tolliver frizzed her hair and Ellen patted the newborn pompadour. Beneath her coat she wore a starched white shirtwaist and a skirt of blue voile, with a tight belt and a contrivance known as a chatelaine dangling and jingling at one side. The town called her well-dressed. It marveled that she could afford such clothes, although it knew well enough that they came from Hattie Tolliver's sewing machine. Yet she was ridiculous, and in the next moment she knew it. For as she turned there moved toward her out of the old drawing room, that glittered softly in the reflected light of the candles upon mirror and bits of crystal and silver, the figure of Lily, whom she had not seen in 7 years. Her cousin wore a gown of black stuff, exquisitely cut by the hand of some artist in the establishment of Worth, a gown which came from the other side of the earth, from a street known to every corner of the world. Her fine bronze hair she wore drawn back over her ears in a knot at the back of her beautiful head. About her throat close against the soft skin hung a string of pearls. As she moved there came from her the faint scent of mimosa, which smote the quivering nostrils of Ellen as some force strange and exotic yet almost recognizable. It was a perfume which she was never able to forget, and one which so long as she lived exerted upon her a curious softening power. Years afterward, as she passed the flower carts behind the Madeleine or moved along the corniche above the unreal terraces of Nice, the faint scent of mimosas still had the power of making her suddenly sad, even wistful, and those were the years when she had conquered the world, when she was hard. Now she only trembled a little and offered her hand awkwardly to the smiling cousin. "Well," said Lily, "and now, Ellen, you're a woman. To think of it! When I last saw you, you were a little girl with pigtails." Her voice carried that thin trace of accent which Clarence had noticed. Somehow it made her strangeness, her glamour, overpowering, and thus it strengthened the very barrier which to Ellen seemed so impossible ever to pass. In that moment there rushed through the confused brain of the awkward girl a multitude of thoughts, but out of them only one emerged clearly defined. "Ah, if I could be like that, I would not care what people thought of me. To be so free, so certain, so gracious, to overcome everyone so easily." For all Lily's warmth, the talk was not easy between them. Yet for the first time it seemed to Ellen that the door stood open a little way. It was as if already she looked out upon the world. And then Lily turned away to speak to the others, smiling, disarming them, even Grandpa Bar, who in the isolation of his virtue glared secretly at her from beneath his shaggy brows, suspecting her as that which was too pleasant to be good. And Ellen, with a wildly beating heart, turned to gaunt Aunt Julia Shane, who, leaning on her ebony stick and dressed all in black with amethysts, shook her hand harshly and disapproved of her pompadour. "It is a silly thing the way girls disfigure themselves nowadays," she said. But Ellen did not mind. The old woman was handsome in a fierce, cold fashion and had the Bar nose, slightly curved, and intolerably proud, which had appeared again in this awkward great niece of hers. Then there was Irene to greet. Aunt Julia Shane's other daughter, given to charity and good works, thin, anemic, slightly withered, so different from the radiant, selfish Lily. Irene Ellen ignored, because Irene stood for a life which, it seemed to Ellen, it was best to forget. And beyond Irene there was the horse-faced Eva Bar, daughter of the perpetual motion machine, a terrifying spinster of 45 who regarded Lily as obscene and spoke of Ellen as a chit. Both of them she hated passionately for their freedom, because to her it was a thing forever lost. She, like Miss Ogilvy, had been trapped by another tradition. It was too late now. In the dark lovely room, all these figures passed before Ellen, but of them all, she saw only Lily, who stood now before the fire of cannel coal beneath the glowing Venice painted by Mr. Turner. She was like the picture, and shared its warmth, its graciousness, its unreal, extravagant beauty. Ellen in her dark corner savagely bit her lip. She would escape some day and herself see Venice. Lily should help her. Everyone should help her. And into her handsome young face, beneath the absurd, ratted pompadour, there stole a look of determination so fierce that Irene, seeing it, was frightened, and old Julia Shane, seeing it, exulted in the spirit of this great niece of hers. 13 In another part of the town far on the hill above the flats, the Seatons and their guests sat down to Christmas dinner at an hour somewhat earlier than that kept at Shane's Castle, for Harvey Seaton, in the manner of many men who have made their own success, created social laws for himself, as if in some way he could thus place himself above the rules. Certainly he could not have brought himself to follow the fashions set by Shane's Castle. He was, he said, a simple man and hoped to remain so until he died. The shadow of this unspoken defiance appeared to cloud the cheer of Christmas Day at the Seatons. There was in the air a certain conscious tension, a vague uneasiness which manifested itself in a dozen ways, in the unflinching frown of the father, in the extreme politeness of the mother, in the nervous and concentrated giggles of May herself. The most uneasy of them all was the guest himself. Alone of all the group the simian Jimmy appeared to enjoy himself, and in this there was nothing strange or unusual, for it was an atmosphere in which he flourished and one to which he was highly sensitized. With the sharpness of a sickly, precocious nature, he understood that the air about him was heavy with foreboding. He knew that it required but a spark to precipitate a crisis with all the suddenness of an explosion. He waited now, joyful, expectant, watching the others with an impish satisfaction. There was in the dampish atmosphere of the room an odor of unwonted richness, the smell of a roast goose, strange and exotic in this household. But Christmas was a season which caused even Harvey Seaton to unbend a little. It was the only occasion when the Christianity of the man was tempered even for an instant by anything faintly suggestive of warmth. His manner as he carved was touched, despite the thinness of the slices which fell from the breast of the bird, by a majestic air, which suggested more than ever his likeness to a grotesque Gothic saint. He might have been one of those early fathers who battled and gave up their lives for some minute point of dogma. As he stood whetting the knife coldly against the steel, a sense of awe penetrated slowly one by one the hearts of those about the table, all save Jimmy. With his small pointed head barely visible above the table's edge, he waited. And presently, as if he could restrain his impatience no longer, he banged his knife sharply against the edge of his plate. The effect was instantaneous. It brought from the harassed mother a sharp scream and a violent slap on the wrist. "Don't do that again or you'll be sent to bed without any goose." But Jimmy, knowing his safety, only grinned and varied the method of torture by scratching the fork against the cold surface of the plate so that it produced a dreadful whining sound. There were, to be sure, reasons for this strange condition of nerves. Since the night when Clarence arrived out of the blizzard, things had not progressed. Indeed, it appeared that, on the contrary, they were moving backwards. By now, everything should have been settled, and yet nothing was done. There had been no declaration, no hint. The wooer remained wary, suspicious, and the consciousness of his failure penetrated even the sluggish workings of May's brain and hurt her pride. Mrs. Seaton it baffled. She was conscious that some event, some obstacle, some peril which she was unable to divine had raised itself during these past few days full in the middle of her path. "My," said May presently, "it's much warmer. I expect it's the January thaw." Then the silence descended and again there was only the whine of Jimmy's fork and the metallic click of the carving knife against the plated dish which bore the goose. As for Clarence, he managed to conceal that wavering sense of uncertainty and terror which had assailed him with increasing force as the visit progressed. It was a terror which, strangely enough, centered itself in the father, for Clarence, in his chivalrous fashion, regarded women as creatures whom one could put aside. Never having been assailed, he had no fear of them. But the face of the Methodist elder, slightly green and intensely forbidding, filled him with uneasiness. When the corset manufacturer turned to address him, the fishy eyes accused him of unspeakable things. In all those days in the dampish house there had been no mention of the encounter aboard the Transcontinental Express. If Lily Shane had been a light woman with whom, heaven forbid, Clarence had spent the night, he could have been no more silent concerning the adventure. Somehow he understood that the very name of Lily Shane had no place in the household of the Seatons. And the longer he kept silent, the more glamorous and wicked the secret had become, until now it had attained the proportions of a monstrous thing. Each time the elder looked at him the offense increased a degree or two in magnitude. Yet in the end he betrayed himself. Perhaps it was the strained silence, perhaps the unbearable whine of Jimmy's fork against the cold plate. In any case there came a moment when even Clarence could bear the strained silence no longer. He knew that something must be said. What he chose to say was calamitous and no sooner had the words passed his lips than he knew his error. He said, "Do you know a woman called Lily Shane? I met her on the train." It was purely an effort at conversation. He knew well enough that they knew her, but the effect was terrific. Mr. Seaton's carving halted in mid-air. The mouth of Mrs. Seaton went down at the corners. May giggled nervously and Jimmy, sensing triumph, raised himself until he displayed several inches of skinny neck above the table's edge. "Yes," said Mr. Seaton in a hollow voice, "we know about her. She is not a good woman." What he said was mild enough, yet it carried overtones of the unspeakable, of bacchanalian orgies, of debauchery. And the mother, seeing her chance, took it. "She is not nice, you know. There are things about her," she would have gone on, but a look from her husband halted her. It was a look which said, "We do not discuss such women before May and Mr. Murdoch." So Mrs. Seaton coughed and suppressed her revelations. Instead she made a conversational step aside. "I suppose she looks old and worn now. A woman leading that sort of life always pays in the end." At this point Clarence, like a plumed knight, went to the defense of the damsel. "No, I wouldn't say that. She seemed quite young and beautiful." And then, as if he had gone too far, he added mildly, "Of course, I don't know her well." "It's better to avoid women like her," rejoined the father. "Take a word of advice from an older man. Women like that can ruin men, just by talking to them. They are creatures of the devil." Somewhere within the mind of Clarence a great light broke, and he saw everything clearly. He understood then that all the visit differed from his expectations, not because the Seatons had changed but because he had encountered Lily Shane. She lay at the root of the trouble. Yes, women like her were powerful. There was no denying it. The talk came easily enough now. Mrs. Seaton, following her instincts, saw an opportunity to destroy the single menace which she fancied stood between her and her success. "She is a cousin, you know, of Ellen, that Tolliver girl. They all have bad blood in 'em. But she had taken a false turning and, though she never knew it, her implications were in their effect fatal. Without understanding it she brought into the room both Ellen and her cousin Lily Shane, and Clarence saw them there, aloof and proud, more clearly than he had ever seen them in the flesh. He saw in them the same qualities, the assurance, the subtle, bedeviling recklessness, the outward indifference that concealed beneath it things undreamed of. And then May giggled, nervously, as if she were smirking at the veiled improprieties which her mother kept concealed. The sound was more terrible than the scraping of the fork against the cold plate, for suddenly May stood revealed, and Clarence, in the nicety of his soul, was horrified. "I couldn't tell you the whole story," continued Mrs. Seaton. "Perhaps Mr. Seaton could. I think you ought to know." But the thoughts of Clarence had wandered away from the little group, away from the goose and cranberry sauce on his plate. Indeed they had wandered a long way, for they were centered now on the great black house he had seen for an instant high above the flames of the furnaces, so distant, so unattainable. In his mind he had created a picture of the house, of what sort of a dinner must be in progress within its sooty, decaying walls. It was a picture, to be sure, far more magnificent than the reality and therefore more fatal to his happiness. The old ambitions began to stir once more, ponderously and terribly. And far away he heard May saying, "She doesn't stay much in the town. She thinks it isn't good enough for her." And then following the cue of so bad a campaigner as her mother, "Neither does Ellen. They're both stuck up. They think there's nothing good enough for them in the town." "You'd think," rejoined Mrs. Seaton, "to see Ellen in her homemade clothes that she was a princess." A fierce resentment, bordering upon savagery, colored her voice. In the course of the conversation the fat, complacent woman became transformed into a spiteful, witch-like creature. And in the brain of Clarence there echoed a soft voice which said, "Ah, the Setons. To be sure, I know who they are, but I don't know them," dismissing them all quite easily, without resentment, without savagery, even without thought, forgetting in the next moment their very existence. And then the lightning struck. The shrill voice of Jimmy, impatient of results, suddenly cut the dampish air like a knife. "I know what it is. She's had a baby and she was never married. She's had a baby and she was never married." 14 Dusk had already fallen and the black servants had placed silver candlesticks among the wreckage of the Christmas feast before the first chair was drawn back with a scraping sound in the panelled dining room of Shane's Castle. Throughout the long dinner, Ellen sat silent and somewhat abashed, eating little, hearing nothing, not even the family talk which each year followed the same course, rambling backward into reminiscences of the Civil War and of Grandpa Barr's adventure to the Gold Coast in the 40s. Even when the old man, lost in a torrent of sweeping memories, described with flashing blue eyes and the resonant voice of youth the jungle tapestries of Panama and a terrible shipwreck off the Cocos Islands, Ellen did not raise her head. It was not these things which interested her, they were too far away and she was still too young, too egoistic, to understand the burning romance that lay in them. It was only Lily who interested her, and with Lily she had been able to make no progress. Her cousin was placed opposite her, between Charles Tolliver and his son Fergus, and between these two Lily divided her attention, save in those moments when the stentorian tones of the red old Scot drowned all conversation. Even the boy she addressed with as much charm and as much interest as if he had been the most fascinating of men, and Fergus, young though he was, had been affected. His clear blue eyes, half hidden by dark lashes, glowed with a naive pleasure. Ellen, watching the pair, understood suddenly that this brother, so fascinated by the woman beside him, would one day escape as Lily had escaped. It was easy for him, it was easy for any man. For a girl to escape was a different matter. Yet, sitting there wrapped in despair, she planned how she might help him if she were the first to make her way into the world. For Fergus exerted upon her a strange effect of softening. His fanciful mind she alone understood, and there were times in the long winter evenings when it was to him alone that she played her savage music. His shyness, which, unlike hers, lacked all the quality of savagery, aroused in her a fierce instinct of protection. There were times when the sight of his clear eyes, his blond curly head and snub nose filled her with an unaccountable melancholy and foreboding. Sometimes during the dinner Ellen turned at the sound of a loud, rasping voice to regard her cousin Eva Barr, who sat by the side of Irene discussing harshly their work among the poor. Something about the horse-faced spinster filled her with a vague terror. It was as if Eva Barr stood as a symbol of that which a courageous, strong-minded woman might become if kept too long imprisoned. To Ellen, turning these things over secretly in her mind, it seemed that the way of her own destiny lay before her, branching now into two paths. At the end of the one stood the glowing Lily and at the end of the other Eva Barr, baffled, sour, dogmatic, driving herself with a fierce energy into good works. In a sudden access of pity and sorrow, for herself as much as for Eva Barr and old Miss Ogilvy, the tears welled in her eyes and dropped to the starched front of her shirtwaist. But she dried them, quickly and proudly, before they were seen, with the handkerchief she kept in the jangling chatelaine at her waist. Ah, she saw everything very clearly, even the tragedy of her mother, so contented at this moment, in the midst of all her family, talking in her rich, vigorous voice to bitter old Julia Shane. Yet there was no way of saving anyone, of changing anything. By some profound and feminine instinct, the girl knew this and it made her weep silently. Ellen, who people said was so proud and had no heart. Thus all her plans for seeking help from Lily were dissipated. If she had been less proud, she might, by an heroic effort, have approached her cousin saying, "You must give me money, lend it to me. Some day I will pay you back, for I will be rich, powerful. You must help me to do what I know I must do." But she found herself incapable of speaking the words, because the pride of a poverty which has been trained to show an indifferent face was too deeply planted in her. She would ask anything else, anything. She could not ask for money. It was Lily herself who, all unconsciously, closed the matter once and for all. As the family, much wrapped in coats and furs against the cold, stood in the dark hallway making their farewells, she drew Ellen aside and, placing a friendly arm about the waist of the girl, said, "You play superbly, Ellen. If you can play always as you have played today, you will be a great artist." And then in a whisper, almost furtive, she said, "You must not throw it away. It is too great a gift. And don't let them make you settle into the pattern of the town. It's what they'll try to do, but don't let them. We only live once, Ellen. Don't waste your life. And when the time comes, if you want to come and study in Paris with the great Philippe, you can live with me." For a moment, the girl blushed and regarded the floor silently. "I won't let them," she managed to murmur presently. "Thank you, Cousin Lily." It was all that she was able to say. And when she stepped through the doorway into the cold air, the flames above the furnaces were blurred before her glistening eyes. Lily had promised Paris. That was something, but Paris was a long way off and the road between was certain to be hard. 15 The heavy snow lasted until the day before the New Year, when the weather, turning suddenly, sent it slithering away down the gutters of the town in streams of black water to swell the volume of the Black Fork, so that in the flats, where the stream meandered a tortuous course, it overflowed its banks and filled the cellars of the hovels with stinking damp. It was through this malodorous area that the fastidious carriages of the town made their way on New Year's Eve to the eminence crowned by Shane's Castle, aglow now with the lights that had flashed into existence upon the arrival of Lily. Kentucky thoroughbreds picked their way daintily through the streaming gutters, drawing behind them the old families of the town and one or two of the new, for the Shanes, the Barrs, and the Tollivers did not, save in cases of rare distinction, admit the existence of the new. Consequently there was no carriage bearing a member of the Seton family. It was this circumstance, far more perhaps than any other, which had precipitated the dinner-table crisis of Christmas Day. And its consequences had not ended there, they were destined once more to enter into the existence of Clarence Murdoch. On the same New Year's Eve at about the hour when the gaiety in the house among the Mills, centering itself about the returned prodigal, had reached its height, Mrs. Seton, with the rustling of her voile skirts, drew May off to bed. Even the persistent Jimmy was swept with them, so that Clarence, left conspicuously alone with the father, understood that some event of grave importance had been arranged. Indeed, the manner of the corset manufacturer made his divination doubly sure. The man poked the remnants of the fire to make certain that it was entirely consumed before he retired, and then faced his guest. Clarence, opposite him in a stiff-backed chair of mahogany veneer, stirred with a sense of impending doom. The green eyes of his host fastened upon him with the old implication of guilt. From one corner of his narrow mouth there hung, limply, an unlighted and rather worn cigar which had done service all the day. "I've been thinking it over," he said presently in his cold, deliberate voice. "I thought perhaps we'd better talk over a few things before you go away for good." A cinder slipping in the grate disturbed the stillness of the room and he continued. "I don't want to hurry you about anything, but it's best to come to an understanding." In his uncomfortable chair, Clarence, swayed by the cold deliberate manner of the elder, shifted his position as if he were sitting on a bag of rocks. Yes, he managed to articulate, as if he knew what was coming. It's always better. First of all, began his host, there is this matter of the Shane woman. Lily Shane. He coughed and looked into the fire for a long time. And then, it's a matter I don't care to discuss before May. She's innocent, you know, like a flower. The way girls should be. Yes, said Clarence agreeably, but there rang in his ears the horrid memory of May's knowing giggle. I don't understand how Jimmy could have found out unless he overheard his mother discussing it, continued the father. We've always kept such things from the children. My wife and I are great believers in innocence and purity. It's a fine protection. A month ago, Clarence would have agreed. Now he murmured, yes, politely, but in his heart he felt stirring a faint desire to protest, to deny this assertion. Lately there had come into his mind a certainty that the greatest of all protections lay in knowledge. One could not know too much. Each bit of knowledge was a link in the armor. It's true, what Jimmy said. And again there was a silence in which Clarence flushed slowly a deep red. We can speak of such things, man to man, continued the torturer, and slowly there swept over Clarence a terrible sense of becoming involved. Life in the Babylon Arms in the midst of a great and teeming city was simple compared to the complications of these last few days. But it doesn't seem to make any difference, he said presently. All the town has gone to the ball. I saw the carriages going there, a whole stream of them, and it's Lily Shane who is giving it. For an instant, Harvey Seaton remained silent, turning the worn cigar round and round in his thin lips, as if it might be the very thought he was turning over in much the same fashion in his own devious mind. Yes, he replied, after a long time. That's true. But it's because nobody really knows. At this speech Clarence, moved perhaps by the memory of Lily leaning from the window of the cab as she drove off through the storm, asked, but do you know? Slowly his host eyed him with suspicion. It was as if the veiled accusations contained in their depths had suddenly become defined, specific, as if he accused this model young man opposite him of being the father of the vague and supposititious child. I have no proofs, to be sure, he said. But a woman, like that. Well, to look at her is enough. To look at her in her fine Paris clothes. A woman has no right to make herself a lure to men. It's like the women of the streets. Then he added gruffly with a sudden glance at the dying fire, she's always been bad. They're a bad lot, the whole family, unstable, not to be relied upon. They go their crazy way, all of 'em. Why, there was Sam Barr, Lily Shane's uncle, who spent his whole life inventing useless things, never making a cent out of 'em. His daughter lives in a cheap boarding house now. If he'd made an honest living instead of mooning about. He laughed scornfully. Why, he even thought he could invent a perpetual motion machine. Then he halted abruptly as if he realized that he had protested too much, and returned to the main stream of his discourse. As for the town going to the ball, all the town knows just what I know, and they talk about it, only they see fit to ignore it tonight because there is music and good food and champagne punch at Shane's castle. In the silence that followed, Clarence bent his neatly brushed head and slipped away into a world of philosophy new and strange to him. Yes, he found himself thinking, the world is like that and nobody can change it much. If Lily Shane had asked you, you would have gone. But in this he was unfair to his enemy. Skinflint Seaton would not have gone, because he would have taken too great a satisfaction in refusing. It was this satisfaction, undoubtedly, which he now missed so bitterly. but the turn things had taken exerted upon Clarence a curious effect. It was as if he found himself for the first time on the offensive, as if he were placed now within the ranks of all the others who were at the ball, laughing, dancing, forgetful, as Lily Shane had been, that Harvey Seton even existed. He had begun to lose the feeling of isolation, of being trapped. There appeared in the offing a gleam of hope. He knew vaguely that it was difficult to deal with this man who sat opposite him, but he did not understand the reason that it lay in the very positiveness of his opponent, in the fact that the world of Harvey Seton consisted entirely of blacks and whites. There were in between no soft, warm shades of gray. May was, despite that fatal giggle, innocent as a flower, just as Lily Shane was the apotheosis of sin, and they were so because he willed them to be so. Thus he had created them, knowing his own daughter perhaps no better than he knew Lily Shane. Clarence looked at him and blushed slowly. The walls began once more to close about him, he was frozen into silence. It was about May, Seton repeated slowly. She's unhappy. At least her mother says she is, and it's on account of you. In response to this Clarence found nothing to say. He would have protested, but there were no words with which to frame a protest. The corset manufacturer bore down upon his victim like a juggernaut. Clarence could neither speak, nor scream, nor rise from its path. I've guessed for a long time that there was something between you two. And here he permitted himself to smirk suddenly with a frigid sentimentality. I'm not sorry, you understand. Nothing could please me more. I'll need someone to help me in the factory, until Jimmy's old enough to take hold. In his chair before the chilly, dying fire Clarence sat motionless, betraying no sign of the tortured soul that writhed within him. But I don't, he began. I mean. The juggernaut rolled on. I understand your bashfulness, continued his host. I once had the honor of speaking myself, to the fine woman who is now my wife. My boy, there is nothing like a wife. It's the finest step a man can take, to settle himself into honorable matrimony. Here he bit a piece from the badly worn cigar and spat it into the ashes of the fire. I am only speaking to you because I wanted to know if your intentions are honorable. After all, you have been close to us now, for a long time, living as one of the family, and under such conditions it is not surprising that a young girl should have her interest aroused. By now Clarence managed to speak. He sat upright and with superhuman effort turned upon his torturer. My intentions, he began. My intentions. And then he ended weakly. Of course they're honorable, sir. What did you think? It was as if he were in some terrible nightmare in which there was no faint gleam of reality. Then, continued the elder, a declaration would clear up everything, everything. I wouldn't have hurried you except on the girl's account. It was impossible to believe that this was happening to him, Clarence Murdoch, that he was being forced slowly into a life of slavery, of horror, a world of damp cotton sheets and reinforced corsets, of cold piety and stewed mutton. He must fight for time, somehow. You know, sir, he heard himself saying from a great distance, I am bashful. I've meant to propose, but I can't screw up my courage. I've meant to all along, and then I thought I'd leave it until I went away. I have no intention, replied the elder firmly, of hurrying things. I only thought that it would make everyone easier, yourself included. I'm going away tomorrow, for 3 days, said Clarence. When I come back we're going on a skating party if it's cold enough. I'll ask May then if she'll have me. Harvey Seton rose and came over to him, placing one hand on his shoulder. That's fine, he said. May's a fine girl. She'll make you a fine wife. Then he withdrew his hand for an instant and regarded Clarence with his accusing green eyes. I suppose, he began, there's no reason why you shouldn't marry her. And at the look of astonishment in the eyes of his guest he continued, I mean, there's been no other woman, you've led a clean, pure life. You are fit to marry such a pure, innocent girl. By now Clarence had become quite still, with the stillness of one who cannot believe the sensations conveyed by his own nerves. His mouth opened. It closed. At last he stammered, Why? Why, of course there's been no other woman. I don't know anything about women. And in the back of his mind a still small voice said, But I'm learning. I'm learning. Harvey Seton backed away and stood with his lean legs between Clarence and the dead fire. He shook himself suddenly as if the chill had penetrated even his spare frame. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't know. Things are different in a city like New York. And then you talked to Lily Shane, but she spoke to me first. I know. I know. I've encountered temptations. And he squared his thin shoulders with the air of Saint Anthony resisting all the forces of the devil. I know. Then he turned suddenly and raised his arm toward the flickering gas. It's gettin' chilly in here. We'd best go to bed. On the way to the door, the father turned in the darkness. Of course, he said, you can leave your things here if you're only going to be gone 3 days. There's no use in lugging all that stuff away with you. You can get it when you come back. There was a little pause, during which Clarence shuddered silently. When you come back to propose to May. My, it'll make her happy. You know, she's one of the marrying kind. In the mind of Clarence there lingered the memory of that obscene giggle. With this new turn of affairs, it filled him with actual terror. After he had gone to his room, he stood for a time looking out of the window far across to the other side of the town. The house stood on a hill so that it overlooked all the wide and flooded expanse of the flats. It was impossible to have seen Shane's castle, but above the spot where it raised its gloomy pile there was a great glow that filled all the sky. To be sure, it was a glow caused by the flames from the furnaces, but it might have come from a great house where there was a ball in progress with music and good food and champagne punch. The glow appeared at length to spread over all the town and penetrate the very blood of Clarence as he stood there silhouetted against the light. His bony legs shivered beneath his cotton nightshirt. It may have been the cold, or it may have been fright. Clarence himself could not have said which it was. Presently he lifted the window a little way. Unmistakably it was growing colder. There would be skating in 3 days. Nothing could alter the course of nature. 16IT was about this time that Gramp Tolliver, as if he scented the imminence of stupendous happenings, began like a long dormant volcano to display signs of activity. Despite the bitter cold and the ice that lay thick upon the pavement, he left his cell and, clad in a beaver cap and a moth-eaten coonskin coat, took to wandering about the streets. This activity Hattie Tolliver observed with apprehension, not alone because of the risk which the glittering pavements placed upon his brittle old bones, but because from long experience she interpreted such behavior as an omen of disaster. Standing in the doorway she watched his daily departure with a hostile eye, knowing well enough that if he did not come to grief, he would return in time for meals. His appetite was the best, and on the rare occasions when he undertook any exercise it suffered a consequent augmentation. All the signs were present at mealtime when the noise in the room above the kitchen became more violent and assumed a variety of manifestations. On occasion there was an admirable directness in Gramp Tolliver, not distantly akin to the directness of an elderly tiger at the approach of the feeding hour. The sight of his grotesque figure, wrapped in furs and perambulating with uncanny skill the slippery places of the street, provided the people of the neighborhood with a divertisement of rare quality. As he passed along the street they took their children to the windows and there pointed out with ominous fingers his figure, saying, "There goes old man Tolliver, a living example of what laziness comes to. A perfect failure in life. Let him be an example to you. Just watch him. If it was a good hard-working man like your grandfather, children, he would have fallen and broken his leg long ago. But not him. Not old man Tolliver. The devil looks out for him." And by that time Gramp Tolliver would have vanished around the next corner to draw new moralists to peer at him from behind the Boston fern that adorned each successive bay window. Knowing these things, Hattie Tolliver in her respectable heart experienced a certain shame at this frank exposure of Gramp. She would have preferred some other person as a walking example of failure, but there was nothing to be done unless she locked him in his room, and then he might easily have climbed to freedom by way of the grape arbor, a proceeding even more perilous to his brittle limbs than these icy promenades. Into the midst of Gramp Tolliver's unusual behavior, Ellen returned from Shane's castle with her appearance altered almost beyond the realms of the imagination. She had stayed with Lily, at the request of her cousin, over the 3 days following the ball, and now, on her return, it was clear that something stupendous had taken place during the visit. She came upon her mother without warning in the very midst of a busy morning, and at sight of her Mrs. Tolliver halted her work abruptly and stood staring quietly for a good 3 minutes, while Ellen took off her hat and laid aside her coat. It was then that the shock became so great that Mrs. Tolliver broke the silence. She went at once into the heart of things. "What has Lily done to you? What ideas has she put into your head?" There was reason for her astonishment. The girl had changed. She appeared older, more mature. The wire rat, that so recently had supported the pompadour which was her pride, had vanished, and her fine black hair lay smooth and close to her head, in a fashion created by a doubtful lady named Cleo de Merode and appropriated not long afterward by Lily Shane. Her corsets, instead of being laced to give her the hourglass figure and the slight stoop forward so cherished in those days, were now worn so indecently loose that the clasps of her flaring skirt no longer fulfilled their mission. She was, according to the standards of the town, extremely unfashionable in appearance, but she was far more beautiful. She belonged now not to the world of fashion plates fed to small towns by gigantic women's papers, but to a world of her own which had little to do with fashion or convention. Even though there was something ridiculous in her appearance, she had a new dignity. Something of the provinciality had slipped away. It was this, perhaps, which alarmed her mother, as if suddenly the girl had escaped into that horrid world where Lily moved and had her being. "To think," said Mrs. Tolliver mournfully, "that I sent away my little girl and now she comes back to me a grown woman. That's what Lily has done to you. You aren't my little girl any longer." To this Ellen made no reply. She stood, somewhat sullenly, as if she implied that there was no answer to such a sentimental observation. "I suppose it's Lily who had you change your hair. I have beautiful hair. Why should I spoil it with a rat? Lily said that. I know she did. I can hear her saying it. But that doesn't make it right. It's not the fashion, at least not in the town. And that's where you're living." For the first time Ellen smiled, in her old secretive fashion, as if she and Lily had entered upon some dark compact. It was just what Lily said. "Rats are silly things, anyway. They'll laugh at you," continued her mother, with an air of feeling her way. "Young men don't like girls to be different. It makes them seem eccentric." Ellen must have known, in her shrewd way, that her mother was not speaking frankly. She knew beyond all doubt that her mother was not concerned with what the young men would think. She was talking thus because she saw these things, the rat, the corsets, the new air, all as signs of something far deeper. She was fighting against the escape of her child, battling to keep her always. Yes, they would laugh, wouldn't they, remarked Ellen presently. And then, quite suddenly, the timbre of her voice changed. Well, let 'em, she added abruptly. As if she saw the beginnings of a storm, her mother sighed, turned away and observed casually, Gramp has started to wander about again. It worries me. But Ellen swept past her and placing her handbag on the dining room table, she opened it, saying, Lily gave me some clothes. You shouldn't have taken them. I don't want Lily making paupers of us. I thought about that, said Ellen with an air of reflection. But you don't understand Lily. It wasn't like that at all. She doesn't do things that way. She gave them to me as a present, the way she might have given me a book. For a time there was a silence during which Ellen proceeded with the unpacking of her bag. Reverently, almost with an air of worship, she took out from among her own threadbare clothes 3 gowns of superb material and spread them across the table under the grey winter light. One was of black, one of green, the color of deep jade, and the third was the color of flame, so brilliant that in the comfortable shabby room it destroyed all else. I'm sorry I let you stay at Shane's castle, began her mother. Lily. She halted abruptly and regarded her daughter with suspicion. She didn't promise you anything, did she? Ellen laughed, but through the sound of her soft mirth there ran, like a taut singing wire, the echo of subdued bitterness. No. At least nothing very definite. She said that when I came to Paris to study I could live with her. We didn't get beyond that. But you don't want to go to Paris. It's a wicked city. I thought you'd given all that up long ago. But Ellen only lifted the flame-colored gown and said, Look at it. Feel it. Isn't it beautiful? And she ran her hand over the soft brocade with a sensuous air that was new and alarming. There's nothing like it in all the town. Dumbly the mother fingered the stuff, she felt of it tenderly, reverently, and after a long time she said, But you couldn't wear such clothes here. Nobody has ever seen anything like them, except on Lily, and she's different. That's why people talk about her. No, you couldn't wear them here. People would laugh at you. For an answer Ellen only held up the green gown and then the black one. They were simply made and not dissimilar, the flame-colored one girdled by a chain of glittering rhinestones, the others by cords of silver. They were so scant there seemed to be nothing to them, so simply made that their lack of ornament conveyed to Hattie Tolliver a sense of nakedness. People in the town wore bows, rosebuds, festoons of lace, all save Lily. I don't see what Lily was thinking of, she observed presently. And she drew in her lower lip doubtfully with an air of meditation as if the gowns raised before her eyes a wild vista of foreign orgies. Yes, people would laugh at me, said Ellen, not that it makes any difference. And placing the gowns over her arm, she turned away and started up the stairs to her own room. Her mother, staring after her, made a clucking sound which was her invariable signal of alarm. She must have speculated upon what passed between Ellen and her mysterious cousin within the depths of the gloomy house among the mills, but she said nothing. In such a mood, it was impossible to learn anything from the girl. And as she turned at last to resume her duties in the kitchen, the shadow of a moth-eaten coonskin coat and beaver hat passed the window. It was the ominous shadow of Gramp Tolliver hungrily returning for his noon meal. Clearly there was calamity in the air. He had never been so active before. Ellen had a way of dealing with the truth which must have alarmed her mother. It was not that she lied, rather it was that by some selective process she withheld certain truths and brought forward others, so that the resulting effect was one of distortion, complicated by the wildest variation of mood. At the moment the girl appeared to be elated, perhaps only by the possession of the 3 naked gowns, so elated that her high spirits carried into the afternoon, when she announced her intention of going skating. "Are you going with May?" questioned her mother as she left the house. "No, I'm going alone. May has Clarence Murdoch. I don't imagine she'll want to be disturbed." And then with a sort of grim malice she added, "Things aren't moving very fast for May. Not fast enough to suit her mother. You see, she spread the story months ago that she was already engaged, and now she has to make it work out." And without another word she passed out of the door into the bright cold sunshine, her tall, fine figure moving briskly down the path between the shaggy, frozen lilacs that marked the path to that extraordinary house of the shabby and respectable Tollivers. 17 Walker's Pond lay on the outskirts of the town, a long sinuous expanse of water, frozen now, which wound its length between 2 long low hills left behind by the melting of the second great glacier. It twisted its way among the convolutions of rock and earth in a multitude of small coves and inlets, fringed by tangled bushes and low willows that stood black and naked in the winter wind. At the lower end the pond expanded into a broad and circular lake, on the borders of which stood a low shed. Here it was that the crowds from the town did their skating, and here it was that May, in ignorance of the promise exacted by her impatient father, had brought the reluctant Clarence. Anyone watching the course of Ellen as she neared the spot must have realized that she had no intention of joining the crowd. Instead of approaching the pond by the road of frozen clay which ended near the shed, she turned off through the fields, and swinging her skates, struck out for the far end, where it lengthened into a serpentine canal. As she walked, her skirts struck the ice-coated stalks of the dead weeds, causing them to break off and fall beneath her feet with a slight tinkling sound of distant, crystal music. Among the bushes that bordered the fields the berries of the dogwood showed crimson against the black of the bare branches, with a color rivaled only by the dark flame of the plumed sumac. Something in the day's brilliance must have penetrated the soul of the girl, for she sang as she walked more and more quickly in the direction of the ice. There was in her manner, now that she was once more alone and unharassed, something wild and passionate, a sort of untamed fierceness of the spirit. Before her, from the crest of the low hill, the lower pond at last spread out its glittering oval, sprinkled now with the black figures of skaters moving round and round with a soft rhythmic motion. The crisp air rang with the distant sound of steel upon ice. It was a queer, muted sound, like the music of violins in a far-off orchestra. For a moment Ellen stood quietly among the trees, contemplating the distant black figures, as if she stood, a goddess, upon some Olympian peak regarding the spectacle of man, and then with a sudden bound, she ran down the long slope and in a little cove sheltered from the wind, fastened her skates, and sprang forward onto the glistening ice. She skated superbly. The lines of her young body, so slender, so sinuous, so strong, despite all the awkwardness of her clothes, stood revealed in the triumphant swing of her strokes. Here in her own hidden cove, she gave full rein to the wild, secret ecstasy of a proud, shy soul. Now she flew ahead into the biting wind, now she halted, pirouetting in a wild freedom, now, with a careless grace, she skated backward for a time, and presently she fell to practicing with the precision of an artist one intricate figure after another. In this lonely backwater, she must have skated thus, triumphing in her skill and grace, for more than an hour, and at length, when she had accomplished each figure with perfection, she glided to the bank and, removing her skates, set about gathering sticks. In another moment she had lighted a fire and sat down by the side of it, her hair streaming, her cheeks bright with the cold, to warm her hands and sit staring into the blaze. Drifting up the sinuous curves of the pond, the sound of skating still floated toward her, but of this she no longer appeared to take any notice. She sat thoughtfully, ignoring it, and presently the color began a little to recede from her cheek and the old expression of restlessness to steal back into her dark eyes. The hills shut her in now, as if they might imprison her in their brooding fashion forever. She had been sitting thus for more than an hour, apparently in profound thought, when slowly she became aware that the solitude of her retreat had been violated. In the gathering dusk of the early winter evening she beheld, through the branches of the thick willows which sheltered her, the figure of an intruder, a man who skated awkwardly and with an air of effort, as if the act required the most profound concentration. Yet it was clear that his mind wandered now and then to other things, for from time to time in the stillness of the evening the sound of his muttering reached her. He failed even to notice the smoke of the dying fire, and as he came nearer a sudden gust of wind carried his words toward her so that in snatches they became audible. "I won't do it. I'll be damned if I do." And then the labored, steady ring of his skates on the glittering ice. "They can't make me," then once more a painful labored concentration upon skates and ankles that were too weak. By now Ellen must have recognized him. The figure was unmistakable, slight, rather stiff, and incredibly neat, even to the carefully pressed line of his trousers. In place of a warm skating cap he wore a fedora hat pulled over his ears to prevent the wind, which had reddened his smooth face, from blowing it astray. The man was Clarence Murdoch. Ellen might have permitted him to pass unnoticed, save that in the next moment he came round the willows and, tottering upon his skates, stood face to face with her. For a moment he stared at her silently, with the air of one who cannot believe his senses. "Well," said Ellen, rising to her feet slowly. Clarence shook himself, balancing more and more perilously on his skates. "I didn't know you were here," he began. "I didn't see you." "I wasn't there," replied Ellen, indicating the direction of the round pond. "I been skating here all afternoon. You look cold." "Wait, I'll poke up the fire. I was going home, but I'm in no hurry." Once his astonishment had passed away, his manner assumed a certain calm. It appeared even that he experienced a relief in finding her there among the willows. He began to rub his ears vigorously while the fire, beneath the proddings of Ellen and the addition of more fuel, sprang into a blaze. It crackled cheerily and sent a bright shower of sparks heavenward. Within its glow Clarence, extending his hands toward the warmth, seated himself. He was more calm now, as if the quiet, capable directness of the girl had quieted his anxiety. There was a long silence and presently Ellen asked, "Where's May?" But all the answer she received was a nod of the head indicating the round pond that lay beyond the hill. Again the silence enveloped them. "It's fine skating," said Ellen, in another attempt at conversation. "The best there has been this winter." It was clear that she could not say she had heard him talking to himself. "It is," replied her companion, thoughtfully, "but I can't skate very well." "It's been a long time." The girl was slipping on her skates once more with an air which said, "If you won't talk then I'll skate, at least until you warm yourself." She slipped to the edge of the ice and glided away, but she did not go any great distance. She circled about, gracefully, with a sure strength which carried an air of defiance, as if she sought to show Mr. Murdoch how well it could be done. She pirouetted and did difficult figures with all the grace of a soaring bird. Indeed, she should have been to Clarence Murdoch an intolerable spectacle. But she was not insufferable, on the contrary she clearly inspired him with a profound wonder. He watched her with a concentration approached only by that which he had given to his own efforts in the same direction. To observe her more clearly, he had put on his nose glasses and, beneath their neatly polished surface, his near-sighted eyes grew bright with admiration. Presently, as she approached the shore in a sudden graceful swoop, he stirred himself and said, "You skate beautifully. I wonder if you could help me." "To skate?" inquired Ellen. Clarence coughed nervously. "I don't mean that," he said. "I mean in another way." Ellen, halting abruptly, seated herself on a rock. "In what way?" she asked. "I'll help you if I can." For a time Clarence did not reply. In the distance, the faint whirring sound of the other skaters had grown gradually less and less distinct as one by one they withdrew from the ice to turn their feet homeward toward the town. At last he said, "I oughtn't to speak to you, but I thought you might understand, being a woman." It was the first time anyone had ever called her a woman, and, despite all her hard independence, it flattered her. She leaned forward a little and said, "Maybe I will. I don't know until you tell me what it is." And then Clarence blurted out the truth. "It's about May. I don't want to marry her." Ellen laughed suddenly in a mocking fashion. "Well," she said, "do you have to? Have you asked her to? There's no law to make you do it." At this speech Clarence blushed, and to cover his embarrassment, he bent his head and started once more to rub his ears, so that when he spoke again it was without looking at her. "It isn't that. I haven't asked her. But I'm in a bad position. You see, I promised her father that I'd ask her today. I didn't want to. I really didn't. I had meant to once, but I changed my mind. I can't explain that. It was her father that forced the promise out of me." There was no doubt of his misery. Even to Ellen it must have been clear that he felt cornered, trapped, like some mild and inoffensive animal. He was such a nice young man. Again Ellen laughed scornfully. "It's what old man Seaton would do, the old skinflint." In the darkness beyond the little ring of flame the shadows danced on the black and naked bushes. There was in the lonely figures by the fire an air of infinite pathos. They were both so young, so ignorant, so perplexed by the business of living. "You can always run away," suggested Ellen. "They couldn't arrest you for it?" At this Clarence looked up suddenly. "But don't you see, all my clothes are at the Seatons, everything I brought with me. I have to get them, and if I go back I'll have to face her father." "But is that the only reason?" asked his companion. "I should think you'd be glad enough to escape at the price of a few clothes." She laughed suddenly with a curious, scornful mockery that confused Clarence. "That is, if you really want to escape. I should think you wouldn't want to settle down in this nasty town. There's nothing here for you. There's nothing for anyone. I'm going to run away before long myself," she added boldly. She spoke with such passion that Clarence made no reply for a long time. He sat watching her across the circle of light, contemplating her clear blue eyes, the fine glow of her face, the superb line of the throat which she herself admired so passionately. Something was happening to him. It was the old thing once more at work, the thing which betrayed him when he least expected it. Presently he said, "You're still going to New York?" "To study." To which Ellen replied with the same intensity, "Of course I am. I don't want a little shut-in world. They can't smother me, none of them. Not all of them together." It may have been that Clarence gathered strength from her strength, that far down in his timid soul some chord of his nature responded to the defiance of the girl. Certainly she was admirable, the way she had come to this hidden spot to skate in solitude, to build a fire with her own hands, to ask him in a friendly way, so frank and so free from all coyness and giggling, to warm his anemic frozen body. She was like the woman on the train. She wasn't afraid. and she didn't giggle. "I been wondering," he said after a little time. "I been wondering," and then he coughed suddenly. "Would you come with me to New York?" At this speech Ellen looked at him with a sudden penetrating glance, as if she failed to understand his meaning. Then, with the caution of a proud nature, she said, "But you see, I haven't enough money yet. It takes money for a girl alone in a city." She did not expose herself to the peril of being hurt. But Clarence, now that he was started, rushed on, "I don't mean that. I mean, would you marry me? Would you come as my wife?" The sound of the distant skating had died away until by now only the faintest ring of steel singing upon the ice was borne by the rising wind into the little cove. In the darkness Ellen bowed her head and sat thus silently for a long time. Her thoughts, whatever they may have been, were interrupted presently by the sound of Clarence's voice, softer this time, and less frightened, though it still carried a timidity, almost the abjectness of an apology. "I could help you. I could make money and you could go on with your music. You see, this didn't come over me suddenly. I've thought about it before, ever since I saw you that first time." There was nothing in the least dominating in his manner. He sat there at a proper distance from her, mild and gentle, pleading his case. It was clear that he was even a little frightened, as if he had spoken almost without willing it. But the little vein in his throat which Lily had noticed so long before began to throb, slowly at first and then with steadily mounting rapidity. If Lily had been there, she would have understood its significance as surely as a ship's captain watching his barometer in a storm. Lily understood such things. When at last Ellen raised her head, it was to look at him directly and with a certain appraising frankness. "Yes. I'll marry you," she said at last. She spoke breathlessly, her voice clouded by a faint choking sound as if for the first time in her life she were really frightened. "I'm glad," said Clarence. "You see, I want to be great and famous someday. I want to be rich, and I want someone to share it with me. I couldn't marry May. It would be like shutting myself up in a trap." The terrible ambitions were loose again, running wild, leaping all bounds, intoxicating him. "I want to be great and rich, if I can. I never told anybody this before, but I thought you might understand because you're different." It was the longest speech he had ever made in her presence, and throughout its duration Ellen watched him with a growing wonder mirrored in her eyes. "I didn't know you felt that way," she said almost with reverence. "You never mentioned it before. I thought you'd be content with May." But all the same, her words lacked the ring of conviction. All at once she felt herself engulfed by a great and unaccustomed wave of pity that was quite beyond explanation. She felt that Mr. Murdoch was pathetic. It was almost as if she could weep for him. It was not until long afterward that she understood this chaotic emotion. It passed quickly, and she said, "But you'd better go now and find May. Don't wait for me. I'm all right. She must be all alone by now, wondering where you are. I can look out for myself." And a little later Clarence, treacherously shepherding May on their last walk together, saw in the far distance against the dying glow the black silhouette of Ellen. Alone she moved over the crest of the high hill, walking slowly now, her head bent in thought, remote, proud, and somehow terrifying. 18 It was not until 10 o'clock that Mrs. Tolliver began to grow uneasy. There had been, after all, nothing to cause alarm. An hour before supper Ellen had come in from skating with a countenance fresh and almost happy. True, Gramp Tolliver had returned late from one of his expeditions the second that day and was noisier and more impatient than usual in his room above stairs. Indeed his uproar continued even after feeding time, until long after Ellen, saying that she was to spend the evening at the Seatons, had gone out into the rising wind. If there was anything which alarmed Mrs. Tolliver, it was the mutterings of the volcano overhead. So great was the variety of its manifestations that she remarked upon it to her husband. "You know," she said, "Gramp is restless again, worse than ever, worse than he was at election time." From his refuge on the great threadbare sofa her husband mumbled a reply, indistinct yet understandable because it was a speech he made so frequently when his wife insisted upon conversation. "You're worrying again." "There's nothing to worry about." But she knew that she was right. It was a feeling which was almost physical, an intuition, an instinct which her husband, in the way of fathers, which at best were but poor things, did not share. After all, he came by his conclusions in a logical fashion, not without the aid of a peculiar and individual philosophy, and therefore, by omitting the human equation, he gave his wife the opportunity more than once of saying, "I told you so." Though Mrs. Tolliver rocked and darned placidly enough, she was not, even out of respect for her husband's love of slumber and forgetfulness, to be kept silent. When Ellen was out and there was no flow of music to bind together the comfort of the evening, it was necessary to talk, otherwise the peace became mere stillness, and the contentment a barren boredom. For Mrs. Tolliver needed constant evidence of happiness or cordiality. It was a thing not to be taken easily and for granted, one must make a show of it. He behaved like this, only not as bad, when Judge Weissmann the dirty scoundrel bought the last election. This time the only reply from the sofa was an engulfing silence, broken now and then by the aggravating sound of heavy breathing. "Why don't you say something?" she said at last in exasperation. "Why don't you talk to me? I work all day and then when evening comes, all you do is to sleep." The blanket on the sofa heaved a little and Charles Tolliver changed his position, muttering at the same time, "What shall I say? What do you want me to say?" And then after a pregnant silence, "If Gramp is ranting around, I don't see what we can do about it." He spoke thus of his father in the most natural fashion. It was as if the old man were something of a stranger to him, a vague figure entirely outside the circle of the family existence. After another long silence, Mrs. Tolliver observed, "It's nearly 11 o'clock and Ellen hasn't come in yet." Then she leaned forward to address her sons who lay sprawled on the floor, the older one reading as usual, the other lying on his back staring in his sulky way at the ceiling. "You boys must go to bed now. I'll come up with you and see that you're tucked in properly. It's a cold night." The three departed and after a time, during which the hall clock sounded the hour of 11, she descended from the neat upper regions and went into the kitchen to see that the door was locked, that the dog was on his mat, that the tap was not dripping, indeed, to oversee all the minutiae of the household that were the very breath of her existence. When at last she re-entered the living room there was in her manner every evidence of agitation. She approached her husband and shook him from his comfortable oblivion. "I don't understand about Ellen," she said. "It's very late. Maybe you'd better go over to the Seatons and see what has happened to her." But her spouse only groaned and muttered, "Wait a while. Like as not she's in bed asleep. That couldn't be, not without my knowing it." What she would have done next was a matter for speculation, but before she had opportunity to act there rang through the silent house the sound of the doorbell being pushed violently and with annoying energy. It rang in a series of staccato periods, broken now and then with a single long and violent clamor. At the sound Mrs. Tolliver ran, and, as she approached the door, she cried out, "Yes. Yes. I'm coming. You needn't wear out the battery." On opening it she discovered on the outside that source of all evil, Jimmy Seaton. Even at sight of her he was unable to relinquish the pleasure of ringing the bell. Indeed, he kept his hand upon the button until she knocked it loose by a sudden slap on the wrist. "What do you mean by ringing like that?" Jimmy, unabashed, faced her. "Ma," he began, in his shrill voice, "wants to know if Mr. Murdoch is over here. He ain't been at our house since before supper. He said he was going to the barber shop and he never came back." For an instant, Mrs. Tolliver, wisely, held her tongue. The old instinct, working rapidly, told her that she must protect Ellen. It was clear then that the girl had not gone to the Seatons. Where could she be? Where was Mr. Murdoch? Within the space of a second, unspeakable catastrophes framed themselves in her mind. But she managed to answer. "He's not here. He hasn't been here. I don't know anything about him." "All right," said Jimmy. "I'll tell her." He made a faint gesture toward the button of the doorbell, but Mrs. Tolliver thrust her powerful body between him and the object of his temptation, so that Jimmy, with a baffled air, turned and sped away into the darkness. When he had vanished, she closed the door slowly, and stood for an instant leaning against it. Then, before she moved away, she raised her voice in a summons. "Papa," she called, "Papa. Something has happened. Ellen wasn't at the Seatons and Mr. Murdoch is missing." In the moment or two while she stood thus with her hand resting on the knob of the door, there passed quickly through her mind in a series of isolated fragments all the events and the forebodings of the past few weeks. Gradually these fitted into a pattern. She understood well enough what had happened. She knew that Ellen had gone. Yet she refused to admit this, as if by refusing to acknowledge the fact it might come gradually to have no existence. She understood Graham Tolliver's ominous outburst of restlessness, Ellen's strange look of triumph, the air almost of happiness which had come over the girl. Only one thing she could not understand. Clarence Murdoch. After all, Ellen had mocked him as something quite beneath her consideration. Why had she chosen him? In that single brief moment she was hurt more deeply than she was ever hurt again. Those things which came afterward were not so cruel because she came in time to be used to them. But this was so sudden, so cruel. She had no defenses ready, not even the defense which the less primitive have a capacity for putting themselves into the shoes of the other fellow, of understanding why he should have acted thus and so. No, there was nothing, save only a sudden sharp physical pain, and that which was far greater a fear for a child who was gone suddenly from her protection. When she re-entered the warm living room, she found her husband sitting on the edge of his sofa. Because he was a man who enjoyed his sleep and was reluctant to shake it off, he was not altogether awake. "You say," he murmured drowsily, "that Ellen has run off with that Murdoch. They are both gone. They must have gone together." This the husband considered for a moment. Foolishly exalting logic above intuition, he asked, "How do you know?" To which his wife retorted, "No. No. Because I do know. I'm sure of it. What are we going to do?" Suddenly she leaned forward and shook him violently. "Why, they're not even married. They can't have been, and they've gone off together. Anything might happen." The husband, out of the depths of knowledge which arose not from instinct or profound love but from long speculation upon the human race, answered, "Don't worry about that. Ellen's no fool. She's not in love with him. When you talk like that, you're like your father." Nothing could have signified in clearer fashion the gravity of the situation, for this was a retort which Mrs. Tolliver used only upon occasions of profound disaster. It was, she believed, the most cruel thing she could say. This time she did not wait for him to reply. "What train have they taken?" "They're bound to go east." "Perhaps you can stop them." "Come." Get up. If you don't go I will. With exasperating slowness her husband gained his feet. There's a train a little after 11. He regarded his watch. We might be able to catch them, though I don't think I can make it. Already his wife stood before him with the coat she had taken from the living room closet. Here, she said. And wrap your throat well. It's a bitter night. Then she herself helped him into his coat and fastened his muffler with great care. Before she had finished, he asked, "What sort of a person is this Murdoch?" "It's no time to ask that. Go. Hurry." Barely had these speeding words fallen from her lips when from overhead there came with the suddenness of an explosion the sound of a terrific crash, as if some part of the house had suddenly collapsed. The sound distinctly came from the rear. The volcano at last had burst forth. In a breathless instant, the pair faced each other. It was Mrs. Tolliver who spoke first. "What has he done now?" And with a fierce emphasis she added, "I think the devil himself has gotten into him." Then she recovered herself quickly. "Go. Go. Catch Ellen. I'll take care of Gramp." He argued for a moment, one precious moment, and losing as usual, was sped on his way by his powerful wife. When her husband had vanished sleepily into the darkness, Mrs. Tolliver made her way up the back stairs to the room under the tin roof. As she opened the door, there rose before her in the flickering light of the kerosene lamp a room which had the appearance of a place wrecked by a cyclone. One of the vast bookcases lay overturned, the worn leather volumes sprawled in a wild confusion about the floor. Bits of paper covered with bird-track handwriting lay scattered like fallen leaves, and at one side, a little removed from the path of the catastrophe, lay stretched at full length the brittle body of Gramp Tolliver, still and apparently unconscious. There was in its rigidity something ghastly. Only a miracle had saved him from being buried under his own books, battered and broken perhaps by his own beloved decline and fall. Climbing over the wreckage, Mrs. Tolliver leaned down and took the body of the old man in her arms. Thus a truce was declared, and when the one enemy had made certain that the other was still alive, she went downstairs, wrapped a shawl about her and fetched a doctor. 19 It was midnight when Charles Tolliver returned alone. Without removing his coat or the carefully bound muffler, he made his way through the house to the back stairs, which he climbed slowly and with an air of sheepishness. His wife was, after all, no easy woman to face under conditions like this. The news he had for her was not the best. Indeed, it is probable that he experienced a great relief when he found that his wife was not alone. In the dusty room, thrown now into a wild disorder which Mrs. Tolliver was already vigorously engaged in clearing away, the doctor stood beside the bed. There was a quality of the grotesque in the battered figure of the old man and the fantastic shadow of the physician cast by the flickering light upon the wall. At the sound of his footsteps Mrs. Tolliver, still holding in her arms volumes 3 and 4 of the Decline and Fall, looked up from her task. She stared hard at him as if by concentration she might produce out of thin air the figure of her daughter. But there was no mistake. He was alone. It was Charles Tolliver who spoke first. He found no pleasure in airing his troubles in public, so he said nothing of his errand. "What's the matter with Gramp?" The doctor faced him. He was a short fat man with little mutton chop whiskers. "It seems he's had a stroke," he murmured. "And yet I don't know. It might be something else. The symptoms aren't right." And he took up once more the bony wrist, to count the pulse. Instantly Mrs. Tolliver stepped close to her husband. "Did you find her?" she asked in a low voice. "No. The train was pulling out just as I reached the station. I was a minute too late. It was Gramp who let her get away. If you hadn't stayed to argue, you could have hurried." My God, who knows what will happen to her? My little girl. She isn't that. Not any longer. But before she could reply, the doctor interrupted. No, I don't know what it is. His pulse seems all right and he has no fever. And the little man fell to wagging his head, in the manner of a physician who was always secretly doubtful of his own opinion. Tomorrow I'll fetch another doctor. We'll have to have a consultation. After that he packed his bag, wrapped himself up to the throat and bidding them good night in a mournful, bedside whisper, as if, thought Hattie sourly, Gramp had been an adored child cut off in the bloom of youth, made his way down the creaking stairs. When he had gone, Mrs. Tolliver turned abruptly and said again, "You could have made it if Gramp hadn't thrown this fit." And now she's gone. In the shadows that covered the vast bed, Gramp Tolliver's body lay stiff as a poker thrust beneath the sheets. But presently, in the midst of the hushed talk that went on by his side, one eye opened slowly and surveyed the scene. For an instant there rose in the still cold air the echo, it could not have been more than that, of a far-off demoniacal chuckle. At the sound Mrs. Tolliver turned and approached the bed. "He laughed," she said to her husband. "I'm sure of it," and she shook the old man gently without gaining the faintest suspicion of a response. He lay rigid and still. At last she turned away. "Go," she said, "and take the next train. You might catch them at Pittsburgh. If you haven't enough money, there's some tied in a handkerchief under the mattress. But you. What'll you do?" "Never mind me. I'll sit here in the rocker and keep watch," and until the gray winter dawn crept in at the windows she sat there, awake, with one eye on the old man, for the echo of that wicked chuckle had awakened in her mind the most amazing suspicions. In the single moment that she had stood listening to the sound of the catastrophe overhead, Ellen had made her escape. How could he have known what no one else knew? Yet she was certain that he had known. Charles Tolliver did not overtake his daughter. Indeed, on that night she escaped from him forever. He saw her afterward, long afterward, but he never recaptured her, even for one fleeting moment. Perhaps in the dismal solitude of a day coach filled with weary travelers rushing eastward through the winter night, he understood this in his own way. It was, after all, a way different from that of his father, old Gramp, or his wife, who sat patiently now in a kind of dumb, animal agony by the side of the old man. Of Charles Tolliver, it might have been said that he expected nothing of life, that from the very first he had accepted life as at best a matter of compromise. One took what came and was thankful that it was not worse. Because he was like this, people called him a weak man. And it is impossible to say that he regretted profoundly the flight of his daughter. In his gentleness, he understood that this thing which she had done was inevitable. Nothing could have prevented it. Even the pursuit was a futile thing. If Ellen were recaptured, it was vain to hope that she would remain so, yet the pursuit was in itself a symbol of action, and therefore it satisfied his wife in at least a small way. It may even have been that in the rare wakeful moments of his lonely, fruitless journey he envied Ellen, that he saw in her escape a hope which had always eluded him. He had been known since childhood as a worthy man, the unfortunate son of a father who was worthless and a failure. He had existed always as a symbol of virtue, as one who had stood by his mother, dead now these many years, in the long periods of poverty and unhappiness. If he had been ruthless instead of dutiful, if he had escaped, if he had ventured into a new world, what might have happened? But even this thought could not have troubled him for long. He slipped easily back into the pleasant oblivion of sleep. The passengers, wakeful, uncomfortable, restless in the close air of the crowded car, could never have guessed that the gray-haired, handsome man, who slept so peacefully, was a father in pursuit of an eloping daughter. And in another train 100 miles beyond, Rushing faster and faster toward the rising dawn, sat Ellen and Clarence Murdoch. They too rode in the common car, for the train was crowded. They sat bolt upright and rather far apart for lovers. From time to time Clarence reached out and touched her hand, gently, almost with deprecation, and to this she submitted quietly, as if she were unconscious of the humble gesture toward affection. It is true that they were both a little frightened. What had happened so quickly. Even Clarence could not have explained it. To Ellen, though she came in the end to understand it all, it must have been a great mystery. The romance, what little of it there had been, was all vanished now, gone cold before the glare of the flaring lights, beneath the staring, bleary eyes of their fellow passengers. Somehow everything had turned cold and stuffy, touched by the taste of soot and the accumulated dust of half a continent. The train rocked and swayed over the glittering rails, and presently Clarence, who had been frowning for a long time over something, said, "Do you think they'll ever send on my handbags?" Ellen laughed and regarded him suddenly with a curious glance of startled affection. For a moment one might have taken them for a mother and child, a mother who saw that her child must be protected and pitied a little. "I wouldn't worry over that," she answered. "What difference does it make now?" "And May," began Clarence once more. "It's done now," said Ellen gravely. "Besides, in a little while she'll forget everything and marry someone else. Any man will suit May. It's only a man she wants, not the man." But Clarence was not comforted. There was his conscience to torment him, and worse than that there was a distrust, vague and undefined, of what lay ahead. He could not have described it. If he had been a strong man, he would have said, "All this is a mistake. We will not marry. It is wrong, everything about it." He could have turned back then and saved himself, but he did not. He sat quietly against the dusty plush, watching Ellen now and then out of the corner of his nice eyes with the manner of a man resting upon the rim of a volcano. By dawn the train had come in sight of the furnaces on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, and the color of the flames mingled with the cold gray of the January sky. He had come out on the train with Lily, he was going back on the train with her cousin. He stood there, timidly, upon the threshold of his new world, a world filled with people who haunted those rare flights of a treacherous imagination. It was not until noon of the following day that the amazing news percolated fully through the houses of the town. Women congregated and discussed it, passionately. Men greeted each other with the news, "Have you heard that Charlie Tolliver's girl has eloped with that young Murdoch who was visiting Skinflint Seton?" They turned the news over and over, worrying it, adding details, filling in the gaps in a story which could have been known to no one. And always the conclusion was the same, that here was another evidence of the wildness and eccentricity of the Barr family. Old Julia Shane, in her youth, had done the same thing. And then there was Sam Barr and his crazy perpetual motion machine. The history of this spirited family was ransacked and 1,000 odd, half-forgotten stories brought to light. There was, of course, that element which hinted that Ellen had eloped because the circumstances made it necessary. Women said this, not because they believed it, but because they hated Ellen and old Julia Shane. In her sooty house among the mills this grim old woman received the news, rather later than most. It was brought her by one of her negro servants, with a sort of wicked delight. This was a great niece worthy of her blood, who took matters into her own hands and acted, quickly, sensationally. And before an hour had passed she seated herself with a quill pen and wrote the news triumphantly to Lily, who, that morning, had started back to Paris. The letter finally overtook her daughter a month later when Lily, installed once more in her big house in the Rue Rainward, sat awaiting the arrival of her friend the Baron. To him she read it aloud, creating for his pleasure a picture of the smoky town, of the effect the news would have upon its residents. She described to him the fierce impetuous Ellen. She told him the town was a town like Roubaix or Tourcoing or Lille, only more provincial. Across the silver-laden tea table in her long drawing room in Passy, she said, "You may see her one day yourself. I've told her to come here and live with me. She wants to be a great pianist. A girl like that can accomplish anything she sets her mind to. But I don't think you'll like her. She's too powerful." Nearer home, the news came to May Seton and her mother a little after midnight when Jimmy, sent a second time as messenger, brought back the suspicion of their elopement. In the beginning the situation was embarrassing, for May in her optimism had spread the story that the fiancés of Clarence and herself had been accomplished. Once this had passed, she experienced a sort of inverted triumph, superior if possible even to that which might have arisen from the capture of a New York young man. She understood presently that people regarded her as a martyr, a virgin robbed of her lover, and once she got the full sense of this she played the role to perfection. Dressed in her most somber clothing, as if she mourned a lover worse than dead, she paid and received a great number of calls, always in company with her mother who now assumed the role of duenna and garnished May's account of the affair with appropriate and growing details. Old ladies swooped about and settled upon the tale to pick it over and contemplate the ruins with ghoulish satisfaction, until at length the event, now of proportions beyond the realms of the imagination, became an epic in the chronicles of the town, a piece in which May Seton played the role of injured innocence and Ellen that of adventuress in the grand manner of East Lynne or Lady Audley's Secret. In short, what had appeared in the beginning to be a calamity, turned out to be a triumph. Husbands might be found at every turn, but public martyrdom comes rarely. Indeed, before many weeks had passed, potential husbands began to loom upon the horizon and crowd into the middle distance. Because May in her bereavement had become what she had never been, a figure of interest. But there was one part of the story which remained known to only one person in the town. It was the space of time which elapsed between the hour that Clarence departed for the mythical barber shop and the hour the train left for the east. This was a matter of 5 hours, in which much might have taken place. No one seemed able to account for it. No one had seen either of them. They had, to all intents, disappeared for 5 hours, a thing which in the town was incredible. Yet there was one person who knew, and she was the last whom any one could suspect. It was impossible to believe that a creature so bird-like, so gentle, could have played a part in so scandalous an affair as the rape of May Seton's lover. Yet it was true, the guilty pair had spent the 5 hours in the room filled with conch shells and pampas grass and plush, for Miss Ogilvy had kept her rash promise to Ellen. Indeed, the whole affair had been planned under her very eyes. But in the little house surrounded by lilacs and syringa bushes, she kept her secret as faithfully as she had kept her promise, though it was the most exciting thing that had ever happened to her. It was almost as if she herself had escaped into a great world where there were no neighbors and no sewing circles. But the two who suffered most were the two whose pride was greatest, those born enemies Mrs. Tolliver and Skinflint Seton. From the moment of the elopement the ancient feud over the swindle of the synthetic corset stays emerged without shame or pretense into the open, and the story became common property that Harvey Seton had been seen on the Tollivers' piazza being ordered into the street because he suggested that Ellen had eloped because the circumstances made it necessary. Scarcely less mysterious than the missing 5 hours was the nature of Gramps' illness, a thing which had baffled the consultations and head-waggings of the town's best medical talent. 2 days later he was up and about again, perambulating once more, in his coonskin coat, the icy pavement of the town. And it was with a new look of defiant malice that he regarded the faces peering at him from behind the Boston ferns of Sycamore Street. The sharp old eyes mocked the passers-by. They said, my granddaughter has a good deal of the old man in her. She has the courage to do as she sees fit. You'll hear from that girl." All this punctuated by the sharp tap, 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 of his tough hickory stick on icy pavements where an ordinary man would long ago have slipped and broken his leg. 21 weeks passed before there came from Ellen any news beyond the mere statement that she was alive, comfortable, and well, and that although she was sorry for her actions she could not have done otherwise. Some day, she implied with romantic overtones, they would understand. When at last a real letter came, it was turbulent, hard, and unrepentant. Nor was the spelling the best. "I am sorry for May, a little," she wrote, "but it won't make any difference to her. She is in love with men and not one man. To have lost Clarence won't end her happiness. Any man will do as well. In a year she'll be married, like as not to Herman Biggs. It was different with me. Everything depended upon Clarence, everything, you understand. To me he made all the difference. And we are happy," she continued, as if this was, after all, a matter of secondary importance. "Clarence loves me. We have a nice apartment quite near to Riverside Drive that overlooks the river where the warships anchor. It is the top floor of an enormous apartment house, 10 stories high, and the view is wonderful. You can see over half the city. It is called the Babylon Arms. You see, Clarence and 2 friends of his, a Mr. Bunce and a Mr. Wick, shared it before I came and now we have it to ourselves, because his 2 friends kindly moved elsewhere. Mr. Bunce is nice but Mr. Wick is a poor sport, always talking about his relatives. You see, he's what he calls an old New Yorker, sort of run down and pathetic, and awfully dependent. I think he hates me for having taken Clarence away from him, and for breaking up the apartment. But it doesn't matter. He's too insignificant to count. Mr. Bunce got married the other day. He says we drove him to it, chasing him out into the street with no place to live. That's the way he talks, hearty and pleasant but a bit noisy. The girl isn't much a big, pleasant girl like himself whose father is a building contractor in Hoboken, which is really a suburb of New York." And so she sketched briefly, and with the careless cynicism of youth, the downfall of Mr. Wick, for it is true that the reverberations of the elopement made themselves felt in a place so far from the town as the magical city. With her appearance the whole world of Mr. Wick toppled, hung for a moment in mid-air, and at last collapsed, leaving him in the backwater of a grimy boarding house on Lower Lexington Avenue. No longer had he anyone to admire or honor him for the sake of the ancient Wick blood and the spinster aunts in Yonkers. On the very day of Ellen's arrival the name of Wick Street was changed to Sullivan in honor of a Tammany politician. Night after night, a lonely little man, he sat, an outcast, on the edge of his narrow bed, waiting for his milk to heat over the gas jet in the 4th floor rear. He mourned Clarence who represented the only friendship he had ever known. He mourned the Babylon Arms where for a time he had been almost a man, independent and free. And as he mourned the hatred grew in the recesses of his timid, unhappy soul. It is true that in her letter Ellen revealed a great deal, but it is true that she did not reveal everything, for there remained between her and a complete revelation the pride which would not allow her to admit disillusion. She did not, for example, say that the view from her windows included, besides the noble river, glimpses of wooden shacks and bleak factories, half veiled in smoke and mist, on the distant Jersey shore. Nor did she say that beneath her window there were monotonous and hideous rows of brownstone houses, unrelieved in their ugliness even by tiny patches of mangy grass. And she said nothing of the railway tracks that lay between her and the river, crowded with cars that imprisoned lines of wretched cattle standing shoulder to shoulder, whose presence sometimes filled the lofty flat with the faint, dismal sounds and odors of the barnyard. These things she could not bring herself to set down on paper because they would have dimmed the splendor raised by such a name as the Babylon Arms. Nor did she say that after all Mr. Bunce and Mr. Wick and even perhaps Clarence were not so different from the people in the town, because this might have given rise to a faint suspicion that, after all, she had not escaped. There were things and shades of things which the town must never know. She understood, perhaps even then, the affair of building a career. There must be glory, only glory, and triumph. And Mrs. Tolliver, reading the letter over and over in the long darkness of the winter evenings, stirred herself night after night to observe that something had happened to Ellen. She's told me more in this letter than she has ever told me in all her life before. She must be happy or she couldn't write such a letter. And for a time she consoled herself with this thought, only to utter after a long silence the eternal doubt. I only hope he's good enough for her. Then, when her husband had fallen into a final deep slumber from which he stubbornly refused to be roused, it was the habit of the woman to go to the piano and dissipate the terrible stillness of the lonely room with the strains of the Blue Danube, and the 99 played laboriously with fingers that were stained and a little stiff from hard work. The faint, awkward sounds, arising so uncertainly from the depths of a piano accustomed now to silence, must have roused in her a long sequence of memories turning backward slowly as she played, into the days when she had struggled for time from household cares to learn those pitiful tunes. The hours spent at the old harmonium in her father's parlor were hours stolen from cooking and baking, from caring for her younger brothers and sisters, hours which, so long ago, had raised in her imagination sounds and scenes more glamorous than anything found in the borders of the country that was her home. They were not great, these two melodies, one born of evangelism and the other out of the gaiety of an Austrian city, yet they were in a fashion the little parcel of glamour which life had dealt out to Hattie Tolliver. The rest was work and watchfulness, worries and cares. There must have been in the woman something magnificent, for never, even in deep recesses of her heart, did she complain of the niggardliness of that tiny parcel. She sought only to wrest a larger share for her children, for her Ellen who was gone now, seeking glamour on her own. And, of course, the sound of the music made by her stiffened fingers may have brought back for a time something of her lost Ellen. Because there was in Hattie no softness which would allow her to admit defeat, she set about, once the first shock of the affair had softened, to reconstruct all her existence upon a new plan, motivated by a single ideal. How this change came about, she would have been the last to understand. It came, in a sense, as a revelation. She awoke one morning and there it was, clear as the very winter landscape, a vision of the sort which guides people of passionate nature. True, there were circumstances which led her mind in that one direction. There was, to be sure, the look that had come into the blue eyes of her elder son since the day when Ellen had fled. Anyone could have seen it, a look so eloquent and so intense, which said, I too must have my chance. I too must go into the world. Perhaps he remembered the half-humorous promises to help him that Ellen had made so frequently. There was, she knew, a secret sympathy between the two in which she played no part. It was a look which came often enough into the eyes of Hattie Tolliver's family. If the boy had been old enough to reason and understand such things, he might have said, my grandfathers set out into a wilderness to conquer and subdue it. It was a land filled with savages and adventure. I too must have my chance. I am of a race of pioneers, but I no longer have any frontier. I must turn back again, as Ellen has turned, to the east. In a little while, a few years more, the look was certain to come into the eyes of Robert, the youngest. And doubtless the woman came to understand that it was impossible any longer to hope that her husband might realize any of the wild and gaudy dreams she had held so often before his philosophic and indifferent eyes. he was a gentleman, and no longer young, he had indeed turned the corner into middle age. What must be done rested with her alone. And so, understanding that Ellen would never turn back, the plan of her existence ceased to find its being in the smoky town, it became instead a pursuit of her children. If they would not remain in the home she had made for them, then she must follow them, and, like a nomad, place her tent and build her fires where they saw fit to rest. So she set about planning how it was possible to escape from the town, to transport all her family and their belongings into a world which she had disliked and even feared, but which now must be faced. Fantastical schemes were born, reared their heads and collapsed in a brain which considered nothing impossible. She would herself support them all if necessary, though she had not the faintest idea of how it was to be done. Surely in a great city like New York, there were ways of becoming rich, even fabulously so. She had read stories in the newspapers. But her first action was a direct one. Dressed in black merino and armed with an umbrella which she carried on important occasions as a general bears his baton, she assailed her enemy Judge Weissmann in the sanctuary of his untidy office, and after a scene in which she accused him of thievery, bribery, and a dozen other crimes, she bullied him, playing shrewdly upon a horse-whipping incident out of his own past, into using his influence to gain for her husband some new work, not mere work but a position worthy of him and of the dignity of her family. She won the battle, and in her triumph, which mounted higher and higher during the walk home, she gave rein in her unbounded optimism to even wilder and more fantastic schemes. There was relief in the knowledge that at last she had taken things into her own hands. No longer was she to be a power behind the throne urging forward an amiable and indifferent husband. Things must change now. She herself would act. She had achieved an opening wedge. In time she would secure an appointment for her husband in New York. She could take the children there. She could be where she could drop in on Ellen at the Babylon Arms, preposterous name. She would watch and aid them in their progress toward success and glory. Ah, she could wrest anything from life. It was, after all, nothing more than a question of energy and persistence. These thoughts were whirling madly about her brain as she turned the corner into Sycamore Street in time to see a group of children congregated before the path that led into the shaggy domain of the Tollivers. They appeared to be watching something and clung to the gate, peering in through the lilacs at the vine-covered house. Unconsciously she increased her pace, and as she approached the gate they fell back, with a look of awe and the sort of animal curiosity which comes into the eyes of children gathered on the scene of a catastrophe. Through their ranks and into the house, she made her way like a fine ship in full sail. Once inside she learned the news. It was this, that upstairs in the room once occupied by Ellen there lay on the bed the unconscious form of her father, the invincible Jacob Barr. They told her that the patriarch, while superintending the loading of hay in his mows, had made a misstep and so crashed to the floor 20 feet below. They had brought him to her house on a truss of hay. The doctors, the same doctors whom Gramp Tolliver had baffled, said he might die suddenly or that he might live for years, but he would never walk again. When she had put the place in order and driven out the confusion which accompanies physicians, she seated herself in a chair opposite the unconscious old man and presently began to weep. "What good is it now? What difference does it make?" she repeated bitterly over and over again. Where before there had been but one, there were now two old men to be managed, and Hattie Tolliver, understanding that it was now impossible to follow Ellen, settled herself to waiting. For what? Perhaps for death to claim her own father. It would have been, as she said, a blessing, for the fracture concerned far more than a hip bone. The very spirit of old Jacob Barr was crushed in that fall from the mows. Sinking back upon the pillows of Ellen's bed, he gave up the struggle. A life in which there was no activity was for him no life at all. He became again like a little child, like his own little children whom his daughter Hattie had cared for through all the years of his widowhood. Sometimes he sang songs, and there were hours when he talked to himself and to Hattie of things which had happened when she was a very little girl or before she was born. He lived again in the Civil War and in the days preceding it, when the fleeing niggers hid in his great mows. Passers-by in Sycamore Street sometimes heard snatches of singing in a voice now cracked, now loud and strong and defiant. John Brown's body lies a mouldering in the grave, but his soul goes marching on. Glory! Glory! Hallelujah! But Graham Tolliver in his high room walled with books kept spry and alert, triumphant now in the knowledge that he had survived old Jacob Barr, that the stern virtue of the old Scotsman had not prolonged his health and happiness by so much as an hour. He read his old books and scribbled on bits of yellow paper, aging not at all, remaining always spare, cynical, vindictive. In these days his daughter-in-law rarely addressed him, and less frequently she came to see that his room was in order. There were other cares to occupy her energy. There was a husband, working now, and 2 growing boys and her own father to care for. In addition to all these she had taken to sewing, secretly, for friends whose fortunes were better. She was a magnificent needlewoman. And she had each day to write a long letter to Ellen, though the letters in return came but weekly and sometimes not so often. They kept her informed of the bare facts of her daughter's life. They told her, in a new, amusing and somewhat cynical fashion, of Ellen's adventures among the music teachers of the city, of weeks spent wandering through the bleak and drafty corridors of studio buildings, tormented with the sounds made by aspiring young musicians. They described the charlatans, the frauds, which she found on every side, teachers who offered every sort of trick and method by which fame and fortune could be reached by the one and only short-cut. There were women called Madame Tessitura and Madame Scarlatti, who had been born Smith or Jones and knew less of music than May Seton, and men who wore velveteen jackets and insisted upon being called maestro. There were the usual adventures, alarming to Hattie Tolliver, who saw her daughter still as a little girl, with lecherous old men. Indeed, in this connection Ellen wrote with a certain hard mockery that was utterly strange and carried overtones of an unmoral point of view, as if such things were to be treated more as preposterous jokes than as grave offenses. And in this Mrs. Tolliver fancied she discerned some traces of Lily's influence. To a woman like Lily, such things didn't matter. She took them too lightly, as a part of the day's experience, carefree, charming, indolent Lily, so impossible to combat. And at last, wrote Ellen, she had stumbled upon the proper person, an old man, a Frenchman, who bore the name of Sanson. He knew what music could be, and so she had settled with him, working under his guidance. In his youth he had known Liszt, and he had been a friend of Teresa Carreño, until a quarrel with that temperamental beauty ended the friendship. Ellen, he had hinted, might one day become as famous as Carreño. She was like her in a way, but she must work, and not lose her head. It would be a long hard path with Paris at the end. It was always this thought which filled Mrs. Tolliver with a nameless dread. Paris. Paris. And Lily. But what troubled her most was the absence of any comment upon Clarence beyond a simple statement that he was well. By now she must have realized that Ellen had no love for him. From her letters it was clear that she had not found him actually offensive. He was a good enough husband, he did everything for Ellen. It was, indeed, clear that he worshipped her. But on her side there appeared to be only a great void, a colossal emptiness where there should have been the emotion that was the very foundation of her mother's life. Mrs. Tolliver worried too about the expenses of her daughter's household. In such matters, Distance made no difference. It was her habit to remark to her husband, "If only I could be near Ellen, I could teach her so much about managing. Clarence must make a great deal of money to have such a flat and pay for her lessons too." And when she questioned Ellen in her letters, she received the reply that Ellen had spoken to her husband and been told that there was no need to worry. He had, he said, plenty of money, 8,000 a year. It is possible, of course, that Ellen never loved him for an instant. It is probable that the state of her affections never progressed beyond the stage of the kindly pity which is akin to love. She was not a bad wife. She cared for him admirably. She kept his house in order. She even cooked for him delicacies which she had learned from her mother. He insisted that she have a servant, declaring that he could easily afford it. She gave him all that he asked, even of herself, and yet there was a difference which altered everything. It was that difference which Hattie Tolliver, expert in such things, sensed in the letters of her daughter. It filled her with a vague suspicion that Ellen had sold herself to satisfy a thing no greater than mere ambition. Of Clarence's sentiments there could have been no doubt. He sang his wife's praises to the men at the Superba Electrical Company, to the men whom he met on those trips into the West when Ellen was left behind alone in the Babylon Arms. He bought her present after present until, at length, the whole aspect of their little apartment was changed. Bit by bit the furniture altered its character. First there was a small grand piano, and then a sofa and presently a chair or two, and at last the brass beds which he and Bunce had once occupied gave place to twin beds of pale green ornamented with garlands of salmon pink roses. And strangely enough, as the apartment brightened, the little man himself appeared slowly to fade. In contrast with his handsome and energetic wife, he grew more and more pale. It was as if he were being devoured by some inward malady. Yet there was nothing wrong. Doctors could discover nothing save the usual weakness of his heart. If he desired a more demonstrative affection than that given him by Ellen, he said nothing of the desire. He never spoke of love. Indeed, long afterward, when Ellen followed back her memories of their life together, she was unable to recall any mention of the word. If he desired her passionately, he sought her silently and with timidity, as if each caress she gave him were far beyond that which he had any reason to expect. He was a shy man, and with Ellen it was impossible to speak of such things. There was a coolness about her, a chastity of the sort which surrounds some women regardless of everything. And always it was she who dominated, always she who gave, coldly and without passion, as if she felt that in all honor she owed him a debt. With the passing of the months the breach between Ellen and Mr. Wick became complete. The other friends came sometimes to the Babylon Arms, where Clarence, with a sudden expansion of temperament, entertained them in lordly fashion and beamed with pride in his wife. But Mr. Wick no longer came. There had been no open quarrel, not even a hasty word. Quietly he had dropped from the habit of seeing Clarence at home. It was a change so imperceptible that before Clarence understood it, it was complete. They met sometimes at lunch in one of the cheap restaurants frequented by Mr. Wick, for Clarence, so far as his own needs and pleasures were concerned, had taken to a program of economy. And there, over greasy food, they talked of the old days together, Clarence speaking with sentiment and Mr. Wick with a curious wistfulness. He too had grown pale and cadaverous upon the diet in his Lexington Avenue boarding house. He hated Ellen. He had hated her from the moment she had stepped through the door of the apartment, so cool and arrogant, so sure of herself. But he was too wise to betray his feelings save in subtle jibes at her and references to the jolly old days that were past. He was lost now in the obscenities of a boarding house, a nobody treated scornfully even by the old aunts in Yonkers, who looked upon him still as an anemic little boy with Fauntleroy curls playing among the iron dogs and deers of their front lawn. And no one, of course, knew that Mr. Wick, wrapped in his shabby overcoat, sometimes walked the streets after dark in the neighborhood of Riverside Drive, the gale from the North River piercing his bones, his pale eyes upturned toward the pleasant light that beamed from the top floor of the Babylon Arms. 22 One night nearly 2 years after they were married, Clarence asked, "What do you hear from your cousin?" And Ellen, who had been playing all the evening, turned and asked, "What cousin?" "Miss Shane." "Oh, Lily." And a shadow settled on her face as if the mention of Lily's name suddenly aroused memories which she had been striving to forget. "Oh, Lily," she repeated. "I haven't heard from her in weeks. She never writes. You know she is indolent. When I last heard from her she was all right. She wrote from Nice." Clarence kept silent for a moment. Nice must be a beautiful place. A man from the office was there last year, our foreign agent. Nice and Monte Carlo. I guess they're quite close together. She has a house there. It's called the Villa Blanche. Again Clarence remained thoughtful for a time. The newspaper had fallen from his hands and lay now, crumpled and forgotten by his side. Presently he blushed and murmured, "Do you think she might lend us the house sometime? We might be able to go there. Not now, but when we have more money. I'd like to see Nice." And the shadow on Ellen's face darkened. "We will, someday. When I'm famous and making money too. But I don't want to do it that way. I want to take you myself and pay for everything. We might have Lily come and visit us." Then to fill in the silence Ellen fell to playing again, softly now so that it did not halt the conversation, yet the sound in some way protected her. It was like the frail veil of lace which Lily wore. It shut her in suddenly. Clarence talked no more. He lay back in his stuffed chair, one hand strumming thoughtfully the wooden arm. A look of loneliness, more and more frequent of late, came into his brown eyes. It was Ellen who turned to him presently, in the midst of the soft music and said, "I have good news for you. I am going to play tomorrow night in public. I am going to be paid for it. Sanson arranged it. I'm going to play at a party. It will mean money for us both." But Clarence wasn't pleased. On the contrary, he frowned and kept a disapproving silence. "It's silly to feel that way about it," continued Ellen. "Why should I work as I do if not to make money in the end? Why shouldn't a wife help her husband? There's nothing wrong in it." And then more music and more silence, while she destroyed slowly, bit by bit, his hopes of grandeur, of conquering a world for the sake of the woman he loved. He saw, perhaps, that despite anything he might do she would in the end surpass him. "You see, we understood this when we married, Clarence. It's nothing new." "Is it?" "Nothing new. Some day I shall be famous." She said this quite seriously, without the faintest trace of a smile. "Some day I shall be great and famous. I mean to be." By now Clarence was leaning forward holding his head in his hands. His glasses had slipped from his pointed nose and lay forgotten in his lap. Presently he interrupted the music to say, mournfully, "And then I shall be Mr. Tolliver, husband of a famous woman." As though amazed by this sudden resentment, Ellen ceased playing for an instant and regarded him with a curious penetrating look. "It won't be like that," she said. And there entered her voice an unaccustomed note of warmth. It was the pity again, an old sense of sorrow. "Besides," she continued, "the day will come when I must go to Paris. You see, I will have to polish off there. I can live with Lily. It won't cost anything. You see, we can't forget that. We have to think of it. It's nothing new. I told you that in the beginning. For a long time there was no sound in the room save that of Ellen's music, soft, beautiful, appealing, as if she used it now as a balm for the wounds caused by all she had been forced to say. Presently her strong beautiful fingers wandered into the fire music and the tiny room was filled with a glorious sound of flame and sparks, wild yet subdued, thrilling yet mournful. And then for a time it seemed that, wrapped in the color of the music, they were both released and swept beyond the reach of all these petty troubles. When at last the music ceased, Clarence roused himself slowly and, coming to her side, knelt there and placed his arms about her waist, pressing his head against her. There was in the gesture something pitiful and touching, as if he felt that by holding her thus he might be able to keep her always. The little vein in his throat throbbed with violence. There were times when his adoration became a terrible thing. It was the first time in all their life together that he had ever done anything so romantic, so beautiful, and Ellen, looking down at him in a kind of amazement, must have understood that there were forces at work quite beyond her comprehension, something which, for the moment, overwhelmed even his shame of love. The act, by its very suddenness, appeared to strike a response in the girl herself, for she leaned toward him and fell to stroking his hair. "I didn't know," she said softly, "that you could be like this. It frightens me. I didn't know." His arm slowly held her more and more tightly, in a kind of fierce desperation. "You won't go," he murmured, "you won't leave me. There would be nothing left for me, nothing in the world. I'll come back to you. It won't be for long. Perhaps, if there is money enough, you could go with me." But all the same, she was troubled by that simple act of affection. Somehow, she had never thought of his love in this fashion. The rest of the evening was raised upon a different plane, new and strange in their existence together. Some barrier, invisible as it was potent, had given way suddenly. Out of Clarence's dread of the future it seemed that there was born a new and unaccountable happiness. Ellen, watching him slyly with a look of new tenderness, played for him the simple music which he loved. But at midnight when, at last, the music came to an end, Clarence asked, "Where are you going to play tomorrow?" "At the house of a Mrs. Calendar." "I don't know who she is." "If it's Mrs. Richard Calendar, she's rich and fashionable. One of the richest women in New York." Rich and fashionable, but the rest was lost in a sudden return of a bitterness that seized him of late with a growing frequency. He knew of Mrs. Calendar. Wyke, in his snobbery, had spoken of her. One saw her name in the journals. It may have been that he had thoughts of his own which no one had ever guessed, not even Ellen. "It is Mrs. Richard Calendar," she said. 23 In the beginning Mrs. Calendar had regretted the sudden indisposition of the great pianist she had engaged. It was, she said, impotent. But presently, as the hour of the reception drew near, the things which old Sanson had said of his unknown prodigy began to have their effect, and, being like most women of affairs, a gambler as well, she saw in the approach of the unknown substitute the possibility of an adventure. She was, in any case, willing to take the word of old Sanson. He was, when all was said and done, no humbug. He knew a performer when he saw one. He did not go about his studio in a coat of velveteen calling upon his pupils to address him as maestro. In a satisfactory way, he got down to brass tacks. What he had to offer must at least be interesting. The drawing room of the house on Murray Hill was enormous. It extended the full length of one side of the house, finishing in a little alcove where tonight space had been made for the performers, who sat shielded by a lacquered screen reaching almost to the ceiling. Before it a little place had been cleared and a small dais, covered with black velvet, erected to serve as a stage. There was a great piano at one side and then more cleared space reaching out to where the row of collapsible chairs had been placed for the guests. The room itself was painted gray, and high up near the ceiling hung in a row portraits of the calendars, male and female, who had existed since the immigrating member, an honest Dutch chemist, founded a fortune in America by buying farms that lay north of Canal Street. The usual furniture had been pressed back against the sides of the room or removed entirely, but some of the pieces remained, chairs and sofas of gilt and salmon brocade, American adaptations of the monstrosities of Louis Philippe, the furniture of some preceding Mrs. Callender. And in gilt cases of glass there ranged the famous Callender collection of Chinese bric-a-brac, bowls and idols of jade, porphyry, and carved sandalwood, row upon row of tear bottles. It was for these that the collection was especially noted, in jade, ivory, and porcelain. All these ornaments represented the second period in the fortunes of the Callender family, the days when the clipper ships of Griswold and Callender carried cargoes around the world from Singapore, Shanghai, and Hong Kong. The fortune was now in its third stage. The clipper ships had vanished, and the money they once represented was now safe in the best stocks and bonds it was possible to buy. The room had never been brought up to date. Indeed, it had remained untouched since the 70s, for Mrs. Callender spent only a month or two of the year in New York and, being thrifty, had not found it necessary to alter anything. The caretaker, once a year when her mistress returned, sent for a small army of charwomen, dusted, cleaned and scrubbed the old house and engaged a corps of servants. The rest of the time it remained empty but solid, immersed in the quiet dignity which is acquired only by houses of great bankers, a symbol in the midst of less enormous and somber dwellings, of all that is enduring and respectable in a changing, effervescent world. At 10 o'clock on this particular evening the lacquer screen concealed behind its shimmering walls the figure of a Russian tenor, a Javanese dancer, really a low-caste Hindu woman who had her training in some brothel of Alexandria, and the unknown American girl whom Sanson recommended as a fine artist. They were entertainers, mountebanks, brought together only to divert a crowd of guests, who presently would arrive, jaded and somewhat torpid, from monstrous dinners of 20 courses held in houses from Washington Square as far north as the East 60s. In the behavior of the three performers there was no great cordiality. They sat apart, without interest in each other. Indeed, there were in their manner unmistakable traces of jealousies as old as their very profession. Sometimes the tiny dancer, with skin like café au lait satin, stirred restlessly, setting all her bangles into jangling motion, to address the Russian tenor in bad French. He was an enormous blond man with a chest like a barrel and hands that rested like sausages upon his knees, a man gauche in manner, a little like a bear let loose in a drawing room, a mountain between the little Hindu woman and the American girl who sat a little apart, slim and tall as Artemis, her black hair wound low over a face that was pale with excitement. She knew no French, and so, after the first exchange of good evening, with her two weird companions, she lapsed into a silence which concentrated all its force upon a crevice in the lacquered screen. Thus she was able to see the whole length of the great drawing room and witness the spectacle of the arriving guests. At first there appeared only her employer, a squat, plump woman laced until her figure resembled the hourglass shape of the ladies in Renoir's pictures of bourgeois picnics at St. Cloud. From sources hidden in a veritable upholstery of satin and velvet, so cut as to emphasize all her most voluptuous curves, little ladders and tongues of jet sprang forth and glittered darkly at every motion of her tiny plump feet. The face too was plump and, despite a drooping eyelid, which in her youth might have been fascinating and now only made her appear to be in a constant state of sly observation, it must have been lovely, perhaps even subtle. The tight little mouth had an expression that was pleasant and agreeable. It was as if she said, "Ah, well. Nothing in this world surprises me. It will all come out right in the end." The sleek black hair she wore pulled back into an uncompromising knot, though in front it was frizzed into a little bang which once might have passed for a weapon of coquetry. Over all this was flung the glittering sheen of jewels, prodigal, indecently oriental in their extravagance. Above the fuzzy bang reared a tiara of emeralds and diamonds, and beneath, sweeping over the mountainous curve of her bosom so that it entangled itself in the plastrons of diamonds fastened beneath, hung a necklace of emeralds. All these repeated their glitter in the rings on the plump hands emerging from long tight sleeves of black satin, which stretched perilously at each dominating gesture employed to direct the small army of servants. But all the jewels were a little dirty. It was probable that no money had been wasted in cleaning them in more than 20 years. This, then, was the Mrs. Calendar, appearing tonight in grande tenue to receive a small and shrewdly picked list of guests at her only entertainment of the season. To Ellen, peering with breathless curiosity through the crack in the screen, this plump middle-aged woman must have appeared a highly Beatty's End figure of fun, for Ellen, having come freshly from the provinces, could have known nothing of all the glamour and power that lay concealed in the hourglass of velvet, satin, and soiled diamonds. There was no secretary hired by this thrifty woman to send lists of her guests to the daily papers and see that her picture or paragraphs concerning her appeared once or twice a week. She did not even give 20-course dinners interrupted by false endings of Roman punch, nor circus entertainments like those of some women who filled the pages of the noisier journals with columns of diversion for shop girls. Through the barbaric spectacle of the late 90s and the early 1900s she made her way quietly and firmly, knowing perhaps that she was above these things, a power beyond power, living most of the year abroad, seeing only those persons who amused her, for she had learned long ago that in order to survive one must be selective. Indeed, her name was more likely to appear upon the pages devoted to stocks and bonds than in the columns given over to what was known variously as the Beau Monde and the 400. Queerest of all was the fact that behind this stout-willed dowager lay an impossibly romantic past. In the early 70s, when the steam freighters were making their final inroads upon the business of the clipper ships, the house of Griswold and Calendar, shippers, importers, and bankers with offices in Liverpool, New York, Marseilles, Bombay and Shanghai, was already on a decline. Already the capital was being shifted into bonds. In these days there remains of this firm no importing business at all, but only a great banking house with offices in Wall and Threadneedle streets and the Boulevard Haussmann. But in the 70s it was still a great shipping company whose ships circled the globe and dealt alike with Chinese, Indians, Frenchmen, Greeks, and the men of half a dozen other nations. In consequence of these dealings there arose from time to time many disputes, so that always there was some member of the firm on business in a distant quarter of the world. It was to Richard Calendar, the youngest and most vigorous member and the only Calendar in the firm, that most of this traveling fell, and so, in the course of time, he found himself in Constantinople on the business of settling claims with a crafty fellow, one Dikron Leopopoulos, whose bank had offices in Calicut and Alexandria with the main house at the Golden Horn. The contest between the two was drawn out, resolving itself at length into a battle between Yankee shrewdness and Levantine deceit. Leopopoulos, a swarthy fellow with narrow green eyes, opened the engagement by an onslaught of hospitality. He entertained his young visitor in the most lavish and oriental fashion. There were dinners to which the chic foreign world of Constantinople were invited, ambassadors, secretaries, and their ladies, French, German, English and American. In the banker's palace in Pera, there were picnics beside the river of sweet waters, and moonlight excursions in caiques propelled by dark oarsmen, on the Bosphorus near the Greek banker's summer palace, and excursions in Victorias to the ruins of Justinian's fortifications. He sought as a wily means of gaining his end to dazzle the blonde, romantic young American, to coddle him by Eastern luxury into a false bargain. And to make the entertainment complete, he brought from her seclusion his young daughter, a girl of 18, slim, dark, fresh from a French convent, dressed in the very latest modes from Paris, to preside over his entertainments. The girl's mother was dead, having swooned and later passed away of the heat and confusion at the great exposition in Paris whither she had gone to visit, after many years, her great-aunts. For the wife of Leopopoulos had been French, the daughter of an impoverished, moth-eaten royalist, and in her child, the slim young Therese, there was much that was French, her wit, her self-possession, her sense of knowing her way about the world. But there was much too that was Levantine. When at last the revels came to an end, there were bickerings and bargainings in which Yankee shrewdness, in the end, got the better of Levantine deceit. The green-eyed Leopopoulos, to hide his sorrow, gave a farewell dinner aboard the young American's ship, a Griswold and Calendar clipper named Ebenezer Holt, and so, he believed, closed the incident. It was not until the following day, when a veritable army of fat Greek aunts and cousins, wailing and lamenting, burst at dawn into his green bedroom, that he learned the full extent of his sorrow. His daughter, the dark-eyed Therese, had sailed on the Ebenezer Holt as the bride of young Richard Calendar. Thus Therese Calendar came to New York, a stranger out of the oldest of worlds entering into the newest, confused a little by her surroundings and by the primness of her husband's family, so like and yet so unlike the caution of her own Greek aunts and cousins. In those early days, at long dinners in rooms hung with plush and ornamented with canalettos and cabanels, her sensations must have been very like those of an ancient Alexandrian, civilized, cultivated, and a little decadent among the more vigorous and provincial Romans of Caesar's day. In that age of innocence she found it, no doubt, difficult going, for there was in New York no warm welcome for a foreign woman, no matter how great her beauty, her cultivation, or her charm, much less for a Greek from such a frontier as Constantinople, the capital of the cruel and abandoned Turk. An alien was a creature to be regarded as a curiosity, to be treated, unless he possessed a great title, politely but with suspicion. She was, to be sure, probably the first Greek who came to live on Manhattan's rocky island, but despite this and all the other barriers, she succeeded in the end, because she was, after all, older than any of them, more civilized, more fortified by those institutions which come only of an old race. In her French blood she was old, but in her Greek blood how much older! She was as old as the carved emerald which she wore always upon her little hand, now so plump with middle age, in a ring which legend had it survived the sack of Constantinople. In tradition she was as old as Justinian and Theodora. The family of Leopopoulos was proud, so proud and so old that one no longer discussed its pride and age. After 2 years she bore a son, and before the end of that year she became a widow, when her ardent young husband, swimming in the surf off Newport, went in his reckless way too far out and never returned. The son she called Richard, after the father, and together with her he inherited the great Calendar fortune, to which was added with the passing of years the gold, the olive orchards, the vineyards, and the palaces of the green-eyed old banker of Pera. But Therese Calendar never married again. She devoted herself to the upbringing of her son and to the husbanding of a great fortune which by shrewdness and will she had long since doubled and tripled. She was, in her soul, a Levantine. Thrift and shrewdness were a part of her very flesh and bones. She lived here and there, always on the move, now in Constantinople, now in Paris, now in London, now in Cannes, now in New York, even making at times trips to such outlandish places as Bombay and Sumatra, a woman of sorts, of vast energy and sharp intelligence. And slowly as she passed down the corridor of the years the slim chic figure became an hourglass hung with jet and diamonds. Her eyes were no longer good and she was able to see now only with the aid of lorgnettes, through which she stared with a petulant intensity into the faces of all her companions. But she was rich, she was respected, she was fashionable. Indeed, in those days of the 90s and the early 1900s, when European titles had not yet acquired a doubtful character, she achieved an added glamour through the unsought visits of bankrupt royalist relatives, distant in relationship but much in need of American heiresses. And at least two of them took home as brides the respective daughters of an American nickel-plate king and a wizard of Wall Street. They were gaudy days, less pleasant perhaps in the eyes of Therese Callender than the quiet provinciality she had known in the beginning as the bride of Richard Callender. This capital of the New World she knew, in the depths of her racial instinct, to be an awkward affair, flamboyant, yet timid, vulgar yet aspiring, arrogant but still a little fearful. It was the day of 20-course dinners and banquets at which the cost of feeding each guest was estimated in the daily press. The Greek woman knew that some day the city would come of age. So Ellen, trembling with excitement in her hiding place behind the screen, must have caught a little of the smoldering magnificence that lay hidden in the plump corseted figure, for presently she forgot entirely the bear-like Russian tenor and the exotic dancer with her outlandish bangles. She had eyes only for Mrs. Callender and the guests who had begun to arrive. That wise hostess might have written an entire book on the subject of an amusing entertainment. From the procession of guests it was clear that she considered them a part of the evening's diversion, a kind of preliminary parade about the arena which provided variety and color. She understood that people came when you provided rich food and amusing types, the more preposterous the better. A Tzigane orchestra, much in fashion, assembled itself presently and played an accompaniment to the grand march of arriving guests. Among the first were the Champion girls and their mother. These represented the old families. The two girls, already past their first youth, wore gowns made by Worth, cut low back and front, which fitted their thin bodies in the princess style. But these gowns, Therese saw instantly, they had ruined, for in a moment of caution the deep V's, front and back, had been built up with modest inserts of lace and tulle, and short sleeves of similar material had been inserted to shield the upper portions of their white arms. They held themselves stiffly. Nothing of them remained exposed save the fact that they were virgins. Close upon their heels, so close that the mother in her haste appeared to shuffle her daughters into a corner with the air of a hen covering her chicks from a hawk, came that elderly rake, Wickham Chase, and Mrs. Sigourney, the latter dressed tightly in black and diamonds rumored to be paste thin, piercing and hard, too highly painted, a divorcee. None but Therese Callender would have dared to ask her. And then Bishop Smallwood, whom Sabina Kane called the Apostle to the Gentile, a bishop with a see in the far west, who managed to divide his time between New York and Bar Harbor and Newport, a fat, pompous man with a habit of alluding too easily to my WAM friend Mrs. Callender and my WAM friend Mrs. Champion and my WAM friend Mrs. So-and-so ad infinitum through the lists of the wealthy and the fashionable. Trapped between the Scylla of Mrs. Champion and her virgins and Charybdis of the questionable but very smart Mrs. Sigourney, the poor man found himself at once in an untenable position. Seeing this, the small eyes of his hostess glittered with a sinful light. Next came the Honorable Emma Hawksby, a gaunt Englishwoman of some 38 summers with a face like a horse, projecting teeth, and feet that appeared to better advantage in the hedgerows than in the ballroom. Tonight they emerged barge-like from beneath a very fancy gown of pink satin ornamented with sequins and yards of mauve tulle. It was in her direction that the anxious Mrs. Champion steered her two virgins. Was she not a cousin of the notorious Duke of Middlebottom? And then the four Fordyce sisters, arriving unattended in a hollow square formation, large, dark, powerful girls ranging in age from 20 to 31, filled with an inhuman energy and zeal for good works, the very first of those who struggled for the enfranchisement of women. Then one or two nondescript bachelors, of the handy sort seen everywhere as conveniences, stuffed with food and wine taken at some monstrous dinner in the 30s, and on their heels Mrs. Mallinson, who belonged in the category of Mrs. Champion and her virgins, but who had escaped years ago into the freedom of the literary world wherein she wrote long novels of society life. She was a hard woman and beginning to sag a little here and there so that she threw up against the ravages of decay bulwarks in the form of a black satin ribbon ornamented with diamonds about her dewlapped throat. She lived outside Paris in a small chateau, once the property of a royal mistress, and spoke with a French accent. Because she was literary, she was considered, in Mrs. Champion's mind, also bohemian. In her hiding place behind the painted screen, the dark eyes of Ellen Tolliver grew brighter and brighter. Behind her the Javanese dancer and the Russian tenor had relapsed into a condition of moribund indifference. More and more guests filtered into the room, old, young, dowdy, respectable, smart, one or two even a little declassy. They regarded each other for a time, slipping into little groups, gossiping for a moment, melting away into new and hostile clusters, whispering, laughing, sneering, until the whole room became filled with an animation which even the great dinners of 2 hours earlier could not suffocate. With the arrival of Lornevale the excitement reached its peak, even the gypsies played more wildly. She was an actress. And in those days it was impossible to imagine an actress and the Champion virgins in the same room. The bishop stared at her, somewhat furtively to be sure, and Mrs. Champion, quivering, again executed her swooping gesture of protection toward her two daughters. But Mrs. Sigourney, perhaps seeing in her an ally, pierced the surrounding phalanx of eager young men and found a place by her side. Each benefited by the contrast, for the one was large, an opulent beauty with tawny hair, and the other, thin as a hairpin, black and glittering. Then, during a brief pause in the music, the wide doors opened again and there entered Sabina Kane and Mrs. Callender's son Richard. At their approach there was, even in that nervous, chattering throng, a sudden hush, a brief heightening of interest as if the crowd, like a field of wheat, had been swayed faintly for an instant by the swift eddy of a zephyr. Then all was noisy again. It was a demonstration of interest, polite, restrained, as it should have been at a gathering so fashionable, but a demonstration that could not be entirely disguised. It was in the women that the excitement found its core, women who saw in the dark young man a great match for their daughters, girls who desired him for his fortune and his rakish good looks and found the legend of his wild living a secret and sentimental attraction, widows and spinsters who discerned in him matchmaking material of the first order. Beyond doubt the glittering Mrs. Sigourney and the tawny Lornevale held other ideas, not to be expressed in so polite an assemblage. He had been, after all, notoriously attentive to both though they were years older. But there was one element in the situation which raised the interest to the pitch of hysteria, it was his attention to Sabina Kane, a fact of growing importance which many a jet-hung bosom found hard to support. She was a year or two older than Richard Callender, every woman present could have told the very hour she made her entrance into society, and she was not, like most of young Callender's women, an acclaimed beauty. Yet there were other qualities which set her aside from the commonplace round of marriageable girls. She was easily the most smartly dressed in all the room, there was about her clothes a breathless sort of perfection that bespoke the taste of an artist. In place of an overwhelming beauty, she had developed a wit that could be infinitely more disastrous. In this, she resembled Cleopatra, Madame de Stael and the Monty Span. These things made her perilous and caused many an ambitious mother hours of sleeplessness. A long nose, a generous mouth frankly painted, green eyes set a trifle too near each other, a mass of brick red hair and a marvelous figure. These things comprised the physical aspect of Sabina Kane, a combination that was changeable and a trifle bizarre and therefore, as Therese Callender had observed more than once, enormously intrigant. But there was more than this, for in the green eyes there lay a light of humor and malice, and beneath the brick red hair a brain which had a passion for the affairs of other people. What disconcerted her enemies most was her air of entering a room. She did not walk in, she made an entrance. It was as if such women as Mrs. Sigourney and Lorna Vale did not exist. Lily Langtry or Cleo de Merode were less effective. Tonight she wore a brilliant yellow dress with a wide full train. It was as if she understood shrewdly her ugliness and made capital of it. Sabina knew things about these people who filled the drawing room, little bits of gossip, scraps of information picked up here and there in the course of her 26 years. She knew, for example, that Mrs. Champion, mother of the virgins and most rarefied of aristocrats, had a grandmother known as Ruddy Mary, who in her first assault upon the social ranks had invited people to a monstrous ball by invitations written in red ink, and so gained a sobriquet that was now forgotten. She knew that Wickham Chase had a maternal grandfather who had been a Jewish pawnbroker and laid up the money which he now spent. She knew that the Honourable Emma Hawksby, niece of the notorious Duke of Middlebottom, was without a cent in the world and found an easy winter in New York by living off those who liked to speak of the dear Duke's cousin. Honourable was not a great title, but it went far enough in those days to keep the Honourable Emma in bed and board for the winter. She even knew that a brother of the Apostle to the genteel had to be kept, at some expense to the Apostle, in an out-of-the-way country town in order that he might not make a drunken spectacle of himself before the Apostle's many wam friends. Sabina kept a great many family skeletons in her clever memory, and it was impossible to know the moment when she might bring them forth and rattle them in the most grisly fashion. It was clear that her companion, shrewder than the well-fed young men about him, penetrating with those instincts which came to him from the plump bundle of satin and diamonds who stood receiving the guests, understood perfectly the atmospheric disturbance. He was young, clever, handsome in a fashion that was a little sinister, and very rich, so rich that the whispers of gossip that clustered about him, even the talk of Mrs. Sigourney and Lorna Vale, made no difference. Mrs. Champion found him not entirely beneath consideration as a possible match for Margaret or Janey, the redoubtable virgins. "Look at Boadicea and her daughters," Sabina whispered maliciously in his ear as they came abreast of this virtuous group. Young Callender was tall, with dark skin, closely cropped black hair and a wiry kind of strength that was an heritage of his green-eyed grandfather, the banker of Pera. When Sabina said Boadicea, he laughed and showed a row of fine teeth set white against an olive skin. It was this same dark skin which gave his eyes a look of strangeness. The eyes should have been brown or black, instead they were a clear grey and had a way of looking at a person as if they bored quite through him. People said he was fascinating or wild or vicious, according to their standards of such things. The women morbidly watched his greeting of Mrs. Sigourney and Lorna Vale, but they discovered nothing. All the talk may only have been gossip. He was, after all, only 24, a boy. But, of course, he had French and Greek blood and had lived on the continent. "That," said Mrs. Mallinson, the escaped novelist, with an old-world air, "makes a difference." Behind the screen, the Hindu dancer had begun to droop a little with boredom, like a dark flower turning on its stem. Close by her side the bear-like Russian tenor had fallen asleep, his enormous blonde head bent forward against his rumpled shirt front, his enormous hands, bursting the seams of his civilized white kid gloves, hung limp between Herculean thighs clad in black broadcloth that would have benefited by a visit to the cleaners. Only Ellen remained alert and nervous, peering through her crevice, all interest now in the handsome young man and the bizarre red-haired woman at his side. These, her instinct told her, were characters, individuals, powerful in the same fashion that the plump little woman covered with dirty diamonds was powerful. And deep down in her heart a tiny voice kept saying, "This is the great world. Someday I shall be on the other side of the screen, seated no longer with mountebanks." Behind the screen she experienced a swift tumult of emotions, confused and ecstatic like the sensations she had known on sight of her first play in a real theater. The scene was glamorous, extravagant. Perhaps for an instant she caught a sense of what was really passing before her eyes. It may have been that she understood the spectacle even more clearly than any of the participants save only Therese Calendar, that these people were not gathered in the tomb-like room because they were drawn by any bond of affection, but rather because they had been summoned, each of them, to play his little role in a comedy of manners which the world called fashionable life. There was the bishop who played a part quite his own. 2 bishops would have been too many, and so, by giving the evening a clerical aspect, have dulled the edge of its chic. Mrs. Sigourney, wicked and painted, played the role of Sin, a fascinating and indispensable part, just as Mrs. Champion and her virgins as Virtue, Purity, and Chastity, were her foil, and Mrs. Mallinson and Lornevale were the muses of literature and the drama. Others stood for family, and wealth, and what not, while Mrs. Calendar, hidden behind the drooping lids of her near-sighted green eyes, understood all this and pulled the strings. She made for the piece an admirable showman. Ellen, watching them, grew excited, and out of this excitement there emerged slowly a new ambition, which had nothing to do with a career in music. It was, rather, a passionate desire to conquer this world as well, so that she might fling her triumph back into the world of the town. It would serve as an admirable weapon to flaunt in the faces of those who had mocked her poverty. For she had not yet escaped the town, she had not even learned how difficult it would be ever to escape. The Russian tenor was a dismal failure. Save for the fact that he was Russian and therefore wildly exotic, he would have been impossible, for he sang in a bleeding voice a popular ballad or two by Tosti and a dreary bit of folk music, still half caught in the mists of slumber. In the back of the room, seated against the wall so that the figures of the other guests rose in silhouette between them and the lights of the low stage, Richard Calendar and the ugly Sabina sat like naughty children, jeering. They were bored by such spectacles, they were interested only in the individuals which comprised it. They saw that the others were a little restless. And then there was a brief hush broken presently by the music of the Tsiganate orchestra augmented by drums and clarinets, rising slowly at first and then breaking into a crescendo of Arab music, filled with insinuating and sensual rhythms, accentuated by the beating of a tom-tom, and from behind the lacquered screen there arose a faint tinkling sound like the music of a million tiny bells heard from a great distance. Then as the music rose to a climax the sound grew suddenly more and more clear, and from behind the screen sprang the Javanese dancer, gyrating, now bending low, now rising with the motion of a tawny lily swept by a breeze. It was a beautiful body, soft yet muscular, wild yet restrained. She wore the costume of a Burmese dancer, all gold with a towering hat like a pagoda made all of gold. Her breasts were covered with gold and her thighs, and on her hands she wore gauntlets of gold that ran out into long tapering pinnacles, but the rest of her was naked. The skin of café au lait satin glistened, voluptuous and extravagant. There were tiny gold bells on her wrists and ankles. For an instant a faint gasp, barely audible, swept the little group seated on collapsible chairs. From her hiding place in the shadows Sabina Kane nudged her companion and whispered again, "Look at Boadicea." Before her eyes, between her and the dancer, Mrs. Champion had raised her fan, her daughters had done likewise. Between her and his WAM friend Mrs. Mallinson, the bishop stirred uneasily. Some leaned forward, others feigned indifference. One or two of the men assumed expressions of boredom. For none of them, save in brothels in Paris, had ever seen a woman dancing without tights, utterly naked. Withdrawn a little from the others, Therese Calendar sat staring at the dancer through her lorgnettes. She was immovable but interested, as if the barbaric music and the sight of the Hindu woman's naked body roused in her a train of dim racial memories. And slowly in another part of the room Sabina Kane became aware that Therese Calendar's son no longer had any interest in her. He no longer heard the malicious sallies she uttered in a whisper. He had risen now and was standing so that he might have a clearer view of the little dais bathed in light where the golden dancer swayed and whirled to the wild music of the tzigans. Slowly his body stiffened, and into the weird grey eyes there came a look of fierce concentration. The dark muscular hands, clasping the chair, so near to Sabina that she could have touched them, grew taut and white. It was not mere sensuality that was roused by the sight. Sabina, with her hard intelligence, must have known that it was something more profound, something that savored of a passionate and barbaric excitement, as if the man was stirred in the depths of his spirit. She must have understood then for the first time that he was of a race so different, so alien that there was a part of him forever beyond comprehension. Sabina said nothing. Fascinated, she watched him quietly until, as the music died suddenly, the dancer stood motionless as a statue of bronze and gold. There was a ripple of embarrassed applause and she disappeared, then another hush and the nervous murmur of many voices. On her little throne Therese, like a plump Buddha, nodded her approval and beat her plump hands together. "C'est un vrai artiste," she murmured, leaning toward Mrs. Sigourney, in whose eyes there glittered the light of jealousy at being outdone in spectacularity by a hired entertainer. In her corner Sabina said, "Beautiful." To which young Calendar made no reply. He fingered his mustache and presently, smiling slowly, he murmured, "Mama shouldn't have done it. She has shocked some of them. This isn't Paris." Not yet. They were different from the others, Therese and her son. While he was still speaking the gypsies deserted the stage, leaving it bare now save for the great piano. Again a brief hush and there emerged from behind the painted screen with a curious effect of abruptness and lack of grace a tall girl, very tall and very straight, with smooth black hair done in the style of Cleo de Merode and cheeks that were flushed. She wore a plain gown of black very tight and girdled with rhinestones that, shimmering, threw off shattered fragments of light as she walked. Her strong white arms were bared to the shoulder. There was pride in her walk, and assurance, yet these things hid a terror so overpowering that only those who sat quite near saw that her lip was bleeding where she had bitten it. On her little throne Therese Calendar in cold blood waited. She wondered, doubtless, whether Sanson had failed her, and slowly she began to perceive that he had not. Somehow as she emerged from behind the screen, the American girl captured the imagination of her audience. It was as if she dominated them by some unreal power. They stirred and looked more closely. It was not altogether a matter of beauty, for the dancer who had preceded her was by all the rules far more beautiful. It was something beyond mere physical beauty. It emanated from her whole body, running outward, engulfing all the little audience. They became aware of her. Murmured Mrs. Calendar. "Here is something new. Something magnificent. A born actress, crude still, but with magnetism." And she raised her lorgnettes and peered very hard with her short-sighted little eyes. To Richard Calendar, Sabina murmured, "Interesting. Who is she?" "She's very handsome. A discovery of Mama's." And then, seating herself the girl began after a shower of liquid notes, to play, softly and suggestively, a Chopin valse, one that was filled with melody and simple rhythm. After the hot passion of the dancer she filled the great room with the effect of a soft wind infinitely cool and lovely, serene in its delicacy. She appeared presently to forget her fright and gave a performance that was beautiful not alone in sound but in manner as well. It may have been that old Sanson taught her that a great performance meant more than merely making beautiful sounds. All her face and body played their part in the poise, the grace of every movement, the sweep and the gesture. But it is more probable that she was born knowing these things, for they are a matter more of instinct than of training and lie thus beyond the realm of mere instruction. There could be no doubt of the impression she made, yet in all the audience there was none, unless it was old Therese Calendar, who suspected that she had never before played in the presence of anything but a small town audience. There was in her performance the fire of wild Highland ancestors, the placidity of English lanes, the courage of men who had crossed mountains into a wilderness, perhaps even the Slavic passion of a dim aunt's stress brought from Russia to live among the dour Scots of Edinburgh, the hard, bright intelligence of Gramp, and the primitive energy of Hattie Tolliver. There was all the stifled emotion pent so long in a heart dedicated to secrecy, and the triumph of wild dreams, and there was too a vast amount of passion for that little company who believed in her, whom she dared not betray by failure, for Lily whose very gown she wore, and the withered Miss Ogilvy, for Gramp, and young Fergus who worshipped her with his eyes, for her gentle father and the fierce old woman in Shane's castle, but most of all for that indomitable and emotional woman whom she must repay one day by forcing all the world to envy her. When she had finished she was forced to return because overtones of all this wild emotion had filtered vaguely into the very heart of the restless, distracted audience on stiff collapsible chairs. They applauded, it was as if she had suddenly claimed them. Then she played savagely the revolutionary prelude and disappeared behind the lacquered screen. There was a hush and then more talk and then a sudden excitement which began at the screen and ran in little ripples through all the stiff gathering. From the alcove there emerged the bass rumbling of the Russian, stirred suddenly into somnolent activity, and again a wild tinkling of little bells and a torrent of French in the shrill voice of the Javanese dancer. The screen parted and the dancer, half naked, covered only by the heavy gold ornaments and a wrapper of scarlet silk, emerged chattering French and gesticulating. She addressed Mrs. Calendar who stirred herself into a sudden dull glitter of movement. The son left the ugly Sabina and joined his mother, calm but with a fierce, bright look in his eyes. The American girl, the unknown pianist had fainted. 24 When at length Ellen became conscious of her surroundings, it was with the faint odor of stables in her nostrils and in her ears the jingling of harness and the steady, brisk clop, clop, made by the hoofs of spirited horses upon wet asphalt. The cabriolet, flitting through the streaks of light made by street lamps on the wet pavement, was passing through an open space where the light shone on the bare branches of trees and banks of wet and dirty snow. Otherwise everything was silent. When she stirred presently and moved into an upright posture, she saw by her side a mass of sable, the sudden glint of a brilliant yellow dress, captured and fixed by a stray beam of light, and then the face and bright lips of the bizarre woman with red hair, who stirred and murmured, "It's all right. I'm Miss Kane. On the other side is Mr. Calendar. Mrs. Calendar's son." The dark man removed his top hat and bowed. "We're taking you home," he said, "to the Babylon Arms." "That's right, isn't it?" There was a faint trace of accent in his voice, vaguely familiar, confused somehow with the memory of Mimosa and the figure of Lily standing beneath the glowing Venice in the drawing room of Shane's castle. The same sort of accent. "That's right, isn't it?" continued the voice of the dark young man. "The Babylon Arms." Then for the first time, Ellen spoke, slowly and with a certain shyness. "Yes. I live there." "But how did you know?" The man laughed. "Two reasons," he said. "First, Sanson told my mother. Second, my mother owns the Babylon Arms." Again a wandering ray of light flitted across the window of the cabriolet, illuminating for an instant the brilliant lips of Miss Kane. The lips were smiling, as if conscious that they were shielded by the darkness, but it was a mocking smile, and the memory of it haunted Ellen long afterward. It was as if the painted lips were really speaking and said, "The Babylon Arms is a preposterous, pretentious place." And for the first time, perhaps, Ellen doubted the magnificence of that vast pile. Her next speech was dictated by the careful precepts of Hattie Tolliver. "I'm sorry," she said. "I shouldn't have fainted. It ruined everything." There was a stifled laugh from Sabina Kane. "Nonsense. It gave us a chance to get into the air." Then silence once more, and the echoing clop. 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 Regular as the beams of light which flashed past the open door of Therese Callender's cabriolet. Long after midnight the carriage came to a halt before the gigantic Syrian lions of cast iron that ornamented the entrance to the Babylon Arms. It was young Callender who descended first, lending his arm with a grave and alien grace to Ellen, who, having recovered entirely, emerged with a sure and vigorous step. The third occupant, instead of remaining behind as she might well have been expected to do, followed them, driven by an overpowering desire to miss nothing. So with Ellen between them, Callender in a top hat, and Sabina Kane, muffled in sables and holding her full yellow train high above the wet pavements, descended upon the astonished Negro who ran the elevator. Here Ellen bade them good night. "I'm all right now. It was good of you to have come." But they insisted upon accompanying her. There were protests, into which there entered a sudden note of desperation, as if the girl were striving to conceal something which lay hidden at the top of the flamboyant apartment. "But you might faint again," protested Sabina firmly. "I shan't be satisfied until I see you safe in your flat." "Besides," observed young Callender, smiling, "some day the Babylon Arms will be mine. I should like to see what it looks like, above stairs." So they pressed her until at last she yielded, and in their company was borne aloft in the swaying elevator. As it jolted to a halt, she bade them good night once more, saying, "The elevator only runs this far and I live 2 flights above. I'll go the rest of the way alone." But they went with her through the red-painted corridors under the light of the flickering gas, up the flights of stairs to a door which she opened with her own key. There at last the farewells were made, for she did not invite them to enter. "My mother will call in the morning," said Callender, "to see that you are not really ill." "Oh yes. You couldn't prevent her. You don't know her as well as I do. Good night." "Good night." And as the door closed they caught a sudden glimpse of a man, standing timidly in the dim light of an inner room, listening with an air of curiosity to their talk. He was a small man and rather thin, and stood dressed in a shirt and trousers. His hair was rumpled, obviously he had been sitting up. Behind him there was a table covered with papers and accounts. All this the shrewd eye of Sabina captured in one swift instant. As they descended under the guidance of the Negro, Callender said, "The man, who was he?" "Someone, perhaps her lover." "Musicians have lovers," her companion turned sharply. "No," he said, "not a lover. A woman with such spirit wouldn't have that sort of lover." Sabina laughed softly and with a hint of wickedness in her voice. "You don't know women, how queer they can be. Besides," and she indicated with a nod of her red head the listening Negro, "one must be careful." But she regarded Callender with a new interest, and during the long ride back through the park she remained silent, save to comment now and then upon the bits of gossip which he discussed. Knowing him so well, perhaps she understood that a new source of disturbance had crossed his path. There was between them a remarkable sense of intimacy, as if each expected the other to understand him perfectly. By the time they reached the solid house on Murray Hill, the party was already on the wane and the guests had begun, in a motley stream, to leave. Mrs. Champion and her daughters disappeared among the first after Mrs. Calendar had the audacity to bring forward the artists and beg them to join the guests. The Russian tenor stood awkwardly alone and in a corner, and the tiny dancer, in a turban and gown of crimson and gold brocade, sat surrounded by young men. She had learned the business of entertaining during those early days in Alexandria. 25 The prediction of young Calendar came true, for in the morning, while Ellen sat in a purple wrapper practicing her scales, the bell rang suddenly and into the room came Mrs. Calendar, dressed coquettishly in a very tight black suit, a hat much too large for her short, plump figure, and a voluminous stole of sable. The climb up the 2 flights of stairs above the elevator had been very nearly too much for her, and she greeted Ellen with much panting and blowing. "Good morning, my dear," she said. "I hope you're none the worse for last night's experience." Ellen smiled respectfully and bade her guest seat herself in the padded armchair that was the property of Clarence. "I'm all right again. I can't imagine what could have made me faint. I'm sorry. It must have spoiled the party." At this Mrs. Calendar, settling herself in the chair, chuckled, "Not at all. Not at all. They'll talk of it for days. You could not have done better. It was dramatic, dramatic. I'm all right. You needn't have come. It is good of you." "Perhaps you lace too tightly," suggested Mrs. Calendar, returning to the subject of Ellen's collapse. "I don't lace at all," said Ellen. "I can't play if I'm all boxed in." Mrs. Calendar threw back her stole and nodded her head sagely. "You're much wiser, my dear. Much wiser. When I was a girl I was famous for my waist. 16 inches it was, only 16 inches. And she brought together her plump fingers in a gesture which implied that once she might have encircled her waist with her 2 hands. But I fainted. I used to faint daily. I don't lace tightly anymore, but it makes no difference. It's just stayed that way. You see, my corsets are quite loose." And she thrust a finger into the space between her ample bosom and her corset to prove her statement. "I know my figure is bad in these days. Too many curves and too little height. But I'm past 40 and it doesn't matter so much." Secretly Ellen must have compared the figure of her guest with that of her own vigorous mother. Mrs. Tolliver was 10 years the older, yet her appearance was that of a woman much younger than Mrs. Calendar. It was in this difference that the Levantine blood of the latter betrayed her. She was a friendly woman, certainly, and one who was quite sure of herself, fortified clearly by the conviction that the king can do no wrong. "You shouldn't have climbed the stairs just to see if I was all right." "But you see," said Mrs. Calendar, "I'm interested in you. Sanson tells me you have a great future. He doesn't tell me such things if he doesn't believe them. But don't let that turn your head. Nothing comes without work, least of all, anything to do with the arts." For a moment Ellen did not reply. At last she said, thoughtfully, "I know that." "You are bitter," observed Mrs. Calendar, "and perhaps unhappy," she added with a shrewd glance of her near-sighted eyes. "Well, that's a good thing. It shows character, and no artist ever existed without character. Character is the thing that counts." Here, having regained her breath, she rose and placing the lorgnettes against her slanting eyes, she wandered to the window. "It's a fine view you have from here, and after a moment's consideration, not so fine as it appears at first. Too many locomotives and signboards. You see," she added, turning toward the girl, "I came here this morning for other reasons too. I own the Babylon Arms. So your son told me. but I've never seen it before. I'm only in New York for a month or two at a time. I own a great deal of property here and there. I don't have to look at it. I have a good agent, a young Jew, trustworthy, a fellow who knows values up and down. I pay him well and he knows that if he played me a trick, I'd throw him out at once. Oh, I can trust him. Besides, I'm a Levantine myself and in every Levantine there is a Jew hidden away. We understand each other. Minsky and I. It's a fine building but the elevator ought to run all the way up. Then I could charge you more rent. I suppose there's no room for it? The architect made these upper floors too fancy. No eye for comfort and common sense. And having uttered this torrent of opinions, she returned to the plush chair and said, "But tell me about yourself. I have a terrible curiosity about people. You're American, aren't you?" "Yes," replied Ellen. There was about this preposterous visitor a quality that was irresistible. It was impossible to know whether you liked or disliked her, because she gave you no time to consider. Even if you decided against her, it availed nothing, she swept over you with the persuasion of a mountain torrent, a powerful woman and one whose friendliness was disarming. For a moment or two, the absurd thought that she might have been drinking lingered in Ellen's mind. "Well," observed Mrs. Callender, "some day this raw country is going to produce a superb art. Maybe you're one of the first artists. Who can say?" Fumbling in the reticule of black jet she brought out at last a tiny cigarette case, made of onyx with the name Therese in small diamonds, a bizarre box which in the possession of a woman less powerful and less foreign would have been vulgar. "I suppose you smoke?" "No," said Ellen, "I never have." "Well, you will." And she thrust the case back into the reticule. "You don't mind if I do?" "Certainly not." Ellen brought out the small table consecrated to the smoking apparatus of her husband. It was a violation of Clarence's principles. On this subject he had spoken to Ellen many times, saying always, "Women who smoke are all of one kind." "Wouldn't you have a cup of tea or a bit of cake?" asked Ellen. "I owe you something for the climb up the stairs." "Thank you, no. Not at this hour of the day, and besides there is my figure to consider. It is real suffering to possess at the same time a tendency toward fat and an appetite for rich food." She paused for a moment to breathe in the smoke of the tiny scented cigarette. All this time her eyes, aided by the lorgnettes, had been roving the room, as if somewhere within its walls she might find other clues to Ellen's history. To Ellen this action must have been disconcerting, especially since the drooping lid which half concealed one eye of the visitor made it impossible ever to know in what direction or in what object she was interested. "But tell me about yourself," she continued. "You like Sanson? He is a good teacher. No monkey business about him, no fanfaronade and nonsense. I've known him a great many years. I see him in Paris more often than here. He's not so busy over there." Ellen sat on the edge of her chair, like a schoolgirl in the presence of an elderly aunt. In the age and self-possession of her guest there was some quality which caused her to feel an awful sense of youth and inexperience. "I'm going to Paris to study in a year or two," she said modestly. It was almost as if Mrs. Callender had the power of making her enact a role. "Of course. So you must. Nobody here would pay to hear an American musician. And you must take a foreign name. That's important. Some day it won't be. But it is now. We're still afraid to trust ourselves. People spend money for names as well as music. You must have a good foreign name, the fancier the better so long as it doesn't sound like a music hall. Have you any friends over there?" "I have a cousin." Her manner was better now, a little more contained and far less shy, for the amazing friendliness of Mrs. Calendar had begun to accomplish the inevitable effect. This dowager was perhaps the first woman in all the city who had been friendly toward her, the first woman who had not been a little on her guard, a little uncertain, the way Bunce's wife was uncertain and hostile. And there was something in the manner of Mrs. Calendar which must have reminded Ellen of her mother, a certain recklessness, a quality that was quite beyond barriers of any sort. "Is the cousin male or female?" asked Mrs. Calendar, "because in Paris it makes a difference." "Female," replied Ellen. "Indeed. Perhaps I know her." "Her name is Shane," said Ellen. "Lily Shane." For a time Mrs. Calendar regarded the blue smoke of her cigarette in silence, thoughtfully. "Shane," she murmured. "Shane? I don't think I know anyone named Shane. I know most of the Americans in Paris." "Has she lived there long?" "Many years." "Shane? Shane." Mrs. Calendar continued to murmur with an air of searching the recesses of her excessively active brain, and then, all at once, she grew alert. "Shane. Shane. Of course. Reddish hair. Tall. Beautiful. Madame Shane. I've never met her, but I've seen her somewhere. She's been pointed out to me, maybe at the races, maybe at the opera. Madame Shane, to be sure. A beauty. A widow, isn't she?" There was in Ellen's reply no haste, indeed she waited for a long time as if turning the simple inquiry over and over in her mind. Lily a widow? Lily who had never been married? She did not, as her mother might have done, spring impulsively to a blundering answer. Perhaps out of her memory there emerged old thoughts, old gossip, bits of instinct and emotion which presently fashioned itself into a comprehensible pattern, such things as her own pride of race, the tribal sense that was so strong in her family, the memory of gossip about a child, indeed all those fragments of mystery which surrounded the existence of her cousin. When she replied it was calmly in a manner that protected Lily. "Yes," she said, "a widow. That's the one," as if nothing had occurred that was in the least surprising. "A beautiful woman," continued Mrs. Calendar, crushing out the ember of her cigarette upon the tray dedicated to the ashes of Clarence. "And now," she added, coming to the point, "I wanted to know whether you would come sometimes and play for me in the evenings. Not a performance, you understand, but simply to play once in a while for me and perhaps my son and Miss Kane and one or two friends. Miss Kane, you may remember her, came home with you last night, a clever woman. I'd pay you well, understand that. I'd like to have you once or twice a week. I don't go out frequently. I love music but I dislike musicians. You'll understand that when you come to see more of them." For Ellen it was, of course, the opening of a new world in which she might become independent, a world such as she had imagined the city to be. It was as if, overnight, the whole course of her life had been changed. There were chances now, subtle, hidden gambits for which she had an instinct. "Yes," she replied quietly. "I think I could arrange it to come." "And very likely," said Mrs. Calendar, "I could get other engagements for you." She had risen now and was wrapping the sable stole about her short fat neck. "I'll let you know when I'll want you to come. I'll write you a note that will be a sort of contract between us. I believe in contracts. Never trust the human race. And now goodbye, Miss Tolliver. I'm glad you're all right again. You may have fainted out of fright. There were people there last night, stupid people, who would have frightened Rubinstein himself." So Ellen thanked her, bade her goodbye and walked with her to the top of the stairs. Halfway down, Mrs. Calendar turned. I suppose, she said with a rising inflection, that you live here alone. No, said Ellen, but that was all she said, and Mrs. Calendar, smiling to herself, disappeared amused, no doubt, by the memory of the story which Sabina Kane had told her when she had returned across the park from the Babylon Arms. Once the door was closed, Ellen flung herself into a chair and sat staring out of the window into the grey clouds that swept across the sky high above the North River. It must have occurred to her then that Mrs. Calendar had departed with an amazing amount of information, knowledge which concerned herself and her family, her future, her plans, even the details of the very flat in which she lived. Her guest had, after a fashion, absorbed her and her life much as a sponge absorbs water. By now Mrs. Calendar could doubtless have drawn a detailed and accurate picture of the flat and written a history of its occupant. Indeed, she had very nearly tripped Ellen into one unfortunate truthfulness. That was a fascinating thought. Lily and her strange foreign life. Lily a widow? What were her morals? How did she live in Paris? Surely no one in the town could have had the faintest idea. But Madame Shane. Still Mrs. Calendar might have been mistaken. It would have been, under the circumstances, a natural error. It was as though Lily was destined in some unreal fashion to play a part in Ellen's own life. Always she was there, or at least some hint of her. Even Clarence talked of her in a way he did not use when speaking of other women. Yet no one knew anything of Lily. Smiling dimly she rose, and before returning to her music she took the brass ashtray containing the remains of Mrs. Calendar's scented cigarette and cleaned it thoroughly, taking care to bury the offending morsels well out of sight where Clarence could never find them. Certainly she performed this act through no fear of him. Rather it was with an air of secrecy, as if already she and her visitor had entered into a conspiracy. It may have been only a touch of that curious understanding which flashes sometimes between persons of great character. 26. The life of Mr. Wick was no longer of interest to anyone, yet there were times, usually after a stronger dose than usual of his wife's power and independence, when Clarence sought the company of Wick with the air of a man in need of refreshment and rest. For she had brought into the lives of both men a sense of strain which, during the days of their amiable companionship on the top floor of the Babylon Arms, had been utterly lacking. To Clarence, this new condition of affairs remained a mystery, but Wick, with an intuition that was feminine, must sometimes have come close to the real reason. He knew, beyond all doubt, that Ellen, for all her indifference, was his enemy, an enemy who never once considered her foe, an enemy who in her towering self-sufficiency had not troubled to include him in her reckoning. There were times, during the lunches the two men had together in a tiny restaurant in Liberty Street, when he came very close to speaking the truth, so close that Clarence, moved by a shadowy and pathetic loyalty, turned the talk of his companion into other channels. People said that a wife made a difference with one's friends, that marriage ended old friendships and began new ones. There were, to be sure, old ones that had come very near to the end of the path, but in their place there were no new ones. It was wonderful how Ellen appeared to exist without friends. She is busy, I suppose, he confided in admiration to Wick over the greasy table, and she is more independent than most women, but still I don't see how she stands it. She might have had Bunce's wife for a friend. Wick said, "Oh, no. She's not good enough for her." And then, as if he had spoken too bitterly, he added, "I can understand that. Bunce's wife is a vulgar woman." He had never forgiven the contractor's daughter the theft of Bunce. He hated her so strongly that in order to disparage her, it was necessary by comparison to reflect praise upon another enemy. There were at times long silences when neither man spoke at all, for even their talk of shop came to an end after it had been turned over and over 100 times. What thoughts occurred in those tragic silences neither one could have revealed to the other because they were in the realm of those things which friends, or even those who cling to the rags of friendship, cannot afford to tell each other. Clarence with his nose glasses and neat white collar drank his thin coffee and thought, Wick is a dull fellow. How could I ever have liked him? Funny how men grow apart. And across the table Wick, finishing his applesauce, thought, ah, if only there was some way to save him. That woman is destroying him slowly, bit by bit. He should never have married her. If only I could get him back where he would be happy again. There were in these thoughts the vestiges of truth. At one time they were more filled with truth than at another, for no thing is true persistently and unutterably. Yet in their truth Clarence was the happier of the two because he had discovered in his marriage a freedom of a new and different sort. Through Ellen he was strong enough to yield nothing to the shabby little man who sat opposite him. In some way he had caught a sense of her independence, a knowledge that she was not as other women, or even as most men. She belonged to the ruthless and the elect. As for Wick, he had only his sense of loss, for which there was no reward, and a pang which he was resolved one day to heal by some revenge, as yet vague and unplanned. And in his heart he believed that friendship between men was a bond far finer, far more pure than any relation between a man and woman. See, he thought, over his applesauce, what it is doing to Clarence. It is destroying him. His love for her is consuming him. And when they had finished eating and had paid the yellow-haired cashier who sat enthroned behind the till, it was their habit to saunter into the streets and lose themselves in the noon crowds of Lower Broadway. Sometimes they wandered as far as the Battery to sit on a bench and watch the fine ships going proudly across a bay of brilliant blue out to the open sea. But there was not much pleasure in their promenade. It ended always in the same fashion, with Clarence looking at his watch to observe, "It's time we started back." And so they would return, back the same way over the same streets and over the same doorstep. There were times when the sight of the blue sea and the great ships sliding silently through the green water filled the heart of Mr. Wick with a wild turbulence which was beyond his understanding. Those were times when he hated both his friend and the woman who held him prisoner. But no one was really interested in Mr. Wick. In the evening when he returned to the gas-lit bedroom in Lexington Avenue there was nothing for him to do. He read sometimes, but not frequently, and on warm nights he sat on the doorstep watching the passers-by and exchanging a word now and then with the grim woman who was his landlady. There were long hours in which there was nothing to do but to think, and not even the grey cat, watching the shadow of her tail against the decaying brownstone of the doorstep, could have guessed the dark trend of those secret thoughts. His life, his happiness had been ruined by a stranger who scorned even to think of him. Other changes came in the life of Clarence. Once he had been a great one for organizations. He had been vice president of the Mutual Benefit Association of the Superba Electrical Company and a member of no less than 3 lodges. In the days before his marriage the duties concerned with all these organizations had required much of his time, but when Ellen arrived he came to stay more and more at home, and little by little these gaieties too lost their place in his life. It seemed that he was content to remain in the flat reading the newspaper, working over his accounts and now and then merely listening to his wife's music with a strange expression of bewilderment as if it were impossible for him ever to understand her, and that little vein in his throat, which Lily had observed with such interest, throbbed and throbbed with a desire which sometimes must have terrified him. Sitting there in the long evenings, silhouetted as she played, against the brilliant blue of a sky that stretched out interminably beyond the windows of the Babylon Arms, she had an air of lofty magnificence, an aloofness that was unconquerable. There were times when she seemed a very symbol of all that was unattainable, and always she was related to the wild dreams that became gradually less and less turbulent. When she told him of these new engagements to play for Mrs. Callender, He frowned and said, "But what of me? What am I to do? It means more money for us, and we need money. You see, Mrs. Calendar pays me well. My music will cost me nothing. Perhaps I shall be able to put something aside. Besides, there is the experience which must not be overlooked." These things were true, and of late the mention of the money she might earn seemed not so unpleasant to Clarence as it had once been. He was, it appeared, more troubled by the fear of her escaping him, for he said, "I don't think it's wise to go too much with these people. They're not our sort. I've heard stories of how they live. They're society people." At which Ellen mocked him, laughing, to say, "But I have nothing to do with them. I work for them. I entertain them, that's all. And Wick says that young Calendar has a reputation for being a bad one." Ellen laughed again, scornfully. "How does he know anything about young Calendar? Wick and his boarding house? It's because he hates me. I know what he's like, a mean, nasty little man who hates me. He has friends. His family was rich once in New York." What Clarence said was true. Wick did know because, although he had long since ceased to have any existence for such people as the Calendars, there were channels by way of housemaids and distant relatives through which news of their world penetrated at last, somewhat distorted and magnified, to the spinster aunts in Yonkers, and so at length to Mr. Wick himself. For the old ladies had known young Calendar's father as a boy, and they still lived in the world of those early days when, ensconced on Lower Fifth Avenue behind plush curtains ornamented with ball fringe, they had received the Sunday procession of fashionables. The vulgar, new city of this early 20th century, for all its noise and show, did not exist for them any more than they, for all their thin-blooded pride, existed for the Calendars. It was after all an affair merely of dollars and cents. The Calendars had increased their fortune, the Wicks had lost theirs. "I shall go to the Calendars and play for them because it is necessary," said Ellen. "I am not a fool. I can take care of myself." To this abrupt statement, Clarence found no answer. He yielded quietly and, presently, on the nights when Ellen played in the great house on Murray Hill, he found himself going back once more to his 3 lodges and the Mutual Benefit Association of the Superba Electrical Company. There were members of the latter organization who thought it queer that their vice president attended the annual ball, held that year in a Brooklyn hotel, as he had always done, alone, without his wife. It happened that she played that night in the solid house on Murray Hill. And what then of Ellen herself? She was not, surely, unconscious of all that was happening so slowly, so imperceptibly about her. It is true that she was one of those who are born to success, one for whom the past does not exist and the present has reality only in so far as it provides a step into the future. Indeed, during those years in the city, even the town itself became a very distant and shadowy memory. She was concerned, desperately, with what lay before her, confused perhaps by a sense of imminent disaster so vague that it could have for her no real meaning or significance. But of course she never spoke of these things to her husband, perhaps because she was conscious that he might not understand them. At times the old pity for him, the same pity which had seized her so unaccountably upon the night of their flight, overwhelmed her, and at such moments it was her habit to be tender with him in a fashion that sent him into extravagant flights of happiness. But these moments became, after a while, conscious things on the part of Ellen, so that presently she used them cheaply to quiet his unhappiness as one might use a gaudy stick of candy to quiet an unhappy child. Such little things made him happy. Sometimes in the night she would lie in one of the green beds ornamented with garlands of salmon pink roses, listening to the sounds of the city that lay far beneath them, the distant rumble which rose and mingled somehow with the glow of light that filled all the dome of the sky, a rumble pierced sharply by the sudden shrill cry of a city child playing late in the streets, or the faint clop, clop of hoofs upon asphalt, blurred now and again by the ghostly boom of a great ship's whistle rising from the fog-veiled river, marvelous, splendorous sounds of a great world close at hand. There lay in these sounds a wonderful sense of the crowd in which she herself was not a part. Lying there, her fingers would clutch the bedclothes tightly, and presently she would become conscious that in her listening she was not alone, that beside her, separated by the little chasm which divided the two green beds, Clarence too lay awake, listening. She must have known in those hours an unreal consciousness of something that was waiting, a thing destined not to become clear until long afterward, a thing which waited silently and with a terrible patience. It was an experience that was not rare, it happened many nights, so that presently she came to be happy in the weeks when Clarence, traveling through the night hundreds of miles from her, was not there at all. Sometimes her hand would steal out and in the darkness be touched and clasped by another hand that trembled and clung to hers in a sort of terror. 27 Ellen's awareness of Richard Calendar came over her slowly, a sensation neither desired nor anticipated, but one which stole upon her in some obscure fashion through the corridors of her own music. It would have been impossible to fix the moment at which this awareness took form. Certainly it was not during that first damp drive through the park, when, wedged between his slim body and that of the yellow-clad Sabina, she had her first view of him. On that occasion she had remarked him merely as a young man perhaps of 30, in this she was wrong by 5 years, who possessed a beauty of a kind new to her, a beauty of which there were traces to be found among certain of the workers in the mills that hugged the dying hedges of Shane's Castle. It was, in short, a kind of mystical, unearthly beauty born of an old race that was sensual and filled with an intense capacity for suffering, a kind of beauty never to be found among her own Scotch and English friends and relatives. It had its determining quality in the extraordinary blackness of his hair, the dark olive of his skin, and the unreality of grey eyes so queerly placed in so much darkness. Sabina Kane, so completely civilized, so disillusioned, understood this beauty with the mind of one capable of an amazing detachment and power of analysis, for she had an extraordinary power of pulling herself up short in the midst of her emotions and saying, "This is indeed interesting. Here am I giving way to a good wholesome passion. Well, and then, it's all very good so long as I don't allow myself to be hurt by it." For Sabina had the sort of intelligence which is the equipment of every potential sensualist. This awareness on the part of Ellen forced its way through a torrent of impressions and emotions into a consciousness never too well organized. At the parties of Mrs. Calendar, there were, as the amusing woman predicted, never more than 3 or 4 people. There was always herself and usually her son. Sometimes Sabina Kane, whose relationship to the older woman was that of one who shares a complete understanding, was present, and now and then an elderly beau or two, of the sort which appears at concerts and the opera where they sit in the rear of boxes obscured somewhat by baties and dowagers. These entertainments, referred to variously by Therese Calendar as musicales, parties, and soirees, were held in the vast drawing room where Ellen appeared on that first evening. While she played, the others, flanked by brocade curtains of immense dimensions, rows of Calendar family portraits and cases filled with bronze Buddhas and jade tear bottles, sat about respectful, listening, prepared to speak only in hushed voices, for it was true that all of them were wholly devoted to music, all perhaps, save Sabina who, it might be said, was present as much because she found Therese Calendar amusing and had a profound curiosity regarding the shy, handsome girl who came to entertain them. Ellen had a capacity for feeling her audience. She had not played many times before she knew exactly the degree and quality of appreciation in each of those who listened. She came to know that Sabina neither understood music nor cared very greatly for it, and that Mrs. Calendar preferred the compositions which were a little wild and barbaric. In the dark young Richard Calendar there was a quality altogether different from any of the others. It was a kind of appreciation which she had experienced only twice before. Lily listened in that fashion, and her own brother Fergus. It was as if they abandoned themselves completely to the sound, as if they became in all their senses quite immersed. For a long time after the music ceased it was difficult for them to return wholly to the world of reality. She herself knew the intoxication. It was an emotion quite beyond the realm of drunkenness. It might be perhaps comparable to the effect of certain drugs. Richard Calendar listened in that fashion, and understanding this she came at length to play for him alone, moved only by an instinct of profound gratitude. Even Sabina Kane, with all her sharp intelligence, failed to understand what was happening before her green eyes. She knew, vaguely, that there were times when the girl outdid herself, when the sounds she made possessed a beauty unusual in degree and quality, but her penetration seldom progressed beyond this point, because, by virtue of that strange and mystical bond, the other two were raised into a world quite beyond her. If there was a difference it lay in this, that to Sabina one would have said that nothing could ever happen, because she guarded herself so carefully. In the beginning, Ellen had come in only to play in the evenings at 9 o'clock when the others had finished dinner and were sitting in the walnut-paneled library over cigarettes, coffee, and liqueurs. She came, as a mountebank, to entertain. It was her habit to arrive quietly, to greet Mrs. Calendar and then sit modestly a little apart from the others until the moment came for her to play. They were kind to her, and sometimes quite cordial. Even Sabina, who, out of an awkwardness born of a nature really shy, talked with her in the most confused and disjointed fashion, sometimes, under the stress of temptation, striving even to pry into the details of her life. Perhaps Sabina, in the recesses of her clear intelligence, speculated regarding the origins, the background, the very surroundings of Ellen. Her own life had been one ordered and held in check by a rigid tradition, a nurse, a day school kept by an affected and clever old harridan in impoverished circumstances, a year abroad, and at last a coming-out ball. The independence she possessed lay altogether in her own thoughts, a thing hid away deeply. It moved like a mountain torrent confined placidly within the walls of a canal. It manifested itself only in a sharpness of tongue, a restless and malicious desire for gossip. She encouraged her imagination to rebuild the lives of her friends according to some pattern more exciting than that of the straight-laced world by which she was submerged. It was this, perhaps, which drew her to old Therese Calendar and her son. In them she found a freedom, a sophistication that elsewhere was lacking. Richard Calendar was not unwilling to discuss such things as mistresses. Therese did not treat her as if she were a spotless virgin to be protected against the realities of the world. They provided release to an intelligence bound in upon all sides by the corseted bejetted traditions of the day. They treated her with respect, as an individual. They possessed candor. And so in the beginning her curiosity had seemed to Ellen, not understanding all this, an impudent thing, to be snubbed quietly in the proud way she had. She understood, well enough, that Sabina possessed the advantage, at least in the world of Mrs. Calendar's drawing-room. Sabina was at home there. She had lived always in such drawing-rooms. And yet there came a night when Sabina turned with her strange abruptness and said apropos of nothing, "I envy you." At which Ellen smiled and asked, "Why?" "Because," continued the abrupt Sabina, "you will always have the advantage over us." She was quite frank in admitting that they belonged to different worlds. It is always so with those who make their way by their wits. Once Ellen might have pondered such a speech, wondering whether she should consider herself insulted by it. But in the experience of many talks with Sabina, she came to understand that there lay at the bottom of the observation no more than a complete honesty. Indeed, the remark was so honest that in the very moment it was made, Ellen saw not only its honesty but its truth. She was making her way by her wits. Sabina had nothing to make, nothing to expect save a marriage which would occur in due time according to the plan that controlled all Sabina's life. And the artist in Ellen leapt at once to assume the role. She would make her way by her wits, from now on, consciously. That placed her. It provided her with a certain definiteness of personality. People like that are always more sure of themselves, Sabina continued. I've noticed it. Take Mrs. Sigourney. She's done it. She's outraged some people but she's got what she wanted. She was nobody and now she's chic. It's her wits, always her wits. She never does the wrong thing, never puts herself in a place where she can be hurt. At the end of the speech, Sabina's voice dropped suddenly. There was even a little echo of something, perhaps a faint sigh, as if it came somewhere from deep within her. She had been hurt then, perhaps a long time ago. Perhaps her flawless clothes, her sharp and witty tongue, her air of entering a room, were all no more than an armor she had raised about herself. She was not, like Ellen, isolated, independent, free, belonging to nothing, to no one, save only herself. Her friendship with Richard Calendar may only have been a bit of bravado, to flaunt in the face of the others who desired him. Ellen saw it, clearly now. In the town she would have been like Sabina. There, in a community all her own, they could have hurt her. Here in this world there was no one who could do her any injury. Alone, isolated, she was stronger than she had been in the very midst of all those who had known her since the beginning. I wish, continued Sabina, that you would tell me about yourself sometime. Tell me and Richard. He's interested in such things. But I must play now, said Ellen. On the same night when the hour came for Ellen to be sent home in Mrs. Calendar's cabriolet, the plump woman said, the next time. Let's see, it's Thursday, isn't it? You must come for dinner. I'll send Wilkes at 20 to 8. 28. That there was any such thing as kindliness involved in all these complicated, new relationships had never occurred to Ellen, perhaps because she had never for a moment expected it. It was only with the invitation to dinner, in itself a tacit recognition of her individuality as something more than a mere music box, that the real state of affairs first became clear to her. It was as if she had progressed a step in the world, as if she had achieved a little already of the vast things she had set out to accomplish. She tried, in her direct, unsubtle way of speaking, to convey something of the idea to Clarence. She wanted him, as always, desperately to understand her actions. She wanted him, perhaps dishonestly, to believe that she could not help acting as she did, that it was not from choice but from a desire to brighten both their lives that she left him now and then to venture forth into regions which it was impossible for him to penetrate. And in her own fashion, as she had done so often with her mother, she told him the truth selectively, so that although she did not lie she managed to achieve an effect that was not the truth. The great thing which she neglected to admit was this, that she had come now to the point where it was no longer possible to take him with her. Even his fantastic dreams could not make him more than he was, and that was not enough. He had come to the end of his tether. She had barely begun. Imagine him in Mrs. Calendar's drawing room. Fancy the abrupt Sabina Kane talking to him as she talked to Ellen. He, she knew, would suffer more than anyone. She said to him, I'm sorry, but on Thursday I shall be out for dinner. I've got to dine with Mrs. Calendar. It's business, dear. I must do these things. And at the speech, Clarence assumed that hurt and crestfallen look which touched her sense of pity. It was the one thing which could alter her determination. Indeed, there were times when she must have suspected that he used it consciously, as his only weapon. It moved her even now, so that she went so far as to kiss him and say, "It's just one night. But it's a beginning." He saw it perhaps, clearly enough, more clearly than she ever imagined. "I wish you wouldn't." And then she explained to him again the things which it was necessary for her to do in order to win what she must have. She talked long and eloquently, for she was earnest and she pitied him. It was clear that her dishonesty arose not so much out of any evil calculation as out of a desire to have everything, to go her way and still leave Clarence unharmed and happy. It was a thing impossible, of course, yet it never seemed so to her. There was in her so much of her indomitable mother that she was never able to believe in the impossible. So she talked eloquently, and at length she even arranged it for him that he should dine on Thursday night with Mr. and Mrs. Bunce. Thus, by a single act, she accomplished another thing. She dined with the Bunces without having to dine with them. She knew too that they would be happier with Clarence there alone. It would be like the old days, without strain, an evening when the three of them, Clarence and Harry Bunce and his rosy wife, could dine, as one might say, in peace. There would be no strain, no sense of an intruder in their midst. For she was a stranger, always. They were never quite at ease with her. Thus Clarence found the evening arranged, and he was content in his way, for he liked the Bunces. Afterward, Ellen's clearest memory of the evening was the voice of Sabina drifting from the drawing-room as she entered the hall, saying, "The trouble with Boston people is that they are all descended from middle-class immigrants, and they've been proud of it ever since." This speech became fixed somehow in her brain as a symbol of Sabina's queer worldliness, of a strangely cynical honesty that would color her whole point of view up to the very end. If Sabina thought it idiotic to take pride in being middle class, if she thought it absurd not to strive after distinction, she would say it, whether or not people thought her a snob. The world to her was thus, and so, it moved according to an ancient pattern. All the orations in the world upon the subject of democracy could not alter the rule of things. Besides, it was a good enough rule. Why pretend it wasn't? Sabina, of course, could afford to take such a position. In a worldly sense, she had nothing to strive for. She had been born to those things. Ellen, removing the squirrel coat Clarence had given her, turned these considerations over in her mind as she entered the room. She was watching them all tonight as she had watched them once before through the crack in the lacquered screen, cautiously, with an air of an enemy laying siege to their fortress. There was, beneath the gaze of the Calendar ancestors, only Mrs. Calendar in a dress of jet and sequins, Sabina in a brilliant green gown, and Richard Calendar, handsome and dark in his black and white clothes. Richard rose and came forward to meet her. "Mamma," he said, smiling, "has just been talking of you. She believes that one day you will be a great personality." "We are dining alone, the four of us," said Mrs. Calendar abruptly. It was clear that she meant to keep Ellen forever in ignorance of what she had said. The dining room was done in the grand manner of the Second Empire, a room copied at the behest of young Calendar's grandfather from a house built by the Duc de Morny for one of his mistresses. It was grandiose, with columns of white and gilt, centering upon a massive table and a group of chairs with backs which ended a foot or two sooner than they should have ended. On the four panels of the walls there hung pictures of Venice in the dry, hard manner of Canaletto. Venice at dawn, Venice at sunset, Venice at carnival time, and Venice in mourning for the Pope. On the huge table stood a silver apron filled to overflowing with the most opulent of fruits, mangoes, persimmons, red bananas, Hamburg grapes, and pomegranates. It was as if Therese Calendar had built this monument of fruit to recapture something of her own oriental background. The rest of the room was so bad, so filled with the shadows of Cockney demi-mondanes and snuffbox adventures out of the Second Empire. At the four corners of the vast apron stood four huge candelabra of silver. Despite the air of depression given out by the monstrous room, it possessed a somber magnificence. To Ellen, the only magnificence approaching it lay in the drawing room of that gloomy house known as Shane's Castle, set in the midst of the smoking furnaces. Aunt Julia's house was like it, filled with pictures and furniture and carpets which, like these, had been brought out of Europe. There were wines for dinner, not one or two, but an array of port, Madeira, Sauterne, sherry and, at the place where Mrs. Calendar seated herself in a chair raised more than the others so that she might dominate the massive table, a pint of champagne for herself in a tiny silver bucket filled with ice. It was a schoolgirl's dream of magnificence, something out of the pages of a super-romantic novelette. In the beginning, the spectacle, proceeding through course after course, dazzled Ellen and made her shy. It was superb food, for in the veins of Therese there blended the blood of Frenchman and Greek. It was food that had a taste, not the boiled stuff of Anglo-Saxons. After dinner, when they had all gone into the dark library, the moment came at last when Ellen's tongue was loosed. It may have been the wine she drank, or it may have been the cigarette which, in her new freedom, she smoked over the coffee, for in a single evening she had broken two of Clarence's rules, but it is more likely that it was the picture hanging over the mantelpiece, which changed everything. She looked at it carefully and then said, "Is that by Turner? My aunt has one by him." And a moment later, under the subtle urgence of Sabina, she was telling them everything. She described, for example, the town, its mills, its desolation, the misery of the workers. She painted for them a picture of her own family, of the Red Scot who lay now, helpless and childish, in her own big bed. She told them of her other grandfather, cold and aloof, who had run away in his youth and lived in the Paris of the Second Empire, and now existed in a room walled in by books. She recreated before their eyes the gloomy color of Shane's Castle, only to be interrupted in the midst by Therese Calendar, who turned to Sabina and observed, "She is a cousin, you know, of the Madame Shane we saw once at Madame Desien's in Paris. You remember Madame Desien, the Russian woman, whose husband was French minister to Bulgaria. She lived in the Avenue du Bois. A Bonapartist. Madame Shane was the beauty with red hair. Miss Tolliver's Aunt Julia is her mother." And then she permitted Ellen to continue, and the girl meanwhile, even as she talked, understood that Mrs. Calendar had not forgotten Lily. She had even fixed the place and time of their meeting. It was clear that she had been thinking of Lily, as everyone did. She told the story simply enough, but with an earnestness that was moving. To her the canvas which she painted was not remarkable, but to the listeners it appeared to hold, perhaps because it was so new to them, the fascination of a world which was utterly strange and a little exotic. They listened, moved by the simplicity of her utterance, and Richard Calendar asked her questions about the mills and furnaces, about the foreign population. The recital was a success, and out of it she learned something new, that there was nothing of such power as simplicity, nothing of such interest as individuality. She understood all that from the way in which they listened. It was the first time in all her life when she had thrown caution to the winds. She was, for an hour, her complete self. But there was one part of the story which she did not tell. It was that part which concerned her elopement and all that had followed it. She said simply, "And so I came to New York to study, and luckily fell into the hands of Sanson. Richard Calendar stood up suddenly and poked the fire. His mother said, "You could not have done better," and Sabina observed, "Here in New York we forget that the rest of the country exists. I've never been out of New York except to go to Europe or to some summer place. Tonight, instead of being a performer, one who played in public, she was the guest, the center of the evening. She played for them the Moonlight Sonata, and while she played, she became conscious again of the curious, breathless way in which Richard Calendar listened. It seemed, for a time, that he existed only in a single spirit which somehow enveloped her and the music of Beethoven. All the evening he had been silent and watchful, as silent and as watchful as herself, save in the moment when she was carried away by her own story. When she had finished playing she was conscious of another fact, perhaps even more interesting. It was that Sabina had noticed a difference and was regarding the handsome Calendar with a look so intent that Ellen, turning sharply, caught her unaware. This new world was a world of shadows, of hints, of insinuations, a world of curious restraints and disguises. Out of these, in the very instant she turned from the piano, she understood that the relation between Sabina and young Calendar was more than a casual friendship. Sabina was in love with him, passionately, perhaps without even knowing it, for it must have required a terrible force to lead a woman so circumspect into such a betrayal. That night, for a second time, Ellen left the house in company with Sabina and Richard Calendar. It came about that, as they were preparing to leave, young Calendar proposed to accompany them and without further discussion entered the carriage. In the past it had been the custom to send Ellen home in the cabriolet while Calendar followed in the brougham with Sabina. Sometimes these two walked to Sabina's house. She lived in Park Avenue, a half-dozen blocks away, in a tall narrow house, exceedingly stiff and formal in appearance, a house which one could not but say suited her admirably. On the way, they talked music for a time, and when the cabriolet approached Sabina's corner, she said simply, "I am tired. You can drop me at home." So she bade them good night without further ado and disappeared into the narrow house. It was a strange thing for her to have done. Ellen and Calendar must have expected her to accompany them all the way to the Babylon Arms and to return alone with him, that would have been the order of things. But she was more subtle than they imagined. If she understood, as Ellen was certain she had, that there was some new thing come into the relations that existed among them all, she was clever. She did not attempt to change or even interrupt this new current. Wise in the depths of her shrewd mind she saw that to be an obstacle was not the same as to be a goal. So she left Richard Calendar with the stranger who had become her rival. It may have caused her sleeplessness and torment, she may have felt a keen jealousy, but it was impossible to know. It may also have been that, knowing the continental ideas of Calendar, she was not concerned over her ultimate victory. By the rule of the very tradition which had shut her in, Calendar could not marry this stranger. 29 As Calendar re-entered the cabriolet, Ellen settled back into her corner to wait. She watched, as always, but this time she was conscious that there was another who was watching. It seemed for the first time that there had risen up in her path a person, perhaps even an enemy, who played the same waiting game. Calendar sat in his corner, his dark face visible now and then as a streak of light from the lamps entered the door, and in that uncertain and shifting illumination, Ellen studied him closely for the first time. It was a strangely pleasing face, the very dark pallor, so evenly distributed, so perfectly shaded caught her attention as a kind of beauty new to her. There was no ruddiness here, no boisterous energy. Rather it was a silent, subtle kind of beauty. The power behind it was not so much a crude energy as a strength that was placid yet possessed of the quality of steel. It was a strength that revealed itself in the firm, clean line of the jaw and in the square, almost hard modeling of the intelligent head. If there was a hint of passion, it lay in the red lips that were so full and sensual beneath the fine black mustache. He wore the collar of his coat turned up a little, with his hat pulled well over his eyes so that the whole gave an impression of rakishness and adventure. Yet her instinct told her that here was something to be feared, something subtle and rather neat, of a sort strange to her. They must have ridden several blocks in silence when he said to her, in a voice that was warm and carried faint traces of an accent, "I say, you are a remarkable person. I'd never dreamed how much it took to bring you where you are." When she answered, Ellen felt a new and absurd inclination to become a helpless, almost arch, young girl. "It's nothing," she said. "I'd never thought about it. It was an entertaining story you gave us. You see, people like me and Sabina seldom get any idea of what the real world is like." He paused for a moment and then continued as if to make clear what he meant. "I mean a world in which people have to fight for things. We just have them. We forget about the others. And we're in the minority of about, shall we say, 1 to 1,000. I've always had what I wanted. I suppose I'll always have it." This was strange talk, in a queer philosophic vein, to which Ellen answered again, "I don't know. I've never thought about the difference. I know what I want, and someday I suppose I'll have it." "You are an extraordinary musician, you know," he continued. "I wonder if you know how extraordinary." Ellen did know, she was sure of it. But she saw fit not to answer because she was a little puzzled. In a world bounded by Clarence and Herman Biggs, she had not met a man of this sort. He was younger than Clarence and not much older than Herman, but that made no difference. It was something that had nothing to do with age. Rather, it was a matter of experience. She knew she was an excellent musician. She must have believed it, or she could not have gone her own way with such unswerving directness, but she chose to answer modestly. In the dim light of the cab, it was impossible to know whether or not she actually smirked. "Perhaps I am. How is one to know? About oneself, I mean. My mother and I know about such things," he replied, and then for a time the cabriolet fell into silence. They turned from the avenue into the park, and presently out of his corner he spoke again. "You're sure you told us everything tonight? You didn't leave out of the story anything that might interest us?" There was in this an impertinence which Ellen sensed and considered for a time. He was looking out of the window at the bare trees of the park with a splendid air of indifference, which Ellen felt was not indifference at all. Far back in her consciousness an odd feeling of triumph came into existence, a queer, inexplicable feeling that she was the dominant one, that somehow she had caught him now off his guard, as if she found he was not so clever as he thought. She became aware of a genuine sense of conflict, vague and undefined, a sort of conflict between her own intelligence and one that was quite as powerful. She watched the clear-cut ivory profile for a time and then said, "No, I left out nothing that could possibly interest anybody but me." That much for his curiosity about the little man he saw for an instant through the open door at the Babylon Arms. Calendar turned to her. "I sound impertinent, but I only ask because it seems to me that you are even more interesting than the story you tell." Again this was bold and even personal, as though he sought to assume possession of that part of her which should belong to no one, the part which was herself, at which he had no right to pry. The temptation to become feminine seized her once more. "I suppose," she said, that is a compliment." "I thank you for it. Of course, I don't know how true it is." "It is true," he replied abruptly. "You are admirable, and courageous. Spirit is a fine thing, the greatest in the world." There was one thing for which she was thankful. He did not treat her as if she were a silly girl, as a man might, for example, have treated May Seton. In years he was not much older than herself, yet in reality she understood that he was centuries older. Of that, she was certain. What she did not understand was that his approach to life, down to the veriest detail, was one which, by the nature of things, was not only alien but incomprehensible. He had patience, a quality which in her was so utterly lacking as to be inconceivable. He could wait. It was this which puzzled her, this and the sense of conflict, so complicated, that was always a little way off, just out of reach and not to be understood. From a great distance, she watched him and even herself, confused, puzzled, but profoundly interested. That much she had gained from the blood that flowed in old Gramp Tolliver's veins. She was always watching, waiting, learning. The rest of their conversation was less interesting. It possessed, to be sure, a strange quality of leisure. There were long silences not in the least awkward and uncomfortable. On the contrary, despite that sense of conflict and watching, there was a certain calmness about them, as of the silences which fall between old friends immersed in a perfect understanding. It was perhaps the same friendliness which she neglected always to take into consideration, in which she would never quite believe. At the Babylon Arms they passed between the Syrian lions of cast iron, and at the elevator he left her. There was no prying this time, no evidence of curiosity. As he bade her good night, he suggested that one day they might lunch together. Then the swaying elevator bore her upward to Clarence and out of sight of Callender. The sense of conflict disturbed her, even after Clarence came in from the Bunces, murmuring apologies for having forgotten her and stayed so late. He apologized too for having, in the enthusiasm of a pinochle game, invited the Bunces to dinner 4 weeks later when he had returned from his western trip. 30 Mrs. Callender stayed 2 months longer than usual in New York. She was kept by the only things which could have kept her away from the sunshine of her adored Con, that is to say, difficulties over stocks and bonds, adjustments of the Callender fortune. She saw to it that there were no slips and no losses. Indeed, by missing the season at Cannes she turned a profit of several $100,000 which might have been lost in the hands of one in whose veins there flowed less Levantine blood. Richard, of course, remained with her, though he exhibited a curious indifference toward the affairs which made upon his mother claims so passionate. When she reproached him, as she frequently did, he turned to her sometimes in the dark library of the house on Murray Hill and said, "My God! I'm too rich now. What should I do with any more money? Why should I worry?" It was an attitude in which there was nothing of softness, nothing of degeneracy. It was not even the case of a son pampered by riches. His mother must have known that, better than anyone, because she had encountered in him a will not unlike her own, a will troubled in his case by a strange restlessness born perhaps of the bizarre mixture of blood. If he was possessed of any passions they were for women, and for music, which had an effect that was amazing. It was the one thing which held the power of quieting him. There were times when he would sit motionless in the presence of music as if enchanted by it. Its effect upon him was primitive and barbaric, like the hypnotism which a tom-tom exerts upon a savage. There came a night when, as they sat alone over their coffee, estranged and a little silent after her reproaches, she turned to him and without warning said, "What about this jeune prodige? Miss Tolliver? I hear you've been lunching with her." At this direct sally, a smile appeared slowly on the dark face of the son. It began gently at first on the sensual red lips, and then spread itself until the effect was utterly disarming. He had a way of smiling thus, after a fashion that was disconcerting because its implications were so profound, so subtle, and so filled with disillusionment. It was a smile in which the grey eyes, lighting suddenly, played a tantalizing role, a smile which seemed to envelop its subject and, clinging there for a time, to destroy all power of deceit by its very friendliness. It said, gently and warmly, "Come now, let's be honest and generous with each other." The red lips curved ever so gently beneath the dark mustache. It was the smile of a man born knowing much that others seldom ever learn. He smiled at her and said, "Ah! Who could have told you that? Who but Sabina, who knows everything?" The very tone of his voice appeared to caress and yet mock his mother. Sabina, indeed all women. Before such an assault even Therese Calendar had no resistance. Shifting her plump body so that the heavy bangles on her wrists jangled and clattered, she waited a moment before answering. Then a faint blush, which appeared to arise from a real sense of guilt, spread slowly up to the edges of her bright small eyes. "It was Sabina who told me," she said. "You can't blame her for that." "No, she always knows everything." He laughed abruptly. "Sometimes I think she must be in communication with the birds, or the mice. You know what I think? I think that it's time you married. It's a responsibility, the money. There ought to be heirs. We can't give all that money to charity or some drafty museum." While she knocked off the ashes from her cigarette, he watched her silently with the same caressing, mocking smile. "You're past 25, you know. I want my grandchildren to be the children of young parents. I believe in it." Then suddenly, he pierced straight into the thing which she had avoided mentioning. "I shan't marry Sabina," he said. "I'll find someone. I haven't found her yet. Sabina is excellent. She is well brought up. She is rich. She is one of the few American women we know who is mundane. I want you to marry an American. We need new blood. She knows her way about. She dresses superbly. She will make an excellent hostess. She will be at home everywhere. But I am not in love with her," he said smiling. For an instant a glint of hard anger appeared in her eyes. "You are old enough, or at least wise enough not to be romantic. It is not a question of romance, Mama. It is more a question of necessity. I should prefer to be faithful to my wife." At this speech, she clucked her tongue, and crushed out the end of her cigarette. "Cane March Pot," she observed coldly. "You can't expect me to believe such nonsense." Therese was by no means innocent. She had lived in the world, always. She knew what things went on about her and, being Levantine and French, she expected even less than most women of experience. She understood that there were such things as mistresses and that most men of her world were not unacquainted with them, so she could not for a moment have supposed that her son, smiling at her in his knowing fashion, possessed a purity that was virginal. Indeed, it might be said that she knew more of his adventures than he ever supposed. Once she had scandalized Mrs. Champion by saying, "My son has an intrigue with the wife of one of my best friends in Paris. It puts me in a most uncomfortable position." Nevertheless, she had said this in a tone that implied satisfaction. The mistress of her son was, at least, a lady and not a woman of the streets. There was only one thing, she was accustomed to say, that she regarded as unforgivable. It was that he should make a fool of himself or waste great sums of money on any woman. And this, she must have known, was extremely unlikely. After their disagreement they sat for a time in the sort of strained silence that envelopes a conflict between two people of extraordinary will. It was Therese who, with a sudden embarrassed cough, interrupted the stillness. "This girl," she said. "I hope you're not entangling yourself with her." Again he smiled and replied, "No, I haven't entangled myself." because, it is dangerous with a girl of that sort. She's an American, you know, and not the sort one finds among musicians in Paris. Autre choses. She's well brought up, bourgeoisie, I should say, of the provinces. This time Richard laughed. Not so bourgeois as you might think. She leaned forward a little. That's just it, she said. She's not easy to win. She's not the ordinary sort. She's a woman of character, of will. Then she moved back, folding the chubby hands, glittering with rings, on the brief expanse of her black satin lap. No, you'd best keep clear of her. Whatever happens is without my approval. She is interesting, the son replied. I've never seen a woman quite like her. This, it appeared, was the cause for new alarm. After regarding him for a time curiously, she murmured, You can't marry her, of course. She's too inexperienced. Sometimes, she's gauche. But that's not the chief thing. If you married her, I don't think I should object, not very greatly. It's new blood, healthy blood. But I advise you against thinking of such a thing. Wherever she goes, trouble will follow. She's born, like most people with a touch of genius, under a curse. He would have interrupted her here, but she checked him with a gesture of her fat hand. She is certain to affect the lives of everyone about her, because, well, because the threads of our lives are hopelessly tangled. Oh, don't think I'm talking nonsense or saying this to discourage you. I know it. I'm sure of it. Marry her if you will, but don't expect happiness to come of it. She would doubtless bear you a son, a fine strong son because she is a fine cold animal. But don't expect any satisfaction from her. She knows too well exactly where she is bound. During this long speech the son stood smoking silently with a shadow of the mocking smile on his lips. When she had finished he did not answer her but sat, with a thoughtful air, looking out into the garden which Therese this year had not bothered to have planted. After a time she spoke again to say, Surely you don't fancy you could ever control her. She's a wild young filly. No man will ever control her, not for long. I've never thought of marrying her, he replied quietly. Why, she has a lover already. At this Mrs. Calendar's countenance assumed an expression of passionate interest. But she is not that sort, not a demi-mondaine. She is an honest woman, a cold woman. One can see that. He smiled, this time even more softly and mockingly, and into the grey eyes there came a gleam of ironical humor. It was Sabina who said she had a lover, he said. You remember, Miss Tolliver told us nothing of what has happened to her since she came here. Besides, cold women are the most successful. They do not lose their heads. 31 If Ellen had ever had any use for such a creature as a confidant, she would have told her no doubt that life, at this moment, was an exasperating puzzle. Between the manners of Herman Biggs and Clarence and the manners of such a man as Richard Calendar, there lay a vast gulf, a sort of blank page in the book of her experience, an hiatus that left her uneasy and disturbed. Clarence and Herman Biggs, she understood, represented to a great degree the husband and lover of her own country. They were the ones who came seeking, the ones who idolized the object of their affections. They were, if not fascinating, affectionate and docile. They were perhaps, even convenient, so long as they did not get underfoot. There was in them a certain childlike innocence, complicated alone by a quixotic code of chivalry and honor which allowed them to be despoiled. Either they overlooked or were innocent of the ways of the world and so clung to the sentimental image of women as pure, devoted creatures who were always good and generous. There were, of course, such things as bad women, but these did not concern them. Such women were of a class apart, without any real relation to good women, a third sex one might have said, with its own uses. The women of their world had changed abruptly, swiftly, in a generation or two, from helpmates on a rude frontier adventure into creatures of luxury, and men like Herman and Clarence had not kept pace. These were the men whom Ellen had always known. There had never been any one like Richard Calendar. In the absence of Clarence among the factories of the Middle West, Ellen lunched, not once, but several times with Calendar. Out of the money she had earned by her playing she was able now to dress herself in a fashion which, if not smart, was at least simple and charming. With the approach of the warm days, they lunched at Sherry's, for he made no effort to conceal his attentions, in an open window which gave out upon the avenue and the stream of carriages, disordered now by increasing inroads of noisy automobiles. She must have understood, out of the depths of her mother's teachings, that what she did was an improper and even a dangerous thing. It was, at least, a misstep, taken through lack of experience, a step which later on she might not have risked. There was Calendar himself to be considered. It was clear that, despite all her coolness, he had an effect upon her. There were times when she would blush as if suddenly overcome by a sense of his presence, for he was charming to her, gentle, understanding, full of a fire which leapt up in sudden gusts to join the flame of her own triumph and zest in living. In the window overlooking Fifth Avenue there were moments when she must have forgotten everything save the future, hours when they talked of Europe, when he described to her with something very close to passion the brilliance of Paris or the smoky glow of London. Both were naive, Ellen in the fashion of the inexperienced, and Calendar, so dark, so charming, so utterly new, in the fashion of a man whose directness of action had nothing to do with the question of conventions. It was impossible for either to have understood the emotion that drew them together, for it was a romantic thing to which both were then insensible, the one because life had taught her not to expect such a thing as romance, the other because he had never believed in its existence. One bright afternoon in May they walked all the way from Sherry's through the park to the Babylon Arms. It was a soft day when the park appeared veritably to reflect its greenness upon the air itself, a day when the willows were softened by a haze of new leaves, and the rare clusters of cherry trees appeared in faint blurs of delicate pink. Along the edges of the lake, freed now of its burden of ice and not yet burdened anew with the old newspapers of sweltering August, the nursemaids divided the iron benches with vagabonds and old ladies who had come there simply to rest, to sit relaxed, silent, as if they were sustained somehow without effort by the very softness of the air. The quality of this pervading gentleness appeared to have its effect upon the two. For a time they were enveloped by a languor which drugged the intelligence and warmed the senses. They walked lazily, side by side, Ellen in a tight grey suit and a large picture hat, Calendar looking at her now and then out of his grey eyes and poking the fresh green grass with his malacca stick. At times they stopped and laughed, for Calendar was in a charming mood when he became a Blakerer, irresistible and caressing. Under the influence of the day even the hardness of Ellen, which could be at times almost pitiful, appeared to melt away. She laughed at him. She even watched him slyly from the corner of her eyes, but not in the old hostile fashion. It was more the way one would watch a charming little boy, fearful lest his knowledge of the admiration might give him an advantage. It could not have been the weather alone which so changed her. There were other things, among them beyond all doubt Calendar himself and the friendship which he had given her, the same friendship which his mother and even Sabina in her brusque, shy way had offered. They were friends in a way no one, save Lily, had ever been before. It is possible that there came to her on this soft warm day a knowledge of her kinship with these people, of a bond which if undefinable was none the less certain and secure. They had nothing to gain from her and they were not concerned with subduing her, they did not seek to change her in any way at all. They were like her old Aunt Julia and the mysterious Lily, who had warned her not to let people make her fit a pattern, not to let them drag her down to the level of their own mediocrity. She understood now what Lily meant. These were people who, by some quality of honesty that was almost a physical thing, had attained an aristocracy of their own, a state which had its foundations in that very honesty. There was, too, a distinction about them of a sort beyond such individuals as the genteel, decayed Mr. Wick, May Seton and her giggles, Mr. Bunce who was so robust and kind, and, this thought must have occurred to her, even Clarence whose kindly humbleness barred him forever. They were not muddled, they stood outlined, for all their strangeness, with a sharp clarity. It was an understanding that had come to her over a long time dimly as through a mist. Today she knew it. She began to understand why there were some people whom she admired and some for whom she could have in her heart contempt or at best an emptiness that bordered upon pity. So she walked very happily with the fascinating, dark young man, content perhaps that she might go on thus forever, that she might always have him and Sabina and Therese quite as they were, without any change. And in the depths of her heart it would have given her a sharp, leaping pleasure to have encountered suddenly on one of those asphalt paths May Seton and others of her townspeople. It would have pleased her to have had them witness her triumph. For she had not yet escaped the town. Into the midst of this a new knowledge came, sharp and unforeseen. Under the shadow of Daniel Webster in the bronze attitude of a pouter pigeon, Calendar halted sharply and turned toward her with a swift directness, looking at her so closely that for an instant she blushed. "Might I come in with you this afternoon?" he asked. "Will you be alone?" Faced by the disarming gaze of the grey eyes, she forgot for a moment her game of watching. She answered, "Why, yes. I'll be alone." And then, as if she could not control herself, she looked away and started walking once more. He did not speak again until they had reached the outer barrier of the park, when he said, "I'd like to have you play for me, alone. I've never heard you save in a crowd. I fancy you would play best for an audience of one." They turned presently between the Syrian lions of the Babylon Arms and, after being borne silently aloft in the swaying elevator, they climbed the 2 flights of stairs to the door of the tiny apartment which Ellen opened with her key. The room was in darkness until she lifted the shades which, on the advice of that passionate housekeeper, her mother, were drawn to protect the cheap, bright carpet from the sharp rays of the spring sun, and then the light revealed a shabby little room stuffed with the things which Clarence had bought her. There were chairs and sofas and pillows, pictures, ornaments and little tables. In one corner the grand piano stood somewhat apart in a little bay cleared of furniture. Richard, leaning on his stick and viewing the confusion gravely, must have thought her lover a poor sort, who could offer her only a great profusion of things in the poorest of taste. Yet he did not smile, perhaps because he was not greatly interested in the room. In the midst of all the stuff, Ellen, taking off her picture hat and blushing still with a hazy sense of confusion, possessed an air of aloofness, of being detached from all the shabby things. She rose above them as once before she had risen above the furniture in the Setons' dismal parlor. The gaiety that had flourished in the bright park became dampened now by a queer sense of strain, an awkwardness which made itself apparent in the silence of both. They were no longer in the bright open park, the walls which shut them in had changed everything, sharpened in some indefinable way the power of their senses. For an instant they stood regarding each other shyly, and presently Ellen said, "Do sit down there. And I'll play for you. What do you want to hear?" Richard told her that the choice must be hers, and then he seated himself in Clarence's leather armchair and lighted a cigarette with the matches from Clarence's smoking table in the mission style. Without speaking again she began to play. It was as if she had said, "I will talk to you in this fashion," and after the first few chords had fallen the sense of strain and conflict disappeared, swallowed up again, this time in the man's attitude of passionate listening. She played for him, first of all, some Schumann which was so like the shadowy, soft consciousness of this new feeling born with such abruptness there in the park, and then she played some of his beloved Chopin and turned at last into the Sonata Appassionata. She played as she played only for Fergus, who listened in the same fashion, slumped down in his chair, his eyes half closed, his curling, golden hair all rumpled, with the air of one intoxicated by sound. It must have occurred to her, for the first time, that there was between her brother and this stranger a certain likeness, a capacity for wild abandonment that was terrifying. Today all the things which for so long a time had been shut up within the walls of her bitter secrecy poured forth and overflowed into the music, and with this there was united a new fire, a sudden warmth that was strange to her. She knew a strange desire to share all that she possessed, a curious, aching desire close to the border of tears. It was so, perhaps, because love would always be to her like this, a wild and passionate heightening of the senses which found its manifestation in an unearthly unity of spirit. For a time she carried Richard with her into the ecstasy she was able to invoke. And when at length the last chords drifted slowly away, they permitted the silence to remain unbroken for a long time while he sat, still slumped in his chair, his eyes half closed, watching her with the air of one on whom a spell has been cast. He sat there in Clarence's chair in Clarence's place, magnificent like herself in all that desert of commonplace things. There was a sense of unreality about the whole scene. She must have known, deep within that hard intelligence of hers, that what she saw was at best an illusion, since between them both there lay differences, circumstances, facts that were not to be overcome. He went presently, after they had exchanged a few stupid phrases drawn by sheer force from the depths of an emotion which neither was willing to betray save by their silence. They did not even speak of another meeting, nothing happened, upon the surface their parting was strangely empty and bare. And when the door had closed behind him, Richard halted for a moment in the dark hallway and leaned against the wall. Perhaps he remembered what his mother, so old in her wisdom and so shrewd, had told him. "She's not the ordinary sort. You'd best keep clear of her." The mocking look had gone out of his eyes. Something had happened to him, an experience that was altogether new in a life by no means limited in such matters, a thing which opened the fancy to a new magnificence, a new rapture, a new intoxication. It was a vision which he may have doubted because he had never believed in its existence. But between him and this wild adventure there stood a barrier against which he could make no progress. It was an invisible wall of a sort he had never encountered in any woman, not even in the terrible serenity of Sabina. Hard it was, and clear like crystal, protecting something which he might see but never touch. "She's not the ordinary sort. You'd best keep clear of her." On the opposite side of the door Ellen flung herself down on the ugly divan and wept, silently and horribly, as she had wept once before in the dark solitude of her own virginal room, while the autumn rain drenched the garden outside. And again she could not have told why she wept. It was a passionate sensuous weeping which exhausted itself presently and left her weary and quiet until long after the lights had begun to twinkle through the smoke along the river. Yet nothing had happened, nothing at all of which she could say, "It is this or that." 32 Meanwhile from the town there came to Ellen in the weekly letters of her mother bits of news which sometimes interested her but more often did not. There was the news of May Seaton's marriage to Herman Biggs, an evening wedding in the Methodist church with a supper afterwards at which Skinflint Seaton, in a gesture of triumph and vindication, had flung loose the purse strings and gone so far as to provide an orchestra which played behind a screen of smilax and carnations. Herman, wrote Hattie Tolliver, looked a gawk, with his freckles, and May was too fat for her dress. It was cut princess fashion and trimmed with Duchess lace. She carried a shower bouquet of white roses and sweet peas. Herman's trousers bagged at the knees. At least this is what Cousin Eva Barr, who went to the wedding, told me. I wasn't invited. They say that the Seatons have been living on cold hash ever since. They went to French Lick Springs on their honeymoon and now Herman is back at the factory learning the corset business. Miss Ogilvy had not been well lately and Aunt Julia was becoming more and more eccentric. She had shut up all but one great room at Shane's Castle and would see no one but the doctor and Hattie Tolliver. I go to see her 3 times a week. She needs someone to take hold of that great house. There's no one else, so I do it. Miss Ogilvy comes in to sit with Pa while I'm gone. She's given up some of her pupils. She says she finds she can't do as much as she once could. Your father is doing well at the bank and I've managed to lay aside quite a sum after the debts were paid. We'll need it to send Fergus to school. I've sold the rings that Aunt Julia gave me and we're now on the prosperous side of things once more. If your father had only listened to me, we'd have been rich today, but he always said he knew best, and he trusted people too much. Before long we'll have enough to come east. I want to be with my children. Then there were inquiries after her health and Clarence's welfare and endless cautions and advice concerning the management of the flat, for distance made little difference to Hattie Tolliver when it concerned the interests of someone she loved. It was as if she ran Ellen's household as well. In one letter she was even bold enough to ask whether there was any hope of her becoming a grandmother. Each of these letters, though it bore a great similarity to all the others, was in a sense an epic. They recorded in sentences vigorously written and crowded with a host of details, the daily history of a community. They were fiercely personal and colored by the prejudices of Hattie Tolliver. In her enemies there was nothing good and in those she loved best nothing bad. Her world was one of a savage intensity, painted like skinflint Seatons entirely in blacks and whites. She inquired frequently whether Clarence would be coming west, insisting that he must stop and see them in the town and tell them all the news. And the credulous woman was put off with the story that Clarence had given up traveling and would not be in the West again for a long time. It was a lie that Ellen invented to protect him, since he was too timid ever to risk meeting anyone who might recognize him as spiritual ravisher of Mrs. Herman Biggs, née May Seaton. And at length there came a letter containing the news that Grandpa Barr had died. He passed away, wrote Mrs. Tolliver, quietly. I was in the room and he was just lying there looking at the ceiling and singing an old song that he used to sing when Ma was still alive and I was a little girl. They used to sing it as a duet. I will find my rest in the eagle's nest, it was called, and they sang it in the long summer evenings when all the chores were done and they sat out under the trees. I can remember it well. He was humming this when suddenly he tried to sit up, and said, "Why, Ma. There you are, come to meet me. I'm coming to you. In just a minute, as soon as I get the little red cow in from the field by the cairn." And then he lay back and died without another word. It was indeed a long way from Grandpa Barr, dead now, with his memories of the frontier, to Therese Callender and her carved emerald saved from the sack of Constantinople. It was a good thing because he wanted to die for so long. It was hard on a man like that who had always been so active. He was like a little child. For a long time he hadn't said anything sensible. I did everything for him and I don't regret it. It was hard sometimes with so much else to worry me and take up my time. Aunt Julia is getting worse and worse. She can't leave her bed now and can only eat things without sugar. I make her cakes every week and custards, the kind she likes. I can't even have a holiday, because she grows restless and worse when I'm away. And then there was a significant paragraph, brightened by a certain spice of resentment. Gramp remains just the same, not a day older and just as strong as ever. It looks to me as if he'd live forever. I don't see what I've done to bear such a cross. The letters from Ellen grew steadily fewer and more unsatisfactory. With her old instinct, she wrote only of those things which were of no importance, bits of news concerning the health of Clarence and herself, comments on the heat, even stories which she had read in the newspapers. Of her unhappiness she said nothing, though it was at the moment the one thing which dominated all her existence. After the stifled farewell on the afternoon in May, Calendar appeared to vanish. Clarence returned and they gave their party for the Bunces, a party to which Mr. Wick, somewhat uppish and deeply wretched, brought a spinster heiress from Brooklyn. They played pinochle and drank beer which the radiant Clarence brought in from a delicatessen store. Ellen, it must be said, behaved beautifully and played for them to dance until the tenant from the floor below, a retired actress with yellow hair and a white poodle, made a profane protest to the janitor. She was kind to Clarence and even affectionate, as if in some way the tenderness brought her peace. Only once was there an unpleasantness, and this occurred when Mr. Wick, finding her alone in a corner, looked at her out of his green eyes and observed, "I understand you're growing famous. I hear that you play a great deal in public, at fashionable parties." For an instant, Ellen looked at him sharply and then, believing perhaps that he knew nothing, replied, "Not often, now and then. It is profitable." He did not address her again but sat meditating in a sour fashion, absorbed apparently in the color of the beer he held in his long soft hands, and presently, with the air of emerging from a fog of thought, he observed, "It's too bad Clarence can't enjoy the parties too." "He would hate them," said Ellen abruptly. This observation Wick turned over in his mind, and when he spoke again, it was with an air of confidence, of making a concession. "No," he said, "I understand that. He wouldn't feel at home. He'd be the most miserable person there." But the look in his eye, the soft insinuation of his voice said, without saying it, "No, you and I are different. We were made for the fashionable world." Ellen laughed, but there was in the laugh a little sudden choke of bitterness. She came to her husband's defense. "I don't think he'd like it, but it wouldn't be on that account." It was the most friendly conversation they had ever had, and although he did not address her again during the remainder of the evening, she was aware at odd moments that he was watching her. The sight disturbed her, perhaps because she understood vaguely that the anemic little man possessed an amazing sense of intuition. She understood too that, under the air of condescension which he observed toward the other guests, there was at work all the old hostility, heightened now by a new knowledge that had come to him from some mysterious source. It was as if she were in combat with a woman, sharp-witted and feline, over the possession of a man whom she had no desire to own. Absurdity enveloped the idea of any one fighting for possession of Clarence. He was so easy to possess. Not even when she went to the Calendars to play did she have a glimpse of Richard. The group had dwindled now as one by one the friends of Mrs. Calendar betook themselves into the country. There remained during the hot months only the good-natured hostess and occasionally Sabina, who was staying in town until Mrs. Calendar sailed. They made excuses for Richard. They told her when she noted his absence that he was at Newport, or in Philadelphia, or vaguely that he was in the country. They kept up a little game in which Mrs. Calendar and Sabina told lies and Ellen accepted them, and both sides knew that the other had no belief in the deceit. Beyond the shrewd probing which the plump Greek woman practiced on the evenings when Ellen came to dine with her alone, there was no sign on either side. Yet a grayness enveloped them all, altering in its descent the whole tone of their days. Sabina gave least evidence of the change, but with her it was impossible from her behavior ever to discover the faintest knowledge of her heart, impossible to know anything that lay behind the shield of her terrible self-possession. She had betrayed herself only once, for an instant. Beyond that one could only judge that she was waiting, 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 with an overpowering patience, as if she knew the rules of the world in which she lived would give her the prize in the end. There was magnificence in the sight of her, sitting there in the evenings, marvelously dressed, not beautiful but fantastically attractive, listening quietly to the music made by a woman whom she had every reason to hate. They all talked of the same things, in the same fashion, refusing to admit that anything had happened to change the pleasant, even way of their existence, and each knew that the other knew exactly what she knew. There were times, after dinner in the dark library, when there would be long silences broken only by the faint click of a tiny coffee cup against a saucer. Each of them watched the others, and in those long evenings the two who were so old, so wise in experience, came to respect the newcomer who played the game quite as well as themselves. A night or two before Therese Calendar sailed, Ellen came to dine with her alone. Throughout the long dinner, which the Greek woman had served in the library at a small table, they kept up the game. It was not until the cigarettes and coffee were brought in that Therese, as the servant closed the door behind him, said abruptly, "I want to talk to you about my son." It came so suddenly, after so much waiting, that Ellen said nothing. She blushed and the tears came into her eyes. She kept silent. "I think I know what has happened," said Mrs. Calendar. She did not speak now in her old cynical fashion, slipping quickly from one thing to another. All the evening she had been grave, and now, mingled with the gravity, there was a curious warmth, a sympathy which reached out and touched Ellen. She understood, it seemed, that the matter had arrived at the point where it was necessary to go beneath the thin surface of their pretense, when she must delve under all those polished little speeches that made life move along an easy path and deal, directly, with the thing that was stronger than any of them. "We all know," she continued softly. "We played the game very nicely, but now something must be done about it. Sabina knows it too. She's known all along, and it hurts her perhaps more than any of us because she understands that in my son there are things which are beyond her control." She coughed. "For that, my dear, you are much better equipped. I hope you respect Sabina for an extraordinary woman, civilized. I think you might put her to torture and never succeed in making her cry out." Ellen, sitting now with her head bowed as if she had been accused, said, "I know. I know that. I know my own son," repeated Mrs. Calendar gravely. "I know him well. We are very different in some ways, but I know him." Here she paused for a moment and stirred her coffee with the tiny silver spoon. "I've seen him when he fancied he was in love with a woman." She raised one plump hand and the soiled diamonds glittered darkly. "Oh, this has not been the first time. It has happened before. But this time there is a difference." She coughed and added, "This time instead of pursuing the object, he has run away from her. That makes it serious." Ellen, mute and frightened by the frankness of the older woman, sat awkwardly, like a little girl, regarding her. Surely she had never heard any one talk in quite this fashion, so honestly and yet so calmly. In a moment like this she had expected anger, even denunciation. She had prepared herself for it. "I don't know what is to be done about it," continued Mrs. Calendar, "because I don't know everything. In a case like this, one must know everything in order to make sense. You have done something to him. I don't blame you. It is simply one of those things which happens. I fancy if you had not met each other as you did, you would have met in some other fashion, Her green eyes narrowed and her lips contracted so that all her plumpness appeared to shrivel and vanish. She seemed suddenly to become vastly old and wizened. Yes, I am sure you would have met. Nothing could have kept you apart. And then, plump and kindly once more, she said, I don't know what it is you have done to him. I don't fancy he knows himself, but he's miserable. You see, the trouble is that he is really romantic, just as I am romantic, and he's always pretended he was an experienced, cynical homme du monde. In that one thing he is dishonest. She reached over and in an unexpected gesture touched the hand of the girl so that Ellen, taken unaware by this movement of sympathy, began to cry softly. I am romantic, said Mrs. Calendar softly, though you might not believe it. Listen. She leaned forward. Listen. I'll tell you a story about myself and you'll see. You'll understand then perhaps that I have sympathy enough to be of use in this matter, because in a time of this sort, it's sympathy that's needed more than anything else. And then she settled back and between puffs on her cigarette related bit by bit, from the very beginning, the romantic story of her elopement with Richard Calendar's father. She told the story with an oriental sense of color, and slowly before the eyes of the girl she recreated the color of Constantinople in her youth, all the magic of the summer palace and the Bosphorus by moonlight, all the desolation of the Greek ants, all the crafty manner of the rich old Dicron Leopopoulos, and above all the somber glow of the love she had known for the blonde and handsome young American. Under the spell of her own tale she began to speak half in French, half in English, but Ellen, listening, became so caught up in the magic of the story that she understood it all, even those things which Therese Calendar related in an alien tongue. The tale set fire to a vein of warmth in the girl which until now had gone undiscovered, save only at times when, lost in her music, it had emerged translated into a beauty of sound. For the moment even the plump Greek woman herself appeared no longer to be old and ugly and covered with diamonds in need of cleaning. In the fervor of her story, she attained for a passing instant the quality of youth and of a fleeting beauty out of the Levant. And when she had finished, she leaned back and said, with a wicked chuckle, Voyez. I am ugly now and fat. But I was not then. Then she sighed quickly and looked down at her rings. You see, the thing is that he died, he was drowned before we had been married 2 years. Again Ellen kept silent. There was nothing for her to say that would not have been trivial and idiotic. She waited and presently Therese said, You see, I can understand. I wanted you to know that. One would have said that he and I were separated by 1,000 things. None of them made the least difference. It was Ellen who in the end interrupted the strange, breathless silence which enveloped them at the conclusion of Therese's story. She murmured, It was nothing that I meant to do. It happened. I don't know how. It happened without either of us saying anything. It was, she groped for the words and collapsed into banality, it was like a flash of lightning. It would be, said Therese, with him. I don't believe he understands what it is. And I haven't seen him since. He has never spoken a word of it. Always he tells me. Something of the girl's awkwardness had vanished now, and between them there was a sense of a sympathy that had not before existed. It was the manner now of two women who were confidants. There is nothing I can do, said Ellen, nothing. It is hopeless. You were a brave girl to go on coming here. A flash of Ellen's old spirit returned as she said, What could I do? Running away helped nothing. It's hard because I have had no one to speak to, no one I could talk it over with. You see, I am really alone. It never mattered before. I mean, the loneliness. They faced each other, two women, each possessed of intelligence and honesty, striving to discover some way out of the tangle in which they were caught. Being wise, they knew perhaps the uselessness of violence. They waited, each knowing well enough that there was much more concern than simple romance. Therese knew, no doubt, that the young woman who, stripped now of her fierce secrecy, sat opposite her, frightened and tearful, was not simply an adventuress seeking to gain a husband and a vast fortune. She knew, too, how much these things would have meant to the girl, and she understood well enough that Ellen, face to face with an unaccustomed tangle, lacked the experience which could have helped her. On Ellen's side, she must have been conscious of facing a mystery. The plump woman, covered with dirty diamonds, was her friend, yet, despite her kindliness, she was remote, separated from her by differences of blood, of tradition, of a million things. She was as remote, as beyond comprehension in the subtlety of her wise, old mind as her dark son, even in the moments when he was most disarming. Her own people Ellen might battle and overthrow, but these were different. She could not even fathom the woman's friendliness. "I am not a cheap adventuress," she repeated. "Don't believe that. My dear girl, I am not such a fool. I was not born yesterday. I have dealt with women of that sort." "You see," said Ellen, folding and refolding her handkerchief like a little girl, "I am quite alone. I looked on him as a friend, as I might look on my own brother. I never thought of such a thing." At this Mrs. Calendar made a clucking noise and bowed her head for a time in thought. At last she said, "Ah, but that is where the trouble lay. That is where you were wrong. Such a thing is not possible with him. There is acquaintance and the next step is the other thing. He is not, after all, like your American men." Ellen looked up now and ceased to plait the handkerchief. "I can see that," she said. "I've learned a great deal. I've thought of nothing else for weeks. It frightens me because I can't stop thinking of it when I want to, not even at night. There's never been anything like it before." She looked directly at Mrs. Calendar. "Could I talk to you? Could I tell you the truth? My dear, it is the only way we shall arrive anywhere. I've got to tell someone. I've thought and thought about the whole thing. I don't know what it is he wants of me. He has never said anything. We have never even mentioned it." She smiled faintly. "Perhaps I am a fool and silly." "We've never mentioned it in any way," Mrs. Calendar interrupted her. "Ah, but that's it. That's what makes it serious. Perhaps I'm talking of something that doesn't exist." "Oh, it exists all right." Therese knocked the ash from her cigarette. "You would know it if you had seen him." She turned sharply to Ellen. "Why do you think he is avoiding you? It's not because he regards you as a virgin not to be defiled. It's himself he's thinking of too. But there is nothing to be done. Nothing can be done." "Do you love him?" Ellen smiled again. "How should I know that? I've not been in love 100 times. I had never met anything like this. I had my whole life planned, perfectly, to the very end. I don't know what's to happen now." Before she answered, Mrs. Calendar sighed. "If there is enough of love, anything is possible." She raised her plump hand. "Oh, I'm not being a romantic fool. I only mean that if there is enough of passion. If you believe that it is the greatest thing of all, worth all else in the world, then take what life can give you. Let nothing stop you. It will come to an end soon enough and you will be unhappy, but you must understand that in the beginning. If you are to have remorse, have it before you act and be done with it. That is the only rule for intelligent people, and they are after all the only ones who dare know such a rule. For a time Ellen sat quietly regarding the floor, lost in consideration of all her companion had said. It was a bewildering speech and colossally unmoral. She must have thought, then or later, of the vast distance which separated the girl who sat in Mrs. Callender's drawing room from the girl who sat on Hattie Tolliver's knee the night that Jimmy Seaton rang the bell and brought Clarence into her life, yet she had only gone a little way. Turning the speech of Mrs. Callender over and over in her mind, she became aware that it savored curiously of Lily. It was a consciousness always present, an awareness of Lily's charm, her beauty, her curious soft independence, the beauty, the talk, the scandal that centered about her. If Hattie Tolliver could have known it, the influence of wicked Lily was stronger at that moment than it had ever been. Out of all the talk, the experience, the sorrow, Lily was emerging slowly from the well of mystery that engulfed her. "It is impossible," said Ellen slowly, "because I could not marry him." She hesitated for a moment and then added in a whisper, "I have a husband already. I've never told anyone." She began to weep once more, gently and wearily, while Mrs. Callender, poised and remote in black satin and diamonds, regarded her with an expression of astonishment. At last the older woman said, "You should have told me this. It changes everything. Sabina told me that you had a lover, that she had seen him at your flat. That was my husband. You never spoke of him, so we had nothing else to believe." She smiled suddenly and touched Ellen's hand once more. "I was right then. I did not believe it possible." Ellen looked at her silently, in amazement. "But you had me to your house, as a friend. How could you have done that when you thought me a woman of that sort?" Across the gulf that separated them, Mrs. Callender laughed and said, "But that would have made no difference. I learned long ago not to be concerned with the morals of my friends. You are what you are and I like you, my dear, whether you had one lover or 50, except that if you had had 50 I should have known you to be a woman of no taste." She paused and lighted another cigarette out of the box she had sent her from Constantinople. "I had no idea," she continued thoughtfully, "how wide the difference was. Besides, you are a musician, an artist. One does not require of an artist the morals of the bourgeoisie. One expects such things. It is so because it is so, and there's an end to it." She puffed for a time, slowly, lost in thought, and then added in a kind of postscript, "My poor girl. What a lot you have not learned. You will not be free until you do what you see fit, regardless of anyone." And now Ellen found herself once more where she had begun. In all their talk they had arrived after all nowhere, because they had been talking all the while of two different things. Mrs. Callender, conscious perhaps of the hopelessness of the muddle, rose and began to walk slowly up and down the room, an absurd and untragic figure, plump and much laced but energetic and clever. After a time she came and stood by Ellen's chair. "I take it then," she said, "that you do not love your husband." "I don't know," Ellen replied dully, "I don't know. It is nothing like this new thing, nothing at all. I am sorry for him." "Perhaps that is it. It is a match then that your parents made." "No. It is not that. It's quite different." She hesitated for a moment and then said in a low voice, "I ran away with him. I eloped. It was not because I loved him. It was because I had to escape. I wanted to be a musician. I wanted to be great. Lately I have thought sometimes I was only a fool, that I have only confused and ruined everything." This Mrs. Callender pondered for a time, returning to her chair and lighting another cigarette before she spoke. "And why do you pity him?" she asked presently. "It is because he is so good and so humble. I am afraid of hurting him." He has been good to me and generous. It is almost worse than if I had loved him. Don't you see? You would not divorce him?" asked Mrs. Calendar. "No," Ellen cried suddenly. "No, I could not do that. I couldn't, and you would not run away from him. It is the same thing in the end. It would hurt him. It might kill him. He's such a good man, so kind, so helpless. He wants me to love him always. He's done everything he could for me, everything and more than he is able to do. You see. I told you there was nothing to be done." "No," said Mrs. Calendar slowly, "I'm afraid there is nothing to be done." Again she rose from her chair and walked over to the window. "You had best think it over." She turned and faced Ellen. "I will talk to Richard. I will not sail tomorrow. I will stay. It must be settled somehow, for the sake of all of us. I have not forgotten Sabina. She must be considered." 33 It was long after midnight when Ellen, entering the cabriolet at last, was driven off by the impatient Wilkes to the Babylon Arms. When she arrived, she found Clarence in the lower hall pacing up and down with a pitiful air of anxiety. "I should have telephoned," she said, "but I forgot. I did not know how late it was. You see, we talked for a long time afterward." And then she kissed him gently, swept again by the old sense of pity. During all the drive home, in the long moments when she had been alone in the dark cabriolet, she had struggled, bitterly, with the puzzle that confronted her, knowing always in the back of her mind that whatever happened she could never run away with Richard Calendar. She might fall ill, she might die, she might go mad, but there were some things which she could not do. Deep down in her heart there was a force that was quite beyond her, a power that was an instinct, as much a physical thing as her very arms and hands. It was the part of her that was Hattie Tolliver. There had been the other way out, but when she kissed Clarence she knew that it too was impossible. When she saw him waiting, his eyes wild with anxiety, his whole face suddenly lighted up with joy and adoration at sight of her, she knew too that she could never divorce him. His very weakness destroyed her, for she knew that if she had asked him he would have freed her. There was nothing that he would deny her, nothing that he was able to give, and what she wanted from him, he would never be able to give because he was, after all, only a poor thing. But the hardest part of the ordeal lay before her. It was the meeting with Calendar when, for the first time, they would both be forced to recognize the truth and deny it, forever. She understood this well enough, she was in a way even eager to have it occur at once so that she might put the memory of it behind her, so that she might stamp out the incident forever and go on her triumphant way. It came at last when Calendar, in a brief note, asked if he might call upon her. The letter, in a headlong handwriting so unlike the mocking cynicism which he cultivated, gave no hint of what was in his mind. It asked merely that she set a time and place. She bade him come to the apartment in the Babylon Arms, and he came, strangely sobered and quiet, with a chastened look in his grey eyes. At sight of him he appeared to her, as it seemed long afterward, for the first time in any semblance of reality. He existed with a new clarity, a new distinctness of outline. It was as if she had never seen him rightly before, as if until now he had been to her someone whom she accepted vaguely without questioning. Only one quality carried over completely into the new Calendar, it was the old sense of conflict, of will against will, of a pleasurable, almost perverse sensation of struggle. The new Calendar was an older man in a fashion she could not altogether define, save that the impression was related to the effect which his mother had upon her, of weakening and diminishing all reliance in herself. The first thing she said to him was, "I am frightened." He took off his hat and laid it quietly on the divan by the side of his stick, and then he turned and, looking at her with his strange grey eyes, replied, "I too am frightened." Among the cheap furniture that crowded the room, the old sense of his superiority returned to her, mingled this time with a new consciousness that he was utterly alien, stranger than she had ever imagined until now. She sat down quietly while he drew a chair to her side. "I've talked to my mother," he said. "Or rather, she talked to me. She's told me everything." Under the gaze of the grey eyes, Ellen turned aside, discomfited, wretched. "I wasn't honest," she murmured. "I'm sorry, but I hadn't meant to be dishonest. I never thought it would make the least difference to anyone. It has made a difference though, a great difference. It's changed everything." He reached over with a tenderness that suddenly weakened her and took one of her hands in his. She knew his hands, she knew them as she had known Clarence's on the night in the Seatons' parlour when she had judged him nice enough but a bit of a prig. Calendar's hands were slender, dark, and strong, beautifully shaped in a way that made her fear them. When they approached her, she became weak, she felt that she was losing herself. She could not have explained the feeling save by a sense she had of their power. He was talking again, softly in the low voice with the thin trace of an accent, like Lily's. "I was foolish," he was saying. "I should have known that the thing which made me afraid of you was the thing that would have kept you from taking a lover. I'd never encountered anything quite like it before." He smiled and touched his mustache gently. "I was a fool. I should have known better. I thought perhaps you would love me sometime, not without a struggle. No, I never expected that. I thought we might understand each other." For an instant the incredible happened. Calendar was blushing. It was a thing which she had not seen happen before. "I thought that one day we should come together. I thought you were an artist, living as artists I have known do live. I was idiotic. I should have known better. You'll forgive me that, won't you?" For a moment she did not answer. The sound of his soft voice, the touch of the dark hands, had taken possession of her. Dimly she knew that she should have been insulted, yet she had no feeling at all, no sense of indignation, there was only a curious faintness that made her afraid. Somehow she understood that all this in reality had nothing to do with insults, with conventions, even with laws. It was something which might never again come her way, and yet something which was to be feared, because it might destroy her forever. At last she said, "Why should I forgive you? It would make no difference now, it would make a difference." "It would make a difference," he said quickly. "I want you to marry me. We can arrange everything. It makes no difference how." And then after a sharp silence, he added in a low voice, "There is a magnificence about you, a bravery." And the rest of the sentence trailed away so that she did not hear it. Out of a great depth, as if by a great physical effort, she returned into the daylight. She found her lips moving. She found herself saying over and over again, "I must remember. I must remember. I must not ruin everything." He had never even asked whether she loved him. He had accepted it as a fact. He had asked her nothing. He had come simply to take her. Then she withdrew her hand slowly and sat staring at it with an air of looking at some object unfamiliar to her. "I can't marry you," she said slowly. "I can't. I can't. There is nothing to be done. There is nothing to be done." And she began to cry silently, so that the tears fell down upon her hands. The speech appeared to astonish him, for he made no effort to regain her hand but sat staring at her as at a stranger. When at last he spoke, it was in a voice that was low and caressing, but the tenderness had slipped away and in its place there was a hardness, as of steel, it was like a sudden glimpse of claws emerging from a soft and furry paw. "Is it because you won't give him up?" he asked, "as you told my mother?" "It is because I cannot give him up. I cannot treat him that way. I cannot. The steel in the voice emerged a little more sharply. There was an edge to it now, sarcastic, cutting. "Is it because he is so fine, so handsome, so magnificent, so dazzling?" He repeated thus all the things that Clarence was not, and so he gave her the last bit of strength that she required, for the sound of his voice, the sharp edge of the sarcasm, filled her with a sudden anger and a wild desire to protect Clarence as something which was her own. She found herself fighting for a man who was none of these things against a man who to her was all of them. It struck somehow at her sense of gallantry, that Calendar who had everything should sneer at poor Clarence who had nothing. She said, "It has nothing to do with that. There are some things that one cannot do. This I will not do." She dried her eyes and sat more erectly. "There is no use. There was no use in your coming here. My mind was made up, long before you came." At this he turned angry. "You are like all your women. Love to you is nothing. It is something to be controlled. You don't know what love is. You would exploit it. You are like all your women." So he talked thus for a time in a childish vein strange and new while she sat impassive, conscious all the while of the power he could exert over her, a power that had to do with the beauty of his hands, with the strange quality of his eyes, with the sound of his voice, with the soft cat-like way in which he moved, yet she remained in some mysterious way safe from that power. It was, perhaps, her intelligence which saved her, for as she watched him she gained slowly a curious intuition of what he might do to her if she yielded. The old sense of conflict was fanned into a new life, more intense than it had ever been. He sought to overpower her will. She knew all at once that this was the very essence of his confused, unreasonable emotion. And as she listened to him her woman's instinct for the dramatic came to her aid. She saw herself sitting there calm and a little cold, slowly but surely winning in the battle. She listened to his abuse. It did not enrage her. It did not even make her weep. It seemed rather to increase her coldness, her very strength. She felt him beating against the wall of her serenity and a kind of fierce triumph flowed through her body. For a time she possessed truly a great magnificence. At a little distance, she stood outside herself and watched the spectacle. She saw him standing by her, white with anger. "You have lied to me," he was saying. "You have never cared at all." And again the reproach. "You are like all your women, cold, magnificent, not worthy of love." He came nearer to her. "I will love you. I will teach you what love can be." What does he know of love? Nothing. "I will give you a happiness such as you never dreamed of." I am a lover. I know these things. And then he went down suddenly upon his knees, the steel gone swiftly from his voice, the warmth and tenderness flowing back. "You will not refuse me." He leaned forward and pressed his head against her. "You cannot. I will give you everything, all the things which he cannot give you," and again he took her hands and this time kissed them passionately in a fashion that frightened her and filled her with the old weakness. The spectacle of his humility, of this sudden collapse of what to her was his dignity, his will, his strength, astonished and embarrassed her. In her coldness it seemed to her incredible that any woman, least of all herself, should possess such power over any man. It was all unreal, beyond belief, and yet it fed her pride and gave her strength with which, one might have said, to destroy her own happiness, to resist the force of circumstances, even of nature, as she had defied it once before in marrying Clarence. At last he rested his head against her knee and she bent over him, touching his dark hair with gentle fingers. "Don't," she said. "Don't. Please don't. It is no good. I know better than you. I should always be thinking of him. I should never be happy, so neither of us could be happy. There are some things which I cannot do, and this is one. It is impossible." They said nothing more. Richard remained kneeling with his head against her knees, and slowly the old peace which she had not known in months took possession of her, heightened now by a new knowledge of her completeness and power. It was a kind of satisfaction which was new to her, an emotion which was heady and intoxicating. She was uplifted, free now of Calendar, free of Clarence, free of everything in all the world, alone, liberated, triumphant. She had defeated them all. And when he turned toward her for the last time, there was a look in her eyes which said, "It is no use. You need have no hope. It can never be." On leaving, he kissed her hand, gently this time, as if the passion had gone out of him. All he said was, "I shall do then what they expect of me. Some day you may wish for what you have thrown away. I don't imagine a thing like this happens every day." He was polite, but, like herself, he was unbroken. He appeared to have regained possession of himself, to have become cold and calm and even a trifle indifferent. That was all he said, and when he had gone, the sight of his back, so slim, so strong, so inscrutable, filled her with a sudden weakness, for she knew that she had closed the door not alone upon Calendar but upon his mother, upon Sabina, upon the big house on Murray Hill, upon all that she had built up with such terrible patience. He did what was expected of him. In a fortnight there appeared in the newspapers an announcement of the engagement of Richard Calendar to Sabina Kane. It described the great fortune of the prospective bridegroom and enlarged upon the social position of the happy couple. On the same day there was a paragraph apprising the world of the fact that Therese Calendar had sailed as usual to spend the remainder of the year abroad. But there was nothing said of the girl whom the world had seen lunching with Richard Calendar in Sherry's. She was talked of, to be sure, in the circles in which Mrs. Champion and the Virgins, Mrs. Mallinson and the Apostle to the Gentile, were shining lights. They agreed that it must have been the clever Therese who disposed of the girl, perhaps paid her well, and made the match she desired, and they predicted with some satisfaction an unhappy life for Sabina. But Sabina in the end had won her game of patience, though she never knew the reason. 34 It was in the weeks which followed the final meeting that Ellen came really to suffer. Together there in the shabby little room she had been sustained by the very struggle between them, by all the excitement that warmed and strengthened her. Now that he was gone forever, he kept returning to her in a fashion more terrifying than he had ever been in the flesh. Even at night when she lay in the apple-green bed, so near and yet remote from Clarence, trying always to conceal from him the faintest suspicion, she could not free her memory from the sound of his voice and the persuasion of his hands. The memory of him haunted her, so that she grew pale and thin, and Clarence, filled as always with nervous anxiety, urged her to go away into the country. In moments of depression she even reproached herself with being a fool for having thrown away what Calendar could have given her, his wealth, which she needed, the place which he could have given her in the world. Indeed, when life seemed altogether hopeless, she went so far as to contemplate a return to the town, a thing she had sworn never to do save in triumph. Clarence, understanding dimly that she was unhappy, sought to help her with a kindness that hurt her more deeply than any cruelty could have done. There were nights when he lay awake listening until the grey light appeared over the river, and the sound of her regular breathing told him that at last she was asleep. Beneath the strain he too became pale and thin. His nose grew more pointed and his little round shoulders more and more stooped. In the mornings when Ellen, busy over his breakfast, caught rare glimpses of him, as he patiently did his exercises on the floor of the bathroom, she was smitten with the old sense of pity at the thinness of his poor body. It hurt her in a fierce way because it was so different from the cat-like suppleness of the man who was gone now forever. It was the valiant quality in Clarence, the struggle to be worthy of her, to make her always love him, that made her helpless. Until now she had never clearly understood the power he had over her. It was the terrible power which the weak have over the strong. It proved a hot, breathless summer when the asphalt turned spongy and the carriage wheels left great ruts and ridges. Even on the top floor of the Babylon Arms there was no coolness save on the rare nights when the wind, blowing up the river from the free and open sea, penetrated the high windows. It became more and more difficult too when Clarence came to her one evening and said, "I'm sorry, dear, but we must economize. I find that we have been living beyond our income." He said it so meekly, so apologetically, and he looked so weary that she kissed him and replied, "I have money saved, money that I earned this winter. We can use that if we're in a tight place." But he refused it. He assured her that there was no such deep necessity. He would not, he said, take anything she earned. He must support them always. And when she told him that this was absurd, he straightened himself and grew indignant. "I couldn't do that," he said. "If you'll give me time, we'll be rich one day. I'm getting ahead. It's not easy. There's so much competition. Don't think I'm a failure." He took her hand and pressed it savagely. "You won't think that, will you? Just be patient and give me time. I'll be rich someday. Time. Time." She knew then what she had always known, that time would make no difference with Clarence. There was no way out. Whatever was to be done, she must do it herself. The old passion swept her. She would not sink. She would not yield to circumstance. She would die rather than fail. 35 When Fergus came in early September to make his home in the little flat atop the Babylon Arms, the strain, the weariness, the very heat itself appeared for a time to dissipate. He was, of course, a novelty. Into an existence which had become flat and stale through the long routine of petty things, into a monotony which even the energy of Ellen was unable to dissipate, the brother carried a sense of excitement. At 17 he bore a resemblance to his father, but only in a physical sense, for there was more dash, more vitality in him than there had ever been in Charles Tolliver. Tall, with wide shoulders and blue eyes that looked out from beneath sensuous drooping lids, he possessed the same blonde charm which in Charles Tolliver's youth had made the vigorous Hattie Bar his slave. In the son there was even the same echo of that quality which the world, in its stupidity, called weakness, and which was not weakness at all. The boy as yet was too young to understand what it was. The father, long past middle age, knew that it was a precious gift, a quality which protected him against the pettiness of the same stupid world. It was a disarming tolerance and geniality that made him friend alike to every one, beggar or prince, who passed his way. Father or son would have been at home in any part of the world, they would have found friends among the Lapps as easily as among the farmers of their own county, the Moros would have received them as honored comrades. It was a quality that transcended limitations of family, of nationality, of race. It was a simple friendliness. And in their way they loved life as passionately as Ellen and Hattie Tolliver. The difference lay in the fact that their joy was a warm, glowing, steady emotion, less spectacular and vivid. It was Clarence who suffered the first onslaught of the brother's charm, for Fergus arrived to find his brother-in-law lying in one of the green beds, alone in the flat. Carrying bundles of luggage carefully prepared by the hand of Hattie, he burst into the room and came suddenly upon Clarence, asleep beneath the blankets, his mouth open a little way, his face a shade near to the green of the painted beds. Asleep and off his guard, Clarence was not a spirited picture. Fergus could not have remembered him distinctly, for he had seen him but twice and then long ago in the days when he was courting May Seaton. More than 3 years had passed and Fergus, standing now at the foot of the bed, big and placid and blond, regarded his brother-in-law with the air of a stranger. Clarence slept quietly, his narrow nose appeared more pinched than it had been, the brown tousled hair had thinned until at the back of his head there appeared a tiny island that was entirely bald. The nervous, knotty hands lay outside the cover, pale and covered with pallid skin that was transparent and showed beneath it a network of tiny blue veins. If Ellen had come in that moment, her brother, in his naive honesty, might have turned to her and asked, "What have you done to him?" But she did not come and, as he turned to leave the room, Clarence stirred and opened his eyes. Out of the depths of his sleep he emerged painfully, leaning for an instant on one elbow and staring silently in reply to the cheery hello of Fergus. "It's me, Fergus," said the boy. "I just came in." Again Clarence stared for a time and then murmured slowly, "Oh, yes. It's you. I didn't recognize you at first. I was having a dream, a bad dream. Won't you sit down?" It was a stiff greeting, somewhat awkward, not because the boy was unwelcome but because Clarence, who would have welcomed the devil himself for the sake of his wife, was ill at ease. It may have been the dream that disturbed him. Fergus pulled up a chair beside the bed, and asked if his brother-in-law were ill. "It's nothing," was the answer. "It's just a bilious attack. I have them every now and then. I'll be over it in a day or two." Then he lay back once more, wearily, and asked Fergus about his trip and about his mother and father and the people in the town all save the Seatons. They made polite conversation to each other and Clarence, beneath the spell of the boy's friendliness, melted a little so that the stiffness presently slipped away. But after a time the conversation for want of interest died back into silence and Fergus went to the window to feast his young eyes on the panorama of the river and the great city into which he had escaped. The boy was happy with an animal sort of joy which showed itself in the very lines of his tall body, in the brightness of his blue eyes. He too was free now, a rover, attached to nothing. "It's a great place," he said presently, and turning from the window, added, "I think I'll get settled. Where do I hang out?" He had picked up his hat before Clarence said, "Wait. There's something I want to talk to you about." "Just a minute." And then humbly after a pause, "It won't be long." So the boy seated himself again and waited while Clarence sat up in bed, looking thin and worried in his mauve pajamas, and, after coughing nervously, said, "It's about Ellen. You know her better than I do. I've lived with her for 3 years but she's more like you. She's not like me, at all." Fergus stirred nervously and blushed a little, perhaps in doubt of what Clarence was to say. "It's about Ellen," Clarence repeated, looking down at the quilt. "I don't think she's happy and I don't know what to do about it." The boy laughed. "Oh, she's always like that. It doesn't mean anything. She used to be cross with us at home most of the time." He knew Ellen well enough. She was a cross, bad-tempered girl whom you could control if you understood the method. "I don't mean that. I've known her when she's like that. This is different." He halted for a moment and fell to tracing the design on the quilt with his thin finger. He was thinking, trying to explain. "No, it's not like that," he said presently. "It's worse than that. She never complains. She never says anything. Only it doesn't go away. It hangs, like a cloud. I'm not meaning to complain about her. It's my fault if it's anyone's. But she's sad now, in spite of anything I can do. And then he added painfully, she's unhappy. Fergus waited. He sat with the air of a man desiring to escape, as if he would in some way repel these confidences and force Clarence into silence. He hated confidences, sorrow, trouble, of any sort. But Clarence was not to be silenced. He even grew a little excited. You see, the trouble goes back farther than that. I can't explain it. I don't know how. Only she's never belonged to me at all. She's always escaping me. And I try and try. It's her music, repeated Fergus. She's crazy about it. She always has been. Sitting there he seemed the symbol of a youth which could have no belief in disaster. He would never be hurt as Clarence was being hurt. Clarence, ignoring the interruption, continued. I married her and she's my wife. She's a good wife and she does everything for me. She never refuses me anything, he coughed and, looking down, added, not even herself. The color in Fergus' cheeks flamed out now. He too became ill at ease. Don't think, said Clarence, that I mean to complain. It's all my fault. A man ought to be able to make his wife happy. I've tried hard. I've tried to make money. I'm good to her, but, he trailed into silence for a time and when he returned it was easy to say, but somehow she escapes me always. There's something in her that doesn't belong to me. I don't know what it is because I've never been able to discover it. And you can't talk to her about such things. I've tried. Once I got almost to the point and she said, don't worry, Clarence. You mustn't take things so seriously. I'm all right. Don't think about me. But I can't help thinking, because when she's unhappy I am too, because I love her so much. I'd do anything for her. He lay back and fell to regarding the ceiling. Fergus, in silence, watched him now with a look of intense curiosity. Perhaps he guessed what it was Ellen had done to him. Perhaps he realized that, without knowing it, he had himself come to look upon Clarence in the same fashion that his sister regarded him, as a nice, kind, good man whom one tolerated. He was older and paler and more insignificant than he had been in the days when he courted May Seton. What the man needed perhaps was someone, a wife who would lean upon him, who would think him a wonderful creature. And instead of that he had Ellen. Clarence rose on one elbow and said slowly, but don't tell her. Don't say I spoke of it. It was the end of their talk. They never mentioned the thing again, but in some way the conversation appeared to bring Clarence a kind of dumb relief. Of course, there were things that Fergus could not have known. He could not have known Fergus, who took life so lightly that the little man's only experience with love had been Ellen. He could not have known that Clarence was the victim of a sensual nature placed by some ironic trick of fate in the body of a prig. He could not have known that the man was the victim of that little vein, so amusing to Lily, which with the march of the years beat less and less passionately. He could not have known that Clarence had discovered love in the body of Ellen and was now love's victim, that he was being destroyed because he had never known, even now, what love might be. Of this secret Fergus said nothing to Ellen, perhaps because Clarence had asked him to keep silence and perhaps because he came to understand in the succeeding days that in her present mood, it would serve only to increase the strain. It was not until years afterward that he broke his silence and wrote her that he had known from the first day how matters stood. In his good-natured way, he sought rather to drive away the mood entirely. During the remainder of the week, while Clarence lay in bed, the brother and sister made excursions together into various parts of the city, and Ellen, for a little time, grew again eager and filled with the old restless energy. They understood each other, this pair, in a miraculous fashion, though they were in many ways so different. They looked upon the world in the same way, as a great pie from which plums are to be wrested. They knew the same delights of being free and alone, the strange joy of being a part of a vast spectacle from which they were, at the same time, curiously aloof. For neither of them did the past exist. They lived wholly in the future. If there was a difference, it lay in this, that Fergus looked upon the future as a land filled with a host of careless delights. To Ellen the future was a country in which lay the rewards of fame, of wealth, of vindication. She would force those who had mocked to bend their knees. As for these, Fergus never even thought of them. The world to him was a friendly place. He began presently to attend his classes. Clarence recovered and returned to the offices of the Superba Electrical Company, and Ellen, pondering secret plans for the expedition to Paris, and Lily, returned to her endless practicing. In the evenings she played magnificently, for she had now a superb audience in the person of Fergus, who, sprawling on the divan with his eyes closed, listened to her in a sensual abandonment. There were times when it must have seemed to her that Calendar had returned and listened. The old likeness, so elusive, so indefinable, came to live again in the long evenings. She could not say what it was, save that they both possessed a wildness not to be hindered by ambition or restraint or even laws. They were both among those who were born free. But as the month of October advanced, a depression appeared slowly to envelope her. To Fergus the change became apparent, and to Clarence it was acute. She betrayed herself by no single thought or action, it was far less simple and direct. Outwardly she went through the old motions of living. Sometimes in the autumn evenings, when the husband and the brother sat listening to her music, Clarence would turn his pale eyes toward Fergus with a look which said, "You see what I mean? What am I to do?" The grayness trapped them all, even the genial, careless boy. In the hours when she was alone, she did things which might have betrayed her, had they been known. Instead of spending the long hours at her piano, she walked for miles, sometimes along the river, sometimes in the park. And she developed a new interest in newspapers, an interest which centered itself upon the columns setting forth the doings in the world of the rich and fashionable. From these she learned that Therese Calendar and her son had returned from abroad, bringing with them Sabina and a trousseau which cost fabulous sums. She discovered that the wedding party was not to be in Sabina's narrow house, it was too small, but in the solid brownstone house of the Calendars. The wedding, said the columns, was to be not in the flamboyant new St. Jude's on the avenue, but in St. Bart's 2 blocks away, a small church of dark brownstone, rather shabby but really distinguished. Knowledge of this sort she had picked up in the course of her brief adventure into the world. She understood the difference between St. Jude's, which was the richest church, and St. Bart's, which was the most fashionable. These things were put away in the little pigeonholes of her observing brain, so like the pigeonholes in Graham Tolliver's walnut desk. She learned all this, and never once did she betray any sign of her knowledge or her interest. Clarence would have known nothing of the wedding save that Mr. Wick, over one of their greasy lunches far downtown, mentioned it to him with the sly suggestion that his wife might be interested and would no doubt be invited. Wick appeared to know most of the details, for in the secrecy of his bleak room he read the society columns, and there was always the backstairs gossip which came to him through the 2 aunts in Yonkers. Over the apple sauce, and under the eye of the peroxide blonde cashier, he insinuated other things, suggestions that Ellen might even be more interested than her husband imagined, but Clarence either was too stupid to understand these hints, or in his loyalty saw fit to ignore them. But when he returned to the flat he did say to Ellen, "I see your friend Mrs. Calendar's son is being married. I suppose you'll be invited to the wedding." Ellen glanced at him sharply and then returned to her work. "No," she said calmly. "I don't think I'll be invited." "Why should I be?" "I didn't know," he replied awkwardly. "I thought they were friends of yours." "No, I worked for them." "A thing like that means nothing." After that he was silent and for a time wore an air of disappointment. She knew, beyond all doubt, that it would have pleased him to know that his wife had been invited to a fashionable wedding. The old ambitions, less vigorous now, stirred more and more rarely. Tonight, for a moment they had been kindled, but it was the last time they ever raised their dangerous heads. Clarence read his newspaper and did not speak again of the event. On the afternoon of the wedding the temptation was not to be overcome. For a long time she fought it, and at last, putting on a large hat and a veil, she descended from the Babylon Arms and made her way by tramcar to the neighborhood of St. Bart's. Before the church there was a great crowd, a fact for which she was doubtless thankful, which pressed close against the awnings and peered at the carriages that were beginning already to arrive. There was, she felt, something at once comic and pitiful in the spectacle of men and women crowding and pushing into the gutters for a glimpse of the fashionable people who descended and swept across the red carpet into the church. Among the arrivals there were dowagers who strained through the doors of tiny cabriolets, cow-eyed young girls, elderly bachelors dressed with the stiffness of starch, whole armies of relatives and friends, moving forward with a concentrated air of indifference to the stairs, jostled fairly by men with cameras who climbed about on the steps and even as high as the facade of the church in order to capture brief glimpses of such people as the Apostle to the Gentile, Mrs. Champion and her virgins. The questionable Mrs. Sigourney, who was always news, and the dewlapped Mrs. Mallinson. With the arrival of the bridegroom's mother the jam became terrifying. Women fought with one another to catch a glimpse of a fat little woman clad in purple satin with a bird's nest on which a few violets had been carelessly planted, perched high on her head. Ellen, taller than most of the crowd, was able to see without being seen. She caught a swift glimpse of Therese as she emerged from the door of the cabriolet, only to see her swallowed up at once in the press of the onlookers. She appeared calm and had the air of a woman well satisfied. After all, she had succeeded in uniting two great fortunes. The bride was all that she should have been. The future was assured. Of Richard Calendar himself, Ellen caught only a swift glimpse, a flash, no more, of a dark handsome face paler than she had ever seen it. A moment later the bride arrived, but of Sabina nothing was visible. Her face was covered by a long veil of lace. The mob of democratic citizens rocked and quarreled and pushed, dowdy women from the suburbs elbowed their way through, stenographers and errand girls, clerks and fat old men trod on the toes of angry females, and Sabina was swallowed up. Ellen leaned against the stone of the church as if she had become suddenly faint. Here the sounds of the music came to her, distant and triumphant, now swelling, now diminishing, until at length it died away altogether to make silence for the ceremony. It was not until the bridal party, still jostled by the crowd, came out of the church and descended the steps that she saw them fully. Standing now on a jutting piece of stone she saw Calendar and Sabina move toward the waiting carriage. They smiled as if that were what the world expected of them, and once Ellen fancied that the bridegroom looked toward her. Of this she was not certain, and she was sure that he could not have recognized her through the veil, but she slipped from her eminence and dropped to the sidewalk, where she vanished in the pressing mob. Nevertheless she was suddenly happy and strong, for in the one swift glimpse of the two faces she had divined her victory. The face of Calendar, for all its fixed smile, was pale and a little drawn, and in the eyes of the bride there was a bright fixed look of unhappiness. Sabina, so intelligent, so grotesquely clever, must have known what Ellen knew, that although she had married Calendar she was not the one who possessed him. In the end she might perhaps lose her game of patience because, after all, it was not a simple game, there were in it elements beyond the control even of so shrewd a pair as herself and Therese Callender. All the way back to the Babylon Arms, Ellen hurried with an hysterical air of triumph. It may have been that she knew a profound feminine satisfaction in the sense of vanity gratified. She hurried too because Clarence would be waiting for her, tired and pathetic and hungry. It would please him to find her so happy, so excited. In this strange confusion of moods she passed between the lions of the Babylon Arms and made her way up to the tiny flat. She was neither happy nor unhappy, it was emotion beyond either thing, entangled somehow with the old sense of triumph. The dark hallway with the red walls was the same, the red carpeted stairway, its splendor gone now and the cordage showing through, was unchanged, as it had always been. It was only when she ascended the very last step that she discovered anything unusual. The door of the apartment stood open a little way so that she was able to look through the room into the distant stretches that lay beyond the river. For an instant she halted, looking about her. The key was in the lock. On the smoking table there lay the remnants of the cigar which Clarence always smoked on his way home from the office. His coat and waistcoat, which he was accustomed to hang neatly in the closet, lay on the divan. They had been thrown down carelessly. The red sunset above the river illuminated the shabby room in a fiery glow. Standing quite still in the center of the floor she waited, listening for some familiar sound, and presently when there was no interruption of the stillness, she called Clarence. Clarence, in a voice that sounded queer and strange to her. The excitement had gone from her now, drained away by a curious sense of foreboding. In that narrow life where every day each small act followed exactly the same plan, the sight of a coat flung down carelessly terrified her. She called again presently and, receiving no answer, she opened the door of their bedroom. It was empty. The room in which Fergus slept was likewise undisturbed. In the kitchen there was no one. Then slowly she made her way to the door of the bathroom. It stood open a little way as if inviting her, maliciously, yet it was not open wide enough for her to see what lay beyond. Gently she pushed it back until it struck some object that blocked its motion. Again she pushed, this time more firmly, and the obstacle gave way, moving a little to one side so that a foot became visible. It was then in a single, unreal moment, that she divined what had happened. She pushed harder and the door flew back. Behind it on the rug where he had done his exercises so patiently lay Clarence, face down, motionless. He had fallen forward and from beneath him there flowed a thin, dark stream. It had touched the white of his shirt and discolored it. There was no doubt that he was dead. There was no doubt as to how he had died. The pistol, which had always been in the drawer of the bedroom table, lay beside him on the white floor. In the gathering darkness she knelt down at his side and began to weep, wildly, hysterically, like a savage. The darkness and the silence engulfed her. It was thus that Fergus found her when he came in at last. A doctor came and after him a policeman, but there was nothing to be done. The man was dead, and, as they observed to Fergus, you could see how he came to die. There would have to be the nasty business of an inquest. The news filtered through the apartment and the elevator man and the defunct actress with the white poodle in her arms came and stood at the doorway, whispering together and offering sympathy. It was Fergus who, with all the efficiency of Hattie Tolliver herself, took hold and managed things. As for Ellen, she shut herself away, with a knowledge that roused in her a new agony infinitely more profound and terrible than the first brief outburst. In the darkness of her room she lay, alone now, on one of the apple-green beds, silent and quite beyond so paltry a manifestation as tears. In one hand she held a note, crumpled and damp, which had been read again and again. It was brief, although the dead man, in his agitation, had written some things over and over again. It was simple, humble, inarticulate, more real, more vivid than he had ever been in all his mild existence. It was as if all the mysterious substance that was his soul had been poured out in that last moment upon the crumpled bit of paper. He had written it in a great speed. It seemed that, under the stress of fate, he had suddenly gone mad, flamed for an instant into a pitiful kind of heroism and then gone out forever. He had been almost poetic. "Forgive me, beloved, for what I am doing." It was all that remained. "It is better, everything is better now, and you will be free again as you once were. I must tell you what you will soon learn. No one can keep it from you. I am a thief. I have stolen money and now there is no way to escape. If I ran away, it would be the same as what I am doing. It would be the end. I would never dare ask to see you again. I would never tell you where I had gone. What I am doing is the only way out." Here he had, in his agitation, written the same sentence twice, as if he begged her not to hate him because he had been the cause of so much trouble. He had almost said, "Forgive me for being a bother to you." Then it continued, "It was wrong from the beginning. I should never have asked you to run away with me, because I was not good enough. I tried to be and failed. I was a poor thing. So now, after I am gone again, there will be nothing to hold you, not even from the man you really loved, if it is not too late. You see, I know the truth. I know the truth. I discovered it in time. Forgive me, dearest. I love you always." Slowly, during the long hours of the interminable night, the whole tragedy assumed a clarity of form. While she lay on the green bed, in a silence penetrated only by the faint nocturnal sounds that rose from the distant street, the little pieces fitted together, bits of the past and the present, sudden stabbing memories and poignant flashes of intuition, odd scraps of old emotions vanished now forever, the little pieces fitted together until, like a picture puzzle, they assumed a swift and startling completeness. She saw the answer in a quick bright flash. It was that she had destroyed him, she it was who had driven him into the abyss. The bitterness lay in the fact that all the while she had tried to save him, to make him happy. If he had stolen money, it could have been for one purpose alone: to give her more than he had been able to give her, to make her believe that he was far greater than he could ever have been. She understood that he had fought for her sake to create an illusion of grandeur, to raise before her eyes the figure of a man, successful and clever, who was not Clarence at all, but a creature who existed only in the troubled flights of his ambition. And it was this very figure which, toppling from its pedestal, had destroyed him. She had known all along that there was no such creature. She could have told him. His humbleness pained her. Even in the end he had chosen to destroy himself in a corner where it would make the least trouble. There was, too, the vague confused affair of Calendar. The note said so little, it left the fear so incomplete. There will be nothing to hold you, not even from the man whom you really loved. He must have known that he had not freed her, even by his death, for he knew that in almost the same hour Calendar had himself ceased to be free. All that was gone now, lost forever, and a little time before it had been so near, quite within her grasp. In trying to have everything she had lost all save her soul and the fire which burned there. If it is not too late. But the thing which hurt her most was the memory of two words which he had used. They were, strangely enough, words of endearment, of affection, even perhaps of something so strong as passion. He had dared in his note to say dearest and beloved. He was gone now, he would not have to face her, knowing that because his love had fallen upon barren ground he was ridiculous. In life these were two words which he had never dared to use. They burned now like scars that would never heal. She could not talk to him now, she could no longer still his uneasiness with empty words and a kiss which cost her nothing. He lay near her, just beyond her door, upon the shabby divan, but she could not reach him. To the dead there was nothing she could say, nothing which she could explain. In death he had come to possess her, for it was she who was humbled now. She did not hide herself away. When morning came she appeared, calm and cold, to aid a strangely subdued Fergus in all the bitter tasks of caring for the dead. She arranged the telegrams and even chose the wording for the one that went to his sister in Ogdensburg. In all of them she said merely that Clarence had died suddenly. The truth she withheld. There was always his weak heart to lend credence to such a tale. In the newspapers there appeared only a brief line or two recording the fact of one more suicide in a great city, and this, of course, was never read in the town or by the people who had known Clarence as a boy. So in the end, his mother was the only one who knew the truth, and even of the truth there was a portion which she never learned, it was that her son was a thief. Out of all the tragic confusion only one thing remained to puzzle her, it was how Clarence had come to know of Richard Calendar. The answer, never entirely clear, came to her from a source she had never considered, from a man whom she treated, when she bothered to think of him at all, as beneath her contempt. In the midst of that first grey morning the door opened and Mr. Wick came in, shabby and downcast, to pay his condolences. He returned to the flat where he had known the only happiness which had ever come his way, but he returned, clearly, under circumstances he had never foreseen in the most gloomy and portentous of his bitter imaginings. At the sight of Ellen, cold and capable, in the midst of her grief, for she did grieve in a fashion she would not have done for a man whom she had loved, his green eyes turned toward the tips of his boots and he murmured, "Ah, this is terrible, terrible," in the professional manner of an undertaker. In his heart, he may have thought, it was you who ruined him, you, who came here into this very flat, a nobody, to use him for what he was worth, to turn me out into the streets. But he kept silent, perhaps because she had always terrified him, filling him with the sense of one standing upon the rim of a volcano. He was afraid of scenes, Mr. Wick, and so his hate found its way into the open through devious, hidden channels. He had not the courage, it seemed, even to look at her now. They stood for a time in silence by the divan, symbols of that queer, distorted figure of which the dead Clarence formed the third angle, a figure all awry, perverted out of all drawing. Clarence, so white and still, gone now beyond the reach of either of them. Mr. Wick muttered oily and incoherent consolations. It is a bitter blow. One must be brave. He was a good man, all the old banalities which somehow took on a bitter, ironical ring. And presently he snuffled and wiped his eyes, as much in pity for himself who had lost the one thing for which he had gambled, as for the man who lay quiet and still upon the divan. Ellen, watching him, was filled with a slow, burning anger. She wanted suddenly to crush him as she had once wanted to crush poor May Seaton, because he was sentimental and silly and without strength. And suddenly it occurred to her to say abruptly, it was not a case of suicide. It was not Clarence who killed himself. It was others who killed him. She had spoken in a sudden moment of humility, acknowledging her own guilt, and the speech, so abrupt, so unexpected, produced upon Mr. Wick the strangest effect. He looked at her sharply, for the first time, and then averted his eyes, but in the brief glance she discovered the answer to the mystery. It was Mr. Wick who had betrayed her secret. It was Mr. Wick who had told the story of Calendar, distended no doubt, and perverted by his malice. She knew it by the look of terror in the shifty eyes. He had used this secret as his last stake. And he had lost, forever, beyond all hope. Almost at once he turned away from the morbid fascination of the divan, bade her goodbye and hurried out of the door, and Ellen, watching his narrow back with the weak, sloping shoulders, knew that she would never see him again. She was sure now that it was this poor, furtive creature, with his strange, perverted love, who had given the dead man his final push over the abyss into eternity. For even the theft would not have driven Clarence from her, it could have been only the knowledge that she was lost to him forever. So it was a man whom she had scorned, a creature whom she ignored and who hated her, who in his poor fumbling way had set her free. 36 She went to his own town for the funeral and there met for the first time his mother, a grim, tragic sort of woman with sharp, searching eyes and straight black hair pulled into a tight knot at the back of her neck. It was this woman with whom she shared the secret. None of the others knew, not even his sister, the one he had said played the piano, a mild, weary woman rather like Clarence, who was the mother of 5 children and went about throughout the visit weak and red-eyed with weeping. The neighbors flocked into the house, mostly middle-aged women and spinsters, black and crow-like, moving about in melancholy clusters with the air of vultures. They came and went, speaking always in whispers, saying the same things, wearing the same mournful countenances, talking always of their own losses and calamities, speculating always upon the deaths of certain well-established invalids in the community. Always they reached in time the same refrain. It was this: if he'd been an old man it would have been different, but he was so young and so clever. He was such a brilliant fellow and doing so well in the city. He'd have been a big man some day. We were all proud of him here in Ogdensburg. And Ellen, handsome and pale in her mourning, sat by quietly, listening while they surveyed her with a distant air of disapproval. She kept silent. Perhaps to these crow-like women, Clarence had been a brilliant and powerful figure. In the Babylon Arms there was little to be done. Ellen paid a visit for the first time to the offices of the Superba Electrical Company and there learned that Clarence had stolen money which he collected and failed to deliver. The amount was something over $1,500. When she heard it she murmured, "It was so little too. Why, I could have paid it if he had told me. To have killed himself for so little." But she knew, of course, that if he had confessed he would have destroyed that splendid creature which he fancied he had created in her eyes. He had preferred himself to be destroyed. In death it would not matter that she discovered the fraud, he would not have to face her. She paid the money, out of her savings and out of the amount brought by the sale of the furniture. She sold even the piano he had bought her as a wedding gift. And when she had finished there remained but little more than $100. On the very day the furniture was being taken from the flat she told Fergus the whole truth concerning her plans. They sat together amid the wreckage, brother and sister, both understanding for perhaps the first time that they were faced by the new problem of Hattie Tolliver. Both knew that she had set her mind upon coming to them, and having tasted freedom, neither was willing now to turn back. "There is Ma," said Ellen. "I don't know what's to be done about her. She'll be coming here to live before long and I won't be here. She's worked all these years to come where she can be near us and now I've got to go away. I'm going to Paris. It's the only thing left." Fergus looked at her. "But you don't know French," he said, "and you haven't any money. I can't turn back now. If I went back to Ma, it would be the end of me. I know that. I couldn't ever begin again. I've enough money to take me there. I'll manage after that. Besides, there is Lily. She promised to help me when the time came. The time has come. I can't turn back." Fergus listened in silence, moved perhaps by the new dignity that had come to her, a dignity touched with bitterness. She was beautiful too in a new fashion, more placid, more serene. "You must be good to Ma," she continued. "She'll hate my running away, but I've got to go. She's a wonderful woman. She's the one who has sacrificed everything. She's always done it, for all of us. I couldn't go if I didn't know that you're the one she loves best of all. You're the one she worships. She loved you enough to let you go. I had to run away. You know it, Fergus, as well as I. You must be good to her. If anything happened to you, it would kill her. You mustn't disappoint her. One day we must all make her proud of us. I mean to do it, and then when I'm rich, when I'm successful, I can reward her." She paused for a moment and then added, "You see, she loves you best because you're so like Pa. You're the way he used to be when she fell in love with him." The boy's face took on an unaccustomed gravity. He rose and looked out of the window over the beloved and magical city. "I'll do my best," he said presently. "I'll do my best. She's a wonderful woman." Yet neither of them would turn back now. In the room there was no sound for a long time save the ticking of the clock, wrapped now in paper to be carted away. At last he turned and said, "But you're going to Lily. Ma will hate that." "I know she will. She's always been afraid of Lily. She needn't worry though. I can take care of myself. I imagine nothing very serious can ever happen to me again." It was Lily again, always Lily who was concerned in the whole course of Ellen's destiny. Yet Ellen never knew how great a part she had played, for she never knew, of course, that if chance had not thrown her glamorous cousin into the path of Clarence on a wintry night years before, he might have been alive and happy now, the husband of a stupid woman who would have thought him as wonderful as the figure he had given his life to create. He had looked for an instant at the sun and been blinded. So perhaps, in the end, Skinflint Seton had been right. Women like that can ruin men, just by talking to them. 37 The world of Lily had its center in a house which stood in that part of Paris beyond the Trocadero in the direction of Auteuil and the Bois. Here she had lived for years, since the moment when she had found it agreeably necessary to live abroad. For her purposes the house possessed every advantage. It resembled, after a curious fashion, those convents of the 18th century to which ladies of fashion retired at the moments when they desired solitude and rest and yet wished not to be cut off entirely from the gaiety of the world. As the Baron had once observed, Lily herself belonged to the 18th century. There was about her always so much of luxury and indolence, so much of charm and unmorality. The house stood in the Rue Rainward, a short distance from the place where it rushes down a slope to join a half-dozen other streets in a whirlpool known as the Place Passy, surrounded by magasins, cafes, and tobacconists' shops. It was, in all truth, an 18th-century house, built in the beginning as a chateau in the open country on the outskirts of Paris between the city and the Grand Trianon of Versailles. Here in the open fields the Marquise de Sévignac, an ugly, clever and eccentric woman, held a court of her own, a court indeed which in some respects outshone the splendor of Versailles. In her house were to be found the poets, the wits, and the philosophers of the day. She corresponded with Voltaire, and the encyclopedists came frequently to work in the rooms which overlooked the little park and the sheep pastures beyond. Indeed, the sage of Ferney on his triumphant return to Paris had planned a visit to the Marquise and was only prevented by the fatal illness which overtook so swiftly his skinny old body. The Marquise had been the last of her family. There is a Marquis de Sévignac living today, but the title is Bonapartist and has nothing to do with the ancient splendor of the true family. As an old woman, the Marquise clung to her house even with the approach of the Revolution. During that cataclysm, which she faced in a bold and cynical fashion. She was allowed to survive because the people remembered her as the friend of the radicals and the philosophers who plagued their stupid king. She allied herself with the Girondists and took Madame Roland perilously to her bosom, and when the debacle came at length her bony old body would have been dragged off to the guillotine along with the others, save that she was so old and that Danton and Thérèse Italienne intervened. So she died at last in her bed, and the chateau became the property of the Directory. Since her death it has known many occupants. For a time it served as a museum. It housed the American ambassador Benjamin Franklin, who gave his name to a street nearby. It passed through a period of neglect and emptiness and at last fell into the possession of a wealthy manufacturer of soap and chocolate. It was during his day and the day of his son that the chateau came to be pressed upon by other houses and by apartments in the florid German style, until there was left at length only the house itself and the little park designed by Le Notre, which still remained the largest private garden in all the city of Paris. The house turns to the world a deceptive face, for on the side facing the Rue Rainward it is but 1 story high with a commonplace door and a single row of shuttered windows. It is this side which in the days of the Marquise faced the stables and dovecot, so the house now turns its back upon the world and preserves for its friends the glory of its 3-story façade of Constone. The façade, broken by rows of tall windows, looks upon a high terrace lined with crumbling urns carved in the classic Greek manner and a garden with a reticulation of paths laid out by Le Notre to center upon the pastry cake pavilion erected to the god of love. Inside the high wall which shuts out the noise and dust of the Rue de Passy there are great plane trees with trunks mottled like the backs of salamanders, and laburnums that cluster close about the temple of Eros. One could live forever within the boundaries of the ancient house and garden, surrounded by luxury and beauty, receiving one's friends, seldom going into the world. It was an admirable house in which to live discreetly, almost secretly, and it was an admirable house for one of so indolent a nature as Lily's. For Lily had succeeded the chocolate manufacturer, and the chateau of the Marquise de Sévillec with its ghosts of Voltaire and the encyclopedists, the wanton Thérèse Italienne and the clever Madame Roland, was tenanted now by a rich American out of a country which in the days of the Marquise had been no more than a howling wilderness, a woman the world knew as a widow, beautiful, charming, discreet and indolent, living under the guardianship of the most respectable and stuffy of Bonapartists, the ancient Madame Gigon. On a dripping morning of December, of the sort which makes Paris a wretched city in midwinter, a carriage drew up before the door of this house and out of it stepped Ellen Tolliver, pale from traveling but unusually handsome in the black of her widowhood. There was with her a small thin young woman, trimly dressed rather in the practical style of a professional traveler, with red hair and pretty bright eyes which had a way of observing the slightest things which occurred in her vicinity. The stranger, after haggling with the driver over the fare, paid him and then, changing her mind, bade him wait for her. She pulled the bell with a swift, energetic jerk. "It is a modest house," she observed to Ellen in short, ironic syllables colored by an accent that was indefinable. "A modest house for a rich American. Usually they are more flamboyant." Impatiently she pulled the bell a second time and presently the commonplace door was opened by a Breton maid in a white cap who bade them enter. Inside, away from the dripping cobblestones of the Rue Rainward, it was clear that the stranger succumbed to the magic of the house. For an instant, she remained silent, staring in astonishment at the long sweep of stairs and the array of glittering crystal. Then she made a grunting noise and addressed the maid in French. "Madame Shane. Is she in?" "No," replied the girl. "She is at Nice. She has been gone since 2 weeks." The stranger translated the speech and for a moment there was a silence in which the face of Ellen, pale and handsome in her mourning, was shadowed by a sudden look of terror. It vanished quickly and she said to her companion, "Ask for Madame Gigon." Madame Gigon was in. She never went out any more. At the moment she was in the drawing room. Should she ask if Madame Gigan would see them? This, observed the bright ferret, to the maid, is Madame Shane's cousin. She has come to pay her a visit. The stairway before them led downwards in the most unexpected fashion. Between panels of satinwood adorned with plagues of gilt and rock crystal and filled with candles, it swept down for the depth of 2 stories, past a gallery which led away on both sides, into a dim vista of polished floor at the end of which there was a high window with small panes of glass that gave out upon a garden. At the sight, a faint touch of color appeared on the cheeks of Ellen and her eyes grew bright with interest. It was all far grander than she had ever imagined, more magnificent than she had hoped. In such a house she might stay quietly, interfering with no one. It was possible to remain hidden in its depths for weeks at a time. "Shall I stay?" asked her companion. "I can manage. It's my affair. There's no use troubling you any further. It was good of you to have bothered. But what about speaking French? Madame Gigan speaks English. She once had a school for English and American girls. My great-aunt went to it." Up the long stairs, remotely, the maid was returning now. "Bien," she said. "Madame Gigan will see you." "Au revoir," murmured the stranger. "If you want me, I shall be at the Ritz until the end of the month. Miss Rebecca Schonberg. You have my card," and with that she vanished through the rain into the waiting cab. At the foot of the long stairs Ellen found herself suddenly in the great drawing room. Beyond, through the tall window draped in blue brocade, she had a vista of dripping trees and a wet garden dominated by a white pavilion that resembled a pastry. The room was long and rectangular, for all the world like the drawing room at Shane's Castle, save that it was not, even on this wet winter day, a gloomy room. There was in it far too much color. Even the satinwood paneling appeared warm and soft. At the far end before a neat fire of cannel coal she discerned among the shadows the figures of a tiny old woman and a small boy, sturdy, handsome and red-haired. He sat at the feet of the crone, reading aloud to her in English, and nearby lay 2 fat and elderly dogs, an Aberdeen and a West Highland. It was not until she had come quite close to them that they realized she had entered the room. The boy stood up and the old woman turned toward her with a curious dazed look in her eyes. It was the old woman who spoke first. She peered, apparently without seeing her, in the general direction of Ellen and asked, "Are you Miss Tolliver?" The boy regarded her, frankly, with a pleasant friendliness. "Yes," replied Ellen, "I am Madame Shane's cousin." In an instant, as she watched the child and faced the sharp old woman, she grasped the identity of the boy. It came to her quickly, as a revelation out of all the mystery of the past. Of course she knew all about Madame Gigan, it was the boy for whom she was not prepared. About him there could no longer be any doubt. He was Lily's child and the old story was true. It gave her a quick, inexplicable feeling of relief, as if after so many years she stood in the open, knowing at last the truth. It did not produce any shock, perhaps because she had been for so long prepared for the knowledge. So she had said without hesitation Madame Shane, just as a little while before in order to take no chance in protecting Lily, she had said Madame Shane to Miss Rebecca Schonberg. The old woman coughed and said slowly, "I don't speak English very well anymore. I'm so old. I almost forget. Est-ce que vous parlez français?" And then, asseyez-vous. Ellen simply stared at her, and in the emergency the boy, polite and eager, said in a piping voice, "She wants to know if you speak French. She wants you to sit down." His English was colored by an accent which struck Ellen with a remote sense of unreality. Lily's child. Her own cousin. speaking English as if it were a foreign tongue. "I don't," said Ellen. "Will you tell her that I know no French?" It was the old woman who answered in labored English. "Oh, I understand. I know what you say. I can no longer speak English. Asseyez-vous. Sit down." It was only then that Ellen understood the peering look in the eyes of the old woman. She had been sitting down, all the while. The old woman, who peered at her so earnestly, was blind. "Did Madame Shane know you were coming?" asked Madame Gigan. "No, I had no time. I left America in haste." She held back the truth. She did not say that she had come, deliberately and without warning, because she could take no chances on being refused. Sitting there, with only a few francs in the world, she felt secure. She was in Paris now, in a house that was big and beautiful. The rest could be managed. "She did not tell me. She would have been here," continued Madame Gigan. Then, as if her brain were fatigued by the strain of speaking English, the old woman addressed a torrent of French to the little boy. When she had finished, he advanced to Ellen, shyly, and held out his hand. "She says," he repeated in the same piping voice, "that I must welcome you as master of the house. She says you are my cousin." He smiled gravely. "I never had a cousin before. And," he continued, "she says that if Maman had known she would have been here." He stood regarding her with a look of fascination, as though so strange and exotic a thing as a cousin was too thrilling to be passed over lightly. Touched by the simplicity of the child, Ellen drew him near to her and, addressing both him and Madame Gigan, said, "You are good to believe that I am Madame Shane's cousin." "How could you know?" Madame Gigan smiled shrewdly. She was withered and had a little black mustache. Again the boy translated her speech. "She says," he repeated, "that you have, envoyé Honnête." He hesitated. "An honest voice, and that she knows the voice because she taught my mother in school and before her my grandmère. She says it is like my grandmère's voice." As he spoke, the old woman smiled again and wagged her head with extraordinary vigor. "Je connais la voix. Je la connais bien." Then she addressed the boy again and he translated her speech. "She says she is blind, and will you come near so that she may touch your face?" Ellen drew her chair closer so that it disturbed the fatter of the two dogs and allowed Madame Gigan to pass her thin hands in a fluttering gesture over her handsome throat and the fine arch of her nose. "Ah," said the old woman triumphantly. "Elle n'est, the nose. C'est elle n'est de votre tante, elle même n'est, précisément. C'est un nez fier, distingué." "It is a proud nose," echoed the interpreter gravely. "A high distinguished nose. A nose like your aunt's." And the old woman, wagging her head, fell suddenly into a silent train of old memories. "My name is Jean," said the boy shyly. "I am 10 years old. Would you like to see my book? It is in English. I can read English just as well as French." And he brought her Tom Brown's School Days and showed her the picture of the boys climbing the tree to rob the rook's nest. Ellen, leaning over his shoulder, was softened and showed a warm enthusiasm over the other illustrations. She even listened while he told the long story of Tom Brown. Presently Madame Gigan joined their talk, and for a long time they held a conversation, translated always by the boy, that was animated and illumined by a warm friendliness. It was this which presently filled Ellen with a passionate desire to weep. She took off her hat and sat on the floor with Jean and the dogs, while Madame Gigan and the boy asked questions about America and old Julia Shane, whom Jean called grandmère and whom he had never seen. And presently the Breton maid appeared with tea, for Madame Gigan, though she was French, had learned the custom of tea among the English, and over Ellen there swept slowly a strange feeling that, at last, after having been away a long time, she had come home. It was here that she belonged, here that she would be happy, in this great, beautiful house that was so friendly. Jean was allowed one gâteau and the fat dogs devoured two apiece. She says, translated Jean, that Mom Ann told her you would come some day, just as you have come. She says she is not surprised, your great aunt, my grandmère, would have done the same. After tea, she was led away by the Breton maid up the stairs and along a gallery into which opened an endless procession of doors, until she came, at length, to the end, where a door was opened which revealed a square room dominated by a great bed hung with a canopy of brocade. The tall windows gave out upon the park which, lying now in the fog that succeeded the rain of an hour or two before, appeared blue and mysterious. In the heart of the mist the white pavilion showed vaguely, and beyond it, above the top of the garden wall, yellow globules of light from the lamps in the Rue de Passy cast the trunks of the old plane trees into sharp black shadows. When the maid had left, she sat down before the bright small fire and without moving regarded the room closely, point by point, detail by detail. It was large and warm and beautiful, but the quality which moved her most profoundly was its elegance, the same quality that was so evident in the great drawing room below stairs. She had never dreamed that there could be such warm, old beauty. There was nothing here of the barren, gas-lit pomp of Mrs. Callender's dining room out of the Second Empire, and nothing of the vast Callender drawing room lined with grim Dutch ancestors and gilt cabinets of tear bottles and Buddhas. This room, this lovely house, had been there always. It had been like this in the days of the ugly Marquise de Sévillec. The chaise longue on which she sat, the gilt chair that stood before the writing desk, the very mirror, with its dim rectangular panes of glass, had the effect of softening her. Indeed, for a time, these things made her dimly uneasy. Far back in her consciousness there rose a grotesque fear that if she once succumbed to the splendor of that great bed, she might never rise from it again, that it might weaken her by its very luxury. She regarded it almost with suspicion, touched by an actual fear of all that was too beautiful and too splendid. She might become, like Lily, indolent and idle and charming. And slowly the realization swept over her that she was changed. She became aware that she was a woman now, she no longer wanted to be like Lily. She was strong, as she had never been before, strong as Lily would never be. Luxury, idleness, charm were not the things she desired. It must be something stronger than that, more heady, more challenging. Dimly she understood the appeal of the room and of the dark misty garden with its white pavilion. It was insidious and peaceful, like an enchanted palace that swam mirage-like in the blue fog. And again she was overcome by a sense of returning home after having been away for a long time. The white squares of Paris, seen through the rain-spattered cab windows on the way from the Gare du Nord, had moved her deeply, they had given her a wild sense of freedom, of escape. But this was different, more languorous, more intimate. It was the thing for which she had been born, the thing which, all her life, she had struggled to attain. It lay on the opposite side of the earth from the black mills and the plain houses of the town. And then, pathetically and slowly, there came over her the wish that, as once she had planned, Clarence might have known this old splendor, the splendor he had talked of seeing, some day when they were rich enough. There was that white villa at Nice. She had understood, well enough, while she sat on the deck of the city of Paris, damp and chilled by the fog, that Clarence was not gone forever, simply because he was dead. She understood, indeed she thought of it constantly, even in the hours when she had listened in fascination to the talk of Rebecca Schonberg, that since his death he was more real to her than he had ever been in life. while he had lived there had never been time to consider him. There was only time, now, when he was gone. The very affection she had for him in life was nothing to the affection she now experienced, and in this new emotion there was no pity, because pity had been effaced by self-reproach. The one desire which obsessed her was a desire to see him, to explain, to justify herself. Ellen, who had never bothered to justify her faintest whim. The power of the weak over the strong was still stirring. It had not altogether died. Mingled with these very thoughts was the knowledge that somewhere in this strange city that was so familiar, Calendar and Sabina were living. They must be there quite near her, she was sure of it. They were moving about, dining, going to the theatre and the opera, all the while in ignorance of what had happened to her, knowing nothing of her presence. For them, her reason told her, she was forgotten, yet something stronger than reason, a belief which beyond all doubt had its roots in the memory of Calendar's face upon his wedding day, told her that she was not forgotten. She had been there, with them, all the while, perhaps, she thought triumphantly, even upon their wedding night. It was a thought utterly free from any desire to hurt Sabina, indeed, toward Sabina she had no feeling at all. Calendar was the one who roused her malice, she wanted to torment him, to be herself the one who dominated. The thought would have appeased her vanity save for the fact that she could never capture the whole truth. It was impossible because, in the months that had separated them, she had returned again to the old feeling that she did not know Calendar at all, that there was a part of him beyond her understanding, which escaped her always. She was afraid of him. She dressed to the accompaniment of water dripping from the high roof onto the white terrace of the garden and, under the stimulus of physical activity, she came presently to forget both Clarence and Richard Calendar. Her thoughts turned to Miss Schunberg, that small, good-natured, ferrety creature who was so kind to her. The encounter had occurred, by chance, on the city of Paris when the stranger, watching Ellen as she paced in her tireless way round and round the deck through the fog and the blowing rain, finally offered her a book to read. Ellen did not, as a rule, read anything, but she accepted the book, gratefully enough, more as a symbol of the stranger's friendliness than for its own qualities. She could not, now, even remember what it was, nor anything about it save that it was bound in green and was written by a man called De Morgan. She was, at that time, engaged in thinking of her own story, which was indeed quite as good as anything concocted by a novelist. For the sense of role, the awareness of herself as a dramatic figure living by her wits, had grown upon her steadily, until in her mind there had been born a suspicion that such a role possessed a value. She was not, after all, commonplace. Already, though she was but 24, tremendous things had happened to her, things which were romantic and even tragic, but things in which she found satisfaction. She had wished, as far back as she could remember, to have a life that was eventful. She wanted not to die until she had known her share of life, and in life she did not seek, like Lily, simple happiness and contentment. She desired experience, and so she resembled greatly old man Tolliver. It may have been a sense of all this which attracted the stranger, for Miss Schunberg, despite all her fine clothes and her habit of wandering from one spot to another, lived vicariously. She searched breathlessly for excitement. At 30 she was a confirmed and passionless virgin who lived on the fringes of life, perpetually stimulated by her sense of the spectacle. She had no real home nor any real nationality, unless one might identify as a nation that army of restless wanderers which moved from hotel to hotel across the face of Europe. Her best friends, or at least those who knew her most intimately, were the proprietors of such establishments as the Hotel Negresco and the Beau Rivage, the Royal Splendide, Claridge's, the Cavendish, the Adlon, the Ritz, and sometimes, for the sake of atmosphere, such a place as the Franz et Choiseul. She was an orphan and rich. In Vienna she had an aunt, in Trieste a handful of cousins, in New York an uncle who traded in diamonds. She was a Jewess and an emancipated woman, regarded with suspicion by the Orthodox members of her tribe. And her emancipation had the fierce quality which envelopes Jewish virgins who have determined at all costs to be free. It was a sort of aggressive freedom. She had never succumbed to or even understood love, and it was extremely unlikely that her bright, shiny mind would ever be weakened by an emotion so sentimental. All this Ellen had learned from her, either by intuition or by her own confession, for Miss Schunberg was much given to conversation, especially of the self-revelatory variety. From Ellen, in turn, she had learned what the girl chose to tell her, fragments of the truth strung together in such a fashion that the whole seemed an honest but rather dull and erratic tale. Yet she knew more of Ellen than the young widow ever guessed, for if Ellen had been as dull and uninteresting as the story she told, Miss Schunberg would never have bothered to address her a second time. And now Ellen, as she dressed to dine alone with the blind old woman below stairs, wondered why Rebecca Schunberg had been at all interested in her. She had, it was true, faith in her own star. She knew that she would one day be famous. That anyone beside herself could have any intimation of this appeared on the surface preposterous. When she descended, she found that Jean had gone to bed, and before the fire there was only Madame Gigan with Criquet and Miku, the dogs, who had not stirred from their places but lay fat and lazy, basking in the warmth of the blaze. With the eager interpreter gone, Madame Gigan, under the stress of necessity, cudgelled her old brain into speaking a very passable sort of English. At dinner, she told Ellen that Lily was stopping in the white villa at Nice. It was not in Nice proper but Simias, high up on the hill beside the ruined Roman arena with a magnificent view overlooking Villefranche and the Bay of Angels. It lay just above the statue of Queen Victoria carven with a very realistic reticule and an umbrella. She had telegraphed Lily to come home and greet her cousin properly. After dinner they went, followed by the dogs, back again into the drawing room to the luxurious chairs by the fire, and after a time Ellen rose and played at the request of the old woman some Brahms, an air from La Belle Hélène, and finally a waltz or two of Chopin. It was a beautiful piano, for Lily respected music, and the sound of its low, mellow beauty led Ellen into playing more and more passionately. When at last her hands dropped into her lap and she sat listening to the distant sound of the boat whistles along the Seine, Madame Gigan began to talk. She had seen George Sand once a long time ago when, as a bride, her husband, M. Gigan, who had been a curator at the Musée Cluny and had been dead now for more than half a century, had taken her one night to dine at Magny's where he might show her the celebrities of the town. She had seen George Sand, she repeated, come in with no less persons than Flaubert, yellow and bent, and the exquisite Théophile Gautier, to dine in a private room before the repetition générale of her play Les Bâtards, at the Odeon. The writer was an old woman then, come up from her farm, and Beatty's End with cheap jewelry, but everyone noticed her. She had vitality. She was a sensation. And she could remember too the funeral of Jules de Goncourt and how they stood in the rain quite near to this same Flaubert. But Ellen had never heard of George Sand and knew, beyond his music, very little of Chopin, so it merely confused her to hear Madame Gigan call a man she. Lest she betray her ignorance she kept silent, and sometimes she did not listen at all, because this ancient talk did not interest her, though it seemed to be the very core of all the life that remained in the blind old woman. Madame Gigan talked far into the night, with the air of one who had long been shut in solitude, and as she talked her English became more and more clear. She spoke almost as easily as she had spoken in the days, half a century earlier, when she had taken Lily's mother and the other girls of the school on picnics in the woods along the Seine at Sèvres. And after a time, as the dull glow of her memories took fire, she fell to talking of old Julia Shane herself. But she talked of a Julia Shane who was still a young girl and not the sick old woman who, lying ill in her house among the Black Mills, was the last link in the chain that held Hattie Tolliver from her children. And as Madame Gigan talked on and on to the accompaniment of the distant sounds from the misty river, there swept over Ellen a consciousness, new but unmistakable, of a delicate unity running through all of life. It was bound together, somehow, in an intricate web composed of such things as love and memories, hopes and sorrows and sentiment, but it was a web without pattern, without design, a senseless, crazy and beautiful thing. She saw then that she could never exist apart, in isolation, from all these others. There were filaments which bound her even to so remote and insubstantial a creature as this blind old woman. It was the web which made her uneasy. She must be free of it, somewhere, sometime. Criquet began to wheeze, and Madame Gigan, prodding him with her toe, said, "Hey ho! We must go to bed. Even the dogs have begun to snore." 38 At the end of the week Lily returned from the south, wrapped in furs and shivering in the damp of Paris. She was a warm, sensuous creature who loved the sun and travelled north or south according to the variations in temperature. Even on the Riviera she was not content, and, on the occasion of a Mistral, she had been known to pack her bag and embark into Italy for Capri or Taormina, where the sun was brighter and the flowers more fragrant. She arrived early in the morning in company with the Baron, Madame Gigan's nephew, and together they came upon Ellen, not yet fallen into the luxurious habits of the French, having breakfast alone in the dining room with Jean, who sat across the table from her, plying her all the while with questions about his grandmere and about America and the town where his mother was born. She was describing it to him. "It is not a nice town. It is full of big mills and furnaces, and the soot blackens everything. There's nothing pretty in the town, nothing in the whole place half as pretty as your garden. Your grandmother had a garden once that was as pretty as this one, but it's all dead now. The smoke killed it." Here Jean interrupted her to say, "I know. I know. Ma man has a friend, a Monsieur Schneiderman, who owns mills like that. Once when we were up north, we stopped at a town called Saarbrücken and saw the furnaces. It was a long time ago when I was only 7, but I remember." He became silent and thoughtful for a time, and then, looking at her wistfully, he added, "I'd like to go to that town. I'd like to see my grandmere. But Ma man says I can't go, at least until I'm grown up. I suppose grandmere will be dead by then. She's an old woman, but she's not so old as Madame Gigan. Think of it, Madame Gigan taught your grandmother in school when she was a young girl." She wanted by some means to escape from the subject of the town. She could not, of course, tell the boy why he could never visit the town. She could not tell him there were scores of old women who had been waiting for years just to know for certain that he existed at all. She could tell him about the smoke and filth, but she could not explain to him the nasty character of those women. "I'm going to England to school in the autumn," the boy said. "Ma man has arranged everything. I'll like that better than going to school here. Perhaps grandmere might come to visit us sometime." "She might," replied Ellen, "but she's very ill. My mother is taking care of her now. You see, my mother lives in the town. She's your mother's cousin, her real first cousin. That's how it comes that I'm your cousin." "And your mother? What is she like?" asked the boy. For an instant Ellen observed him thoughtfully. "She's not a bit like your mother, and yet she's like her too in some ways." She did not finish the description, for at that moment, through the long vista of the rooms, she saw moving toward her Lily and a man who carried a handbag and across his arm a steamer rug. As they came in, Jean sprang from his chair and ran toward them, clasping his mother about the waist and kissing her as she leaned toward him. "Ma man has come back. Ma man has come back," he cried over and over again, and then, "I have a new cousin. I have a new cousin." The man laughed and Lily, smiling, bade the boy be quiet, turning at the same time to Ellen, whom she embraced, to say, "So you've come at last. I hope you're going to stay a long time." It was the same Lily, a shade older, a shade less slender, but still warm, lovable, disarming. As they embraced, the faint scent of mimosa drifted toward Ellen and the odor raised a swift, clear picture of the drawing room at Shane's castle with all the family assembled on Christmas Day, the last Christmas Day they ever came together there. Old Jacob Barr was dead now. Ellen and Lily were in Paris, Fergus in New York. The drawing room was shut up and above stairs in her vast bedroom Julia Shane herself, cared for by the capable Hattie, lay dying. In a few more years there would be none of the family left in the town. They would be scattered over the world. It remained only for Grandmere to die. All this passed through Ellen's mind as she spoke. "Yes, I shall stay a long time, if you will have me." She turned away. "I had to come," she said. "There was nothing left to do. But I'm sorry I brought you back from the south." "And this," said Lily, "is Monsieur Carrier." "César. He is the nephew of Madame Gigan and a great friend of Jean and me." The stranger bowed and murmured, in Chanty, adding in English, "You are the musician. Madame Shane expects you one day to be great." He was a swarthy man, rather handsome with sharply cut features and fierce mustachios, a colonel of the cuirassiers who had most of his time free. He smiled pleasantly, yet underneath the smile there was a hint of hostility, a mere spark which, however, struck a response in the breast of Ellen. It was on her side, perhaps, a resentment of his arrogance, of the very assurance with which he conducted himself. It was as if he welcomed her to his own house. And it may have been that for reasons of his own he resented her presence. She too, was arrogant and assured, even though she said pleasantly enough, "If you will have me." Underneath all that false humility, there ran a vein of domination, a strength which one less good-natured and indolent than Lily could discern at once. Still Lily had told him, long ago, that he would not like her cousin. They were a handsome pair, Lily and the Baron, the one so blonde and voluptuous, the other so dark, so brusque, so like a bit of fine steel. There was about him a sense of something familiar, which tormented the dim recesses of Ellen's memory. "Well, well," he said, throwing down the coats and bags. "Let's have some breakfast." And with the same proprietary air he moved across and rang for the maid and ordered chocolate and rolls for himself and Lily. When they had gone at last into the drawing room and Madame Gigan, groping her way down the long stairs, and followed by the two fat dogs, had come in, Ellen understood what it was she had recognized at once in the swarthy Monsieur Carrier. It was nothing that had to do with his appearance, it was far more subtle and complicated than that. It was his manner, the very intonation of his voice when he spoke either to Ellen or Lily herself. He approached them, for all his smooth politeness, as if they were, in the final analysis, creatures inferior to himself, creatures who should be delighted to grant his every whim. With Lily, so good-natured, so generous, he may have been right, with her cousin it was as Mrs. Callender used to say, autre choses. The girl bristled with subdued anger. As they sat there, the three of them, smoking before the bright fire, she knew they were destined to hate each other. Yet it was this very quality, so hauntingly familiar, that reminded her of Richard Callender. He had not asked her if she loved him, he had taken it simply for granted that she should do as he wished. The memory, in spite of everything, made her miserable. She heard his voice again, more gentle and soft than the voice of the Baron, and saw his hands, fascinating and persuasive. He was somewhere in this same damp white city on his wedding journey with Sabina. Presently the Baron observed with a brusque, important air that he must be off. Madame Gigon summoned Jean to the schoolroom for his lesson, and the two cousins were left alone. Before the others they had carried on a sort of made-up conversation, suitable for the ears of strangers, and neither had spoken honestly nor fully. As Madame Gigon, guided by Jean and followed by the waddling dogs, disappeared round the corner of the stairs, Lily took off her hat and observed, "Well, now I suppose we can have a long talk. Come up to my room where we'll be alone." The family, again after so long a time, asserted itself. It was a large room, closely resembling the one in which Madame Gigon had placed Ellen, save that it was even more luxurious and smelled faintly of scents and powders. There was a canopied bed and on the wall hung reproductions of 4 drawings by Watteau. It was not until Lily had removed her corsets and, clad in a peignoir of lace, had flung herself down on the bed that the sense of strain disappeared utterly. "Sit there on the chaise longue," she said to Ellen, "and let's have a good talk. There's so much to say." Ellen, stiff and severe in her mourning, sat down by the side of her glowing cousin, and Lily, lying back among the pillows, appeared by contrast more lovely, more opulent than she had seemed an hour earlier. To her cousin, so changed since they had last met, so much more indifferent to such matters, there was an air of immorality and sensuousness in the room. Beside Lily she felt as lean, as spirited as a young greyhound. "You know about Jean," Lily observed casually. "You understand then why I did not insist on your coming to live with me. I was foolish perhaps, but when the moment came there was always something which wouldn't let me betray the secret." She lighted a cigarette and lay back once more among the pillows. "I suppose it was a secret," she added, complacently. "People talked, but no one knew anything. No one knows anything here. No one save Madame Gigon. They know less here because they haven't so much time to think of other people's affairs." Slowly a smile crept over her face, from the rosy mouth up to the violet eyes. "Ah, wouldn't they like to know in the town?" But her voice was bitter. Ellen smiled again. "It makes no difference. They say what they want to believe anyway. They said that I ran away with Clarence because I was going to have a baby, and I've never had it yet. It's been a long while coming. I wanted you to come, always, but I was too lazy ever to come to the point. You can stay as long as you like and do as you please. This is a big house. You need never see the rest of us if you don't care to." She spoke with the carelessness of one who was fabulously rich. There was a certain medieval splendor in her generosity. Ellen smiled again. "Why do you smile?" her cousin asked. "I was thinking that all this money comes out of the town, the same dirty old town. There's satisfaction in that, to think that people like Judge Weissman are paying us rent." It was extraordinary how clearly the town rose up before them. The thousands of miles which lay between made no difference. They belonged to the town still, by 1,000 ties. They were, each in her own way, American. All the years that Lily had lived in Paris could not alter the fact. She was extravagant as Americans are extravagant, content to live abroad forever as Americans are content to do. Yet all her wealth came out of America, out of the very factories in the dirty town which they both despised. It was perhaps the Scotch blood in them that made them content wherever they saw fit to settle. In a strange country they would not, as the English do, strive to bring their native land with them, they would simply create a new world of their own. Their people have done it everywhere, in St. Petersburg, in Constantinople, in Paris, in the Argentine and on the frontiers of Africa. And your husband, began Lily. Tell me about him. I met him once, you know, coming out on the train to the west. He was going then to see a girl called, she frowned slightly. I've forgotten her name. Seaton, murmured Ellen. May Seaton. Lily was rousing memories now, which seemed far away and yet were faintly painful. Seaton. That was it? I'd never heard of them and it seemed to hurt him. I wrote you when I heard of his death. The letter must have passed you. I never got it, perhaps it'll be forwarded. Had he been ill long? She must have wondered at the look in Ellen's eyes. It was not a look of sorrow or desolation, rather it was a look of numb pain. He hadn't been ill at all. The girl frowned suddenly and looked out of the window. All the same, she continued, you might have said he had been ill for a long time. Then she rose and stood before the small panes looking out into the wet garden. I've got to tell someone, she said with an air of desperation. You see. And her voice became barely audible. You see. He killed himself. The veil was torn away now. Between them there remained no barrier. Each had made her confession, Lily concerning the child, Ellen concerning her husband, and in the torrent of emotion which engulfed them Lily sat up and drew her cousin down to the bed beside her. They both wept and each, with as little real cause, pitied herself. Ellen told her story, punctuated by sobs, from the beginning. She confessed that she had never had any love for Clarence. She spoke of many things which, at the time of the tragedy, were not clear to her and which she had come to understand later during the hours of solitude on windswept decks. In the emotion of the moment she understood the whole affair even more clearly. She told Lily that she had tried, valiantly, to make Clarence happy. She had done her best to preserve his happiness and her own at the same time. There had come a time when this was no longer possible. Perhaps, she said, when her sobbing had quieted a little, it is not possible for two people to be completely happy together. If she had spoken all that was in her mind, she would have added, when one of them is ambitious and a genius. But this would have been preposterous because there was then no proof of such a thing. Another chapter of the tale she chose not to reveal. In all her torrent of sobbing and talk she never mentioned the name of Calendar. When they had become more quiet, Lily kissed her and said, "You have been too unhappy. You must stay now with me, forever, if you like. You must study and become a great musician. I am rich. I can help you. If you won't take the money, you can borrow it from me and pay me back when you are successful and famous." Lily rose languidly and brought a bottle of cologne and they both bathed their eyes. All the strangeness was gone now. Their tears, in the way of women, had brought them close to each other. The sun had come out and the little park was filled by its slanting rays. Below stairs one of the tall windows opened and they heard on the gravel of the terrace the slow steps of blind Madame Gigan who, wrapped in an antiquated coat of fur and followed by the dogs, was moving up and down in the unaccustomed warmth. There was something in the sound which, as they listened, filled the room with the atmosphere of a conspiracy. For an instant the current of kinship ran swift and high, as high indeed as it had run in the old days when all the clan assembled for the annual feast at Shane's castle. "She is growing feeble," observed Lily. "Think of it. She's 85. Life was short. Only a little time before Madame Gigan had been a young widow come to the school of Mademoiselle Violet Defoe to teach, among others, an awkward young American called Julia Shane. When Ellen had gone to her own room, she sat for a time before the fire, thinking, and slowly the face which she saw reflected in the dim old mirror began, though it was quite alone in the room, to smile back at her. It had not been difficult. It was all done now. The future was certain. She had gotten what was necessary, without asking for it, in some inexplicable fashion, quite without any planning, it had happened. She had not even been forced to say that all she had in the world were the 7 francs that lay in the sunlight on the Louis Quinze console. 39 in this one fleeting instant life had been briefly a perfect and exquisite thing. In the great house, surrounded by beauty, by warmth and friendliness, the past and, even for a time, the future did not exist. It was a moment which could not have endured. With such a person as Ellen, a moment of that sort might have been called a miracle to have happened at all. As the months passed, the very comfort which surrounded her degenerated into a sort of dullness. After a time, Lily returned to her beloved South, and there remained in the house only Ellen, Madame Gigan, and Jean. The endless talk of Lily's guardian, which in the beginning had seemed vaguely diverting, became in the end merely the garrulity of a childish old woman. But there were worse things to bear. She soon discovered that Lily, in her indifference, had virtually given over the house to Madame Gigan, and the old woman, poverty-stricken until Lily appeared on her horizon in need of a companion and watchdog, now used it to make up for all the years she had spent alone in a single room in a Versailles pension. Her friends were coming and going constantly, at the most inconvenient times, an endless procession of dowdy widows and spinsters. It was their habit to fortify themselves in the great drawing room at just the moment chosen by Ellen for her practicing. This they did with an air of the utmost assurance, as if their great age in some fashion gave them precedence over all else in this world. Thus they would sit for hours talking volubly in a tongue which, so far as Ellen was concerned, might have been Greek or Romanian. But gradually, as she came to understand a word here and there, the mystery surrounding their impassioned conversation was dissipated, and out of the fog there emerged the prosaic fact that their excitement had no foundation. They became as wild over the price of cheese or the health of Criquet as if they had been engaged in a battle to preserve la gloire de la patrie. Yet they were all rich, the very fingers which they shook so violently in the excess of their excitement glittered with diamonds and emeralds. And presently, as her knowledge of French increased, Ellen came to the dismal realization that the bulk of their talk was concerned with gossip. Gathered in a cluster about the blind old woman, they tore reputations as they might have torn cheesecloth. The words maîtresse and intrigue leapt from the conference a score of times within a single afternoon. Heads wagged and crape flowed, for all of them were so old that they were perpetually in mourning for a husband or a brother or sister. Indeed, they went beyond this and mourned darkly the demise of the most remote cousins. Madame Dacian, the youngest of the lot and the one whom Mrs. Callender had mentioned so long ago, had a way of narrowing her green eyes and saying, "Tiens, tiens," over some choice morsel, with an air of sniffing a bad smell. There were times when Ellen felt that if she said tiens, tiens, another time she would strangle her. Madame Dacian was Russian but no better than the rest. They were all, Ellen came to understand, like the women of the town. They visited Madame Gigan because she was blind and did not go out, and the remainder of their time, it seemed, was spent in collecting morsels for the delectation of the old woman. There was but one thing which diverted the stream of their gossip, and this was the mention of the sacred name of Bonaparte. She gathered, after a time, that there was a Prince Bonaparte in whom the existence of all of them had found its core. She learned to her astonishment that they ignored the very existence of the Republic. A tottering old man, the son of a plumber's daughter and a dubious prince who was a homicide, all this she gathered from their talk, was, to them, a shining figure invested with all the glory of the Corsican's golden bees. At length, when she could bear it no longer, Ellen had a piano brought in and placed in one of the great empty chambers in the gallery above the drawing room, and there she played for hours in defiance of Le Prince and his court of old women below stairs. There were times when the music, especially the compositions of some of the hateful new composers, became so violent that it threatened to drown the gossip of Madame Gigon's cronies. At such moments the blind old woman would raise her sightless eyes toward the ceiling and observe to the others, "That is Madame Cheyne's cousin. She is a violent woman, une femme sauvage. She suffers from an excess of élat." At which Madame de Sienne would wag her head and observe, "Tiens. Tiens. Perhaps if she had a lover it would help." A young widow like that, during the long months two things sustained her. One was, of course, the old passion for her music. The other was Jean. As they came to know each other, a warm and touching affection developed between them, for the boy, despite the good manners and the quiet grave charm born of his long association with older people, had in him a spark which the presence of his cousin fanned into a flame. The life he led was, to be sure, of a queer sort, a life spent almost entirely within the walls of the beautiful old house with little company save old Madame Gigon, her fat dogs and the fussy music master who came twice a week to give him lessons. It was a somber, quiet life which changed only during the delirious summer months when, in company with his mother and old Madame Gigon, he went to stay in the country at Germigny-l'Évêque in the lodge of the park owned by Madame's nephew, the Baron. There he could ride a pony, sometimes alone and sometimes following his mother and the Baron on their long rides at early morning through the damp forest on the opposite bank of the Marne. And there were the farmers' boys for playmates. But in winter everything was changed. Until his cousin came from America he played alone day after day in the little park dominated by the white pavilion. The fascination of having a cousin, a real new cousin, seemed likely to endure forever. Indeed the power of the novelty was so great that at times he slyly deserted old Madame Gigon and made his way secretly up the long stairs and along the gallery to sit on the floor outside Ellen's door and listen, breathless, to the flood of music that welled up to fill all the house. When Ellen took him walking in the Bois she did not, like his mother, walk in an indolent regal fashion, she moved rapidly, quite the way a person ought to walk, and she talked of the people they passed and sometimes even halted beside the pond and threw stones far out into the water. The boy was, at that time, her only companion for, shut in by her ignorance of French and an incurable dislike for the stringy American students who sometimes sought her acquaintance, she had no opportunity for making friends. Yet she was content to be lonely, for she had always been so, save in two brief moments, once when she had been overcome by the presence of Calendar and again when Lily had wept and embraced her. Jean worshipped her without claiming any part of her. He was, in this, like his mother, for Lily, in the wisdom and indolence of her nature, allowed Ellen to go her own way. It may have been that in this grain of wisdom lay the secret of her charm and her power even over the old women who came to gather about Madame Gigon's chair and gossip. They succumbed to her like all the others, like the Baron. There were times when the presence of César troubled Ellen. During all those months the first hatred she had for him failed to abate, she came to tolerate him, perhaps because she saw that it was necessary just as once it had been necessary to tolerate Mr. Wick and the Bunces. She must have known that he worked against her. Yet in a strange, abstract fashion, she was able to understand the fascination of his hard and wiry masculinity. It was, of course, a thing which she herself could not have suffered for an instant, but she understood that to Lily it was a necessity. Beyond this point, however, her shrewd mind was unable to penetrate, it was impossible to fix the relationship of the pair. Lily never spoke of him, save in the most casual fashion. Indeed, Ellen, who could not bring herself to pry into such matters, never knew whether the Baron had been at Nice with her cousin or whether he had met her at the railway station. Madame Gigon spoke of him as her devoted nephew. She praised his virtues, and his constant presence at the house she interpreted as an interest in herself. At times Ellen could have cried out, "Rod! It's not your nephew who's supporting you and making you comfortable. It's Lily. And it's not you that he comes to see. It's Lily." But she said nothing. The strangest thing of all was that she did not much care what their relationship might be. Once it might have disturbed her, now she looked upon it as a matter of no concern, a thing which had nothing to do with her. Yet there were moments in the evenings when, sitting with them in the long drawing room, she felt vague, faint envy of her cousin. They came in the long silences when she would suddenly discover that Lily, so happy, so radiant, so lovely, in the long gowns of black velvet which she wore in the evening, was watching the Baron as he sat smoking his pipe, his feet stretched out before him toward the fire. The dogs adored him. He was the one person for whom they would desert Madame Gigon. It was then that Ellen became conscious of her loneliness as a distant, almost physical pain. She learned to kill the pain. Usually she rose, lighted a cigarette, and sitting at the piano, fell to playing wild and boisterous music out of the music halls. Miss Rebecca Schunberg did not abandon her. She came once or twice to the house, where her bright shiny eyes penetrated every corner. She inspected, absorbed Madame Gigon and, having exhausted the possibilities of the old woman, put her forever out of her mind. She would, no doubt, have found marvelous material in Lily and the Baron, but, as chance had it, they were never present. She took Ellen with her to the theatre and twice to the opera, once to hear the inevitable Louise and once to hear Götterdämmerung, with all the guttural power of its German diction ironed out into smooth, elegant French. They called it Le Crépuscule de Dieu, a whimsy which caused Ellen endless mirth. And at the end of 2 months, the restless Jewess, having placed Ellen with an excellent teacher of French, left the Ritz and set out to visit an aunt who was married to a rich Gentile merchant in Riga. But before she left she said to Ellen, "When I return we will arrange some entertainments. You must know the right people. That is vastly important. You must be modern, because during the next 10 years to be modern will be to be chic." It occurred to Ellen that Miss Schunberg, with remarkable speed, had undertaken the position of guide and messenger toward the heights of success. She was like a trainer who had taken in charge a new animal to teach it a whole set of tricks. She did not protest, because Rebecca Schunberg did not annoy her, on the contrary she was vastly amusing. In her restless energy there was a quality akin to the vitality of Ellen herself. They went everywhere, they saw everything, they absorbed the people about them, and returned late at night as fresh as they had started. Vitality, observed Rebecca, as they lunched at the Ritz on the day she left for Riga, is 9/10 of success. With 1 grain of genius and 9 of vitality, any one can succeed. As she made this observation, she regarded Ellen with an intense and speculative scrutiny. The girl was looking about her with a naive interest in the people who sat near them. Her whole manner was one of a vast wonder, as if she thought, Ellen Tolliver, lunching at the Ritz in Paris. It is not possible that I am awake. Miss Schunberg must have seen that she was still a bit crude, still not quite free of the multitude, but she had an unmistakable air, a certain distinction born in her which had to do with the superb poise of the head, the slight arch of the nose and the line of the throat. It had been sharpened and polished mysteriously during the few months in Paris. The clothes were right for her style, simple almost to severity, fitting the tall, strong, energetic body to perfection. They came from dressmakers, Miss Schunberg reflected, who knew their business. Madame Shane must have had taste to have guided the girl so well. A touch here and there and she would be perfect. What she lacked was a sense of the bizarre which the public expected from artists. There was plenty of time to accomplish that. As I was saying, continued Miss Schonberg, over her coupe marron, vitality is everything. I once saw Mary Garden at a rehearsal on a stage cluttered by the jumbled scenery of Pelleas and Melisande. There were scores of people on the stage, carpenters, musicians, a director, journalists, all alive and moving about, but one didn't see them. One saw only Mary moving back and forth, in and out among them. No one else existed. It was a case of vitality. She is 99% vitality, nothing else. She hypnotizes the public. Why, she has even adapted the French language to suit her own ideas. The men and women who sat at the adjoining tables must have found them an interesting pair, they were both so neat, so trim, so raffined. It was not without reason that more than one person, in the years that followed, spoke of Ellen as resembling a fine greyhound. The one, it was plain, was a Jewess and very likely, if one could judge from the bright shrewd eyes, a clever one. The other might have been anything. Russian, French, American, Hungarian, it was impossible to say. And she was young and handsome. You must exercise, continued Miss Schonberg, so as not to lose your figure or your vitality. So after Miss Schonberg had gone, Ellen took up riding, a thing she had not done since the days when, as a wild young girl, she had ridden her grandfather's horses over fences and ditches without a saddle. And in the Bois, as in the Ritz, people came to notice her, that she rode magnificently and was dressed by the best of habit makers. Presently, Lily's friend Paul Schneiderman, who sometimes called at the house in the Rue Rainward to see young Jean, took to riding with her. He was a languid young man, devoted to the arts, who led a sybaritic life, but he came presently to rise at dawn in order to ride by her side through the dewy park. In those days, she did not forget her mother, on the contrary she wrote to her more frequently than she had ever done, and her letters were real letters, filled with the details of her progress. She wrote that Sanson had placed her with the proper teachers, that she had been to see the great Philippe and that everything had been arranged for her to work under him. She described Rebecca Schonberg. Sometimes in the letters that came from the town, Ellen discerned a note of subdued and passionate jealousy which had, somehow, taken the place of her mother's old distrust of Lily. She understood all that well enough. Hattie Tolliver hated Lily for giving her daughter all those things which she had herself desired so earnestly to give. But there was in Hattie's letters no sense of remoteness, not the faintest note of her having yielded the possession of her daughter. She treated Ellen still as a little girl. She saw her still as she had seen her on that last afternoon, a stiff, proud, awkward girl carrying her skates as she stepped through the door of the Tolliver house into the bright sunlight on her way to Walker's Pond. 40 was the death of old Julia Shane which set in motion the next event of importance to the Tollivers. Things happened like that in their family. For a time all would go forward, much as a wave moving in a great smooth swell approaches a reef, until presently some event interrupted and the courses of their lives had all to be redirected. The old woman was, perhaps, the center, the one who at that moment held all the skeins in her withered bony fingers. She chose at last to die, and so brought Lily back to the town and freed her niece, the faithful Hattie. Together they cared for old Julia, together they sat by the side of her bed and slowly, under the circumstances, being so close to death, there grew up between them a new and unaccustomed affection. It was Lily herself who, a day or two before her mother died, told Hattie that the old story about her having had a child was true. The existence of Jean shocked Mrs. Tolliver less than might have been expected, less even than she herself had expected it to do, perhaps because always deep in her heart she was certain that Lily had had a child born out of wedlock. It was old gossip, which she had endeavored always to crush, yet it was gossip which she knew had its foundations in truth. She knew it, always, just as she knew the days when it was certain to rain or to be windy. She could not have explained the feeling, save that she had always distrusted Lily's charm. One could not be like Lily and still be a good woman. For the sake of morality, she made known with an acute frankness her disapproval of such conduct, and when this had been done in conscientious fashion she came to the subject nearest to her heart, the question which interested her more profoundly at that moment than anything in the world. It happened a day or two after the funeral when the old Julia, dressed for the last time in her mauve taffeta, was borne through the flats past mills made silent by the long-awaited strike, up to the bleak hill where they buried her by the side of her brother-in-law, Jacob Barr, the pioneer. The two cousins, Lily and Hattie, sat together in the gloomy drawing-room before a fire of cannel coal, surrounded by pictures which stood in piles against the wall and rosewood furniture wrapped in ghostly cheesecloth. Shane's Castle, they both knew sadly, would no longer be a source of talk and excitement for the town. Harvey Seton need no longer view it distantly with all the cold horror of a Calvinist. Its history was ended, there would never be within its walls another gathering of the clan. The gentle melancholy which filled the old house had, it seemed, an effect upon the two women. Lily, clad in a loose gown of black velvet, sat watching her cousin with a curious look of speculation. She was as lovely as she had always been, so lovely, so gentle, so amiable that the Spartan Hattie in heart could not believe that she had changed her scandalous way of living. The older woman was, as usual, busy. It was as if her tireless fingers could cease only in sleep or in death. She sat now mending a bit of old lace which they had found while ransacking the vast attics of Shane's Castle. "I will mend it and send it to Ellen," she said. "It is fine lace, better than anything she will be able to get in Paris." Lily smiled, perhaps because Hattie thought so little of Paris and the laces it might offer, perhaps because it seemed to her that lace was so wildly inappropriate to Ellen. What was lace to a creature so proud and fierce, so ruthless? For she had discovered what the others had not known and what Hattie, even in the moments when her daughter hurt her most savagely, would never believe that Ellen was ruthless. "I am trusting you," she murmured over the lace, "to look out for Ellen. She is young and even if she is a widow she knows little of the world." Lily smiled again. She thought, as if it were possible for any man to seduce Ellen unless she chose to be seduced. She was born knowing the world. "Do you think she knows her way about with you away from her?" Lily leaned forward and touched her cousin's strong, skillful fingers. "Don't fret over Ellen," she said. "Why, Ellen is safer in Paris than I am. Nothing can ever happen to Ellen." She bent her head and the warm color came into her cheeks. "I mean nothing of the sort that could happen to me. Why, Ellen's complete. You don't understand how independent she is. She could go into the middle of Africa and land on her feet. She has no need of friends or guardians. Why, she's never even homesick." Hattie's fingers paused in their work. "Never?" she asked in a low voice. "Never." And Lily, understanding that she had hurt the proud woman, hastened to add, "Oh, not that she doesn't want to see you all. She speaks of you constantly. She wants some day to have you near her always. You see, now she has to work. I don't think you understand how ambitious she is." Slowly, as Lily spoke, the cloud passed a little from Mrs. Tolliver. When her cousin had finished, she raised her head and said in a low voice, "Oh, I know all that. I've been thinking about it all lately, thinking a great deal. Only I never understood why it was she never came home before she went to you. There were reasons, said Lily. Good reasons. One was that she hadn't the money and wouldn't ask you for it. She doesn't know that I discovered that, but I did. I know just how much money she had. When she came to me, there were only 7 francs left. Do you know how much that is? It's a little more than $1. That's all she had left. A girl who would take such a risk is not likely to fail. You'll see her famous someday, Hattie. You can be sure of that. You'll be proud of her. The fingers were busy again with the lace, and Lily knew suddenly that she had hurt Mrs. Tolliver again, this time in quite a different fashion. She had touched the old pride that had to do with money, that curious, hard vein of pride so incomprehensible to Lily, who had never thought of money, save only as something that was always at hand to make the wheels of life run smoothly. To think, murmured Mrs. Tolliver, that there wasn't enough money to bring her home to me. A tear slipping down the worn cheeks dropped into the web of old lace, and Lily hastened to speak. It wasn't only that, she said. Money would have made little difference. She couldn't have come back. She didn't dare to come. You see, she was discouraged. How can I say it? She told me the whole story. She said that if she had turned back then she would have been lost forever. She would have turned into a pitiful old maid like Eva Barr. She could never have married anyone in the town. There was no one with enough spirit. The ones with spirit, enough spirit for her, all leave the town. Then after a silence, you see, the death of her husband was so tragic. It hurt her. For a second Mrs. Tolliver raised her head and faced the beautiful cousin. She never loved him. I know that. Lily, a little frightened, kept silent for a time. She had come close to betraying the awful secret. No, she said, presently. I suppose she didn't love him. He was a creature without spirit, a nice man, but no mate for an eagle. You knew him? Asked Hattie. Where? You never told me that. I met him on the train, the last time I came here. I think, she added with a faint smile, that he was a little epris of me, a little taken by me. I know the signs. But he was terribly frightened, timid like a rabbit. And then Mrs. Tolliver came round again to the old observation. I always said he wasn't good enough for her. I couldn't see why she had anything to do with him. Ah, said Lily. You don't know your own daughter yet. Hattie. He helped her to escape. But she knew that Hattie would never believe such a thing. It was a strange circumstance that Lily, the Lily whom Hattie had always feared and distrusted, became in those days the one to whom the vigorous woman turned for comfort and companionship. Somehow the indolent Lily, so filled with understanding and knowledge of the world, served as a bond between the mother and the daughter in far-off Paris. She succeeded in softening all the wounds made by Ellen in the abrupt notes which came with an efficient regularity, for Lily possessed a great power in such matters. It was a power which had more to do with the sound of her warm, low voice than with any logic in the arguments she used. Her arguments were neither logical nor profound. Usually they were only observations as to the shyness of Ellen in all the range of affection, and the fierce ambition that tormented her. You will understand some day, she said, that all she is doing is more for you than for herself. It is because she wants you to be proud of her. I don't care about that. Hattie would say over and over again. Not very much. But I don't want her to escape me forever. I couldn't bear that. She's different from Fergus. He is warm and shows his love. But there are times when I'm afraid I'll lose Ellen forever. and Lily, in the depths of her placid mysterious soul, knew that here again it was a matter of possession, the same possession which the Baron must always have over herself, the possession which Ellen, without willing it, had exercised over poor Clarence. Hattie would not abandon her claim to her children. She could not say to Hattie, without hurting her, that her daughter was a creature whom none had possessed or ever would possess even quietly, secretly, as Lily knew that she possessed the Baron, despite all his boisterous show of domination. 41 On a grey winter morning early in the year 1912, the Tolliver family stood on the platform of the town station, a dirty affair covered with soot and shameful in a community so prosperous. There was no new station because none could be built so long as Shane's Castle stood upon the only site worthy of so grandiose a building as the town had planned. The old woman was dead, but her daughter Lily refused to sell, and Hattie Tolliver, standing now on the platform with the air of a field marshal surrounded by his troops, took satisfaction in this knowledge. Her family was on the retreat now before the onslaught of the mills, and she herself stood in command of the tiny rear guard. "They'd give a lot for that land," she remarked to her husband. "I hope Lily will keep it. She doesn't need the money." It was her parting shot at the town. She stood now, free of it forever, surrounded by her husband, her son Robert, and the everlasting Gramp. There was money in her pocket, money which Aunt Julia had left her, and so there were no perils ahead for a little time at least. And in her heart there were no qualms over leaving the place in which she had been born and lived a life filled with petty cares and worries. She regarded it, on the contrary, as a malignant desert from which two of her children had fled as soon as they were able, a pest hole filled with factories and furnaces which had ruined her husband and forced her into poverty. She left nothing behind her for which she had the faintest affection, for the dog was dead long since of old age. Out of a family whose founder had settled the wilderness on this spot, only one remained, the hard and pious Eva Barr. They were all gone, the uncles, the brothers, the cousins, the sisters, all of them, dead now or gone out into the world. Of this world, her ideas were still somewhat vague, for she never had been outside the borders of the state. It was perhaps a great, roaring place full of adventure, or again it might be very much like the county. It really made very little difference. She was free now, with money in her pocket, setting out at last in pursuit of her children. A little way off, wrapped in a shawl and the coonskin coat, Gramp Tolliver sat peering indifferently through the fog that had settled over the flats. In the depths of his heart, he respected his enemy. She stood there in command of the party, beside her son and her husband, so self-assured, so utterly fearless of the future. She might have been, he thought, a prophetess, a leader in an Old Testament migration. Only a week earlier there had been a skirmish between them over the matter of his possessions. Hattie had been for leaving them behind altogether with much of the family stuff. She had been for brushing aside carelessly all his shelves of books, his beloved rocking chair and the ponderous, antiquated desk. He would, she told him, be able to find all the books he wanted in the libraries of so great a city as New York. As if, indeed, books out of libraries were the same as his own, in which he had written along the borders such remarks as excellent, penetrating, or tosh, and rubbish. Gramp had learned long ago the great power which lay in simple inertia. By taking no course of action, one became the possession of other people. He knew that they could not cast him aside like a piece of old furniture. He was a relative, a father, and one could not abandon a father. So he waited, and when Hattie threatened not to send his books and chair and desk along with him, he had refused to go at all and threatened her wickedly with the awful scandal of staying behind and entering the poorhouse. He knew the keeper well, he said, lying, and there at least they would let him keep his books. In the end he had won. The desk, the rocking chair, and 10 cases of books had been shipped ahead. With those things he would be content. He would be able again to raise his sanctum somewhere among the buildings of New York. "The train is late," observed Hattie with irritation. "Why is it that it is never on time?" She spoke with the air of an experienced traveler Hattie who had never been outside the state. She begrudged every moment that she stayed in the town as a moment which kept her out of the future. Bidding her not to worry and observing that eventually the train would come as all trains did, her husband turned away and began to walk silently up and down the worn bricks of the platform, the same bricks, he remembered, that he had trod on the night he set out upon his futile pursuit of his daughter. It was one of those moments which occur sometimes between lover and mistress, between husband and wife, between those who have loved each other for years, a moment when it is impossible for the one to tell the other what is in his heart because it is quite beyond understanding. He could not say to her that he was sad because he was leaving so much that he had loved. She, his own wife who loathed it all so deeply, would think him a little mad. He could not say that he was sad because he would never again see the pleasant farms of the county, never again talk with his cronies of the grand circuit and quarrel about pop gears and how he had driven his latest race. Never again would he have those long arguments over horses in hotel bars and parlors during racing week, never again see the sap running from the trees in maple sugar time, never again talk with old Bayliss and Judge Wilkins about their Guernseys and Shorthorns. He was leaving a world which, despite all the disappointments it had brought him, he loved. There were friends in this world which it pained him to believe that he would never meet again. He was lonely in a way he had never known until now. For a moment, at the far end of the platform, the gentleman halted and fell to regarding his wife and his father with a strange and distant expression, as if they were strangers to him. The one was so restless, the other so indifferent. The one had love only for her children, the other had love for nobody and nothing. No, they could not understand. It was easy for them. Far off a whistle sounded and he saw his wife hasten for the 5th time to put all the luggage in order and pry old Gramp loose from his throne of indifference upon the baggage truck. At the sight he turned, and as he moved, walking slowly toward them over the worn bricks, it occurred to him that it was Ellen whom they were all pursuing and that he was being dragged along with all the others. He knew then what he had known before, that they would never recapture her. She was gone forever. From his eminence on the baggage truck old Gramp had been meditating the selfishness of Julia Shane. She had left Hattie a fat sum of money, enough to escape, but she had kept it until she died, allowing Hattie to live for years on the very edge of poverty. Poor Hattie! She never saw the reason, she never understood that the old woman had kept her poor so that she might have her by her side as illness and old age claimed her. It was poverty that gave Julia Shane possession over her niece, and she had guarded the possession until the day her will was read, long after she had grown cold in her grave on the bleak hill above the town. She was beyond help from Hattie now, and so, when she could keep her niece no longer, she had set her free. The train screeched over the crossing, through the mills and into the station, and Hattie, all agitation and worry now, jarred the old man loose from his meditation and steered him in the direction of their car. 5 minutes passed and the great locomotive with a series of demoniacal snorts pulled the train out of the station into the unknown. It carried an old man, a middle-aged woman, her mild husband and a boy. It was the last time that any of them ever saw the town that bore the name of Hattie's grandfather. 42 The house in Paris to which Sabina and Richard Calendar returned after their honeymoon stood in the Avenue du Bois de Boulogne. It belonged, properly speaking, to Therese herself, an enormous florid house of white stone built in the Baroque German style which came to dominate the new parts of Paris in the early part of the 20th century. In all honesty, it could be said that Therese was not responsible either for its architecture or its decoration. The house came to her in partial payment for the loans she had made a year or two before the mysterious collapse of the international banking firm, Wolff and Simon. It had been the property of Wolff, and Therese, examining it one day shortly after the transfer to her possession, decided that it would suit her admirably as a pied-à-terre in Paris. Instead of turning it into cash, she kept it and used it, unchanged, during her visits. Wolff, in the heyday of his prosperity, long before he shot himself after fleeing halfway across Europe from such tender creditors as Therese, had fancied himself as a collector of art. The house remained as a monument to his bad judgment in this matter. In a German fashion, he had absorbed quantities of sentimental pictures and rococo bronzes that hung or stood on marble pedestals between enormous second-rate tapestries. All pieces of any value had vanished long ago when Wolff, in a frantic effort to save the collapse of his firm, had summoned a dealer who stripped the place of its Degas, its Rodins, and even the Seurat and the Rousseau, which a mistress had led Wolff into buying against his will because she thought it chic to buy moderns. All that remained were remnants, grandiose, vulgar and sentimental, among which Therese Calendar moved and lived with as great an indifference as she displayed toward the solid house on Murray Hill. The vast mass of marble and tapestry satisfied, it seemed, an oriental longing for pomp and splendor. All that was Greek in her and much that was French exulted in this phantasmagoria of marble, red plush and mirrors. The house depressed Sabina from the very moment she crossed the threshold and beheld with a shudder the expanse of tessellated floor, the red plush stair rail, and the drawing room beyond with its modern gilt furniture set upon an authentic Savonnerie beneath sentimental German pictures of the Dresden school. Unlike her mother-in-law, she had an Anglo-Saxon feeling that a home should be a place in which one was surrounded by warm and beautiful things. To Therese Calendar, a house was a house. She owned houses in London, New York, Paris, and Constantinople. A house was simply four walls within which one found rich food and soft beds during the brief weeks between journeys from one capital to another, and so the houses she possessed, like the one in the Avenue du Bois and the one on Murray Hill, came to have the indifferent air of great caravanseries. The only rooms which might have attained the dignity of the word home were those occupied by the concierges and the caretakers. It was in this house, after the turbulence of her honeymoon, that Sabina found the time to analyze, with all her passion for such things, the exact character of her position. The process began during the first week when her husband, a little gruff over her dislike for the place, left her a great deal in solitude. She found that he expected her, during the day, to amuse herself. At night he was devoted enough, but the days clearly were to be his, to be spent among his friends of the Jockey Club and elsewhere. The afternoons she passed languidly in a sitting room which adjourned their bedchamber and had once served as a boudoir for the same mistress who led Wolff into buying a Seurat. Sabina understood perfectly the character of the room. Indeed, she found amusement in reconstructing from the evidence furnished by the atrocious house the character and history of the suicide banker, and, though she never knew it, she came miraculously close to the truth. The former boudoir had a marble floor on which were spread a tiger skin from India and a white bearskin from Siberia. There were mirrors on every side. The lady who had once occupied the room could not have turned her head without encountering a dozen reflections of her pink voluptuous body. Wolff, being a German and a Jew, was certain to choose that sort of mistress. The walls were covered with black satin on which had been painted a Parisian decorator's version of Tokyo in cherry blossom time. The chaise longue, fashioned like an Egyptian couch with carved lions' heads at both ends, stood almost hidden beneath great piles of cushions of fanciful design and color, mauve, yellow, green, crimson, and black, all decorated with a profusion of tassels and gold lace. Lying upon it, Sabina gazed at her innumerable reflections and thought that being a lady was much more satisfactory than being a demi-mondaine, only to laugh aloud the very next moment at the picture of her mother-in-law in respectable black satin and jet moving complacently about amid such vulgar and guilty splendor. But all her thoughts were not amusing ones. For a bride, they were remarkably cynical and disillusioned. She was troubled by the change which had come over Calendar since their marriage, a change of which she had become aware almost at the moment she turned away from the altar of St. Bart's. Being the wife of Richard Calendar, she understood, was not the same as being his friend. This new relationship had altered everything. As a friend she might have found him satisfactory until the day of her death, as a husband, she did not know. She was puzzled. It seemed to her that in gaining a husband, she had lost a friend. She understood, quite coldly and without conceit, that she was much more clever than most women of her age. She was not silly, she had few illusions. Nor was she, perhaps, romantic, though of this she could not be so certain. It puzzled her that in becoming the wife of Richard Calendar, she had forfeited so quickly the old understanding, the habit they had of exchanging jests and of mocking people in the manner of naughty school children. She had tried from the first to revive the old intimacy, but when he failed to respond to her sallies and regarded her with a queer look of disapproval, she had grown depressed. It was as if the new intimacy, so intensely physical with a man like Calendar, had killed the old, as if by becoming his wife she had attained a position immeasurably remote from that of his friend. Would he, she wondered, treat a mistress in this fashion, as if she were an institution? And an institution over which he had complete authority? It was not that she thought him in love with her. Reflecting now with some bitterness, she knew why he had married her. From his point of view, the time had come for him to marry, she was suitable, and he must have known that a woman so clear-headed would cause him no difficulties, no scenes, no unpleasantnesses. His mother had desired it because she liked Sabina and because it increased the already vast fortune for which she cared so tenderly. Lately, when they dined out together, she had come to understand even more that he had perhaps chosen her because she made the best of herself, because she was a woman of spirit who, on entering a room, made an impression. There was in Calendar a strange sort of vanity which demanded satisfaction, a vanity which was, perhaps, another and a masculine manifestation of his mother's passionate sense of property. It would have been impossible for him to have married a woman, no matter how pretty she might have been, who was simply commonplace, sweet, and insipid. He demanded in his wife an element of the spectacular. He had devoted himself to the tawny Lorna Vale, to the black and glittering Mrs. Sigourney, and to that strange, uncivilized musician from the Middle West. About them all, there had been a spectacular quality, an undercurrent of fierce vitality, of outward distinction from the mob which appeared to have fascinated him. She did not flatter herself that he had married her through desire, yet from the moment of their marriage he had been passionate after a fashion which shocked her. It was confusing to find that a man who was so polite and indifferent, so free from the little tendernesses which, to be honest, she had never expected, could at times display a passion so fierce and unexpected. It was as if in some way, love, passion, desire, she could not in his case define it precisely, were isolated, a thing apart. There were reasons enough why she had married him. He was a great match, women would have desired him even if he had not been rich. And, she reflected with astonishing coldness, to have won him in the face of so much competition was a triumph worth paying for with much unhappiness. It was a victory over women who hated her and had sought with all the bag of their nasty feminine tricks to outwit her. She had married him too because she had come very nearly to the conclusion that she could never fall passionately in love with any man, and that, therefore, it was far better to choose an interesting husband than a dull one. It was impossible, she felt, For love to survive such a passion as hers for dissection and analysis, love could not stand being pinned down and pulled apart. She did not then expect great love, and for the rest of it, Calendar had fascinated her as no other man had ever done, because he had always eluded her, just as he was eluding her now that he was her husband. In a sense, he offered her material vigorous enough to last a lifetime. More than once in the midst of such reflections there returned to her the memory of the night when the raw young creature, whom she now thought of as that musician, had fainted. She remembered how, on this occasion, she had regarded Calendar minutely as he stood, his hands clenching the back of a chair, watching the naked Burmese dancer swaying to the insidious rhythm of tom-tom and flageolet. She remembered how the dancer and the barbaric music had shocked her a little as being wildly out of place in the big stuffy drawing room. It was music which to her meant very little save that it was mildly exciting. Upon Calendar and his mother it had produced the most astonishing effect. Could it be that in this lay the clue alike to his fascination and to her failure to fathom that obscure thing which people called his soul? Though he had been her husband, even her lover, for a long time, she knew him no better than she had known him on the night of his mother's absurd soirée. And lying in that preposterous boudoir that had once belonged to the mistress of Wolf, she found herself admitting that slowly and certainly he was gaining complete possession of her imagination. It troubled her because she valued above all else in the world her own aloofness. So long as she did not lose her sense of being a spectator, no one could hurt her, not even her own husband. It troubled her too because she could not be certain whether this new interest had any relation to love or whether it had its roots in a sort of perverse attraction, fundamentally intellectual in quality, an attraction which carried an element of the sensual hitherto entirely foreign to her nature. Day after day she found herself smiling over the thought that this sensual attraction should have been a little shocking and was not. In one sense he had overwhelmed her. He was a cruel, a passionate lover. If she had been less intelligent, more innocent, more sentimental, he might have wounded her very soul, but the curse which made romantic love impossible also saved her. Never, for more than a passing moment, had he been able to dissipate her awful awareness. He had come to her, after all, from Lorna Vale, from Mrs. Sigourney, perhaps even from that American girl, though of this she could not be certain, and, doubtless, from many other women. So much experience, she understood, made him dangerous to any woman possessed of curiosity. During those first weeks in Paris, it amazed Sabina to find that her husband knew so few of his own countrymen. He told her that most Americans who chose to live in Paris were either silly or depraved, and so revealed for the first time the fact that he did not consider himself American. He became sulky when she asked him to dine with a school friend of hers whose husband chose to live in Paris. "I know her husband," he answered in contempt. "He is an ass who tries to live like the French. He's not a Frenchman. His money comes out of a New England shoe factory." But he went all the same, perhaps because she managed to convey to him without saying it, that he was neglecting her. During the day she spent a great deal of time with friends and acquaintances, mostly women who had married foreigners of one sort or another. In their company she went from shop to shop buying an endless number of clothes. The same taste which caused her to shudder at the monstrous house in the Avenue du Bois led her to love clothes passionately. She knew too that beautiful clothes satisfied the strain of vanity in her husband which demanded a wife who was dressed with taste and distinction. She had begun already to plan how she might attract and keep him. One evening, while they were dressing for the opera, he said to her as she came out of the boudoir and faced him, "It is true what Jacques said at the club today. It takes the Parisian to make the clothes and the American to wear them. The Americans are the best dressed women in the world." And he looked at her in such a way that she grew warm suddenly in the knowledge that her figure was superb, that her shoulders were marvelously white and beautiful, and that her clothes were perfect. Until lately she had dressed, like most American women, for the sake of other women. Now she understood that, without knowing it, she had been dressing of late to please a man, because she had found one who understood the beauty and importance of clothes. There was, despite all her other doubts, great satisfaction in that. She discovered too that his friends were not among the Americans and the English but among the French and the Russians. She found herself, night after night, at dinners watching him as he stood, straight, dark and handsome, his queer grey eyes wrinkled a little with laughter, talking to some friend who was a foreigner, and at such moments she was aware of his great difference from her own people. He was, in some obscure fashion, linked with that preposterous boudoir and its florid decorations. Perhaps, secretly, he really liked the awful house as much as his mother liked it. She saw too, with the green eyes which took in everything, that the women about her were intensely conscious of him, and she knew then that she had been at the same time lucky and tragically unlucky. It would be so easy for him, a man of so much intelligence and a beauty like that of a fine animal. Toward the end of the first winter, a day or two after she had made certain that she was to have a baby, she interrupted her shopping long enough to have lunch at the Ritz. She had a table, alone, in one corner of the big room and, having no one to talk with her, she fell to observing the types at the other tables and reflecting upon the vulgarity and self-conscious glitter which marked the patrons of such hotels the world over. So she was startled when she found that the personality of someone who entered the room at that moment had the power of distracting her. Two women came in together and stood for a time surveying the room. The one, it was she who was disturbing, was tall, slender, and handsome, dressed smartly in a black suit with a black fur. The other, plainly a Jewess, who understood perfectly the manipulation of head waiters, was small, with a Faraday, good-natured face and an energetic, chattering manner. They took a table at a little distance so that Sabina was able to watch them. In the beginning, as she realized that there was some reason for her having noticed the pair, she became aware of a sense of familiarity in the taller woman. Then, as she watched them, the reason became quite clear. It was the American girl, the musician, in Paris and in the Ritz of all places, and no longer dowdy but handsomely dressed. By long-established precedent, Sabina made no move toward approaching the newcomer. It was her habit to avoid involving herself with too many people. Such a course made life far too tiresome and complicated. She had known the girl well enough, but there was no point now in renewing the acquaintance. Indeed, it seemed idiotic even to consider the idea. Vaguely, she reflected, it was a good idea to leave what was well enough alone. But the old, insatiable curiosity had been aroused. She found herself puzzled as to the presence of Ellen Tolliver, that was her name, in Paris. She had been poor. She had been, she told Sabina during those stark conversations in the house on Murray Hill, hindered by 100 obstacles. Yet here she was, in Paris, dressed handsomely in clothes which the appraising eye of Sabina told her had come from one of the best establishments, probably Worth or Chanel. Sabina was curious too regarding the whereabouts of the husband whom she had once mistaken very stupidly for the girl's lover. And slowly, in the midst of the noisy room filled with a fantastic assortment of people, there rose in her memory a picture of that vulgar apartment, the Babylon Arms, and a glimpse as they opened the door of the tiny top-floor flat, of a mild little man in shirt sleeves. What had become of him? She remembered too the confidences which she had exchanged with her mother-in-law in the days when the young musician seemed so near to upsetting their carefully laid plans. Mrs. Callender had mentioned the mild little man, saying, "I'm certain the girl doesn't care a fig for him. She's tied to him by pity." That's all. But we can be thankful for him. He stands between her and Richard. Where was the little man to whom she was tied by pity? Anyone noticing Sabina as she made ready to leave the dining room might easily have taken her for an adventuress. She drew her veil over her face and holding her fur almost up to her eyes, she hastened out, taking care on the way that her back was toward the tall girl and the busy little Jewess. In the battle between an overwhelming curiosity and a vague instinct of fear, it was fear which, unaccountably, won the victory. As her motor, very small and very expensive, sped away along the Rue de Rivoli and across the white spaces of the Place de la Concorde into the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, Sabina succumbed to an inexplicable sense of depression. It occurred to her that she did not really know whether the girl had ever been the mistress of her husband. She could not even be certain that Calendar had ever asked Ellen Tolliver to be his wife. Therese Calendar had the word of the girl that there had been nothing, yet with Calendar, it was impossible to know. If he had asked her to marry him, it must have been but a step toward seducing her from her husband, the mild little man. It did not occur to Sabina that with two women a man might be two quite different persons. The motor sped smoothly along the asphalt past the Élysée Palace, around the Arc de Triomphe and on toward the huge house in the Avenue du Bois. It might be, she thought, that Calendar himself knew the girl was in Paris. It might even be that he had arranged it for her to be there. And again Sabina reflected that in her good fortune there was a tragic element of bad luck. Calendar came in late for tea. She heard the footman speaking to him as he came through the vast hall across the tessellated floor. She waited for him, sitting behind the silver tea things in the small sitting room at the back of the house, and as he entered she was seized again by the disturbing fear of losing herself. He kissed her, casually, and said, "Well, have you had a busy day?" "Nothing. I went shopping with Madeline and lunched alone at the Ritz." She might easily have added, "And whom do you think I saw there?" But she did not. On the contrary, she said, "It's a funny show, the Ritz." "And you? What have you done?" She did not hear his answer, because her attention was swallowed up by a sharp sense of his presence, a vivid image of the dark face and the fine, muscular hand as he raised his silk kerchief in a familiar gesture to stroke his mustaches. In the back of her mind a small voice told her that it was perilous and awful to have such emotions. She poured his tea but he did not drink it. "I'll have a glass of port," was his reply. And then, "I had luck today. I won 11,000 francs at Baccarat, playing with Henry and Posselt, the Russian." "Good," was her reply, and again it was not what she might have said. This gambling worried her. It was not that he would bring them to poverty by it, that was almost impossible. But there was in her mind a feeling of disgust at the picture of men spending 5 hours of daylight in gambling. She tried to reproach herself by the thought that the idea was American and provincial. But she understood why his mother sometimes reproached him for not thinking more of his business. Always he retorted that she liked business and he did not. There was silence and presently Sabina said, "I wonder, Dick, if we can't do something about this house, either take one of our own or clear out some of this rubbish. It's very comfortable. There's every luxury." She laughed. "Too much luxury. I feel at times like a kept woman." Wolf had it for his mistress. "I'm sure he did." Calendar smiled. "That's true," he replied. "Some of it is very bad, but can't we stick it out until spring? We'll go to the country then or to England for a time." She had spoken of the matter before and the answer had always been the same. She now revived the discussion without hoping for any solution. She wanted to know whether he really liked it, whether he was really linked in some way to the extravagance of that awful boudoir. Watching him as she spoke, she believed that he did. For a time they smoked in silence, and then Sabina, crushing out the ash of her cigarette, observed with a magnificent air of indifference, "I wonder what has become of that American girl, the musician. You remember, Miss Tolliver was her name." She saw that he looked at her sharply, and then, disarmed by her indifference, that his face assumed an expression which matched her own. "I don't know. I suppose she's still in New York. She was very talented. She planned to come to Paris someday. If she does, it would be a nice thing to do to look her up." Her husband smiled before he answered her, a quiet amused smile such as he used to display when he caught his mother in some intricate feminine plot. "I don't see why we should. She probably wouldn't like it. After all, it wouldn't be the same, would it?" From this she could make nothing. All that he had said might mean anything at all. It seemed to her that the more she talked, the more confusing, the less clear everything became. "I simply happened to think of her. She's a remarkable girl. She's had a struggle from the beginning." "A damned fine lot," was his comment. "You'll hear from her someday. She must have understood that all her slyness was of no use, that methods such as this brought her nowhere, for she fell silent after this until Dick rose and said, "Shall we go up? My nerves are on edge from playing all afternoon. I think I'll sleep a bit." Then, while she watched him, as from a great distance, it occurred to her that all this was scarcely the behavior of a bridegroom on his honeymoon. It was, on the contrary, as if already they had been married for years. As she rose to go with him, a sudden decision crossed her mind. Without thinking why she was employing it, she used the one stake which she had at hand. "Dick," she said abruptly, "I am going to have a baby." He turned, and into his face came an expression of pleasure the like of which she had not seen there before. He smiled and, moving toward her, took her gently into his arms. "That's fine," he said softly. "That's wonderful." And she felt him kiss her gently after a fashion that was new and disarming. It was neither a casual kiss, nor a passionate one, those two moods she knew very well. This was something new. She felt almost that she were an animal, a pet for whom he had a great affection and a strong desire to protect. "Your mother will be pleased," she said, frightened again by the old dread of losing herself. She was ashamed too that he should feel her tremble so. "She will be delighted. She wants an heir. She thinks I'm not much good at taking care of all her money." And he kissed her again in the same tender fashion. "But it might be a girl." He laughed a little. "No, I'm lucky. Think of my 11,000 francs. But she saw that he wanted a boy, desperately, that he was not in the least interested in a girl. It was very foreign of him, that desire for someone to carry on the name, to inherit all the fortune. After they had gone up the stairs with the rail of red plush, he came into the sitting room again to kiss her gently and to ask if she were feeling well, and when he had gone, Sabina, as she lay in the darkness among the gaudy pillows of the chaise longue, understood clearly and bitterly for the first time the change which their marriage had brought about. He was being gentle and loving not because she was a woman or because he loved her, but because she had become now by the course of nature an institution, a wife, a prospective mother. He was being tender not toward her but toward an idea. He placed her a little apart, so that the old sense of companionship was no longer possible. She was a symbol now, the wife and mother who was the rock and foundation, the one who produced sons to carry on name and property, but not by any chance the one who was loved because she was a woman. 43 Of all the events, the emotions, and the tragedy that occurred during the turbulent years spent in the Babylon Arms, nothing had hurt Ellen so much as the fashion in which Mrs. Callender, after such a show of friendship and interest, vanished quickly and completely from her life. Even the affair with the son and the death of Clarence had in them elements which her feminine mind found not unpleasing. There was a certain romance in the idea that it was herself whom Calendar really desired and not Sabina at all. There was even more romance, though perhaps a trifle bitter, in the idea that a man had taken his own life because he loved her too much to spoil her existence. In her headlong fashion, she was conscious that these elements contributed to her own personality, they made her an important figure with enhancing shades of romance and tragedy. That the facts were known to so few persons as to be almost secret, only increased their fascination. Sometimes, as she walked along the boulevards or rode in the bois beside Schneiderman, paying little heed to the accompaniment of his pretty speeches and comment upon people, pictures, or music, she found herself filled with a triumph at her secret knowledge. She thought, people who see me and talk with me little know all that has happened. They do not know that they are talking with a powerful person. They do not know the mystery and tragedy. She began even to think that she had consciously planned each step of her progress, and she came after a time to forget that all that had happened to her had been born either of headlong impulse or through some senseless operation of circumstance. Nevertheless, there were times when she grew troubled by a sensation of insecurity. Mrs. Calendar had deserted her without a word. Rebecca might easily do the same. It was only Lily in whom she placed any real trust. With Lily there were ties of family and of blood. She was troubled too because she knew that there was still need of the Jewess. For all the arrogance that came more and more to assert itself in her nature, for all the confidence and the secret triumph with which she looked out upon the strangers who passed by her on the boulevards and in the bois, she understood that she was not yet ready to stand alone. She needed the guidance of persons like the gentle Schneiderman and the busy Rebecca. They knew the world, they knew the tricks by which one advanced to fame, they knew the people who were the right ones to know. She could not try her own wings because they were not yet strong enough. Yet she must have the aid of such as Schneiderman and Rebecca without once acknowledging it. The old, twisted pride forbade her to lean upon any of them. It was a hard business. And she would pull in her horse so that the languid Schneiderman might come abreast of her and talk without having to shout at her back. She would smile indifferently at him and say, "It is a beautiful morning. Look at the dew shining beneath the hedge. And the spider webs like nets of shining silver." Sometimes Schneiderman rode silently by her side, stealing glances at the color in her cheeks and the blue-black of her hair as she rode so straight and so proud and yet so careless of her horse, reining him in at will or galloping him madly through the long tunnels under the dripping linden trees. He was a tall thin man with an arched nose and a blonde drooping mustache, rather pale and mild, who never disputed with her the choice of bridle paths or the hour they were to return. She understood that he was interested in her. He had helped her with her accent, though in this they had made little progress, for she had a stubborn, careless way of sticking to her own version of the tongue, just as she had never lost completely her way of saying dog for dog and water for water, and persisted in the burr which came to her doubly through a Scottish heritage and a Middle Western childhood. She suspected sometimes that he might even be falling in love with her, and this made her knit up her brows and scowl at him furtively. She did not want him, even with all his money. She had had one husband who was mild and gentle and a bit stupid. Schneiderman was, to be sure, more intelligent than Clarence, and he knew far more of the world. It amused her to talk with him of music and art and politics, but a relationship more intimate was to her inconceivable. Aside from this worldly knowledge, he was like Clarence. He possessed the same humbleness, the same physical paleness. It annoyed her to believe that she attracted only men who must be dominated. Yet there was Calendar. Unconsciously she came to compare the humbleness of Schneiderman and Clarence with the cat-like virility of Calendar. It was as if she were putting aside all other men in the knowledge that some day, at some time if she waited long enough, she would come to possess him. Yet when she thought of him, as she frequently did after she had gone up to the luxurious room looking out upon the white pavilion, she grew angry at the memory of that last visit to the Babylon Arms. He had watched her, cat-like, until, driven by some obscure desire, he could no longer play the game of waiting. She came slowly, as she grew to know and understand the world, to see that he had looked upon her always as a naive and helpless creature, awkward and a little ridiculous. It gave her a sort of restless and unhappy satisfaction that she had shown herself the more powerful. It was not strange that she did not encounter the Calendars in Paris. The world in which they moved was more remote from hers than the Babylon Arms had been from the house on Murray Hill. True, the crepe-hung Madame de Cian was an acquaintance of Therese, but Ellen took good care that this fat, Badies and gossip should never learn of her acquaintance with the Calendars, and so it did not occur to Tiens ever to mention them. Of their life Ellen sometimes read a paragraph or two in the Daily Mail or the Herald. They were off to New York or England or had just returned to their house in the Avenue du Bois. She knew nothing of the feverish, cosmopolitan society which surrounded them, nothing of the seedy, impoverished royalists who were the poor relations of Therese and lived in fine, damp, decaying houses in the remote provinces, clinging to the splendor of the past because so little else remained. She knew nothing of the rich American women who had married titles. At the lovely old house in the Rue Rainward there were always the friends of Lily and Madame Gigan, dowdy, bourgeois and dull, among whom Lily moved with the calm of perfect security, as the one American who had ever penetrated with any success the inmost circle about the doddering Prince Bonaparte. The presence of so vigorous and arrogant a creature as Ellen they resented bitterly and sometimes openly, so that Ellen in the end was thrown for companionship, a thing of which she stood very little in need, upon Rebecca Schonberg, Schneiderman and all their hodgepodge of musicians, artists, writers, and patrons of art. Rebecca, as the months turned into years, had come to devote more and more of her time to the house in the Rue Rainward. When she returned from Danzig, or Rome, or Vienna or wherever it happened to be, she came day after day to Numero 6 where it was her habit to sit quietly in the big empty music room and listen with extraordinary attention while Ellen played hour upon hour. She watched Ellen's progress with an interest of such intensity that Ellen at times grew ill-tempered and wished heartily that the sandy-haired creature would disappear forever. She would, doubtless, have committed some act to sever their relationship forever, save that always in the back of her mind was the certainty that the Jewess was valuable to her. It was really the sense of Rebecca's domination which at once annoyed and confused her, otherwise she liked her well enough. It was Rebecca who suggested the number of hours which she should practice, it was Rebecca who bullied her into going out in the world, it was Rebecca who insisted on helping her choose her clothes, it was Rebecca who even brought to the Rue Rainward people who sent Madame Gigan into the most distant part of the house where she would be safe from the noise of their violent, modern music. It was Rebecca who at times set the house by the ears and threatened to bring about an open quarrel between Ellen and the Baron. For a long time the enmity between these two had grown less and less concealed. Lily must have sensed conflict and in her quiet, indolent way have chosen to pretend that no strain existed. There was irony in the fact that a woman who sought only quiet and leave to do as she pleased should have found herself suddenly the battleground between two natures so violent. In dealing either with insolence or domination Lily had no difficulty, always she had gone quietly her own way, achieving in the end by some unviolent coup her own desire. When she chose, even the dark, bumptious César obeyed her as a pet dog might have obeyed. She was even able to cope with Ellen, though she seldom interfered, in the very midst of the girl's most stubborn moods. Yet when César and her cousin came into conflict, she grew helpless, it was like living perpetually on the edge of a volcano. She knew, perhaps by instinct, what it was that caused the trouble, that each of them sought to rule the household. So the peace had gone presently from the lovely old house. On one side were ranged César and his aunt, the blind old Madame Gigan, reinforced by the cohorts of crape-laden old women who came to her salons and impressed upon her the sense of her injury. On the other were ranged Ellen and her ally, the shrewd Rebecca. Between the opposing armies stood Lily, who wished only peace and luxury and indolence. One night early in May, before Lily's household had moved to Germigny, Rebecca failed to appear for a concert they had planned to attend. There had been good reason. An aunt of Rebecca's, very rich, had arrived without warning from Vienna. Yet Ellen was unreasonable and believed that Rebecca had failed her deliberately. She had gone out for a time to walk sullenly along the Seine, and when she returned, she went silently to her room and locked the door. The disappointment, the softness of the evening, the look of the lights floating in the river, all these things created an overwhelming and terrible nostalgia. Once inside the room, she flung herself down on the canopied bed, her blue-black hair all tossed and disheveled, and, weeping, reproached herself bitterly. She was, she believed, a horrible creature. She had treated her mother cruelly. She had forgotten the existence of her brother of Fergus, with his humorous blue eyes and magical sympathy and his uncanny way of understanding what it was that terrified her, what it was that made her unhappy, what it was that drove her on and on without rest or peace. She saw too her father, a mild man who loved her without making any claim, without once speaking of love. On all these she had turned her back in a heartless fashion. And Clarence, poor Clarence, was always with her in these terrible moments of solitude. She knew him then as she had never known him in life. She saw him with a terrible clarity, moving about meekly with the awful look of pleading in his near-sighted eyes. He had not been like that in the beginning. He had changed while he lived with her, changed, as it were, beneath her very eyes. And she saw him too as he lay for the last time on the divan of the little flat in the Babylon Arms, peaceful at last and untermined by a woman who always eluded him, a woman whom he loved so much that he made way with himself that he might hinder her no longer. And him she could never repay. It was impossible even to explain or to beg for forgiveness, though he would have said, no doubt, that there was nothing to forgive. Then, growing a little more quiet, she asked herself in one of her rare moments of reflection what power had driven her to act as she had done. To this there was no answer. It was quite beyond her. She knew, as indeed she had always known, that she must go her way, solitary and ruthless, to fulfill a rather shadowy ambition, a confused desire for vindication, a hunger for the sight of the world at her feet. It would do no good now to turn back, because such a course could only create disaster. Sitting up among the pillows of the canopied bed, she fell to staring hopelessly into the darkness. For a long time she sat thus, pale and disheveled, her long black hair streaming over the crimson peignoir. She had discovered an awful thing. She, Ellen Tolliver, who had wanted only to be free, was entangled and caught beyond all escape. She could not turn back. She could only go forward along the path which she herself had chosen, and it was a lonely path, a path so enveloped in solitude that she fell to weeping again over the desolate waste of its loneliness. There was a moon which painted all the garden outside with a pale green light. The pastry cake pavilion of Le Notre had turned to silver, and the leaves of the old plane trees, rustling together now in the soft spring air, cast black shadows across the white terrace. Lured by the faint stream of silver that spilled in through the darkness at the tall window, Ellen rose presently and, sitting on the chaise longue, looked out over the garden. Tonight the familiar, distant sound of the boat whistles along the Seine seemed very close. The hoofs of a horse passing along the cobblestones of the Rue de Passy struck up a slow tattoo that leapt the garden wall and came up to the very window. It was a foreign horse, passing along a foreign street, and the garden had become remote and melancholy with a new sort of beauty. It was as if she suffered from an enchantment, as if all that had happened since the day she had gone off to skate alone on Walks Pond had been an hallucination, detached from all reality. She might wake and find herself once more in the shabby comfortable sitting room of the house on Sycamore Street. Still it could not be a dream, because if she returned to that shabby room, she would find it occupied by strangers she had never seen. Her mother would no longer be there, darning in the firelight, nor her father sleeping on the great divan, nor Fergus, nor Robert. They were all gone now, gone, strange to say, in pursuit of herself. Perhaps one day they would come as far as this lovely garden. Ma would like it only because her children were there, but Fergus would know its meaning, how much of old beauty that was beyond expression lay in the silver pavilion, in the mottled trunks of the old trees, and in the black filigree of shadows across the white terrace. If only Fergus could be there, she would not be lonely. And for the first time in all her life, she became sharply aware of the passing of time. She heard it rushing past her and knew that slowly, like a tide rising upon a beach of shingle, the years were stealing upon her, the years and a desperate haunting loneliness which it seemed impossible ever to escape. Sitting there in the moonlight, the whole of the past rose up in a queer, muddled procession. There had been in the progression of events neither rule nor reason. Fate, one might call it, but fate was a silly name. It meant nothing, it could not explain how Clarence had turned toward her and so changed all the course of her existence. It did not explain Mr. Wick and his muddled part in the suicide of Clarence, it did not solve that sudden, passionate interval with Richard Calendar. It was all senseless and muddled. People might judge her as hard and cold and calculating, but that, she thought, would be unjust. She had been forced to make her own way, to clear her path by the best means at hand. She had tried always to do it without harm to others. She was not, like Sabina Kane, born with all that one needed in this world. If she had been born, having those things, she might have been more happy, less lonely, less aloof. Sabina, she reflected bitterly, had everything, wealth and friends and happiness. Even her husband had been delivered into her hands, a man who, if chance had been less cruel, might not have been hers. She envied Sabina. So she fell to thinking of Calendar. What might have happened if she had hurt Clarence deliberately and gone away with her lover? Calendar would have married her. She would have been rich. She would have been free. There would have been no more of this struggle. But she could not be certain. For the first time, thinking of him now out of the detachment of her loneliness, she doubted him. He might not have married her, after all. Why should he have done it? And if he had married her, he might not have been stronger than this other thing which kept driving her on, this terrible ambition that was like a disease with which one was born. What would love have been with a man like Calendar? She trembled a little at the memory of him, grown softer now with the passing of time and more sentimental. With Clarence love had been a poor timid growth, choked and inarticulate, a thing that somehow he made shameful. Calendar was not like that. Love with him must be a great glowing passion that would overwhelm all else, even her own terrible awareness. She sighed and bound up her hair. All that had passed long ago and was done. She might die now without ever knowing anything more wonderful than the stifled, timid embraces of Clarence. Idly, out of nowhere, into her brain there strayed presently a memory of old Julia Shane. It had happened when Ellen was a little girl and she could not think why she had remembered it, yet unaccountably it was there in her head, very clear, like an old photograph found by chance after many years. She saw old Julia sitting in the big drawing room of Shane's castle on a Christmas day talking with Grandpa Bar. She was thin and hawk-like and leaned forward now and then on her ebony stick to give the coals in the grate an angry poke. She had been quarreling with the vigorous old man, and presently she said sharply, poking the fire for emphasis, "Fate? Pooh! Robert. Fate is no great tide that sweeps everything before it. It is a river that goes this way and that, and the smart fellow is the one who jumps when it turns in his direction. Aunt Julia has been right. Fate was like that, and, Ellen reflected, she had jumped when she saw it coming her way, but by ill luck she had jumped sometimes full into the midst of the stream and been swept along by it. Lost in this sudden memory, she was interrupted sharply by a murmur of voices arising from the garden. Without stirring she listened and, presently, recognizing that one was Lily's and the other that of the Baron, she made no attempt to move out of hearing. Once, a long time ago when she had first come to Paris, she would have moved away or have let them know by some sign that she was nearby, watching and listening, but that time had long gone by. She listened now either because she was shameless or because in the mood of the moment it did not matter what things she learned. And in some way the sight of the two dark figures, moving so close to each other up and down the white terrace, dissipated the terrible loneliness. The pair below her knew, no doubt, that Madame Gigan was long since snoring among the gimcracks of her bedroom, and they believed that she herself was out, at the theatre with Rebecca. In the French manner, the servants did not matter. It is probable that of all the people in the house they knew most of Lily and her life. The Baron's voice, deep and rich, drifted up to the open window. "Jean, you say, will be back from school in June." He wore his uniform, and the perfection of its lines emphasized all the trim, masculine hardness of his slight figure. Beside him in her black gown, with the stole of sable thrown round her for warmth, Lily was soft and lovely. His voice, it seemed, caressed her. "He is growing big now, 14. Think of it," he laughed softly. "You with a big boy of 14. It is impossible, incroyable." Lily said something which was not audible and then, "Yes. We must be more careful. He will begin to see things. In England boys are not so sharp, at least not about affairs between men and women." In silence they walked for a time, once up and once down the terrace. The leaves of the plane trees rustled and a boat far below in the Seine whistled faintly. Once more they passed beneath the window. "June is more than a month away," said the Baron. "We could go to Nice for 3 long weeks." Lily, it seemed, was unwilling, for he argued with her, saying in a voice that would have melted steel, "Think of it. We have not been alone for months. Think of it, the mornings, waking together, looking out over the bay. Alone, alone." He paused suddenly and seizing her in his arms kissed her. For a long time they stood thus. Ellen could see them quite plainly, standing in the shadow of one of the white urns, Lily with her head against his shoulder while he kissed her again and again. Then slowly, with the air of waking from a dream, Lily raised her head and passing her hand against her eyes, murmured, "I should not like Ellen to know." At this he laughed and a new note, one of hard anger, entered his voice. "She knows already if she is not a fool." At the intonation Lily withdrew and leaned against one of the white urns. "She doesn't." "I'm sure of it." "She has said nothing." Again he laughed, scornfully. "She's no fool. She knows it would be more unpleasant for her than for you. She needs a home and money, just now. She'll not open her eyes so long as it might harm her plans." Sitting there in the darkness, Ellen succumbed to a slow anger that rose to her head like a fever. She had believed that he spoke against her, now she was sure of it. She hated him vaguely, because he dared even to say such a thing to her cousin. He was so sure of himself, the amorous beast. She was hurt too, as if someone had struck her, because what Cesar had said was so near to the truth. But Lily turned away from him. "I won't have you say such things," she said. "It is ridiculous and unjust." He did not use words in defense of himself, perhaps because words were to him such weak and awkward weapons. Instead, he simply took Lily once more in his arms, and beneath his kisses, Ellen saw that all resistance, all anger melted from her. It was like a bit of wax touched suddenly by a flame. An amazing sight which seemed to illumine sharply the whole of Lily's strange life. After a moment, he placed his arm about her waist and they moved away down the steps into the shadow of the plane trees. Once they halted for a time while he kissed her again, and then, resuming their way in the same state of enchantment, they disappeared through the filigree of black shadows into the white pavilion, silvered by the moon. And in the room above the terrace, Ellen slipped from the chaise longue to the floor where she lay flung out, weeping passionately. The loneliness returned now more terribly than ever before. 44 in the morning, after coffee and brandy, Ellen rose at dawn to ride in the Bois. She went purposely without Schneiderman, leaving him to a vain pursuit, in order that she might be alone, and when she returned she found that Lily was already awake and had come down from her room to breakfast on the terrace. The May sunlight poured into the garden and beat against the stone of the facade, enveloping her with its reflected warmth, as she sat at the iron table before a bowl of hot chocolate, a dish of rolls and 2 piles of letters. One heap had been opened and the contents lay scattered over the table and on the flagging beneath. As Ellen, tall and slim in her riding habit and hard hat, stepped through the tall window, Lily put down a letter and said, "I brought your mail out here. It isn't interesting this morning, mostly bills." Ellen, throwing down her crop and hat, ran her fingers through her dark hair and seated herself on the opposite side of the table, while Lily sent for more chocolate and hot rolls. "You look tired," observed Lily. "Were you out late?" "No. Rebecca couldn't go with me, and I was tired so I didn't go at all. But I slept badly." Lily turned the page of the note she was reading. "You work too hard," she said. "Try taking a rest. Come down to the country with me in June." "No, I can't do that. I'm going to play in London. Rebecca and Schneiderman have arranged it. It will be my debut." She announced the news abruptly, without any show of emotion. Lily put down the letter and leaned toward her. "You didn't tell me it would be so soon. I only knew it for certain last night. I'm superstitious about speaking of things until they're certain. I'm to play in Wigmore Street on the 3rd. Her cousin was all interest now. She drew her chair a little nearer and carelessly pushed her letters off the edge of the table. "Have you chosen a gown?" "We'll send for the motor and choose one this morning. That's important, you know, especially in England where they recognize good clothes but never wear them." "I can't go this morning. I'm going to Philippe." "Tomorrow then," said Lily. "I shall go over to London for the concert and bring Jean back with me. Perhaps Cesar can go too." "Not him," Ellen interrupted sullenly. "He'd spoil everything." For a moment the two cousins regarded each other in silence. In Ellen's face there was a look of bitterness that appeared more and more frequently of late, a sort of devil-may-care expression that puzzled Lily and disturbed her. They had never recognized the breach before, not, at least, openly. "Why shan't Cesar come?" she put forward gently. "He hates me." "I know that." Lily endeavored to pour oil on the waters. "It's not true." You're rude to each other, both of you. Why is it? There's no reason. He doesn't really dislike you. For a time, Ellen came very close to being unpleasant. She was tempted to reveal all she had seen and heard from the window above the moonlit garden. The memory of Cesar's words rang in her ears, a taunt in which there was too much of truth. But she could not say that she hated Cesar because he never allowed her any peace of mind. She could not say that she never saw him without thinking of Calendar. It's nothing, nonsense, I dare say, on both sides. The power of Lily's eager friendliness overwhelmed her. I'm sorry, she added, that I'm disagreeable sometimes. I've been worried lately. I know the quarrel is my fault too. She tore open one of her letters and then, looking very pale, she added, bring him, if he would like to come. It won't matter. And Lily never knew what it was that softened her so abruptly. She did not know, of course, that Ellen was thinking of Calendar, hoping desperately that he could be there to listen to her music as he had listened so many times, with all the passionate abandon which meant so much to her. She needed Fergus too, for she was frightened now that the chance, awaited so long, was at hand. With Cesar present she would at least be reminded of Calendar. It would be the next best thing to having him or Fergus in a cold audience of strangers. On the top of the little pile of letters was one from her mother from which she read portions aloud to her cousin. We are settled now in 7 rooms in East 70th Street. There is room for Fergus and Robert and Papa and I, and a room for Gramp and his books, which he would not leave behind. And an extra room which I have let to a young man who works with an electrical company. He has nice manners and seems to be of a very good family. He talks a great deal about them. It seems that his family was rich once, a long time ago. He was very unhappy in a boarding house, but he likes it here. Lily, who had been listening closely to the news, looked up as Ellen suddenly stopped reading and allowed the letter to slip to the ground. She saw that her cousin reached down hastily and recovered it, as if she wished to conceal her agitation. Not bad news? Asked Lily. No, I was just surprised for a moment by something in the letter. I think I know the young man she writes of. Still I can't understand what chance brought him and Ma together. It's an idiotic world. There's no sense in it. She lighted a cigarette, and after a thoughtful silence added, Ma is a remarkable woman. Think of her, tearing a whole family up by its roots and transplanting it without a thought. Then she continued reading. The family, she learned, were all very comfortable in their new home. Fergus might be going abroad in a year or two, some sort of writing work, with a newspaper. Hattie had recaptured him only to lose him again at once. Robert was the same, the plotter of the family, silent, unbrilliant, a sort of rock and foundation as old Jacob Barr had been before him. They were hoping to see Ellen soon now. She must come home, now that they were settled in New York. And in the end there was the usual refrain. I am looking forward to the day when I can make a home for all my children. When she had finished reading, they both sat for a time in silence and at last Lily said simply, she'll never give up, will she? In the same pile there was a note from Rebecca sent by hand from the Regina where she was stopping. It read, I'm sorry about last night but it couldn't be helped. How was I to know that Aunt Lena was arriving from Vienna and hadn't been in Paris for 25 years? She had to be looked after and will take a great deal of my time, I suppose, as she plans to stay a month if I cannot get her off before that. She is important because she is very rich and has no children. Uncle Otto owns a sapphire mine in Cambodia. And I am her goddaughter. Her real name is Rebecca, but in the family they call her Lena because there are so many Rebeccas. Besides, Someday she may be of use to us in Vienna, especially when the time comes for you to play there. She is rich and has myriads of rich friends who all spend money on the arts. I won't let her interfere with the plans for London. I've talked to Schneiderman, and in case I can't get away at once, he will go over and arrange things in plenty of time. He knows the ropes. Don't let Lily help to choose your gown without my being there. She has beautiful taste, but it's too quiet for an artist. The public, especially in England and America, expects something spectacular from a musician. I'll try to run out for a moment today if I can get rid of Aunt Lena. Perhaps I can make her believe she is tired from the journey and stay in bed all day. Here's to the triumph in London. Rebecca. The note troubled her, so that when Lily rose, and murmuring something, went into the house to dress, Ellen took no notice of her but got up and walked, in her slim black riding habit with the skirt pinned high. She did not ride astride, because she thought it ugly, down the steps into the garden. If Rebecca failed her now, either through Aunt Lena or otherwise, she felt that she would not have courage to go on. She would kill herself because there would be nothing left. She fancied the humiliation of playing before row upon row of empty seats. If fate played her such a dirty trick, she would put herself out of fate's way. She was sick to death of being buffeted about, this way and that, achieving neither success nor happiness. Angrily she beat her skirt with her riding crop. If Schneiderman went to London, it would only put her hopelessly in his debt. She might have to marry him out of gratitude, and she wanted no more weak husbands to clutter up her life. And then this business of Wick turning up suddenly as a lodger in her mother's house. It could be no one else, her mother's description fitted him too perfectly, a man whose family had been rich once, who worked with an electrical company, who talked a great deal of past splendors. He had reappeared, armed with her secret. She could fancy her mother caring for him, making him comfortable, giving him all the attentions he yearned for and never received in a world which kicked him about. She could trust Fergus, but Mr. Wick was nasty, feminine. Still he had not betrayed his acquaintance either with her or poor Clarence. If he had done that, her mother would have spoken of it in her letter. A friend of one of Hattie's children would be like a child of her own. It may have been that he felt as guilty as she herself felt. If that were true, he would not be likely to betray her. She thought of his shifting green eyes, his mincing manner and his habit of talking perpetually of the past. He was a worm, something one might find on lifting a stone. Twice she had made the round of the garden, indifferent now in the midst of her own worries to the nearness of the guilty pavilion, when she saw Augustine, the maid, coming toward her with a card. For some reason, she was overcome by a sudden feeling that this bit of paper which the red-faced Breton girl held in her hand was of immense importance. She found herself hurrying forward to meet her. She found herself reading the name, and then, looking up, she saw in one of the tall windows that opened on the terrace, the figure of Sabina Kane. Sabina Calendar, standing in the brilliant sunlight, dressed all in grey, superbly, with a grey veil that fell over her shoulders, the same Sabina, poised, indifferent, striking. Nothing had changed save that she looked old, surprisingly so considering the perfection of her makeup. The call must indeed be important, since Sabina had followed Augustine straight into the garden. They sat in the long drawing room where they might look out over the sun-drenched garden with its blue flame of irises lighting up the expanses of grey stone. "What a lovely house," remarked Sabina as she drew off her gloves. "I suppose it is your cousin's." The speech was stiff, constrained by the vague shadow of hostility that had enveloped them, almost at once an intangible thing, which it is probable both women felt but failed to understand, because each fancied herself too intelligent to be the victim of jealousy. Yes. It belongs to Madame Shane. Sabina laughed. It's the sort of house I would like. You see, we live, when we're in Paris, in a sort of World's Fair exhibit in the Avenue du Bois. It surprised Ellen to find that a single, small word such as we could cause her any feeling. She found too that the presence of Sabina had turned back the years. She was watching her now, as she might watch an enemy, as she had watched her in the days when she had gone, a young and awkward girl, to the big house on Murray Hill. She had not watched people in quite this fashion for a long time now. She felt herself quite a match for the worldly woman who sat, carefully, with the brilliant light at her back. She could no longer be taken at a disadvantage. "It is strange," said Ellen, "that we have not met before." Sabina's scarlet lips curved in a bright hard smile. "I saw you once, in the distance, at the Ritz. It was nearly 4 years ago. You went out before I was able to speak to you." She coughed, nervously. "So I lost trace of you. I was sorry, because I was interested to know how you had come to Paris so soon. I just came. There was nothing strange about it. But I thought there were so many difficulties. They happened to disappear very quickly, through a series of chances. The old Sabina, the one Ellen had known so well, the Sabina who was always prying into the affairs of other people, showed itself now, yet there was a difference, impossible to define save that now her interest seemed to be more personal, more intense, not so cold and abstract. "You see," she continued, "Mrs. Calendar found your address through Madame Dessian." So Mrs. Calendar had known all along that she was in Paris. "I have not seen her," said Ellen, "since I left New York." For a moment, the shadow of a mocking, bitter smile crossed Sabina's face. "She is just the same. Just as vigorous, just as determined. I should like to see her again. Perhaps she will be interested to know that I make my debut in London in June." At this, even the indifferent mask of Sabina betrayed a flicker of surprise. "So you're still working at your music?" Ellen laughed. "Of course. What did you think? But it has taken a long time." "Naturally. It meant work. I was taking no chances." So they talked, rather stupidly, fencing with each other, making no progress. It was clear that Sabina had not called at such an hour simply through politeness, nor was it likely that she called because she sought to renew an old acquaintance. Both women were too intelligent to have misunderstood each other. As for Ellen, she found herself excited by the consciousness of a shadowy struggle. There was a devilish satisfaction in finding herself with an advantage over so experienced a woman as Sabina. The visitor wanted something. Beneath all her indifference, she was clearly excited and nervous. Once Ellen caught her pulling a button from her grey gloves. It occurred to her suddenly to be bold and strike at what might be the root of the matter. "How is Mr. Calendar?" she asked, amused at the thought of speaking thus of him. "He is well," Sabina replied with a terrible quietness, and then, after a little pause, "Do you see him frequently?" For an instant Ellen was very near to losing her temper, a thing she might easily have done now that she found herself a match for Sabina. But she did not. Instead she waited and said, "What do you mean? How could I have seen him? I have not seen him since I came to Paris." The answer was so honest, so obviously true, that even Sabina was discountenanced. She looked at the floor and murmured, "I didn't know. I thought perhaps you had." "Why didn't you ask him?" suggested Ellen. "It would have done no good. Besides, he would have thought me jealous." There was something pitiful in the terrible control exercised by the woman. Even Ellen forgot suddenly the strange sense of enmity. She kept silent and it was Sabina who spoke. Besides, she said, you never spoke of him or of Mrs. Calendar to Madame Dacian. That made me think you might have seen him. It would only have made complications, replied Ellen. If you knew Madame Dacian, you would understand. Her voice suddenly grew cold. Did you think, she asked, that he had brought me to Paris? Did you think I was carrying on an affair, secretly? The more they talked, the clearer grew the likeness of the one to the other. They were in both the same restraint, the same watchfulness, the same determination that the world should not hurt her. When Ellen looked at her visitor again she saw that she had been weeping, silently. She was putting a handkerchief, stealthily, to her eyes, ashamed clearly that she should have so revealed her unhappiness. I have been wretched all day, she said. You see little Therese and I, that's my little daughter, she's 3 years old, found a starving kitten yesterday. It had fleas and we washed it with carbolic soap. It's sick. I'm afraid we've hurt it and it may die. Little Therese is very fond of it. Then, quite silently, the tears began to stream down her face. It was the only sign she gave. She did not sob. Her hands did not tremble. She simply wept. It was a terrible sight, because Ellen understood plainly that the kitten had nothing to do with the tears. Presently, after she had had a glass of port, Sabina took Ellen's hand and murmured, "You must forgive me. I was spiteful and rude, and unjust too. But you see there were so many things.